Jiang Zhi suddenly returned from the brink of death, only to find himself in an interdimensional rift. With nothing but 6 cards and a skeletal body, he must survive in this war-torn wasteland. Huagua, Haishur, on the edge of the interdimensional rift. Lying on a desolate battlefield littered with corpses, Jiang Zhi awoke with a start. The scene before him was suffocating devastation surrounded him, as if the area had been bombarded endlessly, with countless broken bodies scattered about, and the smell of blood lingering in the air. Am I dead? The last thing Jiang Zhi remembered was leaving work, eager to play his newly purchased Slaughter Health 13 at home, when he heard the screech of a truck horn. Now, inexplicably, he found himself in this hellish landscape. As he stood there bewildered, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. These memories informed him that he had crossed into a world where card battles were the norm, and everyone was born with 6 initial cards and a personal interface. The original owner of his body was a university student who had been trapped in an interdimensional rift and met a tragic end. Jiang Zhi quickly accessed his interface to check his status. Jiang Zhi. Level 1. Health, 540. Energy cap, 2. Experience, 460-1000. Deck, Strike 2, Block 3, Strong Strike 1. Strike, F, Energy cost 1, deals 4 damage. Block, F, Energy cost 1, adds 3 armor. Strong Strike, E, Energy cost 1, deals 7 damage. Relic, none. Just these trash cards? No wonder the original owner died. Jiang Zhi sighed, but quickly pulled himself together. The urgent task was to escape this dangerous interdimensional rift, or he would be stuck here forever. He arduously lifted himself up and activated the card machine on his wrist, causing the 6 cards to eject automatically. Jiang Zhi didn't bother looking at the cards that had led to the original owner's demise, and instead began searching the surrounding bodies for better card resources. Strike, no. Block, no. As he examined the cards from the deceased card machines, his eyes lit up, and Flevel blank card. This can be used to DIY my own cards. He quickly inserted the bloodstained blank card into his card machine. The system immediately prompted, blank card detected, current deck 16, deck count sufficient for reset. Continuing his search, strong block, a useless upgrade, no thanks. But in a level blank card caught his eye. This was a treasure. He tirelessly scavenged the battlefield, eventually gathering 6 blank cards, 5 level and 1 a level. The system then prompted, enough cards collected, beginning card reset. Please construct your cards, time limit 60 seconds. A blank level card appeared before Jiang Zhi, with a default energy cost of 1 and damage of 4. Out of curiosity, he tried setting the energy cost to 0, only to find the card's damage cap immediately dropped to 2. Interesting. It seems there's a balance mechanism in card design. Lowering the cost weakens the effect. Conversely, adding extra restrictions. An idea struck him, and Jiang Zhi added a self-created effect to the card. Overload. Using this card will apply a corresponding load to the user, which will deal damage equal to the load at the end of the turn. After adding the effect, the card's damage cap returned to 4. So that's it. The system has so many loopholes, yet the original owner used those trash cards. What a waste. Seizing the precious 60 seconds, Jiang Zhi quickly designed 3 new cards. Dual Shot. F. Energy cost 1. Overload 2. Deals 4 damage. Adds 2 quick shots to hand. Quick Shot. Temporary card. Energy cost 0. Deals 2 damage. Next, he attempted to design a card draw effect, but was rejected by the system. Your level is insufficient for this operation. Damn, there's such a restriction. Jiang Zhi adjusted his strategy, deciding to enhance his survivability. Covering Fire. F. Energy cost 1. Removes 2 load. Adds 2 armor. For the final level card, he planned a core burst effect. Empty the clip. E. Energy cost 0. Overload 3. Deals 2x damage of shooting cards in hand, and cleanses deck. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to further optimize, a strong dizziness overcame him, forcibly ending his operation. Time's up, what a shame. If only there was more time, I could have made more adjustments. Current deck confirmed, generating card faces. The card machine suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, enveloping all the cards and the machine. In the next moment, a virtual image of a figure wielding dual guns, dressed in red combat gear with a cape, appeared before Jiang Zhi. This was a card spirit presence automatically generated after forming a deck, which fights on behalf of the deck's owner. The strength of the card spirit somewhat reflects the deck's power. With a new deck and card spirit, Jiang Zhi felt a sliver of safety. Although he remained a lamb in this perilous land, at least he was no longer a defenseless one. The interdimensional rift was fraught with dangers. Waiting for rescue was an option, but Jiang Zhi didn't know how long he had been unconscious. The rescue team might have already come and gone. Rather than sit and wait for death, he chose to actively seek survival. According to the original owner's memories, the interdimensional rift erupted from the city center. Jiang Zhi decided to head towards the outskirts, where he might encounter either an incoming or retreating rescue team. Walking along roads destroyed by artillery, the once thriving metropolis now lay in ruins. With only 5 health points remaining, Jiang Zhi tread cautiously with each step, his card spirit faithfully following behind, alert to any potential threats. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but touch his chest, where a fatal hole had once been the original owner's last memory frozen at that moment. Though the wound had healed, the torn clothing silently recounted the tragedy that had occurred. However, the gears of fate turned once more. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhi, a gun barrel emerged stealthily from the shadows, aimed directly at his head. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence, a dark bullet speeding towards Jiang Zhi's skull. Fortunately, his card spirit reacted swiftly, shooting down the incoming bullet midair. Only then did Jiang Zhi realize, cold sweat soaking his back. He immediately ducked, hiding himself, and carefully observed his surroundings. You have been attacked by a rebel soldier, entering combat. The system notification appeared, showing Jiang Zhi's health at 540, while in a distant building, an enemy information bar appeared. Rebel soldier, LV1, 2020. Beside it was an hourglass icon displaying 120 indicating Jiang Zhi could recover 2 energy points every 120 seconds. Gradually calming down, Jiang Zhi stood up, warily watching ahead. Clearly, he had just encountered a monster attack within the interdimensional rift. Alright, you want to die? I'll grant your wish. With these words, 6 card phantoms appeared around Jiang Zhi. 3 flew to the draw pile, while the other 3 turned into health bars in his hand. He quickly checked the cards. He drew 2 double gun shots and 1 empty magazine, a configuration that brought a slight smile to his lips. Jiang Zhi immediately activated double gunshot. The spirit of the gun behind him soared into the air, unleashing a barrage towards the shadows of the building. The rebel soldiers hidden in the darkness were about to fight back, but were pinned down by the intense firepower. 4 quick shots then joined his hand, and Jiang Zhi decisively used empty magazine. Upon receiving the command, the phantoms unleashed a frenzy of gunfire, and the 3 previously used cards returned from the discard pile to the draw pile. Following that, the 4 quick shots launched a chain attack, leaving the rebel soldiers with no chance to retaliate. This combo, which consumed a total of 2 energy points, directly dealt 26 damage, far exceeding their 20 health point limit. Since the enemy was killed on the spot, the battle ended quickly, and Jiang Zhi didn't have to bear any load effects. A system notification popped up. You have obtained a Rebel a level card pack 1. You have obtained a small potion 1. You have gained 10 experience. Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow, surprised to have received a card pack and an item. He immediately used the potion to restore 10 health points, then took out the small card pack with the rebel soldier image. Tearing open a corner, 5 cards flew out. 2 sniper a level, costs 2 energy, deals 7 damage, 5 chance to deal 14 damage. 2 tactical cover level, costs 1 energy, grants 4 armor. 1 strike. 1 level blank card. Golden trash, Jiang Zhi muttered to himself. Might as well sell it off. With years of gaming experience, Jiang Zhi knew well that health and stats are also resources in card games. These basic cards seemed so naive in his presence. With his health restored to 15 points, Jiang Zhi grew bolder and began to briskly head towards the suburbs. Any rebel soldiers he encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with. Although these enemies could use firearms, their damage was only 3 points. As long as luck wasn't particularly bad, Jiang Zhi could defeat them within 2 turns, even if facing 2 enemies simultaneously wasn't an issue. After a series of battles, Jiang Zhi's experience reached 550 points, surpassing half of the experience bar. His health, boosted by these enemies, also recovered to 30 points. As his health returned to above half, the weakness in his body dissipated considerably, indicating that in this world, health was indeed closely tied to physical condition. Jiang Zhi walked down the street, noticing subtle changes in his surroundings. The dilapidated buildings seemed to become whole again, the uneven roads smoothed out, and the rebel soldiers that occasionally appeared seemed to vanish into thin air. These small changes made him realize he had walked out of the influence of the otherworldly rift. After walking for another 2 minutes, a faint mist appeared in his field of vision, beyond which was a conspicuous yellow caution line. Jiang Zhi breathed a sigh of relief, lifted the caution line intending to pass through, but this action made the guards raise their weapons warily. It wasn't until they saw the red card spirit shadow behind Jiang Zhi that their tense nerves relaxed a bit. Summoning a card spirit was a sure sign of being human, a fundamental rule. A soldier scrutinized Jiang Zhi's student attire and asked, "Are you a student from around here?" "Yes," Jiang Zhi nodded in response. "I was resting in my dorm when the rift appeared, and it scared me enough to hide there for quite a while before daring to come out." "Raise your hand for identity verification," the soldier indicated. Jiang Zhi cooperatively raised his hand and immediately received a message. "Wang in LV3, request to verify your identity." He clicked agree, and after confirmation, the soldier led him forward. Jiang Zhi silently canceled the standby state of his card deck, and the red shadow dissipated into the wind. Temporary shelters had already been set up around the area, with checkpoints established to prevent monsters from the rift from escaping. At a quiet registration desk, the soldier spoke softly with a staff member, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhi. The previously sleepy staff member suddenly perked up, quickly operated the computer, and then looked up, saying, "Student Jiang, the Card University of Haishur has been swallowed by the rift. You came out late. Other students have already been transferred to other colleges. There are no slots available at the moment, so please rest at the temporary shelter for 2 days, and we will make arrangements as soon as possible." Jiang Zhi nodded to show his understanding, as these matters were not of immediate concern to him. "Could I borrow a phone? My phone was damaged in the rift." The staff member handed him a phone, and Jiang Zhi dialed a number. After half a minute, a tired female voice answered. "Hello? Who is this?" "Mom, it's me. I'm okay. I've made it out of the rift." Jiang Zhi's voice startled Chu Yun on the other end. The week's gloom was instantly dispelled. Jiang Zhi had been missing for nearly 7 days, and despite exhausting all connections, they had only received news of his disappearance. They wanted to search in Haishur, but all transport there had been halted. "It's good that you're back. It's good." The voice on the phone was tearful. "Are you hurt? It must have been tough these past days, right?" "Don't worry, Mom. Your son is part of the card battle department. It's not that easy for something to happen to me." Jiang Zhi reflected. Despite the world turning upside down, the love of parents remains constant. After finishing the call with his mother, Jiang Zhi dialed his father, Jiang Lu. Though his father's tone was more rational than his mother's, the undeniable weariness in his voice revealed that he too hadn't been able to rest well in the past few days. After the call ended, Jiang Zhi handed his phone back to the staff member. The staff member, who had introduced herself as Jing, took the phone, a professional curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Jiang, I've heard from the soldiers that you activated a card spirit that's never been seen before. Could you show it to me?" This immediately made Jiang Zhi wary. In this world, card decks could indeed form card spirits, but a deck had to reach a certain level of strength to give birth to a card spirit. Moreover, each identical deck would produce the same card spirit, meaning anyone with enough resources could obtain known card spirits. However, a card spirit that had never appeared before indicated that this particular deck was yet to be introduced to the world. Previously, due to the high-pressure situation, Jiang Zhi hadn't given this much thought. But now, as he reflected, the appearance of a new card spirit in this still primitive card world was a sensational event. No wonder he had been brought directly here by the soldiers. This was likely the main reason. After a moment's thought, Jiang Zhi decided not to hide it any longer. After all, it wouldn't be possible to conceal it for long, and he couldn't just stop using the deck entirely. He activated the card machine, and instantly, a red glow appeared as a card spirit, a gunman with dual pistols, and a cold demeanor materialized behind him. And Jing was immediately captivated by the card spirit. She quickly flipped through the database on her computer and, confirming that it was indeed a card spirit never seen before, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Jiang, you've created an entirely new card system. Would you be willing to provide the deck information to the authorities?" Of course, the authorities will offer appropriate rewards based on the card's strength and potential. Jiang Zhi hesitated. Sharing the deck information wasn't the issue, but the current system had too few key cards, and he worried about undervaluing his innovation. And Jing perceptively sensed his concern. "Rest assured, the evaluation process is completely transparent, and you can be involved throughout. Additionally, any updates you make to the cards in the future will also earn you rewards. Huagua offers strong protection for card decks, so you won't be at a disadvantage." Reassured by this promise, Jiang Zhi nodded and took out the 6 red cards from the card machine, arranging them neatly on the counter. And Jing admired the aggressive red card faces and couldn't help but ask, "Does this deck have a name?" "Let's call it Rain of Bullets," Jiang Zhi said, having already planned 2 development paths for the deck, one focusing on a shooting system with shooting as the keyword, and the other on a high-frequency attack system built around temporary cards like swift shooting. Both systems relied on card draw and hand cards, but unfortunately, only one card, Empty the Magazine, could barely be considered a key card at the moment. "All right, I'll upload the information right away. Lastly, could we take a photo of your card spirit?" Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. After stepping aside, the card set named Gunfire was swiftly uploaded to the highest level information database in China following a short cheese from the camera. "Thank you for your cooperation, Jiang. We'll arrange temporary accommodation for you immediately, and the rewards will be issued tomorrow morning," the staff member said efficiently. "So soon?" Jiang Zhi glanced at the clock on the wall, which showed it was nearly 9 p.m., and was a bit surprised. Of course, all high-intensity card sets receive our highest level of attention. Guided by the quiet unit, Jiang Zhi arrived at a temporarily arranged room. After a quick hot shower, he enjoyed the dinner delivered to him. Although he looked tired, his heart was burning with uncontrollable excitement. This world was like paradise to him, finally allowing him to realize his dream of designing cards. Thinking about how Flevel and a level cards could create combos, He couldn't help but imagine the power of those legendary SS-level cards. However, the card prices in this world were indeed staggering. Flevel and A-level cards were ignored, but D-level and C-level cards were highly sought after and hard to obtain. As for B-level and above cards, his former self had never even seen one, leaving their effects and value to endless imagination. While Jiang Zhi lay alone on the bed dreaming about the future, a secret meeting was taking place in the heart of the city. The initiator was a slightly balding middle-aged man. The attendees were top experts in the card field, including military representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged man began directly. The main purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the reward standards for this new card set. Is there a card spirit? An elder casually asked from the lower end of the table. If not, I might as well leave. Of course there is. It's a gun-wielding humanoid entity. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhi's card spirit appeared on the central projection screen of the meeting room. And the card set. The elder suddenly stood up. What's the use of just looking at the card spirit? Academician Yang, please mind your manners. The middle-aged man reminded helplessly. Manners be damned. Stop stalling and show it. The middle-aged man sighed, and with a wave of his hand, 3 red cards floated in the air. Just 3 cards. Academician Yang was momentarily stunned, then leaned in to study them closely. Dual gun shooting, overload. Very creative, trading off a negative state for strength, 1 energy point to deal 8 damage, though it costs 2 health points. Cover fire nicely compensates for the overload side effect. As he evaluated the first 2 cards, Academician Yang's tone was relatively calm. But when he saw the last card, empty the magazine, his eyes lit up. A stroke of genius. With this card, the card advantage from dual gun shooting can be fully utilized, with explosive power. Using the naming of shooting cards to enhance card synergy, truly a brilliant concept. The other cards? Li Mingyang, show them all. This isn't my first time evaluating a card set. I know the drill. All eyes turned to the middle-aged man, Li Mingyang. He sighed deeply. Academician Yang, it is precisely because there are only these 3 cards that I specially invited you. Academician Yang's expression suddenly turned serious. He gazed at the 3 remaining cards in front of him, but still decisively summoned the card spirit. This move could only mean one thing: he had a clear plan for the entire deck. Li Mingyang nodded slightly and tentatively asked, so, should we offer a level card as a reward? No. Academician Yang said firmly. It has to be in a level card, a blank card. If great power doesn't get the chance to be wielded, it becomes as useless as a rusted sword. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang's face darkened, showing a pained expression. Academician Yang glanced at him with disdain. Look at you, acting like a miser. I'll provide this card, but I have one condition. Then, Academician Yang began to elaborate on the core setting of this world. The current state of the world is suppressed, which directly leads to the overall low strength of the cards, but this suppression will gradually lift over time. He went on to introduce several key concepts. The card machine is a standard item provided to everyone, officially manufactured but operated by someone else behind the scenes. It resembles a large wristband with a rectangular slot on top, featuring functions like a spatial backpack, card rule integration, and card battles. Creating cards is a vague process that relies on intuition and mental strength. At this stage, damage and armor type cards are the easiest to complete, so early cards tend to focus on these areas. To create powerful cards, one needs both unique ideas and exceptional talent. Due to the long-term confinement of people in this world within an information cocoon and external limitations, powerful mechanisms or special traits on cards are rare in the early stages. Each season grants special enhancements and corresponding rewards to the cards. At the end of the season, each player can choose to carry over the enhancements of up to 2 decks into the next season, but the inherited decks will not receive further seasonal bonuses. Battles are turn-based, with each turn divided into 3 phases: drawing cards, mid-battle, and discarding cards. A turn ends when both parties agree or when a specified time is reached. Some cards trigger special resolution phases, as described on the card. Although turn-based, the battle process is real-time. Those with strong adaptability can dodge or block to mitigate some damage and effects, but special effects or damage are unavoidable. During battle rounds, there is also a damage offset mechanism, allowing players to counteract the opponent's attack by dealing damage, influenced by individual reaction speed and weapon use. Card spirits, representing the deck's essence, can assist players in battle. Across the world, there are interdimensional rifts leading to other planes, with all creatures within, whether human or other species, collectively referred to as monsters. Regarding game mechanics, upon reaching LV3, players unlock a complete deck of 15 cards, unaffected by external effects. Each card requires energy to use. The hand limit is 10 cards, excluding temporary cards, and no more cards can be drawn once the limit is reached. Undrawn cards are stored in the draw pile, while used cards go into the discard pile. When the draw pile is exhausted, the discard pile is shuffled to replenish it, limited to once per turn. Shuffle descriptions and card effects do not alter this rule. Special term explanations. Cards with special terms are stored in a consumption pile after use and cannot be reused in the same battle through conventional means. Ability cards, once used, apply effects throughout the battle. Innate cards automatically enter the initial hand at the start of each battle. Reserve cards are not discarded at the end of a turn. Locked cards temporarily disable the same name cards in the deck after use, requiring a specified number of days before they can be used again. Initiative cards are automatically activated at the start of battle. Cards with specific keywords are affected by corresponding card effects. The next morning, Jiang Zhi arrived early at the rift to another world. Last night, he pondered over the construction of his card deck without a card drawing mechanism. The deck felt too cumbersome. Even if he was lucky enough to draw a card that could deal damage by emptying the clip, he could find himself in an awkward situation if luck wasn't on his side. Cards like Covering Fire were essential, otherwise he'd be helpless against opponents with a lot of health. To acquire cards with card drawing abilities, he had two options. Either level up to LV2 and craft them himself, or buy them from the market. However, after checking the market last night, the prices were discouraging. Cards like Speed Up, Level, Cost 2, Draw 2 cards, which were strong in the early game, would need to be crafted by himself. After a day's rest, thanks to the small potion he previously obtained, Jiang Zhi's injuries had fully healed. But just as he was about to enter the rift, a soldier stopped him. Wang shook his head helplessly at Jiang Zhi while most people avoided the rift. This guy seemed eager to dive in. Jiang, you can't go in yet. The official exploration isn't complete, and there are unknown risks, Wang explained. I know. I just want to look around the edges. I won't go deep, Jiang Zhi nodded. Wang wiped the sweat off his forehead. That won't do. To be honest, if your situation wasn't special, we'd have already sent you away. He leaned in and whispered, I've heard that this rift might contain Clevel or higher cards, so it's been sealed off. You can only exit, not enter. Hearing about Clevel cards, Jiang Zhi perked up. That makes me want to go in even more. You know my deck needs improvement. Maybe I'll get some inspiration inside. Wang was silent for a moment before speaking reluctantly. Don't make it hard for me. If something happened to you in there, the Card Research Institute folks would have my head. It's such a hassle. I need to upgrade to make cards. At LV1, my level is too low to create the cards I want, Jiang Zhi complained. Though Wang seemed to agree with him, he still wouldn't let him through. Frustrated, Jiang Zhi headed to the office, hoping to find a way to enter the rift through Jing. Jing was already at her workstation and smiled as soon as she saw Jiang Zhi. You're here early. Are you here to claim your reward? Jiang Zhi was surprised that the reward was ready so soon. Yes. What does the reward include? Jing tapped a few keys on the keyboard and then handed over a bank card and a briefcase. This card contains 10,000 points, which you can use at the official card store, she explained. Points are a special currency issued by the authorities, exchangeable for cash at a 110 rate, or usable directly in the official store. Only official personnel, or those who contribute to the authorities, can earn point rewards. Jiang Zhi pocketed the bank card and turned his attention to the mysterious briefcase. The A-level supply box sat quietly in front of Jiang Zhi, requiring a specific card to unlock due to its special locking mechanism. Just as he was about to insert the card, a calm voice interrupted. Student Jiang, the items in this suitcase are quite valuable. We recommend you open it in a specially designated room backstage. Jiang Zhi looked around. Although there weren't many people at the office, he did notice a few glances directed his way. He nodded and followed Jing to a private room backstage. As he opened the suitcase, a white card immediately caught his eye. Upon reading the card's description, Jiang Zhi gasped at it was an A-level blank card. He remembered Wang mentioning that even Clevel cards required special measures to seal rifts, so the casual handling of this A-level card seemed rather careless. Is this for me? Jiang Zhi asked, incredulous. Yes, and Jing replied with a smile. But if you want to take it, there's a condition. Initially, we planned to give you a B-level card, but after careful consideration, we decided to upgrade it to an A-level. Jiang Zhi frowned slightly. What's the condition? If it's too much, I can make do with a B-level card. The only requirement from the authorities is that if you add new cards to your gunfire deck, you must inform them immediately. That's it. That's it. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhi inserted the card into his card machine. Seeing this, Jing asked, Student Jiang, aren't you planning to create a card here? Jiang Zhi chuckled softly, as if he had found a way to enter the otherworldly rift. I'm only at level 1, and I don't have enough slips to make cards. I need to enter the rift to level up, but your people won't let me in. Upon hearing this, Jing promptly offered, I'll request permission from my superiors to grant you access. Soon, Jing returned with a pass. This is your entry permit. For safety reasons, please don't venture too deep into the rift, as the monster's strength increases significantly there. Jiang Zhi accepted the pass that allowed him to enter and exit the rift. After a brief farewell, he headed straight for the rift's entrance. This time, Wang didn't stop him, only watching with a complicated expression as Jiang Zhi crossed the yellow line. The sensation of entering the rift was completely different from before. The oppressive feeling was gone, replaced by the sense of entering a small dungeon, with minor monsters occasionally appearing to offer him experience points. Jiang Zhi activated his card machine, summoned a gunman, and excitedly headed deeper into the rift. Level 1 monsters offered too little experience. He needed to find higher-level creatures. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhi, just 5 minutes after he left, Wang led a team into the rift. They had received temporary orders to ensure Jiang Zhi's safety within the rift. "Captain, do we really have to protect that young kid?" one soldier grumbled. "We're already short-handed, and the guys on guard duty are barely holding on." Wang, with a serious expression, pulled out a locator to track Jiang Zhi's direction. "No complaints, it's our duty. Student Zhang's identity is special, and we cannot let anything happen to him in the rift." On the way, several more rebel soldiers appeared. These level 1 creatures were nothing but ants to Jiang Zhi, easily dispatched in 2 rounds. However, as he ventured deeper, he keenly noticed something unusual. The creature's health points were subtly increasing. From the initial 20 HP, there were now rebel soldiers with 21, 22, and even 25 HP. At that moment, a 3-man squad appeared in sight. Rebel Brute LV2, 45-45. Rebel Soldier LV1, 24-24. Rebel Soldier LV1, 25-25. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhi initiated the battle. After drawing cards, he quickly scanned his hand. 1 double shot and 1 covering fire. Although he didn't draw the full clip card to achieve a 2-round kill, he decided to focus his fire on the brute with higher HP. Using 2 double shots combined with 4 rapid shots, he dealt 16 damage while losing 4 HP due to the load. The 3 enemies immediately counterattacked, inflicting a total of 18 damage, which took nearly half of Jiang Zhi's health. Once all units finished their card turns, the battle ended prematurely, and Jiang Zhi's energy recovered by 2 points. In the second round, Jiang Zhi played double shot and full clip, and his card spirit began shooting. The brute simultaneously raised his shotgun to retaliate, with bullets colliding in midair. The battle log displayed. Damage counteracted. You dealt 6 damage to the rebel brute. This discovery enlightened Jiang Zhi's world's damage can be offset against each other. The brute's 6 output against Jiang Zhi's 4 from double shot plus 8 from full clip resulted in the brute taking 6 damage. This explained why people in this world were misled by card values. There was no early settlement advantages in games, and each round was a test of pure speed. Realizing this, Jiang Zhi quickly consumed a small potion. He regretted including covering fire in his deck without a systematic blocking mechanism here. Pure offense was the key. The brute was left with 13 HP, and with the next round of shooting, it would be 19. As long as he didn't draw covering fire, Jiang Zhi could end the battle in the next round. He played rapid shot, bringing the brute's health down to 13. However, he also endured attacks from the 2 soldiers, shattering his armor and, along with load damage, reducing his health to 21. In the third round, after taking another potion, luck favored Jiang Zhi who drew 3 double shots. The card spirit's bullets poured down like rain, instantly suppressing and eliminating the brute. Jiang Zhi was hit by 2 more bullets, but this only helped him fully grasp the mechanism of damage offsetting. He adjusted his tactical strategy, not rushing to strike first, but instead waiting for the opponent to attack before countering. This strategy proved effective, as he easily defeated a thug and 2 soldiers. A system notification chimed. Defeated Rebel Thug, experience 30. Defeated Rebel Soldiers 2, experience 20. Acquired card, Shotgun 1. With the clear notification sound, Jiang Zhi finally leveled up to LV2. At the moment of leveling up, Jiang Zhi noticed something amiss. His card spirit began to show signs of disintegration. This reminded him of the special rule in this world. The deck must be full, or it becomes invalid. The newly acquired shotgun card, without even needing to look at it, was undoubtedly trash. He quickly found a spot among the ruins to hide, leaning against a broken wall, and took out an grade blank card. Having understood the damage offsetting mechanism, he decided to pursue an extreme burst route. Commence card reset. Please construct your card. Time limit 600 seconds. The grade card provided ample time for construction. Jiang Zhi carefully considered the card's design, starting with the cost, and considering the current system and future energy cap increase. He chose an energy cost of 3. To break through the output limit of a single card, he decided to create an ability card. After repeated adjustments, a new card was born. Burning Will, A grade. Energy cost, 3. Type, ability card. Effect, innate, enters hand at the start. Trait, overload damage is directly settled and cannot be blocked by armor. Additional effect, each time overload damage is taken, shooting card damage 1. Jiang Zhi was satisfied with the highly growth-oriented effect, although the terms ability card and innate took up so much space that he couldn't add more effects. To further enhance it, he would have to wait for an grade blank card. Next, he took out 2 grade blank cards obtained from monsters. With a new addition, it was time to upgrade his old companions. He carefully stored 2 covering fire cards his renowned assets that could fetch a good price in the future. Within the 60-second limit, he quickly designed a new card. Reload shot E grade. Energy cost 0. Overload 2. Effect: draw 1 card, deal 2 damage. This card perfectly aligned with his deck concept, offering card draw, triggering overload, and retaining the shooting keyword, providing strong synergy. As he inserted the new card into the card machine, the previously ethereal card spirit suddenly became more solid. Jiang Zhi was surprised to find that the card spirit's gaze not only conveyed solitude but also flickered with the battle-hardened intent of countless battles. Clearly, the deck's enhancement was also promoting the card spirit's evolution. He couldn't help but wonder if, when he upgraded his deck to SS grade, this comrade might become a tangible entity. Equipped with his new gear, Jiang Zhi decided to delve deeper. Along the way, he discovered an interesting mechanism. When he saw a soldier, he first activated Burning Will, then ended the turn immediately. Since the soldier hadn't noticed him, they remained stationary. It wasn't until the 60-second timer ended, entering the next turn, that the soldier seemed forced into combat and fired. This discovery thrilled Jiang Zhi. He wasn't noticed. A battle wouldn't commence immediately, making his deck overwhelmingly advantageous against wild monsters. Jiang Zhi continued moving forward, causing the soldiers trailing behind him to grow increasingly anxious. Initially, they were quite impressed with Jiang Zhi's performance. His combat style was swift and efficient, and they kept a safe distance, following him without concern. When Jiang Zhi stopped upon entering a dangerous zone, they assumed it was a cautious move after encountering a level 2 monster. However, unexpectedly, after a 5-minute pause, Jiang Zhi seemed like a completely different person as he boldly advanced towards the core of the rift. This action threw the soldiers following him into a state of panic. "Captain, just ahead is a high-risk area," one soldier urgently warned. Wang furrowed his brows, fully aware that level 3 monsters would appear ahead, and there was a possibility of encountering elite monsters. As a level 3 combatant, he knew that even facing a standard level 3 elite would be challenging for him. "Catch up with him. We must make Jiang retreat. Beyond this point, he's out of our protection range," Wang decided swiftly, leading his team to accelerate their pursuit of Jiang Zhi. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi was oblivious to the 3 people trailing behind him. He was entirely focused on hunting down level 2 monsters for experience. Soon, he spotted a lone rebel thug with a health bar showing 45-45. Jiang Zhi took the initiative, activating the Burning Will state in the first round. In the second round, he launched a fierce attack, dealing 37 damage and severely injuring the thug. By the third round, he fired 3 more shots, causing the thug to fall and transform into a glowing orb of experience. Experience gained 20, Rebel a grade card pack 1. After leveling up, Jiang Zhi encountered a new problem. The experience from level 2 monsters was significantly reduced, and level 1 monsters no longer provided any experience. The experience bar now required 5 times more to fill, meaning he would need to defeat many monsters of the same level for further upgrades. However, Jiang Zhi was confident in his damage output. As long as he could activate his state in the first round, he could reliably deal at least 35 damage in the second round, even without drawing double shot or empty the clip. By the third round, he felt confident in facing higher-level monsters, although the rapid consumption of health potions was concerning. Only had 7 left. On the other side, Wang had closed in to within 100 meters of Jiang Zhi. Suddenly, a 60-second timer appeared in the corner of his vision, already counting down from 40 seconds. "Not good, it's an ambush." Wang's alertness came too late. A burly figure in armor charged at him like a cannonball, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. A system prompt appeared. "Rebel Charger Elite dealt 12 damage to you." Although this attack only took away 12 of Wang's 80 health points, seeing the word Elite before the enemy's name sent a chill down his spine. The figure of the Rebel Charger Elite stood prominently in the center of the battlefield, its heavy armor gleaming with a cold sheen in the dim light. As a level 3 elite monster, its full health of 399 points was intimidating, but even more daunting was its special ability. Whenever its health dropped below 150, it gained 24 armor at the end of each turn. Wang looked into the distance, where Jiang Zhi's frail figure was barely visible. He gritted his teeth. With only 60 health points, that kid can't take much more. His life is more important than mine. "Lao Zhang, Shaoli, go find Jiang and make sure he's safe. I'll hold off this elite monster," Wang said with a steady, resolute voice. Just as his 2 teammates were about to turn and leave, the elite monster stomped heavily on the ground, and an invisible force field instantly enveloped the battlefield. The death duel skill was activated, trapping everyone within the combat area until a victor emerged. The 3 of them turned pale, realizing they might meet their end today. Wang took a deep breath and opened his card machine. Without the aid of card spirits, he had to rely on himself to play each card. The charger stood still, clearly waiting for the turn to end. The cards in his hand glowed faintly. Excellent Block costs 2 energy, gains 7 armor. Heavy Strike costs 2 energy, deals 9 damage. Protection costs 1 energy, provides 2 group armor. His 2 teammates launched an attack but only managed to deal 20 damage, far from enough to dent the giant beast. In the second round, the charger remained in place, beginning to charge up. The hearts of the 3 Sankit was a sign of a high damage skill. Sure enough, the system prompt appeared, Brutal Strike. The next turn will deal 60 damage to a random target, and if the target survives, the next damage will increase by 30. Wang Yin and his team could only exert all their effort to deal 27 damage to the charger. But in the next round, the charger came at Wang Yin with overwhelming force. Looking at his cards Excellent Strike, Excellent Block, Courage Slash, Excellent Strike, Wang Yin quickly calculated. Courage Slash was his trump card. If he could perfectly manage his energy, he could deal 18 damage. This turn, they could deal 36 damage, and with his teammates' output, it should be enough to avert the crisis. The 3 of them barely managed to fend off the charger, causing 8 damage. But this was insignificant against its massive health. Worse, the charger began charging again. This time its Brutal Strike damage increased to 90. Wang Yin was despondent and full of regret. He should have brought Jiang Zhi back when they first entered the danger zone, not after venturing deeper in. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind the charger. Brother Wang, what are you doing here? Those words almost shattered Wang Yin's spirit. He shouted urgently, come quickly. This is a level 3 elite monster. You can't handle it without a team. However, Jiang Zhi appeared calm. Brother Wang, I got pulled in last turn. I'm all set up, just missing a target. You all take care, I'll handle this guy. Hurry over. I've already ended my turn and can't shield you. Wang Yin's anxious voice echoed across the battlefield. Jiang Zhi ignored Wang Yin's words, fully aware of his own damage growth rate, which was unknown to others. As the new round began, the charger in the center of the field bent down again, gathering strength for an attack. Jiang Zhi focused intently on the charger, disregarding Wang Yin and his companions. Thanks to the efforts of Wang Yin's team and the damage inflicted this round, the charger had only 330 health points left. Checking his hand, Jiang Zhi found himself lucky 2 reload shots and an empty clip were ready to be played. This meant he could deliver maximum damage this round. He quickly devised a strategy. Start with reload shot to deal damage and trigger the reshuffle effect, resetting the draw pile. Then, draw dual shot and use it immediately, followed by the burst damage from empty clip. Finally, finish with swift shot, stacking 4 layers of burning will and delivering a combo for 52 points of damage. Meanwhile, the aggressive load effect also cost Jiang Zhi 11 health points. Under the massive damage from Kaling and Frohl, the charger was forced to retreat several steps. This astonishing output made Wang Yin and his team envious. Jiang Zhi's explosive damage in one round completely surpassed their combined efforts over 3 rounds. However, Wang Yin still looked worried. He noticed Jiang Zhi's health was steadily declining, and in elite battles, item usage is limited to a maximum of 3. While Jiang Zhi's cards dealt incredible damage, they also had severe negative effects on him. What concerned Wang Yin even more was the absence of a cover shot in Jiang Zhi's deck to negate these effects, replaced instead by the mysterious burning will state. Jiang Zhi remained unfazed, calmly holding a small potion in his mouth. Although confident in defeating the monster, he knew it was wise to be cautious. If he died, there might not be a second chance. In the 4th round, the charger chose to attack Wang Yin's team instead of Jiang Zhi. Reviewing his hand, 2 dual shots and a reload shot. Jiang Zhi drew another dual shot. Despite missing an opportunity for free damage this round, he played all his cards without hesitation. Burning will stacked to 8 layers, and his damage skyrocketed to 96 points. As Wang Yin and his team anxiously checked their hands, the charger, mid-sprint, was abruptly stopped by Jiang Zhi's output. Looking bewildered, it hadn't even launched its charge before being forced to a halt. Jiang Zhi's health dropped another 8 points, and he shouted to Wang Yin, Brother Wang, seize the chance to attack. Don't worry, my output is high. This guy will last at most 2 more rounds. Oh, and don't shield me. My card damage can't be blocked by shields. Can't be blocked by shields? Wang Yin was taken aback, immediately abandoning the idea of shielding Jiang Zhi. He finally understood the terrifying power of Burning Will, a formidable damage amplifier that could elevate Jiang Zhi's ordinary damage to rival that of an entire team, and this buff continued to stack. Swallowing hard, Wang Yin followed Jiang Zhi's advice, focusing on dealing damage. As the round ended, the charger locked its blood-red eyes onto Jiang Zhi. In its assessment, the most dangerous human in this group was the gunslinger, who kept inflicting damage. With a roar, it charged, dealing 26 points of damage and adding an additional 26 points of the same. Jiang Zhi looked at the insignificant damage numbers and smirked with disdain. Additional damage? You'll have to get through my hail of bullets first. Frohler's dual pistols twirled skillfully in Jiang Zhi's hands, spitting flames. Reloading shots and dual gun shots fired in succession, culminating in a swift shot that delivered a terrifying 99 points of damage. The burning resolve stacked up to 11 layers, and the charger's health plummeted to 170. With the coordinated attack from Wang Un and his team, the charger's health further dropped to 151 points. Wang Un expertly controlled the damage to keep it just below the threshold that would trigger the charger's frenzy. The enraged charger pounded its chest furiously, its special ability on the verge of activation, but the human squad gave it no chance. In the next round, instead of attacking recklessly, the charger glowed ominously red, charging its ultimate skill-destructive charge. This skill required a full round to charge, dealing 25 of its remaining health as damage to itself, but it would unleash a devastating blow equal to 100 of its lost health, capable of instantly killing anyone on the field. Jiang Zhi immediately realized the skill was aimed at him. He quickly scanned his cards. 2 reload shots, 1 dual gun shot, while the damage-reducing empty clip was still in the discard pile. Betting I can't kill you this round? Too bad, you can't handle the damage I'm about to deal. Jiang Zhi sneered, beginning his performance. He played 2 reload shots first, followed by drawing 3 dual gun shots, and finally 6 rapid shots. An astonishing 189 points of damage erupted, even shocking Jiang Zhi himself. Wang Un stood by, dumbfounded, forgetting to throw the explosive he had prepared for the finishing blow. He had expected Jiang Zhi to deal around 100 points of damage, not nearly 200. Under this overwhelming firepower, the charger's head was precisely shattered by Kalen Froller's bullet, and it collapsed to the ground. After the battle, Jiang Zhi took stock of his gains: 2 level resistance card packs, 80 experience points, and an armor pack providing 12 points of armor. The most surprising find was an level Relic resistance supply bag. In this world, relics typically only appear on elite-level monsters or higher, each possessing unique effects that can be activated directly, unlike cards that need to be played. The supply bag's effect was simple: gain 2 temporary armor at the start of each round, which would disappear after the round's resolution. For Jiang Zhi at this moment, the effect wasn't particularly powerful, likely only useful in the first round. He examined the relic, resembling a small military ration bag, and after some thought, he decided to equip it. After all, each person could wear up to 5 relics simultaneously, and he could replace it when something better came along. After packing up his things, Jiang Zhi turned to look at the 3 people still standing in shock. Their expressions were frozen, clearly overwhelmed by the impressive display of strength he had just shown. "Brother Wang, why are you all here?" Jiang Zhi's question snapped Wang Un back to reality, slowly pulling him out of the shock from the 189-point damage burst. Jiang classmate," Wang Un stammered. "We were assigned to secretly ensure your safety." He briefly explained the situation. Jiang Zhi understood. It seemed that the organization valued this unexpected genius, allowing him to venture out while arranging secret protection. Yet, seeing how these 3 bodyguards performed, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but find it amusing had ended up protecting them instead. "Brother Wang, you've seen my skills. You can go back now. I'd like to explore a bit more here," Jiang Zhi said. Wang Un's initially relaxed expression immediately tensed up. No, you mustn't," he said urgently. "Jiang classmate, you've entered a high-risk area. Going further could lead you to encounter the Lord of this rift zone." "Lord?" Jiang Zhi's eyes lit up. "Great, I was just curious about a Lord's level." Wang Un's face turned pale at these words. "Oh dear, please," he exclaimed, stamping his foot anxiously. "You saw the huge difference between elite and regular monsters. The gap between a Lord and an elite is even greater. The Lords we've discovered so far have at least 3,000 health points." Seeing Wang Un's anxious demeanor, Jiang Zhi silently calculated. Indeed, with over 3,000 health and corresponding attack power, even if he could hold out for a few rounds, the chance of victory was slim. The problem was that he might get taken out by the Lord within the first 3 rounds before he could even enhance his status. "All right, let's head back," Jiang Zhi nodded. "Today's goal was to level up, and since I've leveled up and defeated elite monsters, we can call it a day." Seeing Jiang Zhi change his mind, Wang Un finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Jiang Zhi was willing to listen. If he had insisted on going deeper, it would have been a real dilemma whether to follow or not. The journey back was smooth. The monsters along the way had first been cleared by Jiang Zhi and then swept by Wang Un and his team, leaving a clear path. Outside the rift, Wang Un took Jiang Zhi aside. "Jiang classmate, was that burning will your new card creation?" "Yeah, you should be able to see it in the battle log." "What a terrifying card," Wang Un marveled. "I never imagined that an 11 card could enable an 11 card to deal damage comparable to an 11." Jiang Zhi chuckled indifferently. "Cards shouldn't be judged by their level alone. In my view, level is more like a resource. No wonder you're able to create card spirits at such a young age," Wang Un said self-deprecatingly. "I'll report your information to the higher-ups. Please understand." Of course," Jiang Zhi nodded. "It's part of your duty, Brother Wang." After Jiang Zhi left, he went straight back to his room, still thinking about Wang Un's deck that he saw in the battle log. The deck wasn't exactly weak, but the skill level was indeed questionable. How someone could become an official member with such a standard was beyond him. He couldn't help but worry about the overall strength of the organization and decided to take this opportunity to learn more about the card level in this world. Meanwhile, Wang was uploading Jiang Zhi's updated deck and battle log through his card machine. He stared at the Burning Will card. While he could understand each description, putting them together left him slightly dizzy. If he hadn't witnessed the battle himself, he would find it hard to believe that a card with no direct damage and several negative effects could wield such terrifying power. In the meeting room at the center of the city, a middle-aged man, Li Mingyang, was gravely examining the latest uploaded report. Soon, Academician Ouyang hurriedly pushed the door open and eagerly asked, "Shaoli, how does the new card effect look? Is it a damage card targeting load effects?" Li Mingyang showed a hint of surprise. "Academician Ouyang, this card isn't a damage card." "Not a damage card? Could it be a defense card? That doesn't make sense. Based on the previous design concept of gunfire, it should focus on damage," Ouyang said, puzzled. "Neither. Jiang Zhi has created a whole new category ability cards." Li Mingyang opened the projection, and a card resembling flames appeared. On the card face, a heavily injured gunman was struggling to lift his gun, yet his eyes were exceptionally calm and determined. Burning Will, Class A, Energy Cost 3, Ability Card, Inherent. Li Mingyang read out the card information. Load damage will be calculated directly and cannot be blocked by armor. Each time load damage is taken, the damage of shooting cards increases by 1. Academician Ouyang stared at the high energy cost and the 2 negative amplifications, finding it hard to believe these effects could appear on a Class A card. The 3 new descriptions: ability card, inherent effect, and shooting card damage boost left him even more puzzled. Did Jang explain the meaning of this ability card and inherent effect? Academician Ouyang asked. It was uploaded by the staff this time, but we do have a record of his battle against an elite level, Li Mingyang said, pulling up the battle log. As Academician Ouyang watched the record, his expression shifted from confusion to shock. He muttered to himself, "I see. Ability cards have a global effect, and when combined with other cards, they can make EF-level cards deal nearly 200 damage. This kid is a genius." This design concept pushes the deck to the extreme of burst potential. The inherent effect ensures it triggers in the first round, and after brief growth, the single-round output can even rival the charged effects of elite monsters. The look of surprise on Academician Ouyang's face grew more intense, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Almost unable to hold the projector steady, he suddenly stood up and strode towards the door. "Academician Ouyang, where are you going?" Li Mingyang hurriedly asked. "To meet a genius. You have no idea what this ability card signifies." Academician Ouyang replied without turning back, his steps brisk. "Please calm down." Li Mingyang raised his voice. "The National Card Exchange Conference is about to start, and your actions could make student Jiang the center of attention. He's still young and can't handle such a storm." These words brought Academician Ouyang to a halt. He slowly turned around and sank back into his chair like a deflated balloon. "I didn't think it through. A tree that stands out in the forest is always blown down by the wind. It's not good for young people to be too conspicuous." Yet, before he finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the table. "But this doesn't conflict. I must meet him, at least to understand his design ideas." Li Mingyang sighed helplessly, realizing that getting the academician not to go in person was already a concession. "Then how should we handle the rewards? We've promised Jiang Zhi that there would be rewards with every update. But I don't have any level cards here." Academician Ouyang was troubled by this as well. They had already given out level cards, and logically, it should be upgraded to level this time. But he didn't have any level blank cards on hand. "Let's do this," he thought for a moment and said. "I'll ask him about his needs when we meet." Actually, a deck full of high-level cards can lose flexibility. Meanwhile, in the reception area, Jiang Zhi was chatting with Jing while holding a card machine. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Jing's desk, where a steaming cup of coffee sat. "So my deck has been uploaded?" Jiang Zhi confirmed. Jing nodded slightly. "Yes, Wangan has uploaded the complete update through the card machine's battle records. Of course, if you have new ideas or new cards, you can come to me anytime for an update." Jiang Zhi put away the card machine. "When will the rewards arrive?" "Well," Jing tapped her lip lightly with her index finger. "Your situation is a bit special. The update speed is too fast, and you've deleted cards, so it might take some time for evaluation." "Okay, just let the card machine notify me when it's ready. I'll be going now. Take care." Jing waved with a smile. As soon as Jiang Zhi stepped out of the reception area, he saw Wangan urgently evacuating pedestrians, looking serious. He quickly approached. "Brother Wang, what's going on?" Wangan was startled by Jiang Zhi's sudden appearance. "Next time, don't sneak up like that. You could scare someone to death." He composed himself. "The exploration team has returned, but there was an accident." Before he finished speaking, an ambulance from the city hospital arrived with a wail, heading straight for the rift entrance. Jiang Zhi's heart tightened. Had there been casualties in the exploration team? Wangan nodded solemnly. Yes, they encountered the Lord Monster. Out of a team of 30, only 20 returned, while the other 10 are missing. He looked around, his tone heavy. The condition of the 20 survivors isn't optimistic either. They're all injured. The Lord Monster's strength far exceeded expectations, and it's not something an ordinary team of 30 can handle. He quickly headed towards the hospital, pausing before leaving to remind Jiang, remember not to venture into high-risk areas. With that, he hurried off, clearly indicating the urgency of the situation. Jiang Zhi stood still, watching as ambulance after ambulance rushed in, with more than a dozen parked at the hospital entrance. Medical staff were busily moving back and forth. From the scene, it was evident that the injuries of the exploration team members were serious. At that moment, his card device suddenly vibrated. Jiang Zhi quickly checked it and discovered a special task had appeared on the panel. Task: Gun of Vengeance. Maximum participants, 10. Reward: Card Spirit Advancement. Could it be that Floor sensed the presence of the Lord Monster? Jiang Zhi mused. The Lord that attacked the exploration team must be Kadith. Although he hadn't planned on confronting the Lord directly, the rare special task, especially one related to card spirits, made him reconsider. The streets soon returned to calm as pedestrians dispersed. Jiang Zhi also returned to his temporary residence, sitting in front of his computer to record his ideas for improving his card deck. A few hours later, as the sun set, a knock on the door broke the silence. Upon opening it, he found Jing, who had changed out of her uniform and was sporting a single ponytail, looking like the girl next door. What brings you here? Jiang Zhi asked, and Jing smiled and said, well, Jiang, the higher-ups are quite interested in your card deck updates. An expert wants to discuss your ideas on cards. Is that okay? Jiang Zhi looked at her skeptically. Just discussing cards? Nothing else. And Jing hesitated for a moment, then remembered something and added, oh right. We also need to discuss your rewards. That's more like it. Jiang Zhi stepped aside. Come in. And Jing felt a bit awkward, thinking that if it weren't for the mention of rewards, she might have been turned away. Once inside, and Jing handed Jiang Zhi a tablet. Before he could operate it, the image of an elderly man with gray hair was projected, wearing a kind smile. Hello, Jiang. My name is Li, and I'm responsible for discussing matters with you this time, the old man said. Jiang Zhi responded expressionlessly. Hello. Mr. Li picked up a small notebook and asked, can you share your thoughts on ability cards? Jiang Zhi was puzzled. In the original owner's memory, there was no concept of ability cards, and he was unaware that this world had yet to develop them. What can I say? Jiang Zhi said casually. Isn't it just about thinking it up? My deck lacks growth, so I add growth. This offhand remark caught Academician Yang, who was sipping tea on the other end, completely off guard, causing him to choke on his tea. Jiang Zhi's response was unexpected for Academician Yang. He had anticipated hearing a profound inner journey but was surprised to find that, in Jiang Zhi's eyes, the matter was as simple as putting on an extra layer of clothing not due to inner desolation, but simply because of feeling cold. Did you plan to design this card like this from the start? Academician Yang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Zhi shook his head, looking calm. Actually no. Initially, I wanted to create a card that could support the entire deck's operation, but I realized during actual combat that the damage was insufficient, so I changed my mind on the spot. This statement caused Li Mingyang, who was sipping tea nearby, to choke. He marveled. Truly, a genius's thinking is different from ordinary people. Even in battle, they can derive insights. However, there are many ways to increase output. Why specifically choose an ability card? Jiang Zhi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, the first solution that flashed in his mind was this one, although there were indeed other options. He worried that being straightforward might seem too arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhi slowly spoke. Why the focus on ability cards? When permanent enhancement is needed, isn't making it an ability card the most natural choice? Isn't that the basic idea? He glanced around. Isn't your first reaction when creating a card to make it an ability card? Academician Ouyang's projection fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Anjing quietly explained. Jiang, before today, we always thought there were only attack cards and skill cards. Your Burning Will is the first ability card in human history. Jiang Zhi's hand holding the tablet stiffened slightly, and he looked incredulous. Sorry, I was unaware. The situation became awkward, with only Academician Ouyang still deeply contemplating Jiang Zhi's words. This outsider, without knowing it, had touched upon the unknown in this field and opened up a new path. Jiang, you don't need to mind, Academician Ouyang said sincerely. In fact, we should learn from you. We've been stuck in conventional thinking for years without progress, which is the real ignorance. Can you share your subsequent ideas for Gunfire Rain? Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. It's actually quite simple. Previously, I leaned towards a burst flow that empties the magazine, but now I think a stacking damage flow is more suitable. Without combat experience, my understanding of cards is theoretical. The magazine emptying approach requires too many operations, making it impractical for combat. In contrast, Burning Will, though weaker in the first 2 turns and with a high load, can be compensated by subsequent cards. For me, a simple deck is more practical. Academician Yang diligently noted this in his notebook. Anything else? No, Jiang Zhi shrugged. I'll deal with future cards as they come. My strongest blank card is only a level. Suddenly, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Speaking of which, what about my reward? I uploaded the data immediately. Upon hearing this, Academician Yang looked troubled. Well, this is really tricky, the voice from the projection said with a hint of helplessness. There are no level blank cards here in Haishur, and even a level ones are scarce. Everything we have now is already reserved. To be honest, the 11 card you got before was actually paid for out of my own pocket. Before the voice finished speaking, Li Mingyang suddenly started coughing. Academician Yang turned his head at the sound, looking at him with a resigned expression. You said you were broke earlier, and now you're stopping me from mentioning it, which makes things difficult for me. At that moment, another figure appeared in the Project Iona, slightly balding middle-aged man. He looked intently at Jiang Zhi. Jiang, it's nice to meet you. I believe you recognize me. Jiang Zhi nodded politely, but feigned ignorance. Recognize you? May I ask who you are? Li Mingyang cleared his throat twice, introducing himself with a hint of embarrassment. I'm Li Mingyang, the current mayor of Haishur. This is Dr. Li, a member of the Haishur Card Research Institute. Hello, Mayor. Jiang Zhi greeted respectfully. Li Mingyang's demeanor was amiable. Jiang, regarding the rewards, why don't you tell us what you'd like? As long as it's within Haishi's capabilities, we'll do our best to accommodate. If nothing comes to mind, we can offer you 5 level blank cards, or 1 level card. The offer seems modest due to current resource constraints. However, if you're willing to wait, these rewards can be doubled. Jiang Zhi nodded to himself, feeling that the mayor was being quite generous, and he hadn't intended to ask for much anyway. Since they offered him the chance to make a request, he decided not to hold back. I need to fight and defeat the Lord within the rift here. No way. Both men across from him rejected the idea in unison, their tone filled with caution. Jiang, you probably haven't encountered a Lord before. They're extremely powerful rift creatures, usually requiring a team of over 50 equally leveled individuals to contend with, and even then, the casualty rate is high. Sending you would be like playing with your life. Jiang Zhi remained composed. My potential output is significant. You must have seen my previous battle records. Just give me a few rounds, and I can take down the Lord. I only need some teammates to help me through the initial weak phase. As he spoke, he opened his panel to display a special mission. Considering that there had been numerous special missions in this world, he felt comfortable sharing this one. I've received a special mission regarding card spirits, which requires me to defeat the Lord here. Once completed, my card spirit will advance. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyang immediately cut the audio and whispered with Academician Yang before reconnecting. We can help assemble a team for you. However, since this involves a special mission for the card spirit, we need time to gather personnel. Your mission limits you to a maximum of 10 people, and we might have to involve military personnel who may have certain special requests. Are you willing to accept that? Jiang Zhi frowned. What kind of requests? Why does it feel like I have to pay for my own reward? The exact requests are uncertain at this moment, but I can ask around for you. Li Mingyang's expression suddenly turned exceptionally serious. Jiang, the threat posed by the Lord is not to be underestimated. I know you're talented, but we've learned this through the blood of countless people. You're still young, and staying alive is what's most important. I'll send you the information on this Lord first, so you can review it before making a decision. With that, a detailed dossier on the Lord was transmitted over. Jiang Zhi stared at the information on the tablet, his brows slightly furrowed. The data on the Rebel Front Commander, Katas, made him gasp. A level 3 Lord with 4,500 points of deflection shield, a brutal trait with 20 deflection attack, and permanent armor that regenerates 5 health each turn. What was even more troublesome was the 10 damage that couldn't be blocked by shields, along with a series of powerful skills like sweep, tactical cover, fire suppression, and ash removal. Is this really just a level 3 card? Jiang Zhi muttered to himself. The other attributes were still within an acceptable range, but the brutal trait was extremely disadvantageous to him. The damage from elite monsters had already reached 5,060, and even if the Lord's damage was the same, he would still have to endure 5 points of unavoidable damage each time. No wonder the 2 big shots hesitated when the request was made. It indeed carried a hint of a life-threatening challenge. Jiang Zhi quickly made up his mind. If the military has any updates, please inform me of the specific conditions. As long as it's within my capability, I will fully cooperate. Such a high-risk mission would surely come with generous rewards. In his current state, a few more sets of blank card combinations would be enough. Seeing Jiang Zhi's serious attitude, Li Mingyang handed the conversation over to Academician Yang. The old scholar seized the opportunity and bombarded Jiang Zhi with a series of professional questions. Leaving him dumbfounded, it was as if the questions were a personification of endless curiosity. To his surprise, most of these professional questions were things Jiang Zhi had never even heard of. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters in Haishur, when Xu Yuan, the military head of the city with the most combat professionals, was reviewing a brief report. Next to him, a projector displayed Jiang Zhi's Rain of Bullets, cards set 7 fiery red cards gleaming brightly. A special card spirit advancement mission? Old Li really knows how to give me a tough task, mused the youthful yet mature military head, his eyes scanning over Jiang Zhi's detailed profile. But to think there's such a genius hidden in the academy, that's quite unexpected. When Xu Yuan instructed his secretary, tell them I agree, but the card sets of our subordinates need upgrading. Should I respond directly to Mr. Jiang or go through the mayor, Commander? The secretary asked. When Xu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, of course, through the mayor. For such a favorable deal, naturally, the mayor should take the blame. As for the blank cards, we'll provide them from the military's side. Ultimately, in the heart of Haishur, when Li Mingyang saw the soldiers delivering an entire box of blank cards, he couldn't help but chuckle. The seemingly simple Wen Shiyan was indeed shrewd, using an unrefusable mission along with a box of cards to exchange for a complete card set. Such an enticing trade would be hard for anyone to resist. He picked up the landline and quickly dialed Jiang Zhi's number. That night, under the escort of 4 fully armed soldiers, the heavy briefcase was finally delivered to Jiang Zhi. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to turn back to his accommodation, and Jing stopped him. Jiang, are you planning to go back and make cards? What else? Jiang Zhi looked at her in surprise. It's not very convenient to do that here at the guest house with people coming and going. And Jing quickly shook her head and explained, actually, we have a dedicated card-making room. The pressure there is much less. I see. No wonder I've never seen anyone making cards, Jiang Zhi realized. He also understood that apart from some basic knowledge, his predecessor knew very little about the common practices in the industry. And Jing gave a slightly awkward smile. Not everyone can handle the pressure of making cards. Some people even faint during the process, leading to failure. You've always been in the combat department, so it's normal not to know these things. Jiang Zhi turned to the soldiers standing upright. All right, I'll get started. Do you have any specific requirements? The leading soldier thought for a moment. We need a set of cards that can enhance survival abilities, ideally to hold out until teammates can rescue in a dangerous situation. No problem, it'll be done soon. Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement, then said to Jing, Sister, please lead the way. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. And Jing looked at him in surprise. Don't you need to think it over first? The card-making room has limited usage time. If you wait until you're inside, it might be too late. This deck isn't difficult, we can start right away, Jiang Zhi replied confidently. And Jing quickly used a tablet to request access, then led Jiang Zhi to a special door. It was a jade door emitting a faint white glow, exuding a sense of mystery. The activation time is half an hour, and Jing said as she opened the door for him. Is that enough? If not, I can request more time. That's plenty, Jiang Zhi said easily, closing the door behind him. The room was extremely simple, with just a table and a chair. But as Jiang Zhi entered, a gentle force immediately enveloped him, helping him to calm and focus. He sat down on the chair and opened the briefcase. Inside lay 15 blank cards, neatly arranged the card limit for a level 3 ordinary soldier. The military-issued cards were of a higher level than those available to civilians, 5 a level, 8 level, and 2 level. This made sense, as soldiers were the ones truly facing life-and-death situations. Jiang Zhi picked up a clever card, ready to maximize the effect of the load attributes. The first card, Resolve, was a clever ability card, costing 4 energy, with an inherent trait that converted all damage into an equivalent amount of load value. Since the load is settled at the end of a turn, this could buy the soldier a turn to catch their breath. The second card, Endurance, was clever, costing 2 energy, with a retention trait that could prevent 1 load settlement, keeping the load value unchanged. The combination of these 2 cards was enough to give soldiers in danger a chance of survival. Jiang Zhi carefully examined the cards in his hand as he began to build a deck centered around defense and counterattacks. First, he selected 2 core cards, and the rest of the deck was built to compensate for the weaknesses of these 2 cards. He picked up an A-level Bandage card, a basic card requiring no energy, which could remove 5 points of burden and draw a card. Next was another A-level card, Counterattack, which required 1 energy point and could convert accumulated burden into damage to strike back at the enemy. Jiang Zhi then started selecting cards with special mechanisms. The D-level Blade Armor required 2 energy points and was an ability card that caused 3 points of burden but could reflect 5 points of damage when attacked. He chose 2 Hold Firm cards, also D-level, costing 2 energy points, which could add 12 armor points, recover 8 burden points, and increase threat level by 1. To further refine the deck, he added 2 Desperation cards and 2 Rock Solid cards. Desperation consumed 2 energy points and could have the burden and draw a card, while Rock Solid required only 1 energy point, added 12 armor points, and increased threat level, despite causing 3 points of burden. The whole card-making process was smooth and took only 5 minutes to complete this simple yet effective defensive counterattack deck. When Jiang Zhi walked out of the room with a briefcase, and Jing, who was waiting outside, was visibly surprised and checked her watch in disbelief. Finished so quickly? And Jing asked in astonishment. What else? It's just making cards. I wasn't in there playing games, Jiang Zhi replied, lightly lifting the briefcase to indicate the cards were ready. And Jing eagerly asked, have you tested the effects, Jiang? How is it? Any card spirits? Jiang Zhi shook his head helplessly. My level isn't high enough. I can only have 7 cards in my slot, so I can't test the effects. Let the soldiers try it out later. It's for them anyway. When they went outside, the soldiers were still waiting. Wu Zheng, the leader, was anxious, fearing the cards were too low level. He quickly explained, Mr. Jiang, higher card levels aren't always better. These are for ordinary soldiers, so we have to consider cost. I understand. Take a look. Jiang Zhi handed over the briefcase. I can't fit this deck in my card slot. Wu Zheng was shocked as he took the briefcase, remembering how the last card-making master had struggled for a long time and even fainted from exhaustion in the card-making room. Upon opening the case, he saw 15 cards emitting an earthy yellow glow, clearly forming a complete deck. When the deck was loaded into the card machine, a warrior spirit holding a giant shield and clad in heavy armor slowly materialized, exuding a strong presence. Wu Zheng was incredulous, knowing these were just blank cards 10 minutes ago. Is this a card spirit? Of course, it's a card spirit, Jiang Zhi confirmed with a nod. I designed it carefully. This deck is specialized for survival. Dealing damage requires some luck and cooperation from the opposing monsters. As a tank, its strength is sufficient, and with the mechanism I've reserved for it, if luck is on its side, it might even arm wrestle with a lord. Wu Zheng nodded. If someone else had said this, he might not have believed it, but the presence of a card spirit made him quite convinced. In this world, any deck with a card spirit, no matter how weak, could easily overpower those without one. Quietly, and Jing began taking notes another new card spirit, and this one was different from Jiang Zhi's Rain of Bullets. This deck had 15 complete cards, meaning it was fully formed and had its own system. If Jiang Zhi lifted the restrictions on this deck, it could be mass-produced, with the highest card being Clevel. This was a terrifying prospect. The total cost of this deck might not even match that of a single level card. Jiang, can this deck be uploaded? Jiang Zhi waved his hand indifferently and pointed at Wu Zheng, saying, this is a reward for the military. If you want to ask them. I don't mind, as long as the military fulfills their promise. Wu Zheng quickly replied, of course, we will do everything we can to help you deal with that lord. However, please wait a couple of days. We initially thought it would take you 2 days to make the cards, and we're still selecting personnel. All right, but please hurry. You can test the deck's strength after you return, and if it's satisfactory, let me know so I can lift the restrictions. No need for testing, just adapting to the new deck. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will come as soon as possible. After a few pleasantries, Wu Zheng and his team left in a hurry. Jiang Zhi had wanted to invite them to stay for a meal, as he was asking them to risk their lives, and felt he should show some courtesy. However, he hadn't yet realized that card making in this world wasn't as simple as he thought. What took him 5 minutes could be a daunting task that might take other card makers days, or even months to complete. Jiang, the deck has been uploaded. Does it have a name? And Jing's voice brought Jiang Zhi back to reality. Don't we need to wait for the military's feedback? I think there are still many flaws in this deck. No need. The existence of the card spirit is proof enough. Jiang Zhi thought for a moment and said, let's call it Heart of Stone. All right, I'll name it. Since this is a special supply for the military, it won't be searchable in general settings. If you need any changes later, you'll need to contact the military directly. No changes needed. I think it's fine as it is. Meanwhile, when Xu Yuan was still troubled by Jiang Zhi's situation, the special mission Jiang Zhi was involved in was highly difficult and required the mobilization of only 9 people. Usually, to safely deal with a lord, a team of over 50 people would be dispatched. Now, they needed to mobilize true elites, but even the experts within the army were fully occupied, let alone suddenly pulling 9 people out. I'm really worried sick about this kid Jiang Zhi. I hope his deck won't disappoint me. The army is taking such a big risk, it can't all be for nothing. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and a voice reported in. When Xu Yuan immediately recognized it as Wu Zheng. Wasn't he sent to deliver the cards? How is he back already? When Xu Yuan's brow furrowed. Come in. Wu Zheng briskly walked into Xu Yuan's office, his face beaming with barely contained excitement. Report, sir. The new card deck has been retrieved, and the results are very promising. When Xu Yuan was slightly taken aback. You've completed the test so quickly? Yes, sir, Wu Zheng replied, standing at attention. We selected the skeletal berserker in the 3rd rift on the outskirts of Haishur as our test subject. Originally, it took 5 to 6 people to hunt this elite monster, but now only 3 are needed, and each can handle the protection duties of at least 3 people. Let me see the deck's effects, when Xu Yuan said. his gaze fixed on Wu Zhang's card machine. Wu Zhang immediately activated the card machine, and a heavy, wall-like apparition appeared, a card spirit of an unnamed soldier. When Xu Yuan's eyes widened, not just in delight, but in awe. 2 days later, Jiang Zhi stood at the rift's entrance, waiting for the military personnel. These past 2 days had been particularly trying for him. Due to an earlier exploration team's accident that led to a shift in the Lord's position, the entire rift area had been classified as a high-risk zone. As an officially protected individual, his access was strictly restricted. Security officer Wang En was always by his side, ensuring he didn't sneak into the rift. Wang En felt helpless about Jiang Zhi's actions. While most people avoided the rift like the plague, Jiang Zhi seemed to treat it like his own backyard, wandering over whenever he had free time. Given the previous elite monster incident, Wang En had strict orders. Under no circumstances was Jiang Zhi to enter the rift again. A few minutes later, a military armored vehicle arrived, driven by a smiling Wu Zhang. "Mr. Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting." 8 burly soldiers disembarked and stood in formation beside Wu Zhang. "Mr. Jiang, these are the team members who will accompany you into the rift. Thanks to the cards you provided, we managed to gather enough manpower." Jiang Zhi nodded with a smile. "Thank you all for your efforts." He noticed that 5 of the 9 soldiers were equipped with yellow card machines, immediately understanding the military's manpower constraints. Under Wang En's watchful eye, the team began to move. Jiang Zhi was positioned in the center for optimal protection by the soldiers. Walking beside him, Wu Zhang recalled his initial thoughts upon receiving the assignment, had thought it excessive to send 9 elite soldiers to protect an undergraduate student. But after handling Jiang Zhi's card deck, he realized this young man might be the most talented card maker in recent years. Jiang Zhi's innovative card deck took less than 10 minutes to design, yet the military's card makers struggled to replicate it accurately. Over 2 days, 7 or 8 card makers were exhausted, managing to produce only 4 decks. The stark contrast in ability was undeniable. As they re-entered the rift, Jiang Zhi's card machine immediately responded. The apparition of Floor appeared, its gaze firmly fixed in a particular direction. Jiang Zhi roughly understood that Floor had already sensed the location of Cardis, and the desire for battle was growing stronger. He turned to Wu Zhang, his voice steady. "Come with me, my card spirit has locked onto the opponent's direction. This battle is extremely dangerous, so please be fully prepared." Everyone nodded solemnly. Under the cover of a group of experts, the team quickly advanced toward the depths of the rift. Soon, an incongruous building came into view, standing intact amidst the desolate ruins, with shadows moving faintly inside. Jiang Zhi had just taken 2 steps forward when the battle system suddenly activated, and a turn countdown appeared. 5 seconds had already passed. At that moment, a tall figure leapt from the rooftop, plummeting from over a dozen floors to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, and dust filled the air. As the smoke cleared, a burly figure emerged dressed in tactical combat gear, holding a riot shield in one hand and a shotgun in the other. The system immediately displayed his information: Rebel Frontline Commander Cardis, LV3, Lord Level, 4500-4500. Cardis stood tens of meters away from Jiang Zhi and the others, his deep voice echoing around. "Uninvited guests, are you here to join the rebel ranks?" His nose twitched suddenly, eyes locking onto Jiang Zhi in the center, his expression darkening. "That aura? Are you that presumptuous guy?" "No, it can't be, I already killed him." "So who are you? Here to persuade me too?" Jiang Zhi stared straight at Cardis. "You're Cardis. Why is this war happening?" "War," Cardis fumed. "The Empire took everything from us. They want us dead. We're just trying to survive. It's fight or die." "Kid, you don't seem like an Imperial. Join the rebels, the future lies in the barrel of a gun." Jiang Zhi feigned hesitation, trying to buy precious time for the first turn. "Joining the rebels isn't an issue, but what do I get? The Empire isn't my enemy." Cardis wasn't willing to discuss further. "Negotiate? You're not in a position to negotiate with me. Join or die." Before his words fully settled, he raised his shotgun. Opening shot, 12 points of group damage. Jiang Zhi inwardly cursed, realizing the old fox had launched a sneak attack. But someone in the team reacted in time. Rally, providing 8 points of armor to all 2. An energy shield unfolded in front of Jiang Zhi, blocking the bullets. Jiang Zhi stopped wasting words and directly activated the card machine, releasing Burning Will. When Floor's apparition appeared, it seemed to trigger some memory in Cardis. "So it's you, the failure," Cardis said disdainfully. "Now you're trying to seek revenge with these people? Kid, this is an adult's world. You should go back to playing house with those ignorant peasants. Hide well, little Floor, because if Lord Cardis catches you this time, you're really done for." Floor made no movement, but Jiang Zhi could clearly feel the intense turmoil within the card spirit. Despite the fear towards this formidable figure who had left an indelible shadow on him, another emotion was building, yearned to prove his existence through this victory. The moment the 5 nameless soldiers' cards appeared, Wu Zhang and his team immediately went into combat mode. Kaditha's eyes blazed with ferocity as he roared. Imperial lackeys, today you will all meet your end here. He swung his riot shield, unleashing the sweep skill, which swept through the 5 enemies, dealing 30 points of damage. Next, Kadith locked onto Jiang Zhi's position and charged, using the riot shield as a weapon to smash down on Jiang Zhi's head. Although a circle of armor appeared just in time to block the lethal blow, the massive impact still sent Jiang Zhi flying. Fortunately, with adequate armor, the damage didn't cause any substantial harm. The military was well aware of Kadith's combat style. As long as they could delay his offensive pace, allowing Jiang Zhi's damage to accumulate, Kadith would struggle to withstand the assault. After 2 rounds of action, Kadith's offensive seemed to come to a halt, and he made no further moves before the turn ended. Just as Jiang Zhi showed a relieved smile, a shield icon with 225 armor points appeared over Kadith. This was his core passive skill, Shield Stance, which grants him armor equal to 5 of his current health at the start and end of each turn. Accumulating 225 armor in just 1 turn was a testament to his Lord-level status, as this armor value was equivalent to the health cap of a regular monster. Fortunately, this Lord's damage output wasn't particularly high, and after the first round, no one on their side was injured, maintaining a good condition. In the second round, Jiang Zhi began his shooting output. His damage had yet to stack up, peaking at only 10 points, which was negligible to Kadith. However, the counterattacks from a few soldiers dealt nearly 100 points of damage to Kadith, thanks to his earlier sweeping skill. Yet, for Kadith, this damage didn't even break his armor. Kadith laughed maniacally as he activated fire suppression, and ghostly figures wielding machine guns appeared behind him, launching a wild barrage at Jiang Zhi and his team. This skill could inflict 20 random hits on random targets, with the number of hits increasing by 20 each time it was used. This attack shattered Jiang Zhi's shield, costing him over 20 points of health. Wu Zheng was particularly unlucky, as his armor shattered, and he took 7 consecutive hits, pushing his load points to around 150. Kadith then raised a shotgun and fired another shot, driving Wu Zheng's load points above 200. He laughed triumphantly, believing the enemy was about to lose a member. However, after being hit, Wu Zheng remained calm, first using the resilience skill and then activating blade armor. He wasn't worried about his high load value because his teammates would help mitigate it. As long as he wasn't killed in this wave, the fight could continue. The 9-member military team coordinated seamlessly. Though Wu Zheng lost 20 health points, they managed to survive this dangerous round. Jiang Zhi could only helplessly accept the continuously rising armor value over Kadith's head, which was about to exceed 500 points. At this moment, all they could do was focus on maximizing their output. The battle was at a stalemate. Despite the support from official reinforcements, Kadith's attacks remained fierce. Each strike he delivered carried devastating power, yet he was unable to break through his opponent's defenses. Although the enemy's health dwindled under his fierce assault, they always managed to recover just in time. Kadith wasn't worried. He was confident in his armor, and even more so in his firepower that grew stronger with each passing round. To him, the opponents were nothing more than ants waiting to be crushed. However, after 3 rounds, the situation began to change. When Jiang Zhi's damage boost stacked to 13 layers, Kadith noticed something unusual: his armor was no longer increasing. This meant the opponent's output had reached a balance with the amount of armor he generated each round. Kadith's blood-red eyes fixated on Jiang Zhi in the center of the battlefield, or more precisely, on Kalen Frohl behind him. "Kid, I knew it was you. I should have ground your bones to dust after cutting off your limbs back then." Without hesitation, he activated the Ember Erase, skill capable of executing a target with less than 100 health and recovering 10 of his maximum health upon a successful kill. Kadith grinned menacingly as he reached out to eliminate Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi's face darkened. Fortunately, he wasn't alone this time. Otherwise, with only 80 health points, he would have stood no chance against such an instant kill ability. Just as Kadith was about to seize Jiang Zhi, Wu Zheng timely activated Hold the Line, diverting Kadith's attack as the increased aggro forced him to switch targets. Kadith's hand landed on the shield of an anonymous soldier, leaving no mark. "Damn you, you pesky insects!" Kadith roared, swinging his shotgun down onto the soldier's shield. The head smash skill dealt 50 damage, and a stun symbol appeared above the soldier, indicating a chance of card failure in the next round. As the burning will stacked to 20 layers, Jiang Zhi's damage soared to 288 points, finally shattering Kadith's shield. It was the first wound to appear on Kadith, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Zhi's eyes. This lord's recovery could no longer keep up with his output. Kadith's eyes grew even more bloodshot as he raised his shotgun, continuously activating skills, support, and tactical cover, preparing to summon 2 rebel chargers and 12 rebel thugs after 1 turn. Jiang Zhi sneered. It was too late to summon reinforcements now. These nunlite template reinforcements, with chargers having only 150 health points, would be easily obliterated by his 1-round output. With burning will stacked to 40 layers, Jiang Zhi's damage broke the 500-point barrier, instantly knocking off a chunk of Kadith's health. The other 9, seeing this, were invigorated. Although the health of the 4, apart from the 5 anonymous soldiers, had dropped to half, the scales of victory were tipping in their favor. When burning will accumulated to 70 layers, Kadith's health fell below 30. The fierce glow in his eyes faded, replaced by an unprecedented fear. These few before him, especially Jiang Zhi, were unlike any opponents he had encountered before. Jiang Zhi had completely suppressed him, violently breaking through all his defenses. As the new round of confrontation began, Jiang Zhi keenly sensed something was off. Normally, Kadith would launch a fierce attack at the start of each round, but this time he remained motionless. Instead, he slowly pulled out a signal flare from his collar, its eerie glow immediately putting Jiang Zhi on high alert. Tactical cover? Jiang Zhi frowned as he pondered the potential effects of this unknown move, inwardly cursing the world for being full of enigmas. The flare traced an arc in the air towards him, prompting Jiang Zhi to raise his dual guns and fire back. However, all bullets hit Kadith precisely without triggering any damage counter-effects. It was clearly not a damaging tool. As soon as the flare hit the ground, it exploded in a blinding flash, followed by billowing smoke. Jiang Zhi was dazzled and choked, instinctively throwing out all his cards, but feeling no response. This dying man can still pull off such a trick, Jiang Zhi muttered to himself. Once he emerged from the smoke, he found the other 9 also in disarray, but fortunately, none had been attacked by Kadith. At this point, Kadith had already started fleeing the combat zone, and a notification from the game panel confirmed Jiang Zhi's suspicion the Lord intended to escape. Compared to that charger underling, this guy truly lacks backbone, Jiang Zhi sneered. The smoke soon dissipated, but the scene was wiped clean of any battle traces, let alone any sign of people. Well done, but little does he know I have other tracking methods, Jiang Zhi thought. Just then, Floor's apparition pointed in a direction, and Jiang Zhi immediately understood, signaling the others to follow. Before long, they caught up to Kadith, weighed down by his cumbersome shield armor. The once formidable armor in battle had now become a burden on his path to escape. Spare me, and I promise to keep my men from troubling you, Kadith pleaded desperately as he turned around. So you know who we are? That makes it even more impossible to let you go, Jiang Zhi replied coldly, pulling the trigger to thwart Kadith's attempt to flee. Kadith's eyes were bloodshot, like a cornered beast. It seems you want to fight to the death. Enough talk, Jiang Zhi interrupted. Either enter phase 2 and kill me now, or just wait for your end. The straightforward words left Kadith stunned, clearly not expecting such ferocity from the person before him. 3 rounds later, Floor's final shot pierced Kadith's chest with precision. Kadith's health stopped at 14500, and he knelt heavily, gasping for breath. While Jiang Zhi remained vigilant in case Kadith tried to escape again, Floor stepped forward from behind him and approached Kadith. Why massacre civilians, Kadith? What? Floor demanded. The rebels need hatred. Without it, who would join the rebellion? Kadith panted in response. Floor, the destruction of your homeland. The Empire acted, and so did the rebels. As Kadith lay dying, he let out a maniacal laugh. You deserve to die, huh? He stared at Froller, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Froller, give up your ridiculous dreams of heroism. You can't protect anything, not even your own life. You're nothing but a pawn. Before he could finish, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Kadith's head exploded under the bullet's impact, blood splattering everywhere. Froller stood silently in place, saying nothing. Jiang Zhi watched the scene unfold, curious to witness the legendary transformation known as Kalen. Suddenly, eerie red ribbons began to swirl around the battlefield. These were the souls of those who had died on this land, now turning into strands of blood-red energy, flowing continuously into Froller's body. Froller's figure became increasingly solid, and complex tactical gear appeared on his red combat suit. A system notification followed. Acquired coordinated shooting skill at the end of each turn. Froller will automatically play a shooting card used during that turn. The mission Dark Corners was completed. Assist Froller in killing the enemy Kadith. However, from Kadith's dying words, Froller realized there were deeper, hidden truths yet to uncover. To unravel these mysteries, he needed to gain even greater power. System rewards were promptly issued. 300 experience points, a Rebel C-Class card pack, a smoke bomb for immediate escape from combat, a B-Class blank card, and Kadith's shotgun 10 damage cannot be countered. Jiang Zhi intended to share the loot with Wu Zheng and others, but they politely declined, saying that the reward for nameless soldiers was already generous enough. Jiang Zhi quietly equipped the relics. The pain from the load effect made him uncomfortable, unlike Wu Zheng, who could bear over 200 load points without a care. An hour later, they finally emerged from the crevice. Wang Yin, who had been waiting anxiously, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them return safely. You're finally back. If you'd been any later, I would have had to send an alert to the higher-ups. Don't worry, we were well prepared, Jiang Zhi replied. That lord was just high in stats, nothing special. Wu Zheng added. Comrade Wang, Please inform the exploration team that the Lord has been eliminated, and large-scale exploration can now proceed. Wang thanked them profusely. Thanks to all of you. That Lord caused significant casualties to the exploration team. We'll complete the exploration mission before he resets. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they all went their separate ways. Jiang Zhi hurried back to rest. Wu Zheng returned to report to the military, and Wang went to organize the exploration team. Before parting, Wu Zheng asked Jiang Zhi if he was interested in joining the military. Jiang Zhi did not give an immediate answer, as he still needed time to adjust to this unfamiliar world. In the following days, the rift in this otherworldly realm fell into an eerie calm. With the fall of its lord, the entire rift world began to undergo dramatic changes. Typically, a rift faces two possible fates. Either a new lord emerges to restore order, or it enters a period of weakness until it resets. The rift where Jiang Zhi was situated clearly took the latter path. The sudden decrease in the rift's difficulty brought about unexpected changes. Once the exploration team completed their initial survey, the rift was open to the public, though this openness was only temporary, as it would return to a state of lockdown after the reset. Jiang Zhi initially planned to seize this opportunity to enter and level up by battling monsters, but reality left him disappointed. In the vast expanse of the rift, monsters seemed to have vanished, with only the occasional sighting of wandering rebel soldiers. As for the high-level rebel marauders, he encountered only 3 after an entire day of searching. Such low efficiency quickly led him to abandon his plan. In his spare time, Jiang Zhi did not idle away. He secluded himself in his room and began systematically studying the common knowledge of this world. Although the original owner was a clear-headed university student, Jiang Zhi, who was determined to explore all rifts, found this knowledge base far from sufficient. His research over these days gave him a deeper understanding of the card system in this world. He realized that his previous understanding had both strengths and shortcomings. The world's grasp of cards was neither as shallow as he had imagined, nor had it reached any great heights. The true bottleneck restricting the development of cards lay in the card-making technology. The success rate of creating cards was extremely low, especially for those powerful high-level cards, which posed a tremendous challenge to card makers. Jiang Zhi's ability to create a set of cards within 5 minutes was unheard of in this world. He could only attribute this to the special perks of being a traveler from another world. Fortunately, the authorities showed him great kindness. At this moment, Jing stood before Jiang Zhi, holding an admission letter with a beaming smile. Professor Jiang, congratulations on joining High City First Card Academy, one of the top institutions in the country. Just call me classmate. The title of professor is too much, Jiang Zhi replied, taking the letter without much interest in reading it. He directly asked, when can I report to the school? He was already tired of this remote place, especially since he had heard that High City First Card Academy had several otherworldly rifts within its campus, which intrigued him greatly. You can go now. The school has no restrictions for high-level talents like you, Jing said, adding somewhat shyly, but it's best to wait for me. I can accompany you there. Jiang Zhi looked at her skeptically. You don't look like a student. Of course not, Jing quickly clarified. I'm just an ordinary administrative staff member, going as your assistant to record your card information firsthand. Her face showed a look of longing. Thanks to you, Professor Jiang, I never dreamed I would have the chance to enter such a university. So you owe me a thank you, Jiang Zhi joked. This is necessary. Wang will be joining us. He's in charge of your security. He and I will treat you to a meal. This statement made Jiang Zhi recall the moment he saved Wang in thinking about having to enter more rifts in the future. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried for the brother who would be responsible for his safety. 2 hours later, a luxurious private villa came into view. Standing at the door, Jiang Zhi looked at the wide-eyed Jing and the equally astonished Wang beside him and couldn't help but speak up. You call this a student dormitory? Is the First Card Academy always this extravagant? What student dormitory? Jing asked, puzzled. This is for the lifetime honorary professors of the academy. It's prepared for you, big brother. Wait, wasn't I admitted as a student? Jiang Zhi was confused. There's no admission letter anymore. It's a professor's appointment letter, Jing corrected. Only then did Jiang Zhi remember that he hadn't carefully examined the document. He took the notification out of his backpack and unfolded it. It clearly stated, approved by the Card Research Institute, you are officially appointed as a lifetime honorary professor of our card-making department. As Jiang Zhi was lost in thought, a familiar voice interrupted. Jiang, my young friend, you're here early, huh? Turning around, he saw the old researcher who had claimed to be surnamed Li, accompanied by a young man and woman. The old man chuckled. How do you like my arrangements? Sorry about before, I'm not actually surnamed Li, it's Ouyang, single name phone. I'm an academician and vice president of the First Card Academy. Jiang Zhi felt like his world was collapsing. He had hoped to relive college life, but that seemed out of reach now. Suppressing his resignation, he forced a smile. Thank you, Academician Ouyang phone. This title made the 2 young people beside them uneasy. The young woman immediately spoke up. How can you address Academician Ouyang like that? Do you know his status? Ouyang Feng quickly stopped her, putting an arm around Jiang Zhi's shoulder. It's all right, Ting Ting. Let me introduce you to Professor Jiang, my close friend. We address each other as equals. This is my granddaughter, Ouyang Ting, and my student, Li Changfeng. Come, greet Professor Jiang. Don't be fooled by his youth. In card research, he's no less than me. Jiang Zhi chuckled to himself. This old man is flattering me. No less than him. Has he forgotten how many questions he asked me that day? Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng promptly apologized to Jiang Zhi. Although they didn't know him well, they were aware of Ouyang Feng's character. Anyone he held in such high regard must be extraordinary. Ouyang Feng, smiling warmly, said, Professor Jiang, there's a card-making seminar in the department tomorrow. I hope you can attend. The students here haven't seen you. They need you to make an appearance. Seeing Jiang Zhi hesitate, he leaned in and whispered, the attendance fee is a level card, covered by the school. The requirements are simple. Just talk about the load concept. No need to mention ability cards. Jiang Zhi's smile became genuinely interested. What time does it start? 1 p.m. I'll be there. I'll be there. With that, Ouyang Feng turned and walked into a villa of the same specifications next door to Jiang Zhi's. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Jiang Zhi realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by this crafty old fox. The next morning, Jiang Zhi sat at his desk, gently stroking a brand new level blank card. The allure of this card made it hard for him to look away. He was just over 4,000 experience points short of reaching level 3. Once he broke through, everyone would face a major challenge. They would have to fill their hands with 15 cards. With this level card soon in his possession, he would have 2 cards. As for level cards and above, Jiang Zhi decided to put that thought aside for now, planning to revisit it once his skills improved. While preparing his speech, he pondered Ouyang Feng's intentions. It was clear that the old professor wanted him to gradually reveal his talents, starting with this unique state of overload, and that ability cards would be revealed later. However, Jiang Zhi had already decided to be cautious with ability cards. Understanding their unique nature, he chose not to reveal this trump card for fear of becoming a target. His immediate priority was to steadily build his strength and reputation, laying the groundwork for the future. As the creator of the Nameless Soldier's card set, Jiang Zhi had a profound understanding of overload. Unfortunately, this card set had been sold to the military, and as its creator, he was bound by confidentiality until the military chose to disclose it. But Jiang Zhi had a plan. He would let the eccentric old man, Ouyang Feng, act as his shield. If anyone had doubts, they could confront him. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhi stood in front of the seminar venue, gazing up at the imposing building. It was said that all the students from the car-making department would attend. Behind him, Jingjing and Wang and seemed a bit nervous, but Jiang Zhi, the main character, remained unusually calm. He pushed open the heavy doors of the venue, walked through the corridor, and entered the preparation room at the back, where Ouyang Feng was waiting. Professor Jiang, I appreciate your effort, Ouyang Feng said with a smile. I wanted to give you a few days rest and schedule the seminar next week. Since you're here early, I'll hand this one over to you. I have great confidence in you. Talent always shines through. Ever since witnessing Jiang Zhi's Nameless Soldier's card set, especially the game-changing Tenacity card, Ouyang Feng had wanted to bring this young man into his fold. He believed Jiang Zhi's most fearsome trait wasn't his card-making talent, but his deep understanding of cards. Even negative effects could become weapons in Jiang Zhi's hands. Jiang Zhi looked at the decisive old man and shook his head internally. For the sake of that level card, he decided to let it slide this time. Ouyang Feng took the stage first. Students, I'm delighted you could join this seminar. It's my honor, but today's spotlight belongs to someone else. He will present a brand new card concept. A murmur spread through the audience. Please welcome the lifelong honorary professor from the card-making department of Haisher First Card University, Jiang Zhi. Applause of uncertain origin echoed from the audience as Jiang Zhi, dressed in a well-fitted suit, walked steadily onto the stage. His youthful, handsome face exuded a sense of calm maturity. As he approached the podium, the applause gradually faded, leaving only Ouyang Feng clapping enthusiastically. Whispers spread through the crowd. Who is this guy? Never seen him before. Isn't Ouyang the only lifetime honorary professor in the card-making department? Could he be Ouyang's illegitimate son, given the way he's being treated? Come on, Ouyang's granddaughter is older than him. Hearing these comments, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated, though he understood that his youth might naturally lead to skepticism. Clearing his throat, he got straight to the point. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Zhi. Let's skip the small talk and dive right into today's topic: negative attributes on cards. As he finished speaking, 2 red cards double shot, and cover fire appeared behind him. Jiang Zhi's explanation was orderly, albeit with some redundant parts. He chose to touch briefly upon the core mechanics, as they were detailed in the card descriptions, leaving it to the audience's understanding. After the presentation, Jiang Zhi left the stage and joined Ouyang Feng, who had invited him to sit beside him. Ouyang's 2 students, Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng, then took the stage to share their card research, which nearly lulled Jiang Zhi to sleep several times. The meeting concluded at 7 p.m. At Ouyang Feng's invitation, Jiang Zhi went to dine at the faculty cafeteria. The food was indeed exceptional, whetting Jiang Zhi's appetite. 6 people sat around the table, with the others appearing quite reserved aside from Jiang Zhi and Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng broke the silence first. Professor Jiang, are you working on the next set of cards for Gunfire Rain? Yes, Jiang Zhi nodded. I'm collecting blank cards, and once upgraded, I'll complete the Gunfire Rain set. Sounds like you have a plan? More or less. It depends on what level of blank cards I can obtain. A glint appeared in Ouyang Feng's eyes. Can I join in? I can offer an S-level blank card as a token. Achoo. Li Changfeng choked on his rice, coughing violently. Ouyang Feng's mouth twitched. S-level? Dream on. At most, a B-level. Jiang Zhi looked displeased, biting into his chicken leg. Ouyang, do you think I'm begging? The military can give me B-level cards. I need at least an A-level. Fine, I won't participate then. Why are you so against my involvement? Do you want the truth or a lie? The truth. You ask too many questions, and it's annoying. This time, it was Ouyang Ting who got choked up. Suddenly, Jiang Zhi had a flash of inspiration, remembering something he needed Ouyang's help with. However, if you agreed to 2 conditions, I'll let you into my card-making lab. Ouyang Feng perked up instantly. What are the conditions? Jiang Zhi grinned slyly. First, get me access to the interdimensional rift so I can upgrade. Second, recommend some sources for blank cards. I still need a few more. After hearing Jiang Zhi's request, Ouyang Feng frowned slightly. The first requirement for leveling up wasn't difficult. As long as Jiang Zhi asked, the military would be more than willing to help. However, the second request posed a challenge within the surrounding black markets. The types of cards each family held were almost unspoken secrets. Finding a way to get a B-level card for Jiang Zhi was indeed difficult. How about this, Xiao Jiang? Ouyang Feng suddenly brightened up. I see you have a knack for card making. Why not try high-end customization? Jiang Zhi nodded thoughtfully. He had previously learned that due to the high failure rate of making high-level cards, clients often provided 2 or even multiple blank cards as backups. If the creation was successful, the extra blank cards would belong to the card maker as compensation. If there were repeated failures, the card maker would have to bear the cost and keep trying until successful. Because of the high cost of failure, few card makers were willing to take on such work. However, for Jiang Zhi, who had never failed, it was a good opportunity. He hadn't considered this route before, mainly due to a lack of connections after all. Who would entrust such an important task to a young newcomer? No problem, but I'll need your recommendation, Academician Ouyang, Jiang Zhi said. You little rascal, now you know to call me Academician. Ouyang Feng chuckled. I can get you a pass for the rift, but a pass for high-risk areas is out of the question. Wang En's report mentions your previous record. Jiang Zhi shot a glance at Wang En, who was standing nearby, and said nonchalantly, no problem, I'll be careful. Then it settled. By the way, you'll have to wait a bit for your card deck creation. Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. The next morning, the doorbell of the villa woke Jiang Zhi from his sleep, still in his striped pajamas. Outside stood Ouyang Ting and a middle-aged man in his 30s. Excuse me, are you Professor Jiang? The man asked directly. Jiang Zhi rubbed his sleepy eyes. That's me. What can I do for you? Professor Jiang, I'm Zhou Kai, a staff member of the Academy Rift. The man handed over a tablet. Your Rift exploration application has been approved. There are currently 3 rifts within the Academy for you to choose from. Jiang Zhi took the tablet and quickly browsed through the detailed information on the 3 rifts. The Kobold village was too weak and immediately ruled out. The corrupt village was tempting, but the poison mist that caused damage every minute was too risky for him at this stage. As for the Villian Empire, Jiang Zhi's eyes lit up, recalling the empire mentioned in the Flora storyline. If this was the same empire, it would be an excellent opportunity to scout. I choose the rift of the Villian Empire, Jiang Zhi decided decisively. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai took a card from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Zhi. Professor Jiang, with this card, you can freely enter and exit the dangerous areas of the Villian Empire rift. I must remind you again, life is precious. Please strictly adhere to the exploration boundaries set by the Academy. Jiang Zhi ran a hand through his slightly disheveled hair, frowning slightly. Ever since he arrived here, it seemed like everyone was somewhat wary of him. After delivering the card, Zhou Kai hurriedly left, leaving Ouyang Ting standing by the laboratory door. She wore a crisp, white research coat, her high ponytail gently swaying with her slightest movements, exuding an air of competence. Ouyang, what brings you to me this time? Jiang Zhi asked directly. Ouyang Ting responded immediately. Professor Jiang, regarding the conditions you discussed with my grandfather yesterday, he's already working on promoting the second one for you. I'm here to confirm if you have any other specific requirements for card customization. Jiang Zhi thoughtfully stroked his chin. Speaking of requirements, I want to understand the market first. Currently, what's the going rate for a Crade blank card in Haishur? Around 50,000, Ouyang Ting answered decisively. And what about upgrade? Well, those are not readily available. Once a card reaches grade, it rarely circulates. Jiang Zhi nodded at this, a glint of interest in his eyes. All right then, I'll only take orders for grade and above. Anything else is off the table. Other requirements are negotiable. Ouyang Ting instinctively wiped her forehead as if there were sweat, her tone slightly worried. Professor Jiang, grade cards are valuable, and if there's an issue, they're hard to replace quickly. Precisely because they're rare, I want to take on grade orders, Jiang Zhi smirked. If they were easy to get, I wouldn't need Academician Ouyang's help. Ouyang Ting couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking he completely misunderstood her point. But since they were already at this stage, she'd let it be. Jiang Zhi would have to produce the cards even if it meant working tirelessly. All right, I'll publish the information as per your request, she said briefly before preparing to leave. Thanks. Jiang Zhi expressed his gratitude with satisfaction. I urgently need grade cards right now. After seeing Ouyang Ting off, Jiang Zhi quickly tidied up and prepared to leave. Wang was already waiting outside, seated in the driver's seat. Brother Wang, why haven't I seen Sister in today? Jiang Zhi asked casually after getting in the car. She's been busy handling your credentials for the National Card Tournament these days, Wang explained as he started the car. The National Card Tournament? What's that got to do with me? Jiang Zhi was puzzled. It's a big deal, Wang replied seriously. Your creation of the ability card, a new card type, has caught the attention of the higher-ups. They've specifically requested you to participate. Jiang Zhi fell into thought. The card tournament, a national event, is divided into two main parts: an academic conference discussing the latest card research findings, and a month-long card battle competition, with the top 10 winners representing the country in international competitions. Brother Wang, Sister is signing me up for the conference, right? Jiang Zhi probed. Of course, Wang nodded, then suddenly turned around as if realizing something. Wait, you're not thinking of entering the competition, are you? You're only LV2. Levels can rise quickly. Jiang Zhi dismissed the concern with a wave. By the way, are the competitors' levels really high? Not just high, Wang said gravely. Besides the age limit of under 30, you need to be at least LV5 to compete. That's not a problem. Jiang Zhi slapped his thigh, eyes sparkling with excitement. For months is plenty of time. I definitely want to join the card PvP battle. After Wang carefully confirmed Jiang Zhi's attitude, he simply shook his head. The level restrictions were in place, and whether Jiang Zhi could meet the standards was still uncertain. A massive spherical building loomed ahead as the vehicle slowly came to a stop. We've arrived, Professor Jiang. Brother Wang, just call me Xiao Jiang. The title Professor makes me a bit uncomfortable, Jiang Zhi said with a smile. Wang rolled his eyes. As long as you don't run around recklessly inside, I could call you anything you like. That wouldn't be right. It feels too formal. Jiang Zhi waved his hands dismissively. Wang pulled a map from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Zhi. This is a map of the rift in the Whalon Empire. While the rift's level isn't low, it's relatively safe as long as you avoid dangerous areas. The most important thing is, he said with a serious expression, the natives here are highly intelligent. We've had both cooperation and competition with them, so don't underestimate them. Jiang Zhi nodded in understanding. He had heard a bit about this. The natives of the rifts were categorized into two types: those that acted mechanically like programs, devoid of intelligence, and those like the Whalon Empire, where the natives were highly intelligent. Since they were considered human counterparts, the relationship was relatively amicable. Activating his card machine, Jiang Zhi decided to focus on leveling up today and not worry about anything else for the time being. After handing over his pass, he joined dozens of academy students and boarded the large elevator heading deeper inside. As he wore his professor's white lab coat, Jiang Zhi could feel the students' subtle glances. Young professors in the Department of Mechanics were always a point of interest. When the elevator reached the ground, a stunning underground rift unfolded before them, its vastness making it hard to imagine its original formation. At the entrance, Academy security and rift creatures stood guard together. The system displayed: Whalon Empire Elite Soldier, LV3, Common Grade, 180180, Friendly. Whalon Empire Centurion, LV5, Elite Grade, 999999, Friendly. The Whalon Empire soldiers were chatting amicably with the security, creating a harmonious scene. As the group entered the rift, the surroundings instantly transformed into a forest. The station soldiers were unfazed by the visitors. One soldier approached, pointing to a display screen on the wall identical to the map in Jiang Zhi's hand, and said in a businesslike manner, "Operate within the areas marked on your pass. If you encounter any creatures not matching the area's designated level, report immediately." With that, he returned to his position to continue chatting with his comrades. The students quickly formed small teams and headed towards their target areas. Jiang Zhi glanced at his pass. He was assigned to a low-risk area where only LV2 and LV3 creatures were present. Jiang Zhi advanced towards the target area alone, without seeking any assistance from his teammates. His device on his arm kept vibrating because the card's spirit, Froll, was intimately familiar with this RAF. He guessed correctly. this was once Frohl's world. Unlike the desolate front lines of the resistance, he was now facing a vast forest. The main threat to the Viren Empire here wasn't humans, but various monsters lurking among the trees. As Jiang Zhi cautiously moved forward, a nearby bush suddenly shook violently. Frohl materialized instantly, firing a precise shot at the hidden figure. It wasn't until the gunshot echoed and something heavy fell to the ground that Jiang Zhi realized he had narrowly avoided an ambush. On the ground lay a monster entwined with twisted vines. His device immediately displayed its data. Parasite, LV2, 4545. This low-health enemy didn't require Jiang Zhi to activate any special states, avoiding unnecessary loss of life points. He played a card directly, and Frohl's gun spat fire. After a round of shooting, he chose to end his turn. At the moment the turn ended, Frohl fired again. The combat log showed it was a coordinated shot skill, clearly a new ability from leveling up. This discovery sparked a new idea in Jiang Zhi. Perhaps he could design some high-cost, high-negative effect shooting cards for Frohl during his next card creation. Given Frohl's displayed intelligence, he should be able to find the optimal timing to use these cards. Monsters on the Viren Empire front lines were generally quite durable. The level 3 monsters here were enhanced versions of Vine monsters, boasting over 300 health points, almost comparable to elite chargers on the resistance front lines. However, these monsters had low attack power, making them easier to deal with for ordinary people. Jiang Zhi's speed in clearing monsters was astounding, though it came at the cost of his own health. In a short time, he had exhausted all spare medicine bottles, and his life points had halved. Without means of recovery, he had to slow down. This made him realize that he not only needed to complete Frohl's barrage of bullets quickly, but also start preparing a second deck. At the current pace, he feared he might struggle to catch up with the upcoming tournament. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to leave, Frohl suddenly stopped, standing motionless. He stared intently at an area marked as high danger on the map, his hands gripping his gun, trembling slightly. Jiang Zhi wondered if something terrifying to Frohl was hidden in this area, when Frohl abruptly turned, aiming his gun behind Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi turned cautiously, discovering 2 health bars appearing in the underbrush. Viren Empire Deserters, LV4, 500500. Realizing he was being targeted, he activated his ability, but didn't act rashly, pretending not to notice anything unusual. He slowly increased the distance from the underbrush, and the 2 health bars moved accordingly. Clearly, these guys were after him. As Jiang Zhi ended his turn, the 2 monsters, realizing they were exposed, abandoned their cover and leaped out of the underbrush. Jiang Zhi didn't make a rash move. Instead, he cautiously observed the situation before him. Flor had quietly moved behind him, her handgun steadily aimed at the 2 creatures clad in Imperial armor. It was this heavy military gear that made the defense of these deserters exceptionally formidable. With furrowed brows, Jiang Zhi quickly calculated the battle scenario. His supply of tools was limited, and facing these 2 level 4 creatures heat-in didn't promise a high chance of victory. To safely resolve the battle, he needed to offset the damage in the opening rounds to ensure his own safety. The 2 deserters simultaneously raised their rifles, the dark muzzles aimed at Jiang Zhi's face, and pulled the triggers without hesitation. The system notification standard shot, causing 35 points of damage, appeared immediately. Flor reacted instantly, raising her hand and firing a shot. The bullets collided in midair but failed to completely neutralize the attack, as a burst of blood appeared on Jiang Zhi's shoulder. Thanks to the protection of the game rules, Jiang Zhi didn't feel intense pain, only a slight numbness in his shoulder. His status bar now displayed a weakened debuff, reducing his output by 25. The situation was dire, and Jiang Zhi decisively chose to retreat. However, the deserters were prepared. One of them suddenly produced a rope. With a flick of his wrist, the rope accurately ensnared Jiang Zhi's ankle. The system immediately alerted him. Affected by capture rope, you are temporarily unable to leave the battle. Jiang Zhi's heart sank. This equipment hadn't been mentioned in Wang An's previous intel. Clearly, this was a carefully orchestrated ambush. He quickly pulled out a smoke bomb. In this unknown situation with a significant level gap, continuing the fight was tantamount to courting death. Thick smoke quickly enveloped the area, swallowing the figures of all 3. When it cleared, only the 2 deserters remained, looking at each other in confusion. Damn, he got away, one said anxiously. If the captain finds out, he'll have our hides. Don't panic, the other replied with a glint of malice in his eyes. It's the effect of a special tool. He can't have gone far. Let's chase him. The 2 promptly chose a direction and hurried off, never suspecting that Jiang Zhi hadn't left at all. After deploying the smoke bomb, he had slipped into the nearby bushes, observing silently. In his view, the most dangerous place was often the safest, as the enemy would never expect him to hide right there. Through this encounter, Jiang Zhi gleaned some critical information, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Why would deserters appear in this low-risk area? More suspiciously, these 2 deserters' equipment was pristine, without any signs of battle. Their levels far exceeded those of the soldiers guarding the rift, and without special reasons, they couldn't have become deserters. The answer was clear: they weren't real deserters, but imposters deliberately arranged by someone. Jiang Zhi stood amidst the grass, his brow furrowed. Was the Empire's real target himself, or the First Card Academy? This question lingered in his mind. After ensuring there was no further movement around him, he decisively stood up and quickly headed towards the safe zone. The Empire's choice to act in such a remote area clearly indicated that they were wary of operating within the safe zone. What he saw along the way confirmed his suspicions: the soldiers patrolling the low-risk area had noticeably decreased, evidently redeployed elsewhere. The sudden arrival of high-level soldiers and the early withdrawal of patrols all pointed to a carefully orchestrated operation. Jiang Zhi felt a sense of urgency. Time was running out. If he couldn't escape quickly, once those two soldiers reported back, he might not be able to get away. When he finally reached the entrance, he was surprised to find that the interdimensional rift hadn't been sealed. He quickly composed himself, putting on a disappointed expression as if his exploration had failed. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers, he nonchalantly passed through the rift and took the elevator back to the surface. Wang was waiting anxiously by the car. Jiang Zhi hurried over, gave a brief greeting, and urged, "Brother Wang, we need to find Academician Ouyang immediately." Sensing the seriousness in Jiang Zhi's demeanor, Wang became alert. Something happened? Jiang Zhi simply nodded, signaling with his eyes to drive quickly, fearing that people from the violent empire might follow through the rift. Once they were away from the rift, Jiang Zhi took out his phone. His contact list was simple, with only 3 numbers: Wang Yun and Jing and Ouyang Feng. Although he was aware of the Academy's progress in exploring the interdimensional rift, he believed Vice President Ouyang Feng would have deep insights into the violent empire. The call was promptly answered, and Ouyang Feng's gentle voice came through. "Ah, Professor Jiang, how's the exploration going?" Jiang Zhi chuckled wryly. "Academician Ouyang, I encountered 2 level 4 monsters in the low-risk area. Are you hurt? Such occurrences are rare, but high-risk zone monsters do sometimes wander." "If it were just wandering, I wouldn't be reaching out to you," Jiang Zhi replied seriously. "These 2 monsters were equipped with tools specifically targeting humans. Luckily, I had some means to protect myself, or I might not have made it back." He then recounted the entire encounter in detail. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Ouyang Feng slowly spoke. "Leave this matter to me. The violent empire wouldn't dare confront the Academy's leadership. They generally maintain a friendly stance towards us, so you needn't worry." Jiang Zhi was taken aback. "Are you suggesting someone within the Academy is targeting me? The Academy isn't entirely under national control, which is our oversight. We thought our confidentiality measures were robust, but evidently, they're not. However, don't worry, they won't act openly. Give me some time, and I'll handle it." Jiang Zhi wanted to agree, but he knew time was of the essence for him. With the upcoming competition in a few months, he was determined to win and couldn't afford any delays. He had to advance to level 3 as soon as possible to fully harness the power of the cards. Jiang Zhi stared at the experience points in front of him, just 2,000 points away from leveling up. He frowned, knowing that completing the LV3 promotion card set upgrade would solve many of his limitations. However, his current situation put him in a difficult position. Not only was he trapped here, but bafflingly, the attack came from someone within the Academy, and he had no idea of their motives. With no other choice, Jiang Zhi decided to postpone his upgrade plans and return to his courtyard to wait for news. Fortunately, Ouyang Feng was efficient, and within 1 or 2 hours, his call came through. "Hello, is this Professor Jiang?" "Academician Ouyang, please go ahead. I've looked into it. Although there's no concrete evidence, we've basically identified who targeted you." "Who is it? Remember I mentioned before that the Academy isn't entirely under official control? Half of it is actually in the hands of several major consortia and Haishur. Specifically, the one targeting you this time is the Zhou Consortium." Ouyang Feng's words immediately reminded Jiang Zhi of the middle-aged man who had handed him a card that morning. "Zhou Kai. I don't think I've offended them, have I?" Jiang Zhi asked, puzzled. A slightly awkward tone came from the other end of the line. "Actually, there is some history. There is indeed a conflict between you and the Zhou Consortium, but it shouldn't have been enough for them to target you like this." Jiang Zhi's brow furrowed, sensing the uncertainty in Academician Ouyang's words. "What conflict?" "The Zhou Consortium was originally the main partner of the military, but since the military acquired an additional card set, they no longer valued Zhou's card set as much, affecting their interests." Jiang Zhi was speechless. This was an undeserved disaster. The military made the request, Haishi's officials brokered the deal, yet instead of going after those 2, the Zhou Consortium targeted him as the easy target. "Academician Ouyang, this clearly isn't my responsibility. If they are so blatantly attacking me, and you can't provide a reasonable explanation, I'll leave here today." "Give me a week," Ouyang Feng said, rubbing his temples. "I promise I'll give you a satisfactory answer." "You said it. If there's no response in a week, or if the response doesn't satisfy me, I'll go directly to the military for protection." After the call ended, Ouyang Feng's expression turned grim. The Zhou Consortium? They really don't know their limits. Keeping them around was a courtesy, and now they dare to act so brazenly. Meanwhile, within an interdimensional rift, a person in a black robe was speaking with two figures who appeared to be generals. General Omar, General Lin. Can you tell me where the person I'm looking for is? General Omar, mounted on a tall horse, looked sternly at the black-robed figure beside his horse. The information you provided was incorrect. That kid Jiang Zhi has a special tool to escape combat. The people I sent hadn't even finished the fight before he forcibly disengaged. Lin, dressed almost identically, scoffed. Mr. Zhou, the information you provided was flawed from the start. How dare you come here to blame us? He pointed out the hooded man's mistake to gain the upper hand in their conversation. Unexpectedly, the hooded man responded assertively. It was your people who lost track, General Lin. This has nothing to do with us. Also, remember, this order came from your emperor. If you failed, you only have yourself to blame. He raised a finger. Remember, you have only one more chance. I can provide you with anything else, but I must get that card. Lin was infuriated. He was, after all, a level 6 border officer, now being scolded harshly. The hooded man turned and slowly walked away, a shadow trailing behind him as he headed for the exit. With nothing to do, Jiang Zhi waited at home until the afternoon. As he pondered how to deal with the Zhou family, there was another knock on his door. Opening it, he found Ouyang Ting accompanied by another man he didn't recognize. Jiang Zhi, lacking enthusiasm, said, "What can I do for you two? If there's nothing, you can leave." Ouyang Ting, aware of Jiang Zhi's recent attack, wasn't upset. However, the man beside her frowned. She turned to him and said, "Uncle Yu, this is the card maker my grandfather mentioned." She then addressed Jiang Zhi. "Professor Jiang, do you remember your request from yesterday? He's the one recommended by my grandfather to make the card." The man nodded politely. "Yu Xinrui, I heard from Academician Ouyang that there's a card maker here capable of producing cards above level, so I came to see." Realizing it was business, Jiang Zhi's demeanor improved, and he offered a formal smile. "Please, come in, come in." Inside the villa, after they sat down, Jiang Zhi casually handed them bottles of water. "What kind of card would you like to make, Mr. Yu? I can handle it, but there's a requirement for additional compensation." Yu Xinrui nodded in understanding, taking 3 cards from his pocket, 1 charged and 2 blank cards. Jiang Zhi examined them closely. The charged card, labeled B, required 3 energy and doubled the next damage. Apart from the card face, the rest was transparent, indicating it was a universal card. Its description was simple, but its effect was powerful. The 2 blank cards were for materials and compensation, respectively. Jiang Zhi nodded and said, "All right, leave all 3 cards with me, and you can pick them up at the same time tomorrow." Yu Xinrui agreed without hesitation. "Of course, Professor Jiang." Ouyang Ting looked concerned, seemingly wanting to warn Jiang Zhi, but held back due to the cordial atmosphere between Jiang Zhi and Yu Xinrui. After a few more words, Yu Xinrui left the villa decisively. Only then did Ouyang Ting speak. "Professor Jiang, this charged card isn't easy to make. Due to its powerful effect, most card makers struggle with it." Jiang Zhi perked up. "Oh? How so?" "Uncle Yu's card needs to match the official guide's effect, but the one you have is a damaged version, with incomplete effects." After listening to Ouyang Ting's account, Jiang Zhi carefully recalled and suddenly realized a discrepancy. He remembered that the effect of the charge-up card seemed different from what Yu Xinrui described. He immediately checked the official guide and indeed found a difference. The official guide stated that charge-up could trigger a double effect twice, while the card Yu Xinrui provided could only trigger it once. Jiang Zhi thoughtfully stroked his chin. This discovery prompted new questions about the card system in this world. Ouyang Ting noticed the change in his expression and quickly explained, "Professor Jiang, Uncle Yu didn't do it on purpose. He doesn't have the full version of Charge Up himself, so he might have assumed you knew about this." "No problem." Jiang Zhi waved his hand. "I'm just curious why the same card has different effects." This statement left Ouyang Ting stunned. She looked at Jiang Zhi incredulously. "You didn't even know this? How did you dare to take on this task?" She paused. "I thought, as a card creator, you would know this well. But from your reaction just now, it seems you aren't very familiar, so I wanted to remind you." Ouyang Ting collected her thoughts and explained in detail. Cards inherently have quality differences, and this is especially evident in custom-made cards. Talented card creators can maximize a card's potential, while those lacking talent produce subpar versions, like the charge-up you just saw. "I see." Jiang Zhi nodded in understanding. "The cards I've made have always been at their highest effect, so if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known cards could vary like this." Ouyang Ting's expression froze momentarily. She had never met such a unique person. Just then, she saw Jiang Zhi casually pick up a blank card, which immediately emitted a dazzling white light. This was a hallmark phenomenon of card creation, yet Jiang Zhi could do it without entering a card-making room? Jiang Zhi didn't intend to hide his ability. Since his information was available in official records, he thought it better to showcase his skills openly. which might help Ouyang Ting bring in more clients. Soon, the white light on the card faded, revealing clear text. Charge up, be level, energy cost 3, next 3 hits double. Ouyang Ting's eyes widened. Professor Jiang, isn't the official guide only 2 times? Why is yours 3? Jiang Zhi calmly and nonchalantly replied. I thought it could be enhanced during creation, so I added 1 more. What's the issue? Did you Xinrue specifically want the 2-time version? Not that uncle you insisted on 2 times, but isn't 3 a bit much? Ouyang Ting understood that the cards in the official guide usually represented their most perfect state, but now it seemed otherwise. It's fine, 3 times is more than enough, Jiang Zhi said casually. Writing 4 times would be a bit tricky. Maybe the card's internal potential isn't enough. If I remember next time, I can give it a try. Can it really be 4 times? Ouyang Ting's voice was filled with astonishment. Ouyang Ting watched the young man in front of her display his astonishing talent and finally understood why her grandfather valued Jiang Zhi, who had suddenly appeared so highly. With his card-making abilities, not only did he deserve a professorship, but he could also easily claim the top position in the card-making department, and no one would dare to object. Professor Jiang, if you don't mind, can I record this card and upload it to the official compendium? Ouyang Ting asked cautiously. That's fine, Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. By the way, Ting, remember to bring me more clients. I'm about to level up to LV3 and I'm short on cards. Are you planning to make a complete deck with all level cards? That's too extravagant. Ouyang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Zhi shook his head with a slight smile. Of course not. Level isn't enough. So please help me find some level clients. S-level would be great too. Ouyang Ting wore a slightly awkward polite smile, feeling that if she didn't leave soon, she might start doubting her own abilities. Professor Jiang, I'll leave you to rest now. All right, come by any time. I won't see you out, Jiang Zhi said as Ouyang Ting quickly grabbed the 2 charged cards and almost fled the room. By the way, Jiang Zhi's voice called from behind. After uploading, send this card to Yu Xinrue. Watching Ouyang Ting leave, Jiang Zhi picked up the last blank card on the table, a smug smile appearing on his face. This was the 3rd card, and he secretly hoped that Ouyang's influence would bring him more clients. Jiang Zhi pondered that to enhance floor strength, he would probably need cards above level next. He even considered whether to phase out the cards below level. But all of this could wait until he reached LV3. For now, the most important task was to collect blank cards and level up. Floor's subsequent missions were crucial and might unlock more powerful abilities. Another pressing issue was collecting recovery items. On the resistance front lines, the locals often brought small medicine bottles, which had made him overlook his lack of healing abilities. In contrast, the items dropped by the parasites of the Villian Empire were quite disappointing, like the broken bone that dealt 5 points of damage once per turn, practically useless, only good for selling. Now that he had a card channel, the only hassle was the Zhou group. They were blocking nearby, making leveling up difficult. With this in mind, Jiang Zhi called Wang in. Wang, are you there? What's up, Professor Jiang? Is there a place to buy items? There is. The official has an offline item store, but it involves points, so you need to go in person. No problem, Wang. Please take me there this afternoon. An hour later, Wang brought Jiang Zhi to the city center's department store. Looking at the familiar building, Jiang Zhi asked in confusion. This is the official points store? I've been here before. How did I not notice? Wang gave a knowing smile. It's normal you didn't notice. The official store is actually in a special interdimensional rift, information only disclosed once you formally join the official department. They reached the top floor of the department store, where several guards were on strict watch. After Wang showed his credentials, they were allowed to pass. Jiang Zhi opened the door to find a staircase extending upwards. Jiang Zhi stood at the staircase entrance, looking back at Wang with confusion. By all accounts, this should have been the top floor, yet there was still another flight of stairs leading upward. Without overthinking it, he stepped onto the staircase, and the scene before him suddenly changed. You have entered a possible floor. With this system notification, Jiang Zhi found himself inside a vast shopping mall. All around him were products related to cards, blank cards, various tools, and a wide array of card packs, with bustling shoppers everywhere. Jiang Zhi was momentarily at a loss, while Wang stood by, appearing quite familiar with the place. Is this your first time at the store, sir? Do you need a guide? A clear female voice asked. Jiang Zhi turned to see a smiling saleswoman looking at him. Yes, it's my first time. But no need, Jiang Zhi replied, gesturing to Wang beside him. The saleswoman wisely stepped aside. Professor Jiang, what kind of tools do you need? I'll take you there, Wang offered. Wang, please stop calling me Professor Jiang. Just call me Xiao Jiang, Jiang Zhi said. Wang showed a trace of awkwardness. All right, you've mentioned it a few times, Xiao Jiang. I need some recovery tools and relics, Jiang Zhi stated directly. Also, I have some card packs and unwanted cards to sell. Is there a channel for that here? Of course, this is the largest official market, Wang replied, then suddenly looked puzzled. You're selling cards again? Are you updating your deck? No, Just selling off some junk cards I opened earlier and 2 cards I've eliminated from my deck. I have no use for them, Jiang Zhi explained. 2 eliminated cards? Can I buy them? Wang asked with interest. Is there a problem with that? These are from your card spirit deck. Even if they're eliminated, they still show their past strength, Wang said honestly. If you become famous someday, these 2 initial cards that accompanied you could become priceless. Jiang Zhi was touched by Wang's straightforwardness. All right, Wang, I'll give these 2 to you. They're both covering fire, and I have no use for them, he said, pulling 2 cards from his pocket. These were cards Head made when he didn't understand the world's mechanics and were now useless to his current deck. Thanks, Xiao Jiang, Wang said gratefully, accepting the cards. I'll first take you to trade your card packs and check your VIP points. There should be privileges for direct purchases. They headed toward the center of the mall, where a massive service platform stood, crowded with people. Seeing the long line, Jiang Zhi felt a bit worried, but Wang led him straight to the VIP fast track. Jiang Zhi stood in front of the VIP entrance, skillfully raising his card reader for a swift swipe. As a professor, he was quite accustomed to such privileges. With a soft click, the VIP door opened. Entering the VIP area, he was greeted by an atmosphere of tranquility, starkly different from the outside. A few guests were attending to their own business, and Jiang Zhi headed straight to an available counter, raising his card reader to the sensor. Hello, Mr. Jiang Zhi. What can I assist you with today? The male staff member behind the counter asked with a smile. Could you check the balance of my account points, please? Certainly. Please hold on a moment. After a quick operation, the staff reported. Mr. Jiang, you currently have 60,000 points remaining. Is there anything else I can help you with? Instead of answering immediately, Jiang Zhi opened his card reader and retrieved a series of items from his personal panel. A thick stack of card packs resembling bricks, dozens of standard cards, a few broken bones, and a small supply pack. These items quickly filled the service counter, causing the staff member to break into a cold sweat, especially at the sight of the supply pack, which he instantly recognized as a low-grade relic from years of experience. The staff member quickly switched to a professional mode and began estimating. Mr. Jiang, the card packs by level are, level at 10 points, a level at 50 points, level at 1,000 points. For the cards, level is 1 point, a level is 10 points, the level is 100 points. These items are 1 point each, and all cards combined are worth 5,043 points. As for the relic, it requires a professional appraisal, which will take about 3 days. We'll provide a specific price afterward. How does that sound? Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. Leave them here for appraisal, and transfer the points to my account once it's done. Is there anything else you need? Jiang Zhi tapped the table lightly. Do you have any restorative relics here? I'm very sorry, the staff explained. Relics only appear on elite and lord level monsters. The one you have is a protective type, and restorative relics are even rarer. They are immediately purchased once they appear, and we currently have none in stock. Jiang Zhi stroked his chin. The answer was unexpected, yet made sense. Then show me the restorative items. The system shows we have 55,863 restorative items available. Do you have specific criteria? Filter for those restoring more than 10 health points, sorted by price from low to high. The staff member quickly performed the operation and handed the tablet with the filtered results to Jiang Zhi. Looking at the prices, Jiang Zhi frowned. Small health potion level restores 10 health points, priced at 100 points. Bandages level restores 12 health points, priced at 120 points. These prices even exceeded those of level cards, which was quite frustrating. As night fell, Jiang Zhi returned to his villa and checked his personal inventory. 50 various recovery items were neatly arranged, a testament to his recent gains. He had considered purchasing a few grade blank cards, but quickly abandoned the idea when he saw the official price of 100,000 points per card. Though the price was outrageous, it was a necessary deterrent. Those who truly possessed grade blank cards rarely chose to sell them through official channels. The pricing served as a safeguard to prevent more people from being deceived. For Jiang Zhi, it was more practical to take on more orders through Ouyang than to waste time here. This week, Jiang Zhi spent his time at the First Card Academy in a calm and fulfilling manner. However, his reputation quietly spread among the top circles of Haishir Sitya. Genius capable of flawlessly crafting grade cards was destined to be noticed. Initially, Yuxin Rui, who placed the first order, thought Jiang Zhi was just a protege recommended by Ouyang Feng and was merely doing a favor. But when he received the finished products delivered by Ouyang the same afternoon he ordered them, and the quality of those cards surpassed the official catalog's highest records, Yuxin Rui immediately became an enthusiastic advocate for Jiang Zhi. In just 7 days, Jiang Zhi received 26 orders for grade cards, reaping significant rewards. This was thanks to his astonishing card-making speed. To Ouyang, Jiang Zhi wasn't crafting cards, he was printing them. He never visited the card-making room, and each grade card was completed in under 10 seconds, making him seem like an anomaly. However, a week later, Jiang Zhi suddenly announced he was pausing orders. The reason was simple. he needed to level up. During this time, he and Ouyang Feng had been wary of the Zhou family's actions, but their silence was unusual. Although Ouyang Feng was convinced the previous incident was orchestrated by the Zhou family, without concrete evidence, he couldn't act rashly against board members as a vice principal. Both sides were in a strange stalemate. But Jiang Zhi was tired of waiting. In his view, it was better to take the initiative than to remain on the defensive. At his request, Ouyang Feng acquired a pass to the Kobold tribe through private channels, aiming to bypass the Zhou family's surveillance and allow Jiang Zhi to focus on leveling up. Late at night, Jiang Zhi left the villa alone. He wrapped himself tightly, revealing only his eyes. As he walked through the academy, students out for a night run instinctively avoided his mysterious figure. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhi arrived at the interdimensional rift near the villa area. The square at the rift's edge was bustling with students eager to team up, their enthusiasm palpable. Jiang Zhi walked to the opening of the rift, and his special attire quickly caught the attention of the security personnel. The guards paused for a moment, then promptly allowed him to pass. Professor Jiang, one of the security personnel, cautioned, "It's best to wait for more people before entering the Kobold tribe area. Going alone could be dangerous." "No worries, I'll retreat immediately if there's any danger," Jiang Zhi responded nonchalantly, handing over his pass. Clearly, Ouyang Feng had already made arrangements, but the formalities still needed to be observed. As he stepped into the spatial rift, he found himself in an area shrouded in darkness. Dotted green lights flickered among the grass health indicators, showing 40 standard kobolds, each with 40 health points, and 2 elite ones with a hefty 150 health points. The kobolds watched him warily, maintaining a safe distance. Jiang Zhi instantly understood the warning from the security personnel. The reason students were advised to travel in groups was to handle the kobolds that might launch a sudden attack. Facing such a large number of enemies, Jiang Zhi refrained from acting rashly. He opened his card device and loaded the Rain of Bullets deck, drawing 7 blank A-level cards. Since the kobolds intended to win by numbers, he needed to prepare thoroughly. As white light flashed, the cards activated one by one. 2. Regeneration Armor cards. Cost 2 energy, gaining 4 armor with each hit taken. 1 Thorn Barrier card. Cost 2 energy, providing 16 armor and reflecting 4 damage. 2 Stack Armor cards. Cost 0 energy, granting 2 armor and drawing a card. 2 Shield Bash cards. Cost 2 energy, dealing damage equal to current armor value. Upon activation, a small green turtle-shaped card spirit materialized, settling directly atop his head. Jiang Zhi tried to brush it away, only to find that the intangible entity was beyond his reach. "Can't you choose a better spot? You'll be ignored like this," Jiang Zhi complained in vain, as the card spirit paid no attention. With no one around, Jiang Zhi promptly activated Regeneration Armor and charged at the Kobold group. They reacted swiftly, firing dozens of poison arrows that all struck Jiang Zhi's armor. This barrage actually granted him over 70 points of armor, with only the 2 elite kobolds inflicting significant damage. In the second round, Jiang Zhi unleashed the Thorn Barrier without hesitation. With his stacked armor exceeding 70 points, he aimed a shield bash at one of the elite kobolds, knocking it to the ground instantly. Jiang Zhi's shield bash was incredibly powerful, dealing over 70 points of damage. As he swung his shield with great force, it struck the kobold elite squarely. The kobold immediately fell to its knees, its once fierce eyes turning clearly terrified by the blow. The kobold elite's mind was racing, instinctively urging it to flee for its life. However, its subordinates had put down their blowguns and picked up their worn-out clubs, charging at Jiang Zhi and blocking its escape route. The elite kobold decided to play dead, lying motionless on the ground. This was a survival trick it had successfully used many times in the Try Playing Dead when facing an unbeatable opponent. Jiang Zhi looked at the clearly feigning elite monster and couldn't help but chuckle. "Playing dead counts as a skill? Do you think I can't see you?" However, he didn't immediately go for the kill, as another intact kobold elite had already started retreating. The system prompt showed. Escaping, gains 20 points of armor. Next turn escape, armor becomes ineffective after being shattered. "You're already here, why not stay and feel my shield?" Jiang Zhi chuckled, delivering another shield bash that knocked the fleeing kobold to the ground. As for the remaining ordinary kobolds, he didn't bother with them, knowing they would be cleared out in a few rounds. Sure enough, 2 rounds later, both elite kobolds fell, turning into experience points for Jiang Zhi. Gained 40 experience points too. Although no equipment dropped, the experience alone was enough to satisfy Jiang Zhi. The remaining ordinary kobolds continued their futile assault, but Jiang Zhi took his time, leisurely taking out 1 or 2 each round. About 10 rounds later, the ground was littered with kobold corpses, and the system prompt chimed in again. Gained 10 experience points 38. With nearly 500 experience points gained, Jiang Zhi was in high spirits, feeling closer to leveling up. He continued deeper into the tribe, the sporadic kobolds he encountered posing no threat. Realizing that additional kobolds joining the fray wouldn't interrupt his combat state, he abandoned using shield bash and maintained his combat state as he pressed on. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded in the tribe. A figure was strolling leisurely ahead, trailed by at least 50 kobolds trying to bite him ferociously. Yet, the figure seemed unfazed, as if taking a walk, and the kobolds occasionally dropped dead, disappearing into particles of light. Watching his experience bar steadily climb, Jiang Zhi's mood improved even more. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the academy, a leveling squad of over a dozen freshmen had assembled. Their target was this very kobold tribe. Although the monsters in the rift weren't particularly strong, their sheer numbers posed a risk if the squad was undermanned. At the forefront of the group was a tall girl named Bai Shuiying, a special recruit of the First Card Academy. As the youngest daughter of the prominent Bai family from Haishur, she was here not only to study but also to build her own influence. Her card machine was white, reflecting a unique, pure sheen in the sunlight that starkly contrasted with the ordinary white card machines of the other students. Is everyone ready? Bai Shuiying scanned the group. Ready, Miss Bai. The team responded in unison. Remember, those with high armor need to be at the front to take the damage. I'll handle the critical hits, Bai Shuiying said seriously. If you can't hold, fall back immediately. Don't push yourself. Those in the back, don't rush to use your cards. Wait until the situation calls for it. Understood. Let's move. However, when the impressive group reached the rift's exit, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Only two lone kobolds stood there. Bai Shuiying frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Damn it, this time slot was supposed to be ours. Why is someone else in the rift? She quickly commanded the team to take down the two kobolds and led them onward. The path ahead was eerily empty, not even a shadow of a kobold in sight. The kobolds respawn every 10 minutes. Whoever it is shouldn't be far. Bai Shuiying quickened her pace. We have to catch up, or the credits we spent to enter the rift will be wasted. When the team reached the entrance of the kobold tribe, the sight before them left everyone speechless. In the center of the tribe, a living mountain made up of countless kobolds was writhing, numbering nearly 300. Beside this mountain stood an intimidating figure, a kobold shaman, a level 3 lord class boss with 3,100 health points. Suddenly, a shadow of a shield shot out from the writhing mass, crashing heavily onto the lord. Bai Shuiying's pupils contracted. The strike dealt over 300 damage, a power level that only a few experts above level 5 in her family could achieve. Miss Bai, should we help? A male student asked nervously. No need, Bai Shuiying shook her head. That's a master focusing on the fight. We shouldn't interfere. She abandoned the idea of confronting the situation and instead wanted to see who this powerful individual capable of soloing a lord was. She thought to herself, could it be one of the professors from the academy? Her father often said that the First Card Academy in Haishur was full of hidden talents, and today she finally witnessed it. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi, at the center of the mountain, was quite helpless. He had been enthusiastically fighting monsters and had not noticed the lord's presence. By the time he realized, the lord had already summoned over 30 small kobolds to besiege him. Although he was sure he wasn't in any real danger, he was frustrated that these summoned creatures didn't grant any experience points. Surrounded by countless kobolds, Jiang Zhi could no longer see the lord's position. That previous strike was a rare opportunity he had managed to seize. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled slightly. As the number of small kobolds increased, his shield's smash damage would only grow higher. He decided to stop using his thorn barrier, allowing these minions to stack his shield, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to the lord. On the sidelines, Bai Shuiying and the others watched with their hearts in their throats as the kobold mountain piled higher and higher. If not for the occasional flash of a shield silhouette proving that the person inside was still alive, they would have thought that person had already met a grim fate. Fortunately, the kobold lord's main ability was summoning, which Jiang Zhi could handle without much difficulty. He swung his shield, launching fierce strikes repeatedly. The kobold lord seemed to sense something was amiss in the battle and immediately stopped summoning more kobolds, but it was too late. Jiang Zhi's target had always been him alone. Jiang Zhi knew that if he had to deal with the kobolds one by one, it would probably take until the next morning. However, his attacks didn't slow down a bit, with the shadow of his shield carving sharp trajectories through the air. Finally, the moment was ripe, and Jiang Zhi seized the last opportunity, delivering a powerful shield strike that sent the lord crashing to the ground. The shield landed heavily, taking away the lord's last bit of health. The kobold lord let out an unwilling roar and collapsed with a loud cry. In an instant, the kobolds surrounding Jiang Zhi screamed in unison and vanished into the air. Just as Jiang Zhi was joyfully preparing to check the lord's body, the battle log made him freeze, and Plessis was still in combat, and the battle timer had extended from 60 seconds to 120 seconds. This meant someone had maliciously initiated a PK against him. Jiang Zhi turned to look at Bai Shuiying and the other students, but found that none of them showed any health bars, indicating that the person who initiated the PK was not among these students. As he was wondering, a crossbow bolt suddenly shot out from a nearby hut, hitting his armor with a crisp clang. A figure emerged from the hut, clapping as they spoke. Professor Jiang, impressive skills, handling a level 3 lord all by yourself. Jiang Zhi responded coolly. Are you with Zhou's group? The figure smiled and said, it doesn't matter who I'm with. What matters, Professor Jiang, is that I'm here to borrow something from you. Here to take my head? Jiang Zhi shrugged dismissively. Of course not, Professor Jiang. I want to borrow a card from you. Which one? The burning will. What if I refuse? Then I'll have to take it myself. Before the words were finished, the figure saw a shield shadow coming towards them, and they were suddenly terrified. Only then did they realize Jiang Zhi's deck actually contained 2 of such cards previously. Jiang Zhi had only used it once per turn, leading them to believe that was his limit. In a hurry, the figure set up several shield shadows in front of themselves, but they were useless against Jiang Zhi's fierce shield strike. Breaking through the shields, piercing armor, and delivering a headshot, all in one swift motion. With a terrifying 500-point damage, the figure's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only the card machine intact, protected by the rules. As Jiang Zhi stepped forward to check the card machine's contents, a cloud of black mist suddenly surged from the machine, followed by a loud bang as the machine shattered into countless pieces. Jiang Zhi sighed in disappointment, but knew there was nothing he could do. Jiang Zhi furrowed his brow, fully aware that delaying any longer would make the situation even more dangerous. In the next round, his armor would vanish, and he couldn't switch decks during combat. Having already experienced death once, he knew he couldn't afford any carelessness. Without hesitation, even though he hadn't extracted any useful information, he decisively struck down the shadowy figure. The system notification chimed in timely. You have received a Clevel Kobold Card Pack 1, 200 experience points. Level up. Relieved, Jiang Zhi surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the ambusher was indeed alone. As he turned to face the students who had been observing the battle, they all stared at the top of his head, a hint of panic in their eyes. Bai Shuiying stepped forward first, her voice slightly tense. Professor, we came to explore the rift. We didn't expect you to take down the rift's lord all by yourself. Jiang Zhi nodded, recognizing a few familiar faces, and then said, the creatures inside have already been cleared by me. If you want to hunt, you'll have to wait a while. The students, however, didn't mind this news. Witnessing the professor single-handedly defeat the lord was already worthwhile for them. Had Jiang Zhi not made the sudden move to kill the shadowy figure, some students might have approached to learn card battle techniques. A male student mustered the courage to ask, we didn't know a professor would clear the field tonight. Could you tell us your name and department? We need to request a credit refund from the academy. Jiang Zhi, Card Creation Department, he replied succinctly. Bai Shuiying's gaze remained fixed on the top of Jiang Zhi's head, and she couldn't help but ask, Professor Jiang, is that green turtle your card spirit? This question sent a chill down Jiang Zhi's spine, and he realized why the students had been staring at his head. His expression turned dangerous, and he internally debated whether to keep them silent. Sensing Jiang Zhi's sharp gaze, Bai Shuiying trembled slightly and quickly added, just curious, that's all. After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Zhi sighed. He shut down his card machine, took out the green deck, and switched to the Bullets and Barrage deck, then admitted calmly, yes, it is my card spirit. Bai Shuiying wanted to ask more, but Jiang Zhi waved his hand to interrupt. Disperse now, go get your credits refunded from the academy. A murder just happened here. Remember to report to the school that someone attacked me. Only then did the group recall the gruesome scene from earlier. They nodded in agreement and quickly left the tribe area. Jiang Zhi approached the corpse to search for clues about its identity, but found nothing. He had anticipated this outcome as one of the major factions entrenched in the academy. The Zhou family wouldn't make such a basic mistake. But this led to a more troubling question. How did the Zhou family learn about his card information? Jiang Zhi sat in the corner, carefully piecing together the information. His card deck configuration had always been a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. He began to systematically investigate potential sources of the leak. Official figures like Li Mingyang and Ouyang Feng were immediately ruled out if they intended to deal with him. The rift in the rebels' dimension would have been the perfect opportunity, without the need to wait until now. Similarly, Li Changfeng and Ouyang Ting from the academy were unlikely suspects, as they were unaware of the existence of the Burning Will card. His gaze shifted to his trusted aides nearby. And Jing had been absent recently, with only occasional updates on registration progress, almost completely out of touch. As for Wang En, ever since becoming his personal bodyguard, he had stayed within a 100-meter radius, a shadow that never strayed. Moreover, Jiang Zhi had deliberately kept Wang En out of the loop for this particular operation, with only Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Ting aware of the pass. Suddenly, Jiang Zhi's pupils contracted as a thought struck him. Wang En's 2 colleagues. As security personnel, they could also upload combat records. This realization made his heart skip a beat. However, he quickly calmed down, remembering that combat records only contained brief descriptions of card effects without detailed explanations. The Zhou group likely hadn't fully grasped the card's specific mechanics, but the significant damage boost from Burning Will had clearly piqued their interest. This explained why the mysterious person had focused solely on Burning Will today, rather than other ability cards. With this analysis, Jiang Zhi felt slightly relieved. Although the situation was dangerous, there was still room to maneuver. The Zhou group had allied with the Villian Empire, driven by mutual interests. But Jiang Zhi was certain that the Zhou group wouldn't share his information with other corporations. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just one person approaching him today. He glanced down at the card machine, noticing the red light flickering erratically, a sign of impending collapse. With the card deck limit increasing, it was time to create new cards. Satisfied that there was no further value in exploration here, Jiang Zhi decided to leave the rift. On his way out, he passed by several kobold corpses, dissipating into light, likely remnants from the earlier student group. As he exited the rift, he encountered the same group of students arguing with staff over the return of their credits. The staff member appeared skeptical until Jiang Zhi emerged. Suddenly, all the students pointed towards him. The staff member quickly approached him. "Excuse me, are you Professor Jiang from the card-making department?" "Yes, I am," Jiang Zhi nodded. "Professor Jiang, these students reported an incident of malicious PK inside. For safety reasons, I need to verify your identity." Jiang Zhi nodded and raised the card machine in his hand. The staff member opposite him also lifted their device and quickly tapped a few times on the screen. A clear notification sound rang out, and the staff member visibly relaxed. "Your identity has been verified. Could you show me your battle records?" "No," Jiang Zhi replied firmly. "My deck involves confidential research. Revealing it now could impact my work." The staff member nodded, seemingly accustomed to such responses. "All right, Professor Jiang, could you describe the situation for me?" Jiang Zhi was relieved that the staff didn't press further. Dealing with the Zhou Corporation was already enough of a headache. Having more corporations on his case would make it difficult for even Ouyang Feng to protect him. "It all started when I encountered the Lord." Jiang Zhi briefly described the battle and the scene at that time, deliberately avoiding details about his deck configuration and the Lord's skill mechanisms. If you're unsure, you can ask the students who were present. They witnessed the entire battle with the Lord and what followed. Bai Shuiying immediately stepped forward to testify, clearly impressed by Jiang Zhi's combat skills. "This appears to be a malicious attack," the staff member promised solemnly. "Rest assured, Professor Jiang, we will investigate promptly and provide you with a satisfactory result." Jiang Zhi responded casually, not placing much stock in the promise. He was eager to return to the villa and find a card-making room to complete the rest of his deck. His intuition told him that the upcoming deck creation might require professional equipment. As Jiang Zhi turned to leave the rift, Bai Shuiying watched his back thoughtfully. This young man, who seemed not much older than her, was capable of defeating a lord on his own and possessed a unique card spirit that was likely part of a specialized deck. She had already decided whom she wanted to follow for the next 4 years. Arriving at the villa area, Jiang Zhi headed straight for the neighboring house. His villa lacked a card-making room. When he rang the doorbell, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Ouyang Ting in bunny pajamas, her long hair wrapped in a towel, still dripping with water. Seeing Jiang Zhi, she became flustered. "Professor Jiang, what brings you here?" Facing this unexpectedly sweet and adorable version of Ouyang Ting, so different from her usual strong woman persona, Jiang Zhi got straight to the point. "Is Academician Ouyang here? I'm here to see him." Ouyang Ting turned and called upstairs. "Grandpa, Professor Jiang is here to see you." Moments later, Ouyang Feng appeared at the top of the stairs in his pajamas, looking sleepy. "Jiang Zhi, what brings you here?" Seeing the older man's drowsy appearance, Jiang Zhi felt a bit apologetic. "I've leveled up and would like to use your card-making room. You look tired, so perhaps you should rest while I take care of it myself." "Leveled up?" Ouyang Feng perked up immediately. "Didn't you just come back from the rift? You're completing your deck, aren't you?" "In that case, I'm wide awake now." Jiang Zhi gestured for him to lead the way, as this was precisely why he had come today. The card-making room in Ouyang Feng's villa is located underground. Although smaller than the reception area, it is more refined. The white walls emit a soft glow that soothes the mind and body, creating a professional yet mysterious atmosphere. The card-making room was being activated, and Ouyang Feng rubbed his hands together, smiling as he approached Jiang Zhi. "Xiao Jiang, it's not a problem to have 2 more people in the card-making room, right?" Jiang Zhi noticed Ouyang Feng's ingratiating demeanor and frowned slightly. "Who?" "Just Xiao Ting and Chang Feng." Ouyang Feng quickly explained. "They should gain some experience too." "People from the Zhou family?" Jiang Zhi asked cautiously. "Don't worry, they're all our own people." Ouyang Feng hurriedly reassured him, waving his hand. "You know Xiao Ting's background, and you know Changfeng's father's our mayor." Jiang Zhi immediately pictured the slightly balding middle-aged man who indeed bore a resemblance to Li Changfeng. He said indifferently, "1 level card each." "Hiss." Ouyang Feng took a sharp breath. "Xiao Jiang, charging your own people?" Jiang Zhi chuckled. Old phone, you don't get it. Only those who can pay are truly our own people. Outsiders wouldn't even have this opportunity. Ouyang Feng's expression was conflicted, but he quickly nodded in agreement. He turned to Ouyang Ting and said, "Go tell Changfeng that Professor Jiang needs 3 level cards as an entry fee. Ask him if he's coming." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ting immediately turned and left, moving so quickly that Jiang Zhi didn't have time to react. Ouyang Feng chuckled at the sight. The mayor isn't short of money, so why not let him pay? Before long, Ouyang Ting returned with an excited Li Changfeng. Upon seeing Jiang Zhi, Li Changfeng nodded respectfully and handed over 3 blank level cards. Seeing his straightforward demeanor, Jiang Zhi regretted not asking for more. The card-making room soon glowed with intense white light, indicating that it was ready. Ouyang Feng led the way and opened the door for Jiang Zhi. "Professor Jiang, please." Once inside, Jiang Zhi laid out 7 rain of bullets, cards, and 8 blank cards. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively discarded all lower-level rain of bullets, cards, keeping only 1 a-level card. With his current strength, he no longer needed to compromise with lower-level cards. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to begin, a strange sense of resistance surged within him. He was surprised to see Floor's figure in the corner of the room. Confused, he looked at Ouyang Feng, who was gazing at Floor with a look of admiration. "This is a challenge every card maker faces when creating high-level cards," Ouyang Feng explained. Card makers help card users build decks, but the decks also choose their users and makers. High-level card spirits are never a one-way creation. It's a mutual journey. To maximize the power of a deck, it requires the card spirit's approval. Jiang Zhi pondered. "So what should I do next?" Ouyang Feng gazed mysteriously at Jiang Zhi and said in a deep voice, "Feel the will of the card spirit, understand its thoughts, and comprehend its life." Jiang Zhi, observing Ouyang Feng's mystical demeanor, turned to Floor and asked directly, "Can you tell me your story?" "You can't do it like that," Ouyang Feng quickly interrupted. "The card spirit won't easily share its past with a card master. You need to empathize with the card spirit and feel the deepest secrets of its heart." My name is..." A sudden voice interrupted Ouyang Feng's speech. He stared in disbelief at Floor in front of him. Floor's voice was filled with deep pain and sadness. "My name is Castle Floor, a militia member from Ander Town in the Verlin Empire." His expression softened, as if immersed in memories. "Those were the happiest days of my life." A blank card slowly rose, depicting a young man with a bright smile, carrying a long spear and greeting the townsfolk. This card, titled Fond Memories, awaited Jiang Zhi to complete its data. Floor continued speaking, tears glistening in his eyes. "Later, when monsters invaded, I was ordered to the front lines." The second card, Close-Range Shooting, appeared, showing the young man battling parasitic monsters. "When I returned home, everything had changed. Imperial soldiers were rampaging, taking everything from me." The third card, Desperate Plea, showed the young man kneeling, tearfully begging the soldiers. "A demon found me, offering power. I accepted." The fourth card, Demonic Gun, depicted a figure in red combat attire, wielding dual guns to vanquish enemies. "I wandered until I met the helpless resistance fighters and decided to help them." The fifth card, Explosive Shot, showed the young man stepping forward to protect terrified civilians. "After giving up the demon's power, it twisted my sense of right and wrong. I mistakenly thought I was serving justice." The sixth card, Erasing Shot, displayed the young man hiding behind a tree, aiming at a malevolent resistance soldier. "I fell into despair, ready to face death, until I met you." Floor looked at Jiang Zhi, as the only A-rank card in the deck emitted a blood-red glow. "These are all in the past. I just want to uncover the truth behind my hometown's massacre." The final blank card, Turning Fate, rose, showing Floor standing resolutely amid a storm of gunfire. The 8 cards narrated Floor's brief and tragic life. Jiang Zhi let out a long sigh, having sensed there was a story behind Floor, but never imagining it would be so sorrowful. "I will help you," he promised solemnly. The core cards flew towards Jiang Zhi, and once completed, they could only be strengthened, not altered or optimized. Jiang Zhi felt a bit overwhelmed and considered seeking guidance from Ouyang Feng, only to find the mentor watching them with the curiosity of a child, filled with a desire for knowledge and exploration. Behind them, Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng dared not even breathe, afraid of disrupting the card creation process. Jiang Zhi sighed with resignation. These companions always seemed to falter at critical moments. Fortunately, he never had high expectations of them. Jiang Zhi focused intently on the 8 floating cards before him. 7 of them had names, but had yet to be assigned effects. He decided to start with the relatively straightforward 3 shooting cards. Close-Range Shot was a grade card with growth potential, requiring 3 energy points and 4 load points. It dealt 8 base damage, with the unique feature that all damage amplification effects would receive a 5-fold increase. Next was Explosive Shot, also a grade card with growth potential, consuming 3 energy points and 5 load points. It could deliver 24 powerful damage points and had a special effect. If the target was slain, 25 of its maximum health would be converted into area damage, affecting all enemies. The third card, Eradication Shot, was more domineering. It was a grade card with growth potential, requiring 4 energy points and 5 load points. It could directly execute any enemy with less than 10 health, and each execution reduced the energy cost by 1 point. Perhaps gaining Flora's approval, Jiang Zhi found himself breaking free from previous constraints while crafting the remaining special cards. Desperate Plea was a grade card with growth potential, requiring 0 energy but bearing a 10 load cost, usable once per battle to grant 1 turn of complete immunity. 2 ability cards, Enchanted Gun and Fond Memories, were both a grade with growth potential, each costing 1 energy point. The former doubled both load and shooting effects, while the latter have the load effects. The creation of the final card, Turning Fate, left Jiang Zhi awestruck. This S-grade card required all current energy, a load of 99,999 points, and could only be used once every 7 days. Its effects were extraordinary. The player would not die during the current turn, all shooting cards' energy cost would drop to 0, and each shooting card used would draw and temporarily grant a new shooting card, at the cost of entering a forced weakened state after the turn ended. Upon completing Turning Fate, the quality of Enchanted Gun and Fond Memories rose from grade to a grade, while Turning Fate ascended directly to S grade, emitting a dazzling golden light that left Jiang Zhi and the 3 present, including Ouyang Feng, in awe. With the completion of the 8 core cards, they automatically flew towards Flora. She gazed at these memory-laden cards in silence, as if reminiscing about her life. Jiang Zhi struggled to open his eyes and thanked her. Flora responded warmly. No need to thank me. You are my card spirit, it's only right. If the opportunity arises, I will help fulfill your wishes. With that, the 8 cards flew back to Jiang Zhi. Flora's final words were, please finish the remaining cards. You have my approval. It's up to you now. Before she finished speaking, Flora dissolved into a wisp of red light and vanished into the air. Only then did Jiang Zhi realize he could touch the other blank cards. These cards, though interchangeable and flexible, could not match the power of the core cards. He quickly crafted the last few cards. Dual Gunshot, upgrade card, requiring 1 energy and 1 load, dealing 4 damage and adding a number of quick shots to the hand equal to twice the current hand size. Reload Shot, upgrade, 0 energy card with 1 load, granting 5 armor, dealing 2 damage, and allowing the draw of 1 card, with 3 available. Versatile Quick Draw, upgrade card, requiring 2 energy and 1 load, necessitating the discard of all hand cards, placing discard pile cards into the draw pile, shuffling, and drawing 3 cards, with 2 available. With the completion of the last 7 cards, all 15 cards ascended simultaneously, soaring like shooting stars into Jiang Zhi's card machine. The card machine in Jiang Zhi's hand flickered once more, and Flora's figure appeared. This time, Flora looked like a completely different person dressed in a battle-worn and scratched suit, with a tactical mask concealing his entire face. A system notification sounded in his ear, special mission completed, will to survive skill acquired. Once per day, when health points reach 0, they can be forcibly restored to 10. A life-saving effect. Jiang Zhi's eyes lit up. It was practically like having an extra life. Another notification followed. Mission, Truth. Flora was willing to lend his power to Jiang Zhi, on the condition that Jiang Zhi helped uncover the truth behind the destruction of Ander Town in the Villian Empire. Mission reward, card spirit advancement. One thing leads to another. Jiang Zhi thought to himself, amazed at how the card deck he had casually assembled had evolved into what it was today. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. As his consciousness faded, he heard Ouyang Feng's anxious voice. Hey, be careful, don't drop the card machine. There's an S-level card in there. You old fool, just you wait. That was Jiang Zhi's last thought before he fell unconscious. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an unfamiliar white ceiling. 3 figures stood by the bedside. Jiang Zhi tried to lift his hand, but even moving a finger was a struggle. Seeing him awake, the 3 immediately gathered around. You finally woke up, Zhi. A voice both familiar and unfamiliar said. Jiang Zhi turned his head with difficulty towards the woman who had spoken, and weakly said, Mom, Dad, why are you here? You silly child. How could you be so careless and end up like this? Chuyin spoke with a choked voice. Jiang Lu sighed in relief beside her. Dean Ouyang told us that you've been making cards nonstop for days and wore yourself out. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Zhi noticed Ouyang Feng staring intently at the card machine in his right hand, thinking to himself, if I hadn't pulled through this time, that old man would probably have cut off my right hand. Chuyin picked up a towel from the bedside and gently wiped her son's face. Zhi, don't do anything foolish like this again. We're proud of you for becoming a professor at such a young age. You've already done so well. Seeing his mother in tears, Jiang Zhi felt a pang in his heart. Mom, it's not what you think. This was just an accident. After finally seeing his tearful parents off, Jiang Zhi turned to Ouyang Feng, who had been standing quietly by the side, and spoke in a cold tone. Aren't you leaving, Dean? Ouyang Feng smiled. Having already consulted with the doctor about Jiang Zhi's condition other than exhaustion, he was fine. Ah, Jiang, you've been unconscious for nearly 2 days. I've looked after you for 2 days. It hasn't been easy. Thank you, you can leave now. Oh, and remember to close the door on your way out. Ouyang Feng completely ignored Jiang Zhi's suggestion to leave, wearing a smile that brooked no refusal. Xiao Jiang, you promised to let me watch the card-making process. I haven't seen enough yet. Give me a break. Jiang Zhi interrupted impatiently. I agreed to let you into the card-making room, and you've been out for quite a while now. Xiao Jiang, a glint appeared in Ouyang Feng's eyes. You know that last flash of light was too bright. I couldn't see the card's details clearly. I just want another look. Huh, you're really something. Jiang Zhi sneered. When you need something, it's Xiao Jiang. Otherwise, it's Professor Jiang. Aren't you the same? Ouyang Feng shot back immediately. When you need something, it's Academician Ouyang. Otherwise, it's Crazy Ouyang. Jiang Zhi studied Ouyang Feng's expression and realized that if he didn't let him see the card today, the old man wouldn't leave. After pondering for a moment, he said, I can let you see it. But there are 2 conditions. The card cannot be entered into the information system, and no one else can know about it. It's my trump card. Ouyang Feng looked troubled, considering he represented national interests. He deliberated before saying, this is, after all, an S-level card. I can promise that as long as you don't use it, only you and I will know its effects. Xiao Ting and Chang Feng will only know you have an S-level card. They won't know its specific effects, as I'll issue a gag order. But once you use it, it must be entered into the official information network. Jiang Zhi nodded weakly. I accept the conditions, but how can I be sure you'll keep your word? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zhi's communicator chimed 3 times with system notifications. It was a confidentiality contract involving Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Ting, and Li Changfeng. This reassured Jiang Zhi somewhat in this world. Breaking a contract would at the very least result in becoming a vegetable. Judging by how quickly Ouyang Feng produced the contract, this old fox was clearly prepared. The contract mainly restricted the actions of the 3 others, with few constraints on Jiang Zhi. Once it was signed, Jiang Zhi asked, shall we look at it now? Is it safe here? Absolutely safe and confidential, Ouyang Feng affirmed. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi hesitated no longer and activated the card machine. A card emanating a blood-red glow flew out. Unlike other cards, this one had a red color that seemed to flow like blood, exuding an eerie vitality. Ouyang Feng was mesmerized, reaching out to touch it, but the card deftly avoided his hand. It seemed to have a mind of its own, orbiting around Jiang Zhi. Looks like it doesn't want you to touch it, Jiang Zhi remarked. Just look, don't touch. Ouyang Feng's eyes showed regret. An S-level card. I've only seen 2 in my life. This is the second one. Its effects are truly terrifying, worthy of being a legendary miracle-inducing card. Jiang Zhi gave a self-deprecating smile. Yes, every time I use it, it's when I need a miracle to win. For the next hour, Ouyang Feng focused on taking notes, occasionally expressing admiration. Finally, with a reluctant gaze, he watched as Jiang Zhi returned the card to the card machine. With Ouyang Feng's support, Jiang Zhi slowly sat up. Although he still appeared weak, he had regained some strength. He looked up at Ouyang Feng and directly asked, Academician Ouyang, how is the situation with the Zhou family progressing? Ouyang Feng's expression immediately turned serious. The action is about to begin, and this time the military is taking direct action. You'll receive news within 2 days at most. That's more like it. Jiang Zhi nodded slightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. This is the second time, and finally, they're using their own power. The authorities must choose between me and the Zhou family. One of us has to pay the ultimate price. After a pause, he asked, and what about the attitude of the Weyland Empire? Ouyang Feng sneered. Those 2 who claim to be generals, if it weren't for the monsters they're constantly regenerating, they wouldn't even have the right to negotiate with us. It's just a front line. Unless the interdimensional rift of the entire Weyland Empire descends upon our world, they wouldn't have the qualifications to converse with us. These confident and domineering words stirred something within Jiang Zhi. Ouyang Feng continued to advise, Jiang, don't worry about the Zhou family. Just don't show any weakness these days. Their forces are spread out and need to be dealt with in one decisive sweep. Jiang Zhi nodded silently, showing his agreement. After a moment, he turned to ask, Academician Ouyang, do you know why I fell into a coma this time? I thought you weren't concerned about your health. Ouyang Feng adjusted his glasses. Your talent is exceptional, and you hadn't encountered this problem before. But this time, you created an entire deck at once, including an S-level card, which severely exhausted your mental strength, leading to the coma. Although you brought out the full potential of the cards, you're aware of the risks. Jiang Zhi rubbed his temples, which were throbbing with pain. Are you saying this will happen every time? Not necessarily, Ouyang Feng explained. As you level up, your card-making abilities will also improve. This coma was mainly due to your current level. Without Floral's help, you might not have been able to complete it. Jiang Zhi weakly acknowledged with a nod and waved his hand to indicate Ouyang Feng could leave. Seeing his exhaustion, Ouyang Feng stood up and said, Professor Jiang, rest well these next few days. Once you recover, I have a surprise for you. I hope it's not a shock. Jiang Zhi murmured softly as he watched Ouyang Feng's meaningful smile. Without another word, Ouyang Feng quietly left the hospital room. Meanwhile, at the Bai household in the Maritime Center, Bai was kindly listening to his youngest daughter's phone call. On the other end, Bai Shuiying's clear voice came through. Dad, could you ask if there's a professor named Jiang in the card-making department at school? Bai Yu's expression immediately became serious. What's wrong? Did he offend you? I'll look into it. No, Dad. Bai Shuiying wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. I just want to see what public courses he offers, to understand more. Bai Yu sat up straight in his chair. He knew his youngest daughter well enough to know she wouldn't ask such questions without reason. Shuiying, did something happen? Dad, he has a card spirit I've never seen before. Bai Yu's expression grew more solemn. Are you sure you've never seen it? Do I have any reason to lie to you, Dad? As the youngest and most unassuming professor at the university, Jiang Zhi's coma did not cause much of a stir on campus. 2 days later, he was discharged from the hospital with his parents by his side. Although he longed to have them stay at his villa, the surveillance by the Zhou Corporation made him suppress this desire. Ouyang Feng had assured him that as a national talent, Jiang Zhi's parents would be under the strictest protection, so he need not worry excessively. At this moment, the Zhou Corporation felt like an invisible weight on Jiang Zhi, making it hard for him to breathe. He was acutely aware of his situation, having been ambushed twice in the rift. It was clear that Zhou's spies were everywhere, monitoring his every move. Jiang Zhi took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Wang En's number. Hello, Xiao Jiang. What's up? Came Wang En's familiar voice from the other end. Brother Wang, can you help me look into the financial groups at the academy? Mainly their core businesses. That's easy. Wang En paused. Why? Are you planning to venture into business? I am considering it, Jiang Zhi replied softly, mainly to avoid overlapping with these groups' business areas. All right, I'll get on it right away, Wang En said. It's a pity Jing is so busy lately. Otherwise, she could get more information through official channels. After hanging up, Jiang Zhi fell into deep thought. Wang En's words reminded him of an important fact. He was not fighting alone. Behind him stood 3 powerful forces: the government, the military, and those influential people aware of his card-making abilities. Although the government forces were temporarily difficult to mobilize unless he was willing to reveal his S-level card, the military was a different option. Since the appearance of the rift, the military's power and authority had far surpassed Jiang Zhi's previous understanding. Even if high-end materials were not abundant, the number of strong individuals in the military was significant. Judging by the military's unwavering stance against Zhou, they would certainly be willing to collaborate with him. In the field of card-making, in this moderately sized city of Haishur, Jiang Zhi's name had become a heavyweight symbol within Ouyang Feng's circle. After all, the official card catalog had been revised multiple times because of him. It could be said that anyone who knew Jiang Zhi's name would not refuse his request for help. Now, he just needed to wait for the results of Wang En's investigation. Meanwhile, at the front line of the Villian Empire, 2 generals stood at the forefront of the battlefield, watching the ranks of soldiers resisting a massive onslaught of parasitic creatures. Lin looked at the young soldiers below with a hint of regret in his eyes. But Omar's gaze was cold as ice. Lin, you're wrong. This is a necessary sacrifice. Without it, we would face an even greater crisis. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to a nearby forest, where figures resembling students occasionally darted between the rifts. Compared to those mindless monsters, the real enemy lies on the other side of the rift. Lin gazed at the distant rift, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I heard it's just an academy on the other side. I can't imagine how terrifying their world must be. Omar interrupted him expressionlessly. Lin, that's not our concern as soldiers. We just need to focus on how to defeat the enemy. Did that so-called merchant get the stuff? No, Lin shook his head. Those guys said they hope for our assistance. Assistance? Omar sneered. We already helped once before. If they didn't achieve their goal, it's their incompetence. They said if we agree to help, they could make things easier for us. Omar's eyes flickered with amusement upon hearing this. Indeed, merchants are greedy no matter which world they're from. Meanwhile, at the top floor of a skyscraper in Haishur, the 3 core members of the Zhou family were holding a meeting. This generation of the Zhou family had 3 decision-makers, Zhou Yi, Zhou Zhong, and Zhou Exine, who were half-brothers. Surprisingly, instead of fighting each other for power, they stood united, growing the Zhou family into a dominant force, with the potential to surpass other conglomerates. A display in the meeting room was showing a battle record footage of Jiang Zhi's fight with an elite monster. Big brother, Zhou Exine spoke. Since Jiang Zhi left the Kobold tribe, he's been staying in the safe zone. Do you think he sensed something? Zhou Yi remained calm. Certainly. The people I sent haven't returned, likely dealt with by Jiang Zhi. Big brother, are you saying Jiang Zhi's strength has surpassed LV4, maybe even reached LV5? Zhou Zhong asked in surprise. Naturally. Zhou Yi's eyes were fixed on the screen, gleaming with curiosity and greed. Never underestimate a researcher. You never know what cards they hold. Like this card that allows an LV2 person to defeat an LV3 elite monster. It must be from where Floor is. He snorted. Professor Jiang, we could have been friends if you'd surrendered. It's all Ouyang Feng's fault for keeping you close from day one. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this. I heard he has parents, Zhou Xian suggested cautiously. Zhou Yi shot his brother a cold glance. Outside Haisher, are we still the Zhou family? His eyes were dark, clearly indicating that anything obstructing the Zhou family should be eliminated. Yet, unbeknownst to them, several eyes were secretly watching everything unfold. Can we wrap it up now? A few more to go. At that moment, Jiang Zhi was in his room studying the information sent by Wang Un, which detailed the business operations and specifics of the three major conglomerates at the academy. He paid particular attention to the Zhou family's briefing. The Zhou family primarily dealt in card supply business, ranging from common decks to military orders and high-end customizations, almost monopolizing the market. However, recently their military orders had inexplicably decreased significantly. Looking at the Zhou family's expensive yet potentially failing high-end customizations, a smile played on Jiang Zhi's lips. Previously, his card making was limited to a small circle and hadn't affected the Zhou family. Now, it seemed it was time to toy with their mindset before their downfall. Early the next morning, Jiang Zhi hitched a ride with Wang and straight to Zhou's card manufacturing in the city center. As the largest and only card customizer in Haisher, the lavishly decorated three-story building of Zhou's card manufacturing stood out strikingly in the morning light. Such a prominent sign could only be backed by strong credentials. As soon as he pushed open the glass door, a uniformed female attendant immediately approached with a professional smile on her face. Sir, what kind of card would you like to customize? Jiang Zhi pulled two level cards from his pocket and said calmly, I need to customize a charge card, level B, exactly matching the official picture. This is a sample, and the other card is your payment. The attendant's warm smile froze instantly. I'm sorry, sir. Currently, our success rate for making charge cards is quite low, and we only accept monetary payment for cards above level. How much does it cost? Jiang Zhi asked, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. It was clear they couldn't do it, which was why they wouldn't accept cards as payment. 1 million, and you must provide the materials. Goodbye. Jiang Zhi turned to leave, having obtained the information he needed. As soon as they left the store, Wang An couldn't contain his curiosity. Xiao Jiang, aren't you good at making cards? Why did you come here for a custom order? Brother Wang, I was just checking the market price, Jiang Zhi replied while heading towards a nearby convenience store. I'm planning to open my own card-making shop. Need me to help you find a location? Jiang Zhi shook his head and strode into the convenience store, slapping the counter and startling the store owner, who was playing on his phone. Boss, how much for this store? I want to buy it. The store owner glanced at him like he was crazy. Where did this kid come from? Stop messing around. Unfazed, Jiang Zhi pulled out a blank level card from his pocket and placed it gently on the counter. The store owner's attitude made a complete turnaround, scrambling to cover the card with his hand. Here's the warehouse key. The warehouse is right behind the store. Take it, he said while hurriedly gathering his charger and phone stand, ready to transfer ownership and leave. Wait. Jiang Zhi grabbed the surprisingly swift-moving store owner. Don't leave just yet. What's your name? Wang Fugawei. The man replied nervously, clutching the pocket with the card. Boss, you can't back out now. My name is Jiang Zhi, and I'm a professor at the First Card University of Haisher. Jiang Zhi smiled. You can keep running the store, and you don't need to pay me. I just need you to do me a favor. Wang Fugawei's eyes showed a hint of fear. It's not something dangerous, is it? Of course not. Jiang Zhi waved his hand dismissively. Just help me take some card-making orders and make a daily trip to the First Card University. Don't worry, it's all legal. Jiang Zhi pointed to the shop sign above him and said calmly, change this Fugawei convenience store to First Card Crafting Shop. Remember, only accept card orders of grade B and above. The base price is 1.5 million, and customers need to provide their own materials. For cards above grade A, the price is negotiable. Wang Fugawei listened carefully and couldn't help but glance at Zhou's card crafting shop across the street. Although puzzled by this high-end approach, he was relieved to remember he was no longer the owner. Also, Jiang Zhi continued, if anyone asks, just say this is my shop, Jiang Zhi's. You must visit First Card Academy every day, understood? Wang Fugawei nodded seriously. Don't open for business today? Make sure these arrangements are in place, Jiang Zhi added. You can handle other store matters as you see fit. If you do well, I'll gift you a card set. And so, in the silence, the First Card Crafting Shop quietly opened across from Zhou's card crafting. 2 days later, Yuxin Rui stood in front of the First Card Crafting Shop, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. This is where Professor Jiang mentioned, he noted, glancing at Zhou's card crafting nearby with a hint of pity. Did they offend Professor Jiang? Entering the shop, Yushin Rue initially thought he had walked into the wrong place due to the interior setup. After repeatedly checking the sign, he re-entered. At that moment, Wang Fugue was arguing with a middle-aged customer. Sir, a grade B card is 1.5 million per order. That's a fixed price. Zhou's across the street only charges 1 million, the middle-aged man exclaimed, raising his voice. Why is your small shop demanding 1.5 million? That's the price set by Professor Jiang Zhi, no negotiations. Wang Fugue replied firmly. If it's too expensive, you can go across the street. Ignoring their argument, Yushin Rue stepped forward and asked, is this Professor Zhang's card crafting shop? His presence caused both men to stop. Wang Fugue immediately replied, yes, this is Professor Zhang's shop. How can I assist you? How much for a grade B card? 1.5 million per card, materials provided by you. Yushin Rue frowned slightly, then smiled. Interesting. I didn't expect Professor Jiang to charge now. It wasn't like this before. He took out a card machine, withdrew 2 blank grade cards, and transferred 3 million to Wang Fugue. Please inform Professor Jiang, 1 charging card and 1 brutal strike. Wang Fugue was secretly amazed by this nonchalant transaction and quickly secured the 2 precious grade blank cards. The middle-aged man suddenly cursed. Putting on a show, are we? Just wait. I'm going to report to the Market Bureau. His words were cut short as a warrior, shrouded in black aura and wielding a giant sword, appeared out of nowhere in front of Hema Card Spirit. Yushin Rue stood in front of the shadowy figure, coldly addressing the middle-aged man. Buy it or leave. Don't cause trouble here. He originally didn't want to get involved, but considering how hard Jiang Zhi had worked to start collecting payments, it would be troublesome if he got upset and reverted to accepting cards instead. The sudden appearance of the black card spirit made Wang Fugue and the middle-aged man take a step back. Wang Fugue's eyes widened as he immediately recognized the card spirit ranked 29th in the card spirit encyclopedia. As the suffocating aura spread, the previously arrogant middle-aged man swallowed hard, unable to utter a word. Seeing that the intimidation had worked, Yushin Rue withdrew the card spirit and turned to Wang Fugue, who was still wiping sweat from his brow, with a gentle expression. Please pass my card to Professor Jiang as soon as possible. With that, he turned and left the store. Wang Fugue stood there alone, his forehead still damp with cold sweat. He had always thought Jiang Zhi was just dabbling, not realizing he was serious about it. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi was meeting a special guest Wu Zheng from the military district. The man in uniform greeted Jiang Zhi with a roguish smile. Jiang, it's been a while. I suppose I should call you Professor Jiang now. Brother Wu, don't tease me. I'm too young to be called a professor, and I didn't expect Academician Ouyang to arrange it this way. Talent is related to age, but not determined by it. Your abilities are strong, and Academician Ouyang's arrangement is quite appropriate. Wu Zheng's visit was to protect Jiang Zhi. Based on Zhang's feedback, the military had started closely monitoring the Zhou family. Their investigation revealed that many members of the Zhou family had never appeared in the real world, seemingly hiding in an undiscovered interdimensional rift. This significant level 1 rift was the source of the Zhou family's extensive card supply. The military planned to capture all Zhou family members in one swoop, but the time wasn't right, yet over a dozen members were still hiding in the rift. If they hastily arrested the Zhou family's leaders, it might alert them. However, if the Zhou family initiated an attack on Jiang Zhi and he retaliated, it wouldn't raise suspicions. Jiang Zhi readily agreed to this plan. He now understood why Ouyang Feng had said to act immediately, but hadn't made any moves, yet there was much more to consider behind the scenes. Along the way, many students from the card-making department greeted Jiang Zhi. Thanks to Ouyang Feng, he had gained some recognition within the department. Upon reaching the rift, Jiang Zhi routinely presented his pass and stepped inside. Unlike his usual visits, this time he didn't head straight to the low-risk area. Instead, he went directly to the violent Empire soldier responsible for liaising with the Academy. The soldier was a level 4 elite, with his health points holding steady at the maximum of 799. Good day, officer. I'm a professor from the Academy, Jiang Zhi said, handing over his credentials with a calm demeanor. I specialize in the study of otherworldly environments and was wondering if there are any small villages nearby that I could examine. The soldier took the credentials, scrutinizing Jiang Zhi's face before shaking his head. This is the Empire's war front. We've been battling parasitic monsters for years. He flashed a sardonic smile. Besides, what civilian would build a village in such a place? It's practically a death wish. Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement with the soldier's reasoning, but casually inquired further. Have you ever heard of a place called Ander? The mention of the name seemed to hit a nerve. The soldier's pupils contracted sharply. He first shook his head in a panic. Then, as if embarrassed and angry, barked. Never heard of it. I told you, there are no towns here. If there's nothing else, please don't interfere with our duties. Jiang Zhi quickly apologized and left, but he understood the situation. The town of Ander must be located at the violent Empire's front line, and the soldiers clearly knew of its existence. Recalling Floor's mention of the massacre, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but wonder if the soldier before him was one of the perpetrators. To avoid alerting anyone, Jiang Zhi refrained from further questioning. He moved to an area away from the soldiers and released Floor, hoping to enlist Floor's help in locating the long-lost town of Ander. Floor's figure appeared in front of Jiang Zhi. After several transformations, Floor no longer seemed like a mere phantom, but had acquired a more tangible presence. Floor, we're currently on the front lines of the Viren Empire. Can you sense the direction of Ander town? Jiang Zhi asked, gazing at the silent figure before him. Floor didn't speak, only nodded slightly, then moved in front of Jiang Zhi and pointed in a direction the very same low-danger area where Jiang Zhi had stayed before. It seemed that Floor had been dazed there earlier because it was once the location of Ander town. Jiang Zhi started walking forward, following Floor's guidance. The small monsters along the way were insignificant to him. Now was no longer the person who was invincible unknown, but struggled with groups. Now, Jiang Zhi could easily attract a large group of monsters and then focus on the one with the highest health. When the target's health was low, a single explosive shot could inflict massive area damage. The high-level elite monster's proud health attributes became a death sentence for the lower-level creatures. A parasite elite with 1,200 health points could be struck down by Jiang Zhi's close-range shot with 30 stacked damage buffs, dealing 158 points of high damage. The final explosive shot could cause an explosion effect equivalent to 25 of the base damage, with 300 points of terrifying damage enough to sweep the area, unmatched by any ordinary monsters. Unfortunately, these creatures only dropped a small amount of experience, with no noteworthy equipment. Following Floor's guidance through a small forest, the scene suddenly opened. Yupe ruin came into view. A system prompt appeared. You have entered a hidden area, but the town ruins lack items to trigger hidden events. At the sight of the ruins, Floor staggered forward as if in a trance. The charred and destroyed remains silently told the story of the tragedy that had occurred here. Amid the devastation, one thing stood out: a perfectly intact stone monument in the center of the town ruins, as if meticulously polished every day. Floor slowly approached the monument, and Jiang Zhi followed. The monument depicted the scene of the town's massacre, soldiers wielding guns, swords, and fallen civilians. The inscription read, "Brave warriors killed the evil villagers, stopping the spread of evil." This monument is erected to commemorate their heroic deeds. On the back of the monument were the soldiers' names, each marked with the word hero, along with the official seal of the Viren Empire. Reading the words on the monument, Jiang Zhi felt a wave of discomfort. This was no memorial. It was the Empire's blatant insult, not only absolving the perpetrators, but also protecting them. At that moment, a strong murderous intent emanated from beside him, the terrifying aura continuously spilling from Floor. However, what puzzled Jiang Zhi was that the task named Truth in his task list did not show as completed. As he pondered the possible hidden meaning, Floor suddenly drew the pistol from his waist and began to shoot wildly at the stone monument in front of him. The moment the bullets hit the stone, a white light emanated from its surface, deflecting all the bullets. Immediately afterward, a chilling wail echoed from within the stone. "Help me, don't kill me. Where's Floor? He will save us." The voices continued to plead. "We are citizens of the Whalon Empire. We are not infected. Why are you killing us?" The piercing cry seemed to strike a nerve in Floor, causing his eyes to lose focus, and he fell into a frenzied state. At this moment, wisps of white light began to emerge from the stone, attempting to wrap around Floor's body. Sensing the danger, Jiang Zhi quickly terminated the lag state and summoned Floor back. Floor's figure dissipated in midair, leaving the white light without a target, retreating reluctantly back into the stone. "Professor Jiang, why did you call Floor back? We were so close to succeeding." A voice came from behind Jiang Zhi. Turning around, he saw a general clad in armor, sitting on a warhorse, holding a firearm and watching him intently. The system displayed, Whalon Empire Frontline Deputy General Lin, LV4, Lord Level, 7000, neutral. Jiang Zhi recognized him as one of the two lords mentioned by Wang, who were relatively friendly to the academy. "General Lin seems to know the purpose of this monument. Could you enlighten me?" Jiang Zhi asked cautiously. Lin shook his head and slowly aimed the firearm at Jiang Zhi's head, saying coldly, "Just a dead man. No need to know so much." With that, he launched an attack, a mounted shot causing 35 damage, followed by a combo dealing 30 damage. At the critical moment, Floor reappeared in front of Jiang Zhi, his eyes blazing with fire. Jiang Zhi decisively used his life-saving card, Desperate Plea. In this first round, he was too weak and had to use some trump cards. When Lin's bullet hit Jiang Zhi, it only created ripples in the air without causing any actual harm. This anomaly left Lin slightly surprised, but he simply waited quietly for the round to end. At the end of the round, Floor unleashed Jiang Zhi's current strongest move, Explosive Shot. Lin immediately activated Imperial Guard armor, negating 8 points of fixed damage. Jiang Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had forced out the opponent's first passive skill. In the second round, Lin gave Jiang Zhi no respite, launching a fierce assault. Mounted shot for 35 damage, gale shot for 50 area damage, and a combo for 40 damage. Faced with such terrifying damage numbers, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but frown. Floor's dual guns glowed with a dark purple light, the effect of the enchanted gun. He continuously used reload shots, with the effect of the enchanted gun doubling the impact, quickly playing 3 reload shots, drawing 6 cards, and triggering a reshuffle. Then, 2 twin gun shots were fired simultaneously, causing the temporary card Swift Shot in Jiang Zhi's lag state to surge to 38 cards. A ribbon wrapped around Floor's shoulder, the effect of fond memories, alleviating his load pressure. Burning Will combined with the enchanted gun, stacking 10 layers in one round. Although Jiang Zhi's health plummeted, it was all worth the sacrifice. Jiang Zhi reacted with lightning speed, managing to respond in this card world where there are no mandatory cutscenes. Even so, Lin's mounted archery broke through his defenses, instantly cutting his health by half. In a moment of crisis, Jiang Zhi unleashed an astonishing 400 points of damage, shattering Lin's bullet in a perfect counterattack. However, Lin's frustrating damage immunity passive meant this powerful strike barely affected him, instead granting Jiang Zhi an extra layer of armor. Still not fast enough, Jiang Zhi muttered to himself, then quickly retrieved a health potion from his card space and drank it, restoring 12 health points. He looked at Lin defiantly. "You're done for today." Internally, he was relieved that he hadn't suffered any abnormal damage during the counterattack, indicating that Lin didn't have a special passive against counterattacks like Catus. As the turn ended, Floor executed a close-range shot. This shot, initiated by Floor, didn't impose any load effects on Jiang Zhi, which pleased him. Opposite him, Lin looked grim, clearly struggling to believe his attack had been completely neutralized, and the situation was slipping from his control. In the third round, Lin decided to unleash his ultimate move, Glorious Trample, a combo causing 350 points of damage plus 5 of his maximum health, with a lifesteal effect of 50 points, healing him for half the damage dealt. His horse reared its front legs, and a strange green aura enveloped him, signaling the lifesteal effect. Jiang Zhi frowned. He's been hiding this well. Fortunately, his card drawing capabilities were ample, so he wasn't too worried. He immediately activated Quick Hands, sending his cards to the discard pile and reshuffling, drawing 4 new cards. Using Reloaded Shot combined with Dual Pistol Shot, he stacked his buffs up to 20 layers. With the protection of Fond Memories, load damage below 1 point couldn't harm Jiang Zhi, but Burning Will still calculated normally. The total damage soared to 1228 points, interrupting Lin's preparation. However, Jiang Zhi's 22-point Swift Shot only dealt a meager 3 points of actual damage to Lin. Damn, Jiang Zhi realized. The lifesteal effect resolves before the damage immunity. This meant low damage would instead become a healing source for the boss. Compared to Catus, Lin was an almost insurmountable challenge for low-level card players. Lin's expression grew darker as the attacks, which once would have healed him, now actually hurt. As the turn ended, Floor fired another close-range shot, highlighting the power of the lifesteal effect. At the start of the fourth round, a new buff appeared above Lin's head, Battle Will, granting him 30 strength every 3 turns. This was his second passive skill. Jiang Zhi breathed a slight sigh of relief, as the effect wasn't too outrageous. Although Lin was only 1 level higher than Catus, the power gap seemed vast, but it was still within Jiang Zhi's ability to handle. Jiang Zhi consistently dealt 570 damage per round, a terrifying growth that filled him with confidence. Even though Lin could continually trigger a draining effect, it was difficult to withstand such immense damage. By the time the Burning Will stacked to 70 layers, Lin's health had already dropped to 30. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to end the round, planning to finish the battle in the next cycle, time on the battlefield suddenly froze. Lin fell heavily from his horse, letting out a roar of defiance. The Violent Empire has stood for thousands of years, only to be suppressed by an academy. As a citizen of the Empire, I refuse to accept this. Jiang Zhi was instantly on alert. A new battle phase was about to begin. Unfortunately, the current round had ended, and he couldn't act to stop it. Lin retrieved a green seed from his armor and crushed it without hesitation. In an instant, countless vines and thorns burst from the ground, entwining and piercing Lin's body. The twisted, writhing scene reminded Jiang Zhi of the parasitic creatures he had encountered on the Empire's front lines. The system prompt updated. Parasite host Lin. Level, LV4 quality, Lord. Health, 6500100000. New traits. Death Parasite, recovers 500 health per round. Forbidden Life. Excess healing increases health cap. Ruin, causes damage to all targets equal to 50 of healing. Regeneration, recovers 1 max health after an attack. Jiang Zhi calmly analyzed these ability changes. This was clearly a set of abilities designed to counter card team strategies, but in an unknown duel, it was less effective than the previous draining effect. Now, Lin was merely a more durable punching bag. Watching Lin lose his reason, attacking like a wild beast, Jiang Zhi wasn't afraid. He felt like laughing. In the parasitic state, Lin had completely lost his tactical thinking, resorting only to instinctive attacks. Combo, 170 damage. Frenzied combo, random target suffers 5 hits of 90 damage. Parasite, 30 group damage, absorbs 5 strength if successful. These attacks posed no threat to Jiang Zhi. As long as they could be countered, his damage system remained stable. At this moment, under the Burning Will's support, Floor was like a fiery war god, easily tearing through the attacking vines with his bullets. The outcome was decided. Jiang Zhi had fully grasped all of Lin's abilities. A few rounds later, the fiery marks on Floor became more pronounced, and with 90 layers of buffs, he was like a harbinger from hell. In the final round, as Lin's health dropped below 1,000, Jiang Zhi decisively unleashed a pre-prepared obliteration shot to eliminate any future threats. Floor's gun barrel gathered a blood-hued light, a pure white bullet trailing a blood-red flame, piercing through Lin's chest with precision. The green vines tried to absorb energy to sustain life, but found the host completely destroyed by the blood energy. The vines, deprived of their host, quickly withered and ultimately disintegrated into dust, scattering in the wind. Jiang Zhi defeated the parasitized Lin, and the system notification immediately sounded. He gained 2,000 experience points and received a grade card pack from the Whalon Empire. The system continued to list the loot: a parasite seed, capable of controlling an enemy unit below the Lord level, an upgrade card, Glory Trample, which deals 20 damage of the enemy's current health, an upgrade relic, Lin's Guardian Armor, which reduces damage taken by 8 points. Seeing the relic, Jiang Zhi's eyes lit up. Fixed damage reduction. Does that mean I won't have to bear the burden of the bird's aura anymore? He eagerly equipped the relic to try it out, only to quickly realize in disappointment that the burden was considered health loss by the system, not damage. He sighed. I guess I was overthinking it. As for the Glory Trample card, although it wasn't very useful for him, it could probably sell for a good price. If only I could trade it for a blank grade card, he thought to himself. Shifting his gaze from the loot, Jiang Zhi stared at the stone tablet before him, lost in thought. Lin's dying words echoed in his mind, revealing a profound understanding of the stone tablet, as if he had foreseen its impact on Floor. This made the entire incident even more mysterious. Originally, he had believed the destruction of Andertown was merely the soldiers' wrongdoing. But now it seemed the truth was far more complex. The upper echelons of the Whalon Empire were the masterminds behind the massacre. More perplexing was why they had deliberately left Floor alive, seemingly certain that he would return to the town and be ultimately consumed by the stone tablet. Jiang Zhi keenly sensed the hidden conspiracy, but unfortunately, there were too few clues. The only one who knew, Lin, had already been executed by him, and according to the information, the guy named Oma was at LV5 strength. It's best not to provoke him for now. Meanwhile, outside the spatial rift, Zhou Kai was leading a group of Zhou family card masters, observing from a distance. They had recently received news that Jiang Zhi had entered the rift, and the Whalon Empire had also reported that General Lin had intercepted the target. Zhou Kai's lips curled into a smug smile. Jiang Zhi, no matter how cautious you are, you wouldn't have guessed that the current head of the Academy Consortium is our Zhou family, right? The entire Academy is our eyes and ears. Zhou Kai took out a positioning stone, a treasure they had exchanged with the Whalon Empire, capable of accurately tracking Lin's location. He led his men following the positioning signal, seeing that it had fixed in one spot without moving, boosting his confidence. Once this is over, even if Ouyang Feng knows the truth, he can't do anything to our Zhou family. At worst, we'll just blame the Whalon Empire. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, a sudden change occurred. The positioning signal began to flicker violently, as if disrupted by something. Within seconds, the signal completely vanished, and the positioning stone in his hand crumbled into powder. Zhou Kai's face changed drastically, as a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He looked up, and before him lay a scene of ruin and desolation. In the center of the debris stood a massive stone tablet, and beside it, Jiang Zhi stood alone, deep in thought. In the bushes, Zhou Kai gestured to the dozens of subordinates behind him, signaling them to be ready to act at any moment. After confirming everything was in place, he stepped out of the undergrowth with a forced smile on his face. Professor Jiang, how goes the exploration? Jiang Zhi snapped out of his thoughts and focused on Zhou Kai. He remembered this face well. It was the same person who had once handed him a pass. He sneered. So, the Zhou Corporation isn't even pretending anymore and plans to take action directly, is it? No such intentions, Professor Jiang. Zhou Kai maintained his fake smile. I merely wish to invite you to dinner at the Zhou Corporation so everyone can meet a top scholar in the card-making field. He paused, his expression turning serious. However, there's a misunderstanding. I now go by Wu Kai. Due to some mistakes, I've been dismissed from the Zhou Corporation. Today's actions are entirely my own and have nothing to do with them. Jiang Zhi rubbed his temples, his tone mocking. Oh, you've made a very clean break. So, if I were to kill everyone here today, the Zhou Corporation wouldn't say anything, right? Seeing Jiang Zhi's unwillingness to cooperate, Zhou Kai's expression grew darker. He pointed to the bushes behind him. Professor Jiang, taking action won't do you any good. Surely you don't think I came alone. His hand reached for his card device. I've heard you're a master at dealing with monsters, but I wonder if you're just as skilled against humans? Jiang Zhi looked at him as if he were an idiot. So you think I came alone too? As Zhou Kai pondered the meaning of this, a strong hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Startled, he tried to forcibly activate his card device, but the other person struck his joint with a practiced hand chop, rendering his arm numb. Then, a heavy kick to the knee sent him sprawling to the ground in a heap. Looking up, he saw a towering figure over 2 meters tall, wearing sunglasses and a mask. Wu Zhang. Before he could react, a precise hand chop to the back of his neck sent Zhou Kai into unconsciousness. Wu Zhang signaled an okay to Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi looked at the 2-meter giant in an ill-fitting school uniform and couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't expect you guys to move so fast, Brother Wu. Don't worry, Professor Jiang. Combat is also part of a soldier's training. Wu Zhang used his foot to flip the unconscious Zhou Kai over. Professor Jiang, what do you plan to do with him? Jiang Zhi took a seed from his card device, gestured with it at Zhou Kai for a while, and then sighed when he realized it couldn't be used. Can you help interrogate him? I'm quite curious about why they targeted me. Wu Zhang's expression turned dangerous. No problem, Professor Jiang. This is my specialty. He added, there are 12 others, Professor Jiang. Are they confirmed to be from the Zhou Corporation? Confirmed. Bring them too. Let's conduct a control experiment. After Jiang Zhi and his group left, the silence around the stone tablet was shattered by the urgent sound of horse hooves. Oma rode swiftly on his warhorse, accompanied silently by a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Oma dismounted, crouched down, and ran his fingers over the ground, picking up a pinch of grayish-white dust evidence left by Lean. His knuckles whitened with anger, yet his voice remained surprisingly calm, though the anger within it seemed to threaten to tear the air apart. Mr. Zhou, we came here in good faith, Oma said, staring directly at the cloaked figure. But where is your sincerity? Is this what you call youngsters not exceeding LV3? The cloaked figure was visibly taken aback, his tone filled with confusion. General Oma, I don't understand what you mean. Lean is dead. Oma stood abruptly, his voice unable to suppress the fury any longer. My last comrade, killed by a nobody. His honor tarnished, and we couldn't even recover his body. The cloaked figure stepped back in shock. How is this possible? Lean was an LV4 lord. How could he fall to someone not even at LV3? A dangerous glint flashed in Oma's eyes. Zhou, you owe me an explanation for this. I can accept that my allies are a bunch of despicable people, but I cannot tolerate allies who can't even gather basic intelligence. The cloaked figure's voice trembled slightly. Rest assured, General Oma, the Zhou clan will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Humph. Oma snorted coldly. The Whalon Empire will immediately cease all cooperation with the Zhou clan. Do not seek me out again until you uncover the truth. Now leave. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner deep within a crevice, Wu Zhang and his group were throwing Zhou Kai and his men, who were tied up, onto the ground. Brother Wu, shouldn't we confiscate their card machines? Jiang Zhi asked. Wu Zhang shook his head. Professor Jiang, anyone bold enough to attack you must have taken precautions. Card machines are the easiest to expose information and usually have a self-destruct mechanism. If you don't want to end up with a face full of shrapnel, it's best not to touch their card machines. This immediately reminded Jiang Zhi of the black-clad person he had previously shield-bashed. Their card machine had indeed exploded as soon as he reached for it. Professor Jiang, what do you want to ask them? 2 questions, Jiang Zhi said solemnly. First, how did the Zhou clan learn about my card information? Second, what do they intend to do with my card? This second question had been troubling him. If the Zhou clan truly wanted his card, they could have approached him through the board of trustees rather than resorting to bandit-like tactics. Wu Zhang pulled out a life-type card and quickly dug a square pit in the ground. This was the first time Jiang Zhi had witnessed the power of a life-type card firsthand, and he was impressed by its utility. The soldiers threw the dozen or so captives into the pit and fetched water from a nearby river to douse them. The icy river water quickly revived most of the unconscious prisoners. Jiang Zhi watched the commotion among the captives below without speaking. What followed was Wu Zhang's domain. Wu Zhang stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the people below with a calm yet cold voice. Since you've fallen into my hands, know that I'm not fond of killing. I'll ask questions, and if you answer truthfully, you might walk away alive. But if you don't cooperate. Before he could finish, an angry shout erupted from the pit. Who are you? Let us out. This is the academy. A gunshot suddenly rang out in the silence. The head of the person who had shouted exploded, scattering red and white matter onto the dirt. The pit fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. I ask, you answer, Wu Zhang repeated, his gun slowly moving across the crowd. Do you understand? Yes. Came scattered. Trembling responses from the pit. The first question, Wu Zheng aimed his gun at an unfortunate soul. How did the Zhou family get Professor Zhang's card information? I don't know. I'm just an ordinary employee of the Zhou family. The person stammered. Before they could finish, another gunshot rang out. Slandering the Zhou Corporation deserves death, and your answer was unsatisfactory. Wu Zheng stated emotionlessly, moving to the next target. After several more shots, bodies began to pile up in the pit. Finally, the gun was pointed at Zhou Kai. Hatred burned in Zhou Kai's eyes, but he could see there was no mercy in Wu Zheng's gaze. It was the battle record, he said through gritted teeth. Professor Jiang once fought against 3 security personnel on the rebel front line. We found one of them and paid to get the battle records. Jiang Zhi frowned from the side. Why me? We didn't have any conflicts before this. Zhou Kai sneered. A professor who could suddenly join the card-making division, with a status comparable to Ouyang Feng, not investigating your background would be negligent. Jiang Zhi squinted, thinking it was Ouyang Lao Deng's fault. He gestured for Wu Zheng to let him ask. Then why kidnap me back to the Zhou family? If you want the card, we can negotiate. Zhou Kai was silent for a moment until he heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. He suddenly turned, revealing a card machine emitting black smoke. Professor Jiang, I can't answer that question. Saying it would mean certain death. I've signed a card contract. If you want to ask something else, choose another question. Jiang Zhi was surprised by Zhou Kai's cooperative attitude and nodded, pondering for a moment. You seem quite arrogant, Mr. Zhou Kai. As if you're sure I won't get anything useful? Falling into your hands. I admit defeat. How dare I be arrogant? Zhou Kai replied softly. Then I'll continue asking. In the rift, who gave you my location? It was General Lin, the lord-level entity of this rift, extremely powerful. Zhou Kai looked meaningfully at Jiang Zhi. But for some reason, he hasn't shown himself yet. Perhaps, he's watching us from some corner right now. Zhou Kai and Jiang Zhi each harbored secrets they were unwilling to share. Just as Zhou Kai would never tell Jiang Zhi how he connected with Lin, Jiang Zhi kept the fact of Lin's passing to himself. Perhaps, he might be laughing at you from some corner right now, Jiang Zhi remarked nonchalantly. Professor Jiang, it's best to refrain from such jokes, Zhou Kai said seriously. Next question. You found me in the ruins of Ander. How do you plan to get me out? Mr. Zhou, there's someone outside waiting to assist me, Jiang Zhi replied calmly. Zhou Kai's expression stiffened, realizing he was losing control of the conversation. Professor Jiang is an important researcher for the Academy. We certainly won't harm you. No, that's not right, Jiang Zhi's gaze sharpened. The last person in the Kobold tribe didn't say that. Professor Jiang, he doesn't represent us. Jiang Zhi's face bore a knowing smile. You should say you don't know him, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Kai's face turned cold, and he fell silent. Next question, Jiang Zhi pressed on. Your real aim is my card spirit. Kaling Castle, isn't it? Zhou Kai took out his card device, his tone rigid. Regarding your card spirit, Kaling Castle, I cannot answer, Professor Jiang. Wrong, Jiang Zhi's smile deepened. You should say my card spirit is named Floor, and there's no record of a castle. Let me guess, Mr. Zhou Kai. In the information you accessed, Floor's full name is Castle Floor, right? His voice carried a sharp edge. Did you get this name from the Villian Empire? Honestly, if Floor hadn't told me himself, I might never have known his full name. So, Mr. Zhou, where did you learn it? Standing nearby, Wu Zheng listened intently, clearly finding this information equally important. Mr. Zhou, Jiang Zhi coaxed. Why not talk to me about the Villian Empire? Share what you know, information that doesn't violate the card contract, and perhaps it might save your life. Zhou Kai glared at Jiang Zhi, but eventually deflated like a punctured balloon. Professor Jiang, you must understand, revealing this information means certain death for me. Neither the Zhou Consortium nor the Villian Empire will spare me. Then do us a favor and say what you need to before you die. Jiang Zhi gestured to Wu Zheng beside him. Look, with the military's help, there's nothing to worry about concerning your burial. Otherwise, I might have Brother Wu ask you instead. The Villian Empire's royal family has always been watching. Zhou Kai's words were cut short by a deafening explosion. His card device exploded in place, instantly severing half his body. Others in the pit were not spared either, losing their lives in the blast. Jiang Zhi softly repeated the keyword Zhou Kai uttered before dying, royal family. This indicated that the tragedy in Ander Town originated not with the Villian Empire soldiers, but with the royal family itself. Jiang Zhi squinted his eyes, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had completely unraveled the Villian Empire's royal family's plan. The massacre at Ander Town was no coincidence, and sparing Flora's life was a carefully crafted move. The royal family was like a patient hunter, waiting for Flora to return to the town and ultimately be ensnared by the monument to complete his transformation. Thinking about how the Zhou Consortium was still in the dark, believing Zhou Kai hadn't leaked any royal information, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Professor Jiang, we need to leave here quickly, Wu Zheng urged, his expression tense. If that guy wasn't lying, the Lord should still be nearby. They have a deal, and it would be trouble if we're discovered. Jiang Zhi nodded silently, not mentioning that he had already dealt with Lord Lin. Brother Wu, won't these bodies just lying here be discovered? Jiang Zhi asked, looking at the bodies on the ground. Wu Zheng confidently replied, just cover them with some dirt. We're inside a crevice. Who would randomly dig around here? As he spoke, he skillfully pulled out a survival card, quickly restoring the pit to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Watching Wu Zheng's adept actions, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but speculate that he must have done this many times before. Brother Wu, is this information enough for you? It's plenty, Wu Zheng nodded. Now that we've confirmed the other side of the crevice is the Villian Empire, the next steps will be much easier. We can close the net. As they were about to leave the crevice, the group split up. Jiang Zhi purposely found a secluded spot and tore his clothes to make them look ragged, presenting a disheveled appearance. Although the military hadn't located the crevice yet, he knew the act had to be convincing to avoid arousing the Zhou Consortium's suspicions. He emerged from the crevice alone, feigning panic as he rushed towards the elevator. The security personnel around cast curious glances his way, but he ignored them, taking the elevator up without delay. Back at the villa, Wang En and Jing, who were chatting, immediately tensed up upon seeing Jiang Zhi's tattered appearance. Professor Jiang. Xiao Jiang. What happened? Jiang Zhi didn't answer immediately, instead signaling them to discuss inside. Once the door was shut, the two, who were about to press for answers, saw Jiang Zhi relax comfortably on the sofa and realized he had been acting. Jiang Zhi casually tossed his dust-covered lab coat into a heap beside him. Xiao Jiang, were you attacked by the Zhou people again? Wang An asked sharply. Yes, Brother Wang. The one who attacked me was Zhou Kai, the one who previously delivered the pass. Wang An's face darkened. Once, twice, but not thrice. He'll inform the academy and have them talk to the Zhou Consortium. No need, Jiang Zhi replied nonchalantly. It was a trap I set on purpose. No need to worry about them, Brother Wang. I suspect they've already disappeared. Concealing an interdimensional crevice is a serious crime against humanity, and once it's discovered that the Zhou Consortium is hiding a crevice, their downfall is inevitable. The sudden collapse of the Zhou Corporation swept through the elite circles of Haishur like a storm. This giant entity mysteriously vanished overnight, causing a temporary market upheaval, but in time, the turmoil subsided. At the first card-making shop, Wang Fuguei played the role of a diligent cashier perfectly. Whenever a customer inquired about cards, he strictly adhered to the rules set by Jiang Zhi. The grade cards crafted by Jiang Zhi were of such remarkable quality that customers only needed to provide the materials, and they could collect the finished product the next day. Gradually, the reputation of the first card-making shop began to spread within the industry, even impacting the neighboring Zhou card-making shop. Although the shop still bore the Zhou name, no one knew who the actual operator was now. Jiang Zhi felt a sense of relief, knowing that if he hadn't focused solely on high-end cards, the Zhou Corporation might have approached him before its collapse. One day, Jing arrived at the villa with a folder in hand to see Jiang Zhi, her expression serious. Professor Jiang, she said, the academy requires every professor to undertake teaching duties each semester. However, Academician Ouyang has made an exception for you. You don't need to teach a core course, but you must prepare an elective. Jiang Zhi furrowed his brow at this news. Why haven't I heard about this before? Besides, I'm probably younger than the students. Can the school really trust me to teach? And Jing smiled wryly, then leaned in to whisper. Academician Ouyang mentioned that you just need to give a casual lecture. This is for your own development. After all, a professor who has never taught lacks legitimacy. More importantly, this affects your eligibility to participate in the Haishur Card Exchange Conference. The Haishur Card Exchange Conference? Jiang Zhi was even more puzzled. What's that? I've never heard of it. It's an internal exchange meeting, and also the preliminary for the National Card Exchange Conference, and Jing explained with a warm smile. Haven't you always wanted to attend the National Card Exchange Conference? To qualify, you must first pass this Haishur Exchange Conference. Jiang Zhi finally understood. Although he found the process cumbersome, he realized it was a necessary step due to his unique background. As the youngest professor in the history of the card conference, some extra requirements were inevitable. Forget about the core courses. I really don't have that much time, Jiang Zhi said, then asked, Sisterin, can I see which elective courses are available? And Jing handed over her tablet in response, the screen filled with a list of various elective courses. Jiang Zhi stared at the course selection list in front of him, feeling overwhelmed by the various options ranging from card theory to card battle overview and card crafting techniques. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze finally settled on the course, Advanced Card Crafting Practice. This course focused on the key details and points in the card-making process. He glanced at the number of enrollees. While other courses had hundreds or even thousands of participants, this one had only a mere 12 people signed up. This suited Jiang Zhi perfectly, and he allowed himself a slight smile. This is the one. And Jing's expression suddenly turned a bit awkward. Are you sure you want to choose this course? Sensing something unusual, Jiang Zhi immediately asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? This course was originally taught by Professor Zhou Kai, but he passed away a few days ago. You probably heard about it. And Jing replied cautiously, clearly unaware that Zhou Kai had met his end at Jiang Zhi's hands. Jiang Zhi maintained his composure. It's fine. Zhou Kai and I were like brothers. I'll take over his course. You knew him? And Jing appeared slightly surprised, but quickly accepted it. Since Professor Zhou didn't leave any specific instructions, there shouldn't be an issue. Why are there so few people enrolled in this course? Jiang Zhi inquired. This course was personally established by Academician Yang before he became the vice principal, and Jing explained. It requires crafting cards of D level or higher, which is extremely challenging. Without sufficient talent and skill, failing is almost inevitable. Even after it was handed over to Professor Zhou, the pass rate didn't improve. Jiang Zhi calculated silently. Card crafting was his forte, and if necessary, he could ask Ouyang Laodang for some of his old teaching materials to follow. With that, he got up and went next door, knocking on Ouyang Laodang's door. Is Academician Ouyang here? I have a favor to ask. The door was opened by Li Chongfeng. Professor Jiang, Academician Ouyang isn't here. Chongfeng, could you help me find some of the Academician's old teaching materials? I need them in 2 days. For which course? Advanced card crafting practice. Li Chongfeng showed a troubled expression. Professor Jiang, there really aren't any. This course is mainly practical, and the Academician's prepared materials are very simple, mostly direct Hansen teaching. You seem to know a lot about it. I was the teaching assistant for Academician Ouyang's advanced card crafting practice course. Unable to obtain the desired materials, Jiang Zhi decided to look up the relevant information himself. After all, this was related to the national card competition and had to be handled with great care. The change in Jiang Zhi's course schedule did not cause much of a stir within the college. Despite holding the title of Professor Emeritus, only just over 50 students had enrolled in his class 2 days before it began. What stood out in these few days was the unusual attention from the elderly Mr. Ouyang, who frequently visited Jiang Zhi, eyes filled with keen interest. As Jiang Zhi flipped through the syllabus for the advanced card practice course, he frowned. It seemed less like an elective and more like an introductory requirement for card makers. The core of the course was singular, to teach students how to create cards above level. But how exactly should this be taught? Jiang Zhi scoured various teaching materials and eventually found the most discussions on forums. Opinions on the forums were varied. Some emphasized sincerity is the key, insisting on bathing and dressing formally before each card-making session. Others believed the secret lay in the balance of energy and spirit, advocating for starting only when in peak condition. As for specific teaching methods, most explanations were vague and ultimately summed up as something that can be understood but not explained. Smiling and shaking his head, Jiang Zhi noted that the forum content was 9 parts truth to 1 part fiction, or 5 parts truth to 5 parts fiction. After some contemplation, Jiang Zhi decided to teach in his own way. Every time he crafted a card, he could clearly sense the card's cost, level, and how these affected its values and mechanisms. More importantly, he could precisely grasp each card's limit state. This was the secret to his repeated breaking of official record books. He planned to pass on these experiences to his students in a suitably vague manner, teaching genuine skills without appearing to withhold information. On a weekend night, Bai Shuiying sat on her dorm bed, staring blankly at the elective course information. Her father had just reminded her to pay attention to Professor Jiang Zhi's new coursey weekly advanced card-making practice, which was not easy. Xiaoxue, why are you still choosing courses? Shouldn't this have been done at the start of the term? Her roommate Zhang Ping leaned over. Bai Shuiying brushed off Zhang Ping's hand from her shoulder. I'm still deciding on the last course. Let me see Jiang Zhi, the guy who took on the Lord Solo. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up as she leaned over Bai Shuiying's back. Are you planning on a teacher-student romance? You troublemaker. Bai Shuiying pushed Zhang Ping away. If you dare spread rumors again, I'll deal with you. Xiaoxue, don't you love me anymore? Zhang Ping exclaimed dramatically. Monday arrived as scheduled, and Jiang Zhi stood early outside the classroom, watching the students file in with a heart full of emotions. Once an ordinary person, he now had such opportunities after being reborn. He silently vowed to live this life to the fullest, making the most of this chance. Professor Jiang, you're here early. A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Zhi turned to see a female student with skin as fair as snow and a graceful figure. Bai Shuiying stood at the classroom door with a sweet smile on her face, extending her hand to Jiang Zhi. Her graceful presence immediately caught the attention of nearby classmates. Jiang Zhi gazed at her somewhat familiar face, furrowing his brows slightly. You're that newbie from the Kobold tribe, right? Your name is. Jiang Zhi's words left Bai Shuiying's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air. She gritted her teeth internally. If she could take him on, she would have challenged him right then and there. My name is Bai Shuiying, she replied, suppressing her displeasure. I didn't expect Professor Jiang to remember me. Realizing his poor choice of words, Jiang Zhi quickly reached out to shake her hand. Sorry, Bai. I was a bit distracted. It's fine, Bai Shuiying smiled warmly. I just didn't expect you to take over the advanced card-making practice class from Professor Zhou. It seems your abilities are well recognized. This remark reminded Jiang Zhi of Zhou Kai, who had been outmatched by Wu Zheng without even a chance to react. Yes, very capable, just not very lucky. Jiang Zhi responded calmly. Professor Jiang is only 2 years older than me and already a professor. You must have exceptional skills, Bai Shuiying said before turning to enter the classroom. I look forward to your class. Jiang Zhi glanced at the time. It was about time to start the class. He was ready to show anyone who doubted him who the real protagonist was. As he entered the classroom, he immediately noticed Ouyang Laodang in the front row with a model student smile, flanked by the golden couple Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng. Bai Shuiying sat nearby, looking slightly nervous. Scattered in the back were students pretending to pay attention, along with a few latecomers sneaking in through the back door, peeking out from the corners. Ouyang Feng's presence was like a mountain, weighing on all the students. Class, when making cards, we can feel the limit of the card's existence. Jiang Zhi began his lecture. Professor, Ouyang Feng immediately raised his hand to ask, why don't I feel that when I'm creating, I just get a headache at a certain number, but I can still increase it? Jiang Zhi pulled out 2 enhanced strike cards from his pocket, one with 12 points of damage and the other with 10. For example, 10 is the limit for a card maker, and 12 is the card's limit. As for the headache, he looked directly at Ouyang Feng. That's because you're a bit inexperienced. It's just that simple. Got it, Professor. Throughout the class, Jiang Zhi felt like he was in a high-intensity debate with Ouyang Laodang. The other students seemed more like spectators, but this clash between academic and instinctive styles did provide many with new insights. By the end of the class, Jiang Zhi's voice was hoarse. He glanced resentfully at Laodang, who seemed eager for more, and without giving him any face, he directly announced the end of the class and prepared to leave. All his planned dramatic flourishes and face-saving routines went unused. Ouyang Feng's presence made Jiang Zhi feel like he was punching a pillow, leaving him with an empty feeling. Today's class left Bai Shuiying utterly astonished. Initially, she had thought of Jiang Zhi, the newly arrived professor, as just a slightly gifted ordinary academic. However, this session completely overturned her perception. Jiang Zhi held his ground against the academic giant Ouyang Feng for the entire class. Even more surprising was that Jiang Zhi was on the offensive most of the time, only pulling back when Ouyang Feng mentioned a few significant research breakthroughs. Ouyang Feng is one of the most esteemed figures in the field, and for someone like him to engage seriously in a debate indicates Jiang Zhi's remarkable prowess. Bai Shuiying quietly contemplated. Connecting with such a top-tier talent could undoubtedly become a significant asset for her future. After class, Ouyang Feng caught up with Jiang Zhi, who was walking home alone. Hey, Professor Jiang, there's no need to be so downcast, Ouyang Feng said in a light-hearted tone. I'm genuinely curious and would love to hear what you intended to convey in this class. Jiang Zhi turned around, looking at the senior scholar with a hint of resentment. You've seen and heard enough. There's no need for you to attend the next session. Is that how you talk to people? Ouyang Feng shook his head. Let's skip the nonsense. What's on your mind? Just say it. I heard from your assistant and Jing that you're interested in participating in the national card competition. Of course, I wouldn't miss the card competition, though I might skip the card exchange events. Ouyang Feng squinted. There are 3 months left, and you're currently at level 3. Can you advance to level 5 in time? Jiang Zhi's expression dimmed. Since reaching level 3, the experience bar had become dauntingly heavy, and the scarcity of monsters at this level had stalled his progress. At this rate, reaching level 4, let alone level 5, in 3 months seemed unlikely. Do you have a way? Jiang Zhi asked, eyeing the sly Ouyang Feng. Naturally. Let's hear it. I want to attend your classes in the future. Agreed. Ouyang Feng beamed with a wide smile. You know that the usual way to participate is open to the public. But as a university professor, you can take the route of internal talent recommendation. Jiang Zhi was intrigued. How does that work? There are 2 ways. One is through contributions to card research, which I can arrange for you via the Haisher card exchange. The other is through card battles, by participating in the domestic university card competition. If you help the school team secure a top 3 position, you'll get the recommendation. Secure both, and you get a direct pass. Jiang Zhi quickly sensed something amiss. You want me to coach the school team? That's up to you. You want me to lead those rookies? I'd rather fight monsters in the rift for leveling up. The first prize includes a blank level card and other rewards. As long as you manage the distribution of rewards among the team well, I doubt they'd mind giving you the card. Jiang Zhi immediately changed his tune. You want me to coach rookies? I'll do it. When does the competition start? The qualifying round starts this Friday. What? Jiang Zhi looked at Ouyang Laoding's shameless face with disbelief, internally lamenting why he couldn't be as thick-skinned. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. By the way, what about my reward for updating the Gunfire and Rain of Bullets deck? Jiang Zhi narrowed his eyes. Don't try to brush me off with a few gray blank cards. Ouyang Feng visibly froze, like a snake caught by its weak spot. With a regretful expression, He slowly pulled out an engraved blank card from the card machine. It just arrived today. I was planning to study it for a bit. Jiang Zhi reached out to take it, but found Ouyang Feng gripping it tightly. With a snort, Jiang Zhi forcefully pulled it from his grasp. Next time, remember not to delay my rewards. You ungrateful guy, I was the one who got you your first grade card. Don't give me that. I earned this. Jiang Zhi rolled his eyes, and then asked about the school team's practice schedule and progress before hurriedly heading back. Behind him, Ouyang Feng reminded, don't forget to attend classes. It's a necessary step if you want to participate in the Haishur Card Exchange Conference. That evening, Jiang Zhi arrived at the Academy's training ground. His information had already been relayed to the school team by Ouyang Ting. As he walked in, he saw 7 students training around a large projection machine, which continuously projected various monster illusions. It was more about team coordination than individual skills. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline was intently observing and occasionally giving pointers. The middle-aged man quickly noticed Jiang Zhi standing to the side. Excuse me, this is the school team's practice area, no spectators allowed. How did you get in? I'm not a student, Jiang Zhi said calmly. I'm here to take over as the coach. The man's expression changed drastically, filled with indignation. Damn, these days even connections can get you in here. Just because you're good-looking doesn't mean you can do this. He continued, agitated, I can't let you ruin the school team. This is a place of hope for students. They're future talents who can't be squandered by someone like you. The school team members gathered around at the commotion, and Bai Shuiying, standing in the middle, looked surprised to see Jiang Zhi. Calm down, sir, Jiang Zhi tried to soothe him. Rushing won't solve anything. Let's sit down and discuss this. Discuss my foot. The middle-aged man pulled out a card machine. Let's have a duel. If you lose, I won't let you become the coach, even if it costs me my job. He immediately issued a duel challenge. Bai Shuiying considered intervening, but ultimately remained silent. Jiang Zhi accepted the challenge willingly. It was better to prove his worth with skill than to argue. Both their card machines activated simultaneously. The man's card spirit was a giant firebird, while Jiang Zhi's was a terrifying red figure. 1 minute later. Coach, how you lost? Now I'm the coach, and you're the assistant coach. Any objections? Jiang Zhi asked, looking at the man with a large bump on his forehead, courtesy of Frohl. While the duel mode prevented real harm, the pain was very much real. No objections, Professor Jiang. Whatever you say goes, Coach Hao admitted, lowering his head in defeat. Jiang Zhi turned to the 5 team members below. And what about you all? Bai Shuiying and the others shook their heads in unison. It was clear that if Jiang Zhi was the farmer, Coach Hao was the farmer's chicken, and they were merely chicken feed, an undeniable gap in level. Seeing that everyone was convinced, Jiang Zhi displayed a gentle smile and glanced at the school team members before him. Hello, students. I'm Professor Jiang Zhi from the card crafting department. From today, I will officially take over as the coach of the school team. He got straight to the point. Now, I'd like to assess the level of your card decks to see if there's room for improvement. This request made the 7 team members exchange hesitant looks. In the card world, showing one's deck wasn't exactly taboo, but it was considered somewhat private. Bai Shuiying was the first to break the silence. She decisively opened her card machine and drew out 15 cards to hand to Jiang Zhi. Professor Jiang, this is our Bai family's exclusive deck. Please take a look. Jiang Zhi took the cards and examined them closely. Each one had a pure white hue, emitting a faint chill. Although the information about this private deck was public, its unique craftsmanship made it impossible for others to replicate. This deck revolved around the Frost debuff system. All attack cards could apply 1 or 2 layers of Frost, which would reduce the enemy's attack power. Each time an enemy attacked, they first needed to deplete the Frost layers, and only damage exceeding the Frost parameter would actually take effect. For instance, an enemy with 2 Frost layers dealing 4 points of damage would ultimately only inflict 2 points of real damage. Combined with several high Frost value cards and the inherent damage mitigation mechanism, this deck was indeed formidable. However, because each card incorporated the Frost mechanism, the base values were low, resulting in an overall deficit state. Jiang Zhi thought to himself that even his own small turtle deck could easily suppress Bai Shuiying's. Well, it's a good system, but the damage is a bit low, Jiang Zhi commented bluntly. This remark left Bai Shuiying somewhat dissatisfied. After all, she was ranked among the top 500 card spirits in the world. How could her damage be low? But recalling how Jiang Zhi's deck dealt nearly 600 points of damage to the Kobold Lord, and considering the power of his small turtle deck, she could only keep her thoughts to herself. 7 level cards. 8 level cards. Is this the full strength of your deck? Jiang Zhi continued to inquire. Of course not. Bai Shuiying shook her head. My deck has the potential to incorporate 2 level cards, but I haven't obtained them yet. Show me. Bai Shuiying promptly projected 2 special cards from her card machine. Cold Wave level. Costs 2 energy. Deals damage equal to the accumulated Frost layers. Bitter Cold level. Costs 2 energy. Grants armor equal to the accumulated Frost layers. Jiang Zhi acknowledged them with a nod. These two straightforward cards effectively addressed the deck's shortcomings and were quite impressive for card crafters in this world. Jiang Zhi then proceeded to review the other team members' decks. As the strongest member, Bai Shuang naturally served as the team captain. The vice-captain was Wang Lei from the Academy's financial family, whose deck focused on explosive power, paired with a low-tier Flevel Firebird card spirit. Another member, Su Yuning from the Academy's Su family, had a deck centered around healing, with a battlefield medic as her card spirit. 7 students sat around the conference table as Jiang Zhi's gaze swept over each of them. Among them, military exchange student Zhang Bin was known for his defensive deck, with a card spirit of a large brown bear. Zhu Haitao, though lacking a prestigious background, had managed to progress this far by acquiring powerful single cards from various card packs, yet he had not awakened his card spirit. The substitutes, Zhang Fan and Lin Haifeng, had similar stories to Zhu Haitao, each starting from scratch. Jiang Zhi took a faintly glowing level blank card from the card machine and got straight to the point. Let's be frank. I need that a level blank card as compensation. In return, I'll help you win this tournament. Upon hearing this, everyone except Bai Shuang and Zhu Haitao showed signs of displeasure. Before they could voice their objections, Jiang Zhi raised a hand to interrupt them. I understand that taking the grand prize directly may seem unethical, but as compensation, I can help you reconstruct your decks. He waved the level card in his hand. If you agree, I can start right away. If not, I'll leave immediately and won't interfere with the tournament matters. Jiang Zhi was well aware that his ability to construct decks was unrivaled in this world. He had no intention of forcing these students. He could just as easily hunt monsters in otherworldly rifts to level up, though it would be a tough couple of months. Bai Shuang was the first to express her support. She had witnessed Jiang Zhi's prowess firsthand and knew that having him reconstruct their decks was a sure win. Zhu Haitao and the 2 substitutes quickly followed suit. After all, the level card was beyond their reach anyway, and obtaining a powerful deck through this opportunity was a great deal. While the remaining 3 hesitated, Zhang Bin suddenly raised his hand to ask, Professor Jiang, are you the creator of that yellow deck? The keywords yellow deck and military immediately reminded Jiang Zhi of the nameless soldier's deck he had crafted for the military. He nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhang Bin promptly expressed his agreement. With a 5-tot majority, the remaining 2 students from affluent families had no choice but to concede. Jiang Zhi nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to Bai Shuang's deck. Noting that it lacked a burst card, he decided to address this shortcoming. The level blank card emitted a brilliant glow, and moments later, a brand new white card materialized. Frostbite, level, energy cost, 3, load, 5, deals 20 damage, inflicts 4x additional damage on frost-afflicted units. Although all 7 present were well-versed in card mechanics, they were still amazed by Jiang Zhi's card-making speed, akin to printing cards. Bai Shuang accepted the card, overjoyed upon seeing its effects. If added to her deck, it could easily trigger the 4x damage effect when combined with other cards. The load 5 was a hallmark of Jiang Zhi's card-making, trading life value for powerful effects. She immediately removed an obsolete card from her deck and inserted the new card along with the other 14 cards into the card machine. When the other 6 saw Bai Shuang receive a new card, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in their eyes. They each stepped forward, respectfully presenting their decks to Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi carefully examined the characteristics of each person's deck. For Wang Lei's deck, known for its high damage but lacking in draw power, he designed a level card called Backfire, costing 0 energy. It allows drawing 4 cards, perfectly addressing its weakness. To enhance Su Yuning's pure support deck, Jiang Zhi created a card called Strength Elixir, costing 4 energy, which provides a team strength boost of 3 points. As for Zhang Bin's overly defensive yet offensively weak deck, he crafted the Beast Instinct, card costing 2 energy. It reflects half of the damage taken this turn back to all enemies. The most challenging decks for Jiang Zhi were those of Zhu Haitao, Zhang Fan, and Lin Haifeng. Their decks were a chaotic mix, containing cards from kobolds, the Villian Empire's front lines, and even the Resistance front, showing no clear strategy. Your decks may be chaotic, but you do have some good luck, Jiang Zhi remarked thoughtfully, noticing 2 cards above level in Zhu Haitao's deck. I'm planning to give you a special card, but it really tests your luck. What do you think? I'm always lucky, Zhu Haitao immediately responded, patting his chest, while the other 2 nodded in agreement. Jiang Zhi's final level card then burst into a brilliant white light. This was a card named Fortune, costing 4 energy. It deals a random 199 damage, grants a random 199 armor, provides a random 199 buff, and applies a random 199 debuff to the target. The higher the number, the lower the probability. Seeing the sweat on Zhu Haitao's forehead as he took the card, Jiang Zhi reassured him. Don't worry, the expected value of this card is at least over 20 points. It's indeed tough to roll over 60, but the chances of scoring below 10 are also slim. Let's see if your luck is as good as you claim. Jiang Zhi dusted off his pants and stood up. The first phase of training is over. Your first match is this Friday, so don't disappoint me. Go practice. I'll be cheering for you. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to leave, Coach Hao eagerly grabbed his arm. Hey, Professor Jiang, what about me? Where's my card? Of course, you don't get one. Jiang Zhi replied bluntly. You're not competing, so why would you need a card? Jiang Zhi's words left Coach Hao speechless. After thinking it over, Coach Hao realized Jiang Zhi had a point, and he began to regret his rash provocation. Not only did he get a beating for nothing, but the card he almost had in hand was now out of reach. Despite feeling the loss of the card, Coach Hao knew his duty and reached out to stop Jiang Zhi, who was about to leave. Professor Jiang, you can't go yet. Don't you need to guide the students on how to fight? Jiang Zhi brushed off his hand with a hint of helplessness in his voice. I don't know much about training. From now on, it's your responsibility. I'll just focus on card construction. With that, he turned and left the training field, almost as if he were the assistant coach. Coach Hao was left speechless, but considering Jiang Zhi's formidable strength, he decided to take the suggestion. As for the 7 members of the school team, having just received benefits from Jiang Zhi, they naturally had no objections to his decision. For the next 4 days, Jiang Zhi visited the training grounds every evening to observe the team's progress. This period of observation allowed him, a PvE expert, to gain significant PvP experience. He discovered that human battles were fundamentally different from fighting monsters, most notably in the concept of accuracy. In human battles, the effects of card rules were weakened, allowing combatants to dodge attacks. However, when fighting monsters, both sides were bound by powerful card rules, forcing them to take hits until they gained resistance through leveling up, enabling them to dodge. Although Jiang Zhi had sparred with Coach Hao, the latter was too weak for him to realize that dodging card spirit attacks was even possible. However, during internal matches, he frequently saw Bai Shuiying skillfully dodging the attacks of the other 4 with the help of card spirits. This realization added a new dimension to the card game, and Jiang Zhi couldn't help but want to try it himself, though he maintained his dignity as a professor. When sparring with Bai Shuiying and others, once he understood the rules, his formidable card, Floral, made it impossible for them to even graze him. Time flew by, and on Friday evening, Jiang Zhi was invited to the Academy's competition venue. It was the first match of the qualifying rounds, one of the most anticipated events in the card world. The College League always drew a live broadcast. As one of the largest cities in China, Haishi's Intercollegiate League naturally drew significant attention. Jiang Zhi sat at the coach's bench, watching the packed audience, most of whom were holding banners reading First Card Academy for the win. Bai Shuiying and her team entered to thunderous applause, while their opponents from Haisha University seemed somewhat distracted, understandably so, given they were up against the seeded players right from the start, which was a daunting prospect. The competition format consisted of 3 individual matches and 1 team match. A victory in an individual match earned 1 point, and a team match victory earned 2 points. The first team to reach 3 points would advance. After this city-level qualifier, the winning teams from various cities would gather in the capital to compete for the top 3 spots. The entire schedule lasted nearly 3 months, perfectly aligning with the national championships, making it an important warm-up event for the nationals. Last night, Professor Hao and Ouyang Feng visited Jiang Zhi's villa together. Their purpose was clear: to prepare for the opening exhibition match of the upcoming Haisha tournament. As the host, the First Card Academy needed to showcase its strength, while their opponent was the coach from the Second Academy of Haisha University. Ouyang Feng's main goal was to gauge Jiang Zhi's attitude, especially regarding whether he would showcase his trump card deck during the card tournament. When Ouyang Feng mentioned that using the Rain of Bullets deck would not only boost personal prestige, but also increase the odds of advancing, Jiang Zhi thought briefly and readily agreed. As for Professor Hao, he worried that the newly prominent figure might be unaware of tomorrow's exhibition match, so he came to confirm and avoid any awkward scenarios. Meanwhile, in an office in Ningshi, Zhang Lu was secretly watching a live stream on his phone. Ever since learning about the start of the professional competition at Haisha University and being informed by Jiang Zhi over the phone that he and Chu Yun would be participating, Zhang Lu had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Since his son became a professor, Zhang Lu's life had undergone a dramatic transformation, and Chu Yun were transferred to a relaxed and well-paying official department. Although initially worried it might be a trap, they found no trouble at work. Instead, the leadership was consistently friendly. Having spent years in the workforce, Zhang Lu knew well that it was all thanks to his son. At this moment, his supervisor, Lao Gua, noticed Zhang Lu watching his phone and, instead of reprimanding him, started a conversation. "Old Zhang, what are you watching?" Zhang Lu beamed with pride. "Lao Gua, my son is competing today, and as his father, I have to watch." This conversation piqued Lao Gua's interest. Zhang Lu's sudden rise to the second-in-command in an official department was already noteworthy, and now Lao Gua's curiosity was further aroused. The live broadcast showed a lively atmosphere at the competition venue. The host, holding a microphone, enthusiastically announced, "Welcome to the annual Heisher Card College League. We are honored to be at Heishi's first card university. Let's welcome the 16 participating teams, starting with the host Heishi First Card University." Jiang Zhi and Coach Hao stood up from the coaching bench, standing alongside 7 team members. The new captain, Bai Shuiying, held the team flag high, while Jiang Zhi, as the coach, stood to the side. The 9 of them marched in unison onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Through the phone screen, Jiang Lu watched his spirited son, feeling a deep sense of pride. With a concise and powerful introduction by the host, all 16 teams took their positions in about 20 minutes, and the competition was about to begin. The host's voice resonated powerfully throughout the arena. Under the bright lights, the 2 teams stood in neat lines, the atmosphere both tense and electrifying. Before the official match begins, let's enjoy an exciting exhibition match featuring coaches from the First Card Academy and Maritime University, the host announced passionately. Please welcome Professor Jiang Zhi, the youngest card-making instructor from the First Card Academy, and Professor Huang Jianping from Maritime University, who has led his team to the National League 3 times. Spotlights instantly illuminated both sides of the field. Jiang Zhi appeared calm, a gentle smile playing on his lips, while Huang Jianping, standing beside the Maritime University team, looked slightly surprised, clearly not expecting his opponent to be so young. The participating teams exited the field in an orderly manner, leaving only Jiang Zhi and Huang Jianping in the vast arena. The host handed them the microphone. "Professors, do you have anything to say before the match begins?" Huang Jianping was the first to speak. "I've heard about the remarkable professor from the First Card Academy, and today I've finally met him. Indeed, a talent. However," he said with a confident smile, "I won't be holding back in this exhibition match." Jiang Zhi took the microphone, his tone steady. "Thank you, Professor Huang, for your compliment. The First Card Academy will become the national champion this year, and I'll lead them to the top. Of course, I won't be holding back either." The host left the arena, and a massive circular glass shield rose around the battle area, completely separating it from the audience. This was a necessary measure to protect the spectators, while the participants were safeguarded by card rules. In the guest seats outside the arena, special guest Ouyang Feng was conversing with the host. "Academician Ouyang, I heard you admitted Professor Jiang Zhi exceptionally. Do you think he can win this exhibition match?" Ouyang Feng smiled with his eyes. "Before meeting Jiang Zhi, I thought the world still needed us old folks to hold it up. But now I realize, this is the era of the young. Jiang Zhi is the most talented young person I've ever met, and he will surely win." The host then passed the microphone to another guest, Academician Gu. "What are your thoughts on this showdown?" Gu Qingyu pondered for a moment. Huang Jianping indeed has the upper hand in practical experience. As a card master specializing in combat, he is well versed in card battles. The gap in experience for Jiang Zhi might be difficult to overcome. "And now, I announce that the exhibition match officially begins," the host's voice thundered through the arena. As the rule restrictions were lifted, Jiang Zhi felt his card machine vibrate. Behind Huang Jianping appeared a warrior's shadow wielding a sword and shield, showcasing the balanced offensive and defensive nature of his card set. Meanwhile, behind Jiang Zhi, a red shadow never before seen by the public suddenly appeared. It was Floor, whose emergence caused a stir throughout the arena, marking Jiang Zhi's bold declaration to the world. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the host quickly turned the microphone towards Ouyang Feng. "Academician Ouyang, this card spirit seems to have never appeared in the card catalog. Could you explain this to us?" Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "This is Jiang Zhi's secret. However, I can assure everyone that this card set spirits have been recorded in the official catalog. They just haven't been publicly released, yet due to special reasons. Could you reveal the specific level of the card spirit?" The host pressed on. Ouyang Feng shook his head again, speaking confidently. "I can't disclose the exact level right now, but I can tell everyone that its level is definitely not lower than Professor Huang's card spirit." The host's eyes lit up. "So, this could be another card set that ranks among the top 500 in the catalog. It's truly exciting." In the arena, Jiang Zhi had already activated the Burning Will, with red flames flickering in Floor's eyes. 8 cards hovered around him, a special effect of PvP battles that allowed the combatant to focus more on the fight. Jiang Zhi kept desperate plea fixed before him, watching Huang Jianping's movements closely, ready to counter any lethal attack. Seeing the unfamiliar yet powerful red phantom behind Jiang Zhi, the experienced Huang Jianping felt a twinge of anxiety. This unknown card spirit, combined with such a formidable aura, made him sense that this battle might be difficult to win. Nonetheless, he resolved to fight with all his might. Noticing that one of Jiang Zhi's 9 cards had disappeared, Huang Jianping knew that his opponent had used a card. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. Sword Slash. The sword and shield warrior swung his long sword at Jiang Zhi. This strike not only dealt 24 points of damage, but also granted a layer of shield defense, increasing the next armor gain by 20. Just as the sword was about to strike, Floor reacted lightning fast, grabbing Jiang Zhi by the nape and pulling him away. The sword barely grazed Jiang Zhi's forehead, only cutting a few strands of hair. This precise rescue made Huang Jianpain break into a cold sweat. Ordinary card spirits couldn't possibly cooperate so seamlessly. The strength of this red card spirit might be beyond imagination. With no time to ponder further, he unleashed a series of 3 slashes with all his energy. Floor, despite having the ability to easily dodge, was restricted by the need to protect Jiang Zhi. Ultimately, one of the 3 slashes did hit Jiang Zhi. Despite the protection of card rules, Jiang Zhi felt a heavy blow to his chest, as if hit by a small car when struck by the long sword. After the attack ended, seeing Huang Jianpain's slightly fatigued appearance, Jiang Zhi immediately realized that his opponent's energy was depleted. He decisively released the lock on desperate appeal and focused his mind on the demonized gun. Under his control, Froline's twin guns were immediately enveloped in a purple mist, exuding a hellish aura of destruction. Huang Jianpain watched Jiang Zhi's actions with growing unease. What were these cards that were neither attack nor defense cards? If they were status cards, what would be the effects of this entirely new deck? These unknown factors left him feeling constrained. Outside the arena, Ouyang Feng observed Froline's transformation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Is he finally going to show the ability cards? He thought, eagerly anticipating the dawn of a new card era. The host enthusiastically announced, "Round 1 is over, with Professor Huang Jianpain currently in the lead." The 2 mysterious cards used by Professor Jiang Zhi might just be the key to turning the tide. However, just as the round concluded, Fräulein unexpectedly raised her gun. This unexpected shot caught Huang Jianpain off guard, hitting him before he could react. As a seasoned professor, it was his first time encountering a card spirit that could act after a round's end. "Incredible," the host exclaimed. "This must be some special talent effect." As the second round began, Jiang Zhi glanced at his remaining 50 points of life with a relaxed expression. Fräulein fired her gun, and Huang Jianpain immediately used a shield bash card, gaining 20 damage and 12 armor, with an added sword edge flow effect. The collision of bullets and shields sparked dazzling lights, causing the bullets to veer off course. After blocking 3 more bullets, Huang Jianpain breathed a sigh of relief, only to be shocked by the sight before him. Jiang Zhi was now surrounded by a dense array of card shadows, far exceeding the 4 cards he started the round with. This perplexing card proliferation phenomenon baffled not only Huang Jianpain, but also left the audience outside the arena astonished. The swirling cards almost completely enveloped Jiang Zhi, creating a unique spectacle. In the view of the audience, Jiang Zhi played a card to launch an attack, then deftly shuffled with a flick of his wrist. Instantly, 4 new cards appeared in his hand. Swiftly, he unleashed 4 consecutive cards, each transforming into a sharp projectile. As he moved, dozens of cards glimmered like shooting stars around him, leaving the spectators in awe at this extraordinary display of multiplying cards. Jiang Zhi wasn't in a hurry to attack. He knew all too well about Huang Jianpain's formidable dodging skills. A tactical decision formed in his mind. If he couldn't finish off his opponent this turn, he might give Huang Jianpain a chance to counterattack. So, he decided to wait for Huang Jianpain to make the first move. Huang Jianpain noticed Jiang Zhi's sudden stillness and breathed a sigh of relief. Is his energy running low? He wondered, glancing at Jiang Zhi's health display. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Zhi only had 46 health points left. This revelation stirred Huang Jianpain's thoughts, aware that Jiang Zhi's cards inflicted backlash on their user. He also realized that Jiang Zhi might be waiting for him to attack, planning to counter the damage. With Jiang Zhi's current health, he was already in the kill zone. After weighing his options, Huang Jianpain decided to take a gamble, betting that Jiang Zhi could no longer use his remaining cards. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and launched his attack, determined to make every strike count. At that moment, Jiang Zhi noticed a strange glint in Huang Jianpain's eyes. The sword and shield in Huang's hands seemed to come alive, infused with new energy. He had a backup plan after all, Jiang Zhi thought, relieved that he hadn't attacked recklessly, which could have led to a disastrous mistake. Huang Jianpain's mind resonated with his card spirit, and the sword and shield slashed toward Jiang Zhi with fierce momentum. However, 3 bullets instantly shot out, precisely deflecting the attack. Seeing 3 cards beside Jiang Zhi transform into Floor's attack, crushed Huang Jianpain's last hope. Neutralizing this burst with just 3 cards meant Jiang Zhi's single card damage now exceeded 10 points. In a critical moment, relying on years of combat experience, Huang Jianpain executed an unexpected roll to dodge the incoming bullets. This move caught Jiang Zhi off guard, surprised by the middle-aged man's agility and ability to escape Floor's gunfire, proving that years of combat training were not in vain. Yet, Floor's prowess was not to be underestimated. Seeing the initial shots miss, Floor adjusted for prediction and subsequent attacks. Ultimately, Huang Jianpain couldn't keep dodging and, after taking several hits, was forced to play his remaining cards. Utilizing the characteristics of his sword and shield warrior deck, he alternated between sword and shield cards, barely surviving the most dangerous moments with a 20 attack and armor bonus, ending up with just 7 health points as Jiang Zhi ran out of ammunition. The audience was already stunned, and even the host was momentarily speechless. Jiang Zhi's relentless, rain-like attack rhythm completely overturned people's understanding of card duels. As the dust of battle slowly settled, Huang Jianping struggled to his feet, gasping for air. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Surely, Jiang Zhi couldn't unleash such a devastating attack every round. Could he? Little did he know, Jiang Zhi's lips curled into a confident smile, already certain of his victory. In fact, not only could he deliver such damage every round, but its power would only grow stronger. As the Endo-frown signal sounded, Huang Jianping's pupils contracted suddenly. He knew the real test was about to begin. He watched as Froller slowly raised his hand, launching a bullet that glowed with an eerie red light. With the advantage of his LV5 level, Huang Jianping displayed a reaction speed far beyond ordinary. The bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow scratch on his skin. He was about to smile in triumph when his expression froze. The bullet had mysteriously changed direction midair, ultimately piercing his back with precision. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Huang Jianping looked down incredulously at the wound on his chest, which was healing at a visible radia protective mechanism of the card rules. He quickly opened the battle log to find that he had been defeated by a card called Eradication Shot. Seeing the skull emblem on the card, he finally understood it was an execution effect, a type of unavoidable mechanic damage. I lost. Very impressive, Professor Jiang, Huang Jianping said with a candid smile. On the other side, Jiang Zhi put away Froller, closed his card machine, and instinctively pressed a hand to his chest where the scar from Huang Jianping's sword lingered. Professor Huang, you're too kind. If it weren't for my luck, the victory would have been yours. Seeing Jiang Zhi's modest demeanor, Huang Jianping couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. If he hadn't dealt that bit of damage in the first round, he might not have even had the chance to injure Jiang Zhi. Professor Jiang, there's no need for modesty. I concede defeat willingly in this match. Just then, the voice of the commentator rang out. A small robot flew into the arena, handing Jiang Zhi a microphone. What a spectacular match. Professor Jiang, you've introduced us to a brand new deck. May I ask what it's called? This deck is called Bullet Storm, and it's a work I completed on my own, Jiang Zhi replied. After today's match, some of the cards will be revealed early, while the rest will be officially released after the Heisher Card Exchange Conference. This was the decision he had made with Ouyang Feng the previous night, though the S-grade Twist of Fate card would remain a secret forever. One last question. The commentator's voice carried a note of excitement. What is the name of your card spirit? Jiang Zhi's answer instantly elevated the atmosphere of the exhibition match to a fever-pitch. Grade card spirit was a rare existence, ranking below 100 in the compendium, making it a cause for national celebration. Even more thrilling was Jiang Zhi's decision to classify some of the cards in this deck as universal, meaning anyone, regardless of status, could acquire these precious cards through crafting or opening card packs. Jiang Zhi's exhibition match undoubtedly pushed the excitement of the event to its peak. As Jiang Zhi delivered his passionate speech, Ouyang Feng watched with a look of satisfaction, occasionally throwing a provocative glance at Gu Qinyu, as if to say, see, this is my student. On the other side, Old Guo's view of Jiang Lu had completely changed. A Blevel card spirit deck was something unheard of in recent years, and now such a genius was right beside him. This was not just a powerful ally. It was akin to having a pillar of strength. Tonight, Jiang Zhi was the center of attention, wearing many halos, the youngest professor at the First Card Academy, a Blevel card spirit holder, the announcer of a new card deck, and a proponent of card universalization. Any one of these achievements would be noteworthy, yet Jiang Zhi managed to achieve them all in one night. Under Jiang Zhi's dazzling brilliance, the subsequent official matches seemed to pale in comparison. The First Card Academy sent out Wang Lei, Zhu Haitao, and Zhang Fan, who, using the modified decks by Jiang Zhi, managed to secure victories, albeit not in a particularly impressive fashion. The trio was satisfied, but Bai Shuiying was rather displeased. As the young lady of the Bai family, she had hoped to shine, yet Jiang Zhi had stolen the spotlight. To her chagrin, her teammates, seemingly invigorated, swept Maritime University 30, leaving her with no chance to compete. Bai Shuiying looked at Jiang Zhi, who was chatting and laughing with others not far away, feeling a mix of emotions. She had just learned from her father that this genius, who could now stand toe-to-toe with Ouyang Feng, was her age. For someone who always held herself in high regard, this was a hard pill to swallow. As soon as the match ended, Jiang Zhi was swarmed by a crowd of reporters. He only managed to extricate himself by promising to reveal his card deck. Although the Maritime University match itself had limited reach, the groundbreaking news of the Blevel card deck quickly sparked global attention. At 10 p.m. that night, After consulting with Ouyang Feng, Jiang Zhi decided to reveal some of his cards: explosive shot, dual gun shooting, reload shot, multi-handed quick draw, and the optimized covering fire. Dual gun shooting and reload shot were showcased in both their original and optimized versions. Except for explosive shot, these cards were incorporated into the universal card deck, making them accessible to everyone. As for the core cards, Jiang Zhi planned to unveil them at the upcoming Heisher Card Exchange Conference. Additionally, the journey of floor from F-level to up-level was shared, bringing hope to many card masters with only level 1 or 2 cards, showing them the possibility of obtaining card spirits ahead of time. The release of these cards opened a door to the future for Jiang Zhi. He decided that while future core cards would also be revealed, they would no longer be included in the general card pool. On this sleepless night, the name Jiang Zhi spread like lightning across the globe, with countless individuals secretly following the rise of this sudden new star. Seizing the moment, Jiang Zhi did not rest. He astutely recognized the immense potential of the global card pack market. It was an industry that had been severely underestimated, loosely regulated, with skilled players either treasuring their decks or lacking sufficient reputation. Now, with both fame and ability, Jiang Zhi found it the perfect time to enter this field. The technical barrier to producing card packs was actually quite low. Low-level blank cards were easy to obtain, and the production process was relatively simple. All it took was a card machine to package 5 low-level cards together and input the corresponding deck data, and the cards would automatically transform. This feature applied only to cards below level that had entered the general card pool. Jiang Zhi's cards like Dual Gunshot, Reload Shot, and Quick Draw, which had entered the general pool, would automatically appear in the packs, albeit downgraded to FD levels. But this alone wasn't enough to attract interest. After a moment of thought, Jiang Zhi decided to add a few of his high-level shooting cards as bait in the packs. He quickly calculated. A level blank card cost 50,000 points, while a level pack required only 200 points. His level cards were worth at least 200,000, and placing them in packs at a 1 to 1,000 ratio to sell a pack for 3,000 cash or 300 points would be a huge loss. With this in mind, Jiang Zhi immediately picked up the phone to contact Wang Fuguwei, who was still at the company watching replays of his boss's battles. Just an hour later, a battered Jinbei van pulled up in front of Jiang Zhi's house. Upon getting out of the van, Wang Fuguwei greeted Jiang Zhi, whose smile was uncontainable, and then opened the back door of the van. Inside was half a van load of F to level blank cards collected from Zhou's card manufacturing. Looking at these raw materials that were about to bring immense wealth, Jiang Zhi could almost see financial freedom beckoning to him. "Boss, what do you need these low-level cards for?" Wang Fuguwei asked, puzzled, as he looked at Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi smiled knowingly, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "Old Wang, do you want to make some money?" "Boss Jiang, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't dare to do anything illegal," Wang Fuguwei replied, feeling uneasy under Jiang Zhi's gaze and quickly waving his hands in protest. "Who said anything about illegal?" Jiang Zhi chuckled softly. "I just want you to help me sell card packs." "Card packs?" Wang Fuguwei frowned. "How can that make money? You can get them just by killing a few monsters in any rift. They're worthless." Jiang Zhi twirled his fingers skillfully, a mysterious smile on his face. "You're way off. Whether card packs make money depends on what's inside them. The old ones might have been worthless, but now it's different. I plan to give them new value." With that, he took out a blank level card. With a flash of light, a brand new explosive shot card appeared in his hand. Under Wang Fuguwei's envious gaze, Jiang Zhi placed this explosive shot card, along with 4 other blank cards of different levels, into the card machine. After a few operations, a brand new card pack appeared in front of Wang Fuguwei. It featured a beautiful image of Florer and included a detailed description, a 0.1 chance to obtain a Rain of Bullets core card. Most importantly, it bore the official card rules certification, ensuring the authenticity of the drop rates. As Wang Fuguwei's expression showed realization, Jiang Zhi called over Anjing and Wang In. The 4 of them began the packaging process. Considering it was still in the early stages, Jiang Zhi only included 5 level cards in each pack: 1 eradication shot, 1 close range shot, and 3 explosive shots. By late night, they had finally finished packaging 5,000 Rain of Bullets card packs. Despite Wang Fuguwei's pained expression, Jiang Zhi randomly inserted 4 packs containing genuine cards into the mix. The last genuine pack was given to Wang Fuguwei, with instructions to save it until there were only 100 packs left to sell. "Old Wang, I'll leave this business to you. The profit split is simple, 90 to me, 10 to you. Is that okay?" Wang Fuguwei nodded eagerly. With each pack priced at 3,000 cash, a 10% profit from 5,000 packs made his heart race. Early the next morning, a small stall appeared quietly in front of the first card shop, neatly displaying the card packs with Florer's image. Although no customers bought any throughout the morning, Wang Fuguwei was thrilled. He felt as if he could already see his prosperous future. Despite many people stopping to look, the 3,000 price tag made them hesitate. just as Wang Fuguei was considering whether to lower the price to attract buyers. An old acquaintance walked into the shop again. It was Yushin Rue visiting for the third time to have Jiang Zhi make him some cards. As soon as he handed over his card, his attention was drawn to the card packs displayed on the counter. Hey, Lao Wang, do these card packs really contain cards made by your boss? Yushin Rue asked with great interest. Wang Fuguei's eyes lit up, and he eagerly leaned forward. Yes, yes, yes. In the first edition, there are 5,000 card packs, and 5 of them contain the boss's level cards. These level cards aren't the generic ones Professor Jiang has already released, are they? Of course not. Wang Fuguei assured, raising his right hand confidently. None of those generic cards are included. Inside are the core cards of the Rain of Bullets deck. If any of these level cards were the boss's generic ones, I, Wang Fuguei, promise you can have all your future cards made here at half price. Look, the card packs even have the card rules imprinted on them, ensuring the content is accurate. Yushin Rue pondered. Jiang Zhi indeed had no reason to lie about this. Doing so would only destroy the reputation he had painstakingly built. Still, he couldn't understand why cards others considered treasures were being sold so casually by Jiang Zhi. Well, whatever. A good deal is a good deal. Lao Wang, they're 3,000 each, right? I'll take them all. Wang Fuguei's smile froze and turned into a bitter expression. That won't do, sir. Boss Jiang has a strict rule that one person can only buy 10 packs at most. How come you don't want to make money? It's really not possible. It's a firm rule set by Boss Jiang. It can't be changed. Yushin Rue felt helpless. Considering he still needed Jiang Zhi's help, he didn't want to make things too tense. He grabbed 10 packs, paid for them, and opened them on the spot. All he saw were the white cards representing generic cards, indicating he didn't have the luck to draw one of Jiang Zhi's level cards. However, upon closer inspection, he found 2 level, versatile quick hands cards. Although this card lacked the deck cleansing effect of the level version and could only draw 3 cards, it still maintained good usability. According to online reviews and opinions from some experts, the versatile quick hands card was the most versatile in Jiang Zhi's released generic deck, offering strong card drawing capabilities while countering some troublesome strategies through discarding. Yushin Rue originally hoped to try his luck in obtaining a level versatile quick hands, but unexpectedly acquiring 2 lower-level versions made the trip worthwhile. His visit seemed to open the floodgates, as people came in droves to buy card packs. Around 7 in the evening, when the street was at its busiest, an excited cheer broke through the noise. In the crowd, a young man held up a fiery red card, the prominent B level marking and floor's image clearly visible, causing a stir. Hey, is that the core card from the Rain of Bullets deck? I'll offer 100,000. Sell it to me? Get out of here. Do you think this is just any level card? 200,000. I'll offer 200,000. A week later, deep within a shadowy crevice, a cold gaze descended from above, locking onto the black-robed figure kneeling below. You mean to say the Zhou family has been destroyed, and you want my help? The voice from above was devoid of any warmth. Yes, Your Highness, the black-robed figure replied with his head bowed. If you are willing to assist, everything that remains of the Zhou family will be yours. A cold laugh escaped from the figure above. Not enough. If it weren't for those peculiar technologies, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. Besides, now you stand alone. What makes you think you can negotiate with me? Though Zhou had anticipated such words, he couldn't help but look up sharply, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. The military strike against the Zhou family had been swift and ruthless. Decades of hard work eradicated overnight. The enemy was clearly prepared. Aside from a few insignificant individuals, nearly everyone else was captured. Fortunately, Zhou had always been cautious, personally handling all dealings with the violent empire's top brass. On that fateful night, during the Zhou family's routine personnel rotation in the violent empire, they were ambushed during the 1-hour gap. Luckily, Zhou had sent a double to conduct the transaction with the violent empire. In the midst of the deal, he received a desperate warning from his brother. The violent empire was well aware of the Zhou family's downfall, and former allies turned hostile in an instant. Although Zhou harbored a desire for revenge, he had no leverage. Now, in the presence of the figure above, even his right to negotiate had been stripped away. At the mercy of others, Zhou thought, feeling a chill as he prepared to leave. Wait, the figure above suddenly spoke. Write a letter for me. What kind of letter? A letter of mediation regarding you and Professor Jiang. What do you mean by that? Make use of your last bit of value. The figure said nonchalantly. Even if you disclose my information, it doesn't matter. No one would believe you anyway. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected the other to be so blatant about how they intended to use him. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi took advantage of Ouyang Feng's absence at a meeting to sneak into his villa. His goal was clear, to use Ouyang Feng's card-making room. Though Floor was powerful, it often put him in danger, and he desperately needed to create a set of cards for everyday protection. The apprentice turtle was a promising choice. Facing the locked door, Jiang Zhi unhesitatingly summoned Floor, whose dual guns blasted the lock open. The quiet Wang and Jing were left speechless by this invited guest approach. Jiang Zhi strode into the villa and instructed Wang in, "Brother Wang, keep an eye on the card-making room's door for me. Remember, neither Academician Ouyang nor his dog can enter." He then turned to Jing. "Sister, help me start the card-making room. Charge it to Ouyang phone." And Jing wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Starting it isn't a problem, but this is Academician Ouyang's private residence. He'll be notified immediately once it's activated." "No worries, Brother Wang is on guard," Jiang Zhi said nonchalantly. "If Ouyang phone comes after us, I'll take the blame. Besides, this should be the last time. My own card-making room is about to be approved for construction, so I won't need to raid his villa anymore." And Jing wiped her brow again, thinking, "Do you even know why your private card-making room hasn't been approved yet?" Jiang Zhi waited quietly for the card-making room to activate, carefully planning his card creation strategy. After much contemplation, he realized that there was a fundamental difference between Floor and the little turtle. Floor's extraordinary intelligence likely resulted from the fusion of the soul of Castle Floor with the original Gunner card spirit. This fusion not only gave Floor a unique consciousness, but also made both his soul and the card spirit stronger with each mission directed towards the Whalon Empire. The little turtle on his forehead, however, was a different story. This stubborn creature showed no signs of intelligence beyond its refusal to leave his head. After weighing his options, Jiang Zhi decided to rebuild the card deck, upgrading it to his main life-saving tool. Half an hour later, the card-making room was fully charged. Jiang Zhi thanked Jing and entered the room alone. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, Ouyang Feng received an alert from his card machine. He checked the surveillance and saw Jiang Zhi boldly breaking into his villa. Initially unconcerned, Ouyang Feng's expression changed when he noticed Jing preparing to activate the card-making room. "This kid is secretly making cards and trying to ditch me." Ouyang Feng hastily handed his documents to Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng, saying, "You two host the meeting. My phone's out of battery. I need to top up." He then dashed out of the meeting room, flagged down a taxi, and headed for the villa, leaving the two of them bewildered. "What's up with your grandpa? Probably something Jiang Zhi did again. Do you think he might actually be an Ouyang?" "Huh." Inside the card-making room, Jiang Zhi inserted 7 turtle cards into the machine. A phantom turtle appeared and floated towards his forehead. Thanks to the special environment of the card-making room, Jiang Zhi could finally interact with the card spirit, and he unceremoniously slapped it away. The turtle tumbled through the air before settling helplessly on the table. Jiang Zhi took out one level and several level blank cards, ready to rebuild the versatile card deck. But just as he was about to proceed, an inexplicable resistance emerged. He looked at the turtle, which stubbornly stared back, clearly unwilling to let him alter the deck. Jiang Zhi knew that forcing the change would only lead to mutual destruction. Jiang Zhi sighed and nodded reluctantly. All right, tell me, what do you need?" The turtle raised its head proudly, and an 11 card floated up, hovering quietly in front of Jiang Zhi. Unlike Floor's card, this one had no words on it. A unique voice echoed in Jiang Zhi's mind. "I want a friend." Jiang Zhi sensed the turtle's desire it longed to be a protector and a friend to everyone. This realization weighed on Jiang Zhi, as it seemed the turtle's idea was steering the card deck towards a team-oriented development. However, Jiang Zhi's primary goal today was to create a solo survival deck for himself. As he watched the turtle lying there quietly, an idea struck Jiang Ziwo said friends had to be outsiders? Couldn't they be insiders too? "All right, I agree to your request." As soon as he spoke, Jiang Zhi felt the restrictions on card creation lift. He seized the opportunity to swiftly modify the level card. Xuanwu's Fate, a level, energy cost 0, ability card. Automatically used at the start of combat, drawing cards will correspondingly yield half turtle cards and half snake cards. Alternating between snake and turtle cards will grant corresponding enhancement effects. His seamless operation left the turtle with no time to react. Soon, the shadow of a small black snake appeared beside the turtle, coiling around its shell. As the snake wrapped around it, the turtle's exterior gradually turned jet black. The turtle seemed a bit bewildered. This wasn't quite what it had meant by friend. But upon reflection, the snake, which could communicate with it telepathically, was indeed a friend. At that moment, the lively little snake conveyed its own intention. It preferred offense over defense, and was willing to persuade the turtle to accept this arrangement if Jiang Zhi agreed. Jiang Zhi exchanged a knowing glance with the black snake, signaling his approval. After some private communication, it seemed the turtle and snake reached some sort of agreement. Following this, the remaining 14 level cards appeared before Jiang Zhi, automatically dividing into 7 white cards with black text for the snake and 7 black cards with white text for the turtle. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi breathed a sigh of relief but quickly realized he might have dug himself into a hole he needed to emphasize the synergy between cards without diminishing their original strength. This forced him to abandon his previous idea of purely stacking defense and start contemplating a new strategy. He recalled Huang Jianping's sword and shield mechanism deck, which used the cooperation between sword and shield to gain buffs. However, that 20 increase still required careful consideration of card order, which Jiang Zhi found insufficient. Jiang Zhi carefully pondered the card combinations. In this alternating card play mechanism, solely focusing on offense or defense could lead to trouble, either failing to deal damage at crucial moments or lacking armor when it's needed most. His eyes lit up with an idea. Why not transform Xuanwu into a continuous damage DOT damage over time build? This would align with Xuanwu's strong defensive capabilities while compensating for the lack of burst damage by utilizing sustained damage, even when half the cards need to be allocated for defense. With this in mind, Jiang Zhi immediately began designing the core mechanics of the deck, focusing on survival and continuous damage. He quickly constructed a series of cards. First was the core mechanic, heavy water. At the end of a turn, different effects are triggered based on the card type used. Turtle cards trigger armor stacking and healing, while snake cards deal damage. Then came a series of turtle cards. Protection, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 2, grants 4 armor. Water prison, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 8. Rock armor, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 1, reduces damage this turn. Yang, grade B, cost 0 energy, heavy water 1, allows drawing snake cards. Heavy water rock armor, grade A, cost 2 energy, heavy water 1, converts damage into heavy water. Next, he designed the snake card series. Offensive, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 4. Water poison, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 8. Drowning, grade B, cost 1 energy, heavy water 2, stackable effect. Grade B, cost 0 energy, heavy water 1, allows drawing turtle cards. Weak water prison, grade A, cost 2 energy, doubles heavy water effect. When the last card was completed, an astonishing transformation occurred. The originally green card faces turned black and white, and the card backs became pure black. Even more striking was the appearance of the small turtle and snake, transforming into glowing orbs from which emerged the true form of Xuanwu, a majestic creature covered in black scales, exuding an aura of authority. Jiang Zhi looked at this imposing divine beast and couldn't help but chuckle, though its size had increased, and he no longer had to worry about it jumping onto his head. The apprentice title stubbornly remained. After inserting the deck into the card machine, Jiang Zhi's backup battle decks increased to 2 sets. As the decks were inserted, the card machine was instantly covered in Xuanwu's unique black color. Once everything was set, the figure of the Xuanwu card's spirit gradually faded, and Jiang Zhi felt a wave of dizziness hit him. However, compared to previously fainting outright, this time he was much better, at least remaining conscious. As Jiang Zhi pushed open the card-making room door, a commotion reached his ears. Outside, Wang was using all his strength to push a sofa against the door, blocking Ouyang Feng's entry. "Wang, let me in. That kid is definitely making cards in there." Ouyang Feng's angry roar made the door tremble. "Academician Ouyang, it's really not possible." Wang firmly pressed against the door. Professor Zhang specifically instructed that no one is allowed in. Jiang Zhi and Jing had just stepped out of the room when they saw this comical scene. Seeing Jiang Zhi appear, Wang first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at him with a pleading gaze. Jiang Zhi gave Wang a thumbs up in appreciation. "Wang, why aren't you speaking?" Ouyang Feng outside sensed something was off. "Is Jiang Zhi out?" "Jiang Zhi, open the door for me. If you can make cards, then open the door. If you don't open it, I'll use my card spirit." Hearing this threat, the three inside exchanged helpless looks. Jiang Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his already dizzy head feeling even more uncomfortable. "Brother Wang, let Academician Ouyang in." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang moved the sofa away. The next second, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Ouyang Feng darted in front of Jiang Zhi like an arrow, his hands eagerly reaching for Jiang Zhi's card machine, as if touching a precious treasure. "Ouyang, crazy man, what are you doing?" Jiang Zhi shivered and quickly pulled his hand back. Seeing the card machine taken away, Ouyang Feng's face turned grim. "Professor Jiang, do you not understand the situation? Breaking into my house at midnight, using my card-making room, and now you're asking me what I want." Jiang Zhi rubbed his throbbing temples, slumping onto the sofa like a rogue. "So what do you want? Everyone who sees it gets a share," Ouyang Feng said firmly. The ensuing conversation was like a rapid-fire exchange. "What share? What did you see? Your card machine turned black? It's definitely a new card spirit. That's paint. I can sign a contract. Do I need your contract? Why aren't you talking about paint? It's definitely a new card spirit, right? It's just paint, or I'll eat. One level blank card. Sign a contract. Let me see. How did you know I wanted to eat? Is there any food in the fridge?" "There is, but don't touch the black dough in the soup bowl. That's Shouting's face mask." Seeing Ouyang Feng already starting to take out a contract, Jiang Zhi stopped arguing, directly handing him the deck, then turned to rummage through the fridge for food. Holding the Xuanwu deck, Ouyang Feng occasionally let out excited exclamations, as if admiring a rare treasure. As Jiang Zhi was engrossed in gnawing on a chicken leg, Ouyang Feng suddenly remembered something. "Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Jiang Zhi mumbled through a mouthful of food. "It seems your house door was also pried open." Jiang Zhi's chicken leg dropped instantly. Jiang Zhi gasped in shock, accidentally shoving half a chicken claw into his mouth, causing him to choke and tear up. After a fit of violent coughing, he finally regained his composure and glared at Ouyang Feng with reddened eyes. "Old dang, can't you give me a heads up on important matters like this?" Jiang Zhi said, clearly irritated. Ouyang Feng sheepishly scratched his head. "I installed surveillance at my place, especially outside the card-making room. I didn't mention it because I saw you were fine. Wait, who are you trying to guard against with home surveillance?" Jiang Zhi suddenly realized. "And more importantly, who broke into my house?" "How should I know?" Ouyang Feng shrugged. "You can check the footage later. But whoever dared to target you must be skilled enough not to leave evidence. Given your current sensitive status, anyone making a move must be confident. Not everyone is like you, blatantly sending a card spirit to break in." Jiang Zhi muttered, though his brow furrowed in thought. Wasn't the Zhou family already finished? Who could be behind this? Just as Jiang Zhi was about to get up to check on his house, Ouyang Feng stopped him. "If they came prepared and left empty-handed, do you really think they've gone?" "You mean they're still around?" Jiang Zhi's expression grew serious. "Hard to say." Ouyang Feng tapped the table thoughtfully. "But I'd advise against going out now. If they chose this moment to act, they must have a plan to subdue you. Unless you use that card off course, it's not the right time yet." Jiang Zhi knew Ouyang Feng was referring to the S-level card, Twist of Fate. He rolled his eyes. "Come on, you're just curious about my cards. You yelled so loudly earlier, everyone must have heard." That night, due to the intense fatigue from card-making, Jiang Zhi and his companion stayed at Ouyang Feng's villa. Jiang Zhi fell asleep directly on the living room sofa. The next morning, as a few students began appearing on the streets, Jiang Zhi headed to his own villa. Upon reaching the door, he noticed it was ajar, the lock completely broken. Not even bothering to disguise it, Jiang Zhi thought to himself. Entering the house, he found it in disarray, everything turned upside down. Fortunately, his valuable cards were stored in the card machine space, leaving only household items behind. The only tidy spot was the dining table in the living room, with a plate on top and a letter underneath. Jiang Zhi opened the envelope to find a printed page. "Hello, Professor Jiang. I am Zhou Yi, the president of the Zhou Corporation. I apologize for any unpleasantness during our previous interactions." Aside from confirming the sender's identity, the rest was meaningless pleasantries. In a corner unnoticed by Jiang Zhi, 3 dark shadows quietly took form. These were shadow assassins, level 4, elite class, with a health of 253,253. They had a special ability. They could launch a preemptive strike when undetected. While Jiang Zhi was still in a daze, several streams of dark energy suddenly gathered around him, spreading like a web. The first move attribute of the Xuanwu's fate was instantly triggered, and the battle interface unfolded before his eyes, a stack of cards appearing in his hand. Jiang Zhi immediately played a Yin card to trigger the Xuanwu effect, followed by deploying the heavy water rock armor. 2 shields, constructed from water elements and earth stones, quickly formed in front of him, with the phantom of Xuanwu appearing alongside. However, before he could make further defenses, a chilling sensation pierced his back. Heavy water 53, heavy water 52. His originally 80-point health plummeted to 26 points, causing Jiang Zhi to break out in a cold sweat. He silently thanked his luck that the opponent wasn't using a bullet storm deck, or he might have been forced to activate his revival armor. Turning around, Jiang Zhi saw the figures of the 3 shadow assassins, understanding why even Ouyang Feng hadn't detected them. Taking advantage of the current turn not yet ending, Jiang Zhi quickly devised a strategy. He first used weak water prison, doubling the heavy water layers to 210, and finally played a Yang card, converting the heavy water effect into turtle card armor stacking and healing effects to prevent sudden death. As the second round began, the 3 assassins, unaware of the shift in the tide, saw 2 large numbers appear above Jiang Zhi's head, a green 54 healing effect and a white 102 armor stacking. Although the healing effect of heavy water was reduced, its armor effect remained substantial. Seeing this, the 3 assassins showed despair. They stubbornly used their backstab skills, each causing 53 points of damage. Jiang Zhi ignored 2 of the attacks, letting them hit his armor, while he attacked the 3rd assassin. Under the Yang card's offensive enhancement effect, a massive stream of water reduced the assassin's health to below half. Although Xuanwu's output was slower compared to the Bullet Storm deck, relying on the snake's effect to chip away at health, by the 3rd round, after Jiang Zhi played the 2nd weak water prison, stacking the heavy water layers to nearly 600, the situation was clear. Combined with the Yin card's AoE damage, the 3 assassins fell within a single round. You gained experience 270. You received a Villian Empire Clevel card pack 1. Staring at the card pack, Jiang Zhi pondered. This was clearly not the work of the already fallen Zhou clan. Which dimensional rift faction associated with them could it be? But sending only 2 elite monsters for an assassination attempt didn't quite add up. The shadow assassin disintegrated into ashes before Jiang Zhi, leaving clear traces of the battle in the room. Just then, the door was kicked open, and several campus security personnel rushed in, quickly surrounding Jiang Zhi. Professor Jiang, we received a notification that you were under attack. The security team leader began but stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Jiang Zhi unharmed. The disarray in the room bore witness to the fierce fight that had taken place. How did you know I was attacked? Jiang Zhi asked, looking around. The middle-aged team leader visibly relaxed. We received an anonymous tip a few minutes ago. Initially, we thought it was a prank, but several nearby students reported unusual activity, so we came quickly. As Jiang Zhi walked out of the villa with the others, his neighbor Ouyang Feng was also drawn out by the commotion to check. But Jiang Zhi's mind was already elsewhere, analyzing the day's attack. These shadow assassins were not monsters from the Villian Empire frontlines, but came from the rift controlled by the Zhou faction. The Zhou faction couldn't be unaware that Lin had been killed by him. This led Jiang Zhi to consider 2 possibilities. Either the Zhou forces were deeply entrenched in the rift, or someone was using the Zhou name for their own purposes. An attack by Villian Empire monsters during his rise would certainly trigger an official investigation. The military had already eliminated the upper echelons of the Zhou faction, and the remaining forces had no capacity to cause such a stir. The only explanation was that the forces within the rift wanted to stir up trouble, possibly to drive a wedge between Haisher and the rift. A day later, Jiang Zhi finally finished tidying up the villa, which had been turned upside down, and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Ouyang Feng entered, casually picking up a glass of water for a sip. The situation is tricky, Ouyang Feng said. We've been in the Villian Empire rift for too short a time, and the Zhou faction's people are extremely vigilant, leaving almost no valuable information. Jiang Zhi nodded in understanding, as the official entry into the rift had been less than half a month, making intelligence gathering difficult. So, where's my reward? Jiang Zhi suddenly changed the topic. Without me, how could you have discovered the Villian Empire rift? You only think about rewards, Ouyang Feng said, reluctantly pulling out a blank grade card from the machine. Jiang Zhi snatched it disdainfully. Just one? So stingy. Do you think these are as common as cabbage? Ouyang Feng retorted, his expression turning serious. The Haisher card exchange conference is about to start. How prepared are you? Do I need to prepare? Aren't my cards already set? Jiang Zhi looked puzzled. Ouyang Feng looked at him, finally understanding why his peers once called him a genius. Meanwhile, in the underground rift of the Villian Empire, a few oddly dressed people were moving through the refugees. The old butler looked at Zhou Yi, who seemed to have aged 10 years. Master, what should we do next? Should we really trust Diana? Zhou Yi brushed the snow off his clothes, anger flickering in his eyes. A gamble is a gamble. Years of military connections are no match for a card from Jiang Zhi. Failon has abandoned us, so we have no choice but to try our luck with Diana. On Friday, Jiang Zhi followed the school team members out of the battle arena, looking exhausted. As the coach of the top card academy in Haisher, he had to attend this crucial match, the final showdown of the City League. His team had swept through other academies with an undefeated record, securing their ticket to the national championship. Bai Shuiying noticed Jiang Zhi yawning repeatedly and couldn't help but complain. Coach, we just set an undefeated record. How can you seem so uninterested? Jiang Zhi glanced at her with a teasing smile. Oh, is our substitute captain unhappy? This remark hit Bai Shuiying's sore spot. At the prime of her youth and being the strongest player on the team, she had been stuck on the bench without a single chance to play. Although outsiders saw this as a testament to the academy's strength, it was a frustrating situation for Bai Shuiying, stuck behind naturally talented players like Jiang Zhi and the true strength of the team captain unknown to everyone. Bai Shuiying shook her head, trying to brush aside her worries for the moment. Coach, do you think my card deck can still be improved? Jiang Zhi looked at her as if she were silly. You need to ask your card maker at home who's still around, not me. Bai Shuiying deflated, gazing up at the bright moon, and tentatively asked, Coach, I've heard you're selling card packs from your deck. Do you have any insider channels? My dad is really interested in your deck and has opened nearly 1,000 packs without getting a single card. He wants to commission you to customize a destroying shot. What do you think? A malicious glint flashed in Jiang Zhi's eyes. Huh? Looking for a guarantee? Sorry, EarthOL doesn't have that feature. His gaze, filled with a hint of human malice, made Bai Shuiying instinctively shrink back, crossing her arms protectively. You wouldn't target your own team members, would you? That's not right. Jiang Zhi looked at her disdainfully. What are you thinking? I've built my reputation on this. Why would I ruin it? I'm counting on it to save humanity. Your dad has so much money. Let him buy it on the market. Bai Shuiying sighed in relief and muttered, no one's selling it on the market. You're like a miser, one card out of 1,000 packs, and not even guaranteed to be the one we want. The market price for a destroying shot is over $1 million now, and it's still unavailable. You released the fewest of those cards. It's driving everyone crazy. At that moment, an unusual red light appeared in the sky. Everyone's attention was drawn to it, and Jiang Zhi's expression turned serious. It was in the direction of the interdimensional rift on the front lines of the Villian Empire. Due to the upheaval in the Villian Empire, and with some academies having obtained key information through exploration, they had already started taking action on the Villian Empire's front lines. These details were shared with Jiang Zhi by Ouyang Feng without reservation. Today, while the students were away from the school area and gathered at the battlefield, a blinding red light suddenly streaked across the sky. This ominous light signaled a grim message. The otherworldly rift had been breached by the Lord, and the battle against the Lord had been lost. On the front lines of the Villian Empire, the name Oma was almost universally known. As a true Lord-level powerhouse, he had engaged in numerous skirmishes with the Academy, his strength far surpassing that of Kadith and Lin, whom Jiang Zhi had previously encountered. It was Oma's presence that maintained a delicate balance between the Villian Empire's front lines and the Academy. Just moments earlier, in front of the town ruins, 5 card masters intercepted Oma. Leading them was a man with graying hair, dressed in combat attire, the headmaster of the First Academy, Han Dongqing. General Oma, we have discovered another entrance in this world, Han Dongqing said, watching the towering general before him, who was crouched by a stone monument, gently caressing the image etched upon it. It's my homeland, isn't it? Oma's voice was deep and hoarse. That's correct. So, we would like to invite you to return and see it. Oma's fingers paused on the monument. According to imperial law, I must remain here until death. Prince Farron has agreed to have you reassigned. The Villian Empire front lines are now under the Academy's control, and this monument will also belong to the Academy. Oma slowly closed his eyes, as if reminiscing. Then suddenly opened Thema, strange black aura flickered in his pupils. I am an emperor-appointed general. When did it fall to a prince to issue orders? Before the words finished, an axe spear appeared in his hand, pointing directly at Han Dongqing. On this continent, dynasties may rise and fall, but Villian alone stands unyielding. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi was urging a few team members, return to the battlefield immediately. There's a protective shield there that the Lord cannot breach. Coach, aren't you coming with us? Bai Shuiying asked with concern. No, I forgot to charge the faucet at home. I need to go back and do that. What? No more questions, just go. After watching the puzzled team members leave, Jiang Zhi walked alone down the dim streets, eventually choosing a secluded spot to wait. His card machine was vibrating continuously, turning from white to blood red, as the intense battle spirit and anger from Froller were transmitted through their emotional connection. Simultaneously, he felt a faint will locking onto him, undoubtedly Oma's. Suddenly, the system popped up with a time-limited mission. Executioner requirement. Eliminate General Oma of the Empire front lines. Description. I know you ordered their deaths. Now, I won't let you take them away. Reward, memory crystal. Minutes later, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached. A towering figure on horseback emerged from the woods, appearing before Jiang Zhi. Villian Empire Frontline General Oma. LV5, Lord level, 9769-15643. Oma's body was covered in wounds, bloodstained yet showing no weakness, rather appearing more menacing and fearsome. Professor Jiang, you should know Castle Froller, Oma said, taking 5 level blank cards from his armor. Let him come with me, and I'll trade these for him. Jiang Zhi stared at the agreed card in Omar's hand, his brow furrowed. Not enough. Omar, expressionless, reached into his armor again and pulled out 5 more agreed blank cards, his voice deep and steady. This is all I have. Let me see. Jiang Zhi extended his hand, but then suddenly withdrew it. No, you must let Floor go with me first. Are you kidding me, brother? Jiang Zhi chuckled coldly. If you give me Floor, what's next? Are you going to send me away too? Omar stood tall. I swear on the honor of the Villian Empire, as long as you hand over Floor, I will not lay a finger on you. Then I swear on the honor of the Villian Empire, Jiang Zhi retorted, that if you give me the cards, I will hand Floor over to you. This seemed to touch a nerve with Omar, and his face darkened instantly. If you dare insult the Empire again, I will kill you. Jiang Zhi was unfazed by Omar's sudden burst of anger. He spread his hands. General Omar, you're not here to negotiate at all. But before that, I'm curious, how did you find me? Omar calmly took out a card. Hunter's Hound, grade utility card. It can track a scent, lasts for a month, and has a 24-hour cooldown. Jiang Zhi understood. No wonder this guy could lock onto his position right after the rift. Utility cards, unlike combat cards, have no energy cost and directly consume the user's stamina. Moreover, they are much harder to make than combat cards. This grade utility card must have consumed countless grade blank cards. This was given to you by the Zhou family, right? Those guys really spared no expense. Humph, those greedy parasites. The Empire 4, Omar was cut off as the round timer appeared, signaling the end of the first round. Floor instantly appeared behind Jiang Zhi, eyes blazing, his gun wrapped in purple energy. White bandages appeared at the last second, easing his pain. He raised his hand and fired, hitting Omar square in the forehead. Omar's head snapped back from the bullet. No damage reduction, so he's not like Lean, a tank, Jiang Zhi thought. As Omar's head slowly returned to its original position, Jiang Zhi could feel the impending explosive fury. A massive axe gun materialized in Omar's hands. You fool who seeks your own doom. The axe gun swung, and a blood-red energy blade swept across. A system prompt flashed, blood slash, dealing 45 damage. Omar's next, slash damage 5. Bullets collided with the blood-red blade, shattering into fragments. Jiang Zhi fired continuously, finally breaking the blood slash. But just as the bullets were about to hit Omar, his axe gun twirled skillfully, deflecting every bullet. Miss, miss, only a relic's damage counter-triggered. Jiang Zhi's heart sank. This meant he hadn't even forced out Omar's passive skill. More perplexing was that the card rules clearly stated damage was unavoidable, yet Omar seemed to bypass this rule. He cautiously held on to a few quick shots just in case, watching Omar intently. The invisible aura around Omar's hands was slowly expanding. An invisible ripple spread across the battlefield. This was Omar's aura of glory. Jiang Zhi noticed a troubling debuff icon in the combat interface, indicating that at the start of each turn, everyone would take 20 points of damage. Simultaneously, Omar would gain an equivalent amount of armor, and all enemies would receive 1 stack of dread damage mitigation. Worse still, there was a 10 chance of damage blocking failing. Jiang Zhi's expression turned grim. This debuff was practically lethal for him, wasn't known for his defense, and now even his damage blocking was unreliable. The aura's area damage effect made the situation quite perilous. He was almost certain that Oma was targeting him specifically, and that Zhou must have leaked his card information to the opponent. Leaving a scourge unchecked will bring endless calamity, Jiang Zhi muttered through gritted teeth. He quickly played the remaining cards in his hand, but Oma displayed impressive combat skill, swinging an axis pair to block and dodging left and right, with only 3 out of 7 bullets hitting their mark. However, Jiang Zhi noticed a hint of stiffness in Oma's movements, as if hindered by some constraint. This gave him a slight sense of relief. If Oma were at full strength, the battle might have already ended. Floor also adjusted accordingly, making her shots unpredictable, which was crucial to hitting Oma. At the end of the turn, Floor seized the opportunity for a close-range shot. This time, Oma couldn't evade, or perhaps didn't have time to dodge the bullet. Jiang Zhi understood Oma could indeed break through certain rule constraints, but this ability had its limits. As a new turn began, the ripple hit again. Jiang Zhi tried to mimic Oma's evasive maneuvers, but was pinned in place by an invisible force. It was clear he lacked the ability to break the rules. The ripple swept through, taking away 20 points of Jiang Zhi's health. Before he could catch his breath, Oma charged forward with the axis pair. A combination of blood-colored slash and tendon-severing attack came at him, each carrying 30 points of damage and 5 stacks of dread effect, but Jiang Zhi narrowly blocked them. However, Oma suddenly made a strange gesture, activating Dread Oppression, an unblockable skill that dealt damage equal to the target's dread stacks multiplied by 10. Blood gushed from Jiang Zhi's left shoulder. Having experienced death once before, Jiang Zhi remained remarkably calm. He quickly assessed the situation. Oma's nearly 10,000 health points meant he would need at least 6 to 7 turns to defeat him with his current damage growth. Acting decisively, he retrieved a medium healing potion restoring 10 health points per turn for 3 turns, with a usage limit of 3 in the Lord battle. Seeing Oma's attack pause, Jiang Zhi proactively closed the distance, creating the best shooting conditions for Floor. Floor understood perfectly, aiming her gun directly at Oma's face. At such close range, not even a former Imperial frontline general could evade this lethal shot. A series of damage numbers blossomed in the air, announcing the success of this wave of assault. Bullets pounded into Omar's chest armor, leaving deep dents. Despite the severe damage and intense pain, Omar's resolve remained unshaken. He gripped his axe gun tightly, calmly waiting for the round to end. Jiang Zhi had previously timed his actions precisely, and now found himself unable to retreat to a safe distance, right within the reach of Omar's axe gun. Yet, Jiang Zhi appeared confident, still had a resolution phase at his disposal. As the round ended, Floor held his gun steady, allowing Jiang Zhi to retreat safely. Jiang Zhi waited deliberately until the battle interface's hourglass began to turn red, signaling a new round, before decisively ordering a close-range shot. This maneuver was truly impressive. Previously, Floor had always attacked immediately after the round ended, leading Jiang Zhi to mistakenly believe he needed to resolve immediately. It wasn't until the previous round, when he saw Floor delay his shot, that Jiang Zhi realized the skill could wait for the right moment. Omar's expression darkened, both infuriated at being outwitted by Jiang Zhi and concerned about the increasing power of his opponent's attacks. This ability to enhance damage must have been the key to Lin's defeat. Damn the Zhou clan for withholding such crucial intelligence. Omar unleashed a bloody slash, and Jiang Zhi prepared to counter the damage with his gun. Just as Floor was about to fire, Jiang Zhi caught a glint of cold light from Omar's direction out of the corner of his eye. A sense of foreboding flooded over him as the battle information appeared. Cold shot, dealing 12 damage. Damage multiplied by 5 if unnoticed. Well, using an axe gun for show while secretly firing a cold shot, it's like the Ashina sword style. Jiang Zhi muttered to himself. The bullets collided, and the sneak attack failed. Omar tore off his disguise and pulled out his gun to fire directly. Tremor shot, dealing 20 damage, adds a layer of tremor. Although Floor blocked the bullet, Jiang Zhi still felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This debuff was impossible to resist. Fortunately, Omar's means of applying tremor were limited. Otherwise, the situation would be even more uncontrollable. Having gauged his opponent, Jiang Zhi kept a close eye on Omar's health, wary of his second phase. Though not as resilient as Lean, anyone capable of commanding Lean was surely formidable. Sure enough, when Omar's health dropped to 30, Jiang Zhi's battle timer was locked. Omar's expression was cold. I admit, of all my opponents, you are the most challenging. I extend my highest respect to you, my enemy. Next, I shall secure victory for the Empire. Like Lean, Omar crushed a seed. Vines wrapped around him. But unlike Lean, who was completely controlled, Omar's will dominated the seed, achieving reverse control over the parasitic seed. In the midst of battle, all of Oma's attributes of forbidden glory were revealed. A level 5 lore tier strength, 9049200000 honor points, and a daunting set of 6 passive skills. These skills were intricately linked, dealing 20 extra damage to trembling targets, a 10 chance to be immune to damage, applying 10 layers of tremble to enemies upon appearance, reducing all tremble effects by 80 but making them permanent, adding 1 layer of tremble to enemies each round, and a final mysterious skill. Jiang Zhi looked at these stats and silently lamented. Despite previous attempts to probe, he had never glimpsed a passive skill, and now this guy fully unleashed his power in the second phase. The only silver lining was that the tremble effect had been significantly weakened, reduced from 10 per layer to 2, but the effect would last forever. The battle was intense, with Oma's face twisted in a snarl, his axe and spear entwined with vines, swinging like a flail. The heavy strike skill inflicted 50 points of damage, along with 2 layers of tremble. Floor's response was timely, with 2 bullets fired in quick succession. The first missed, but the second knocked the axe's pair away. At this point, Jiang Zhi had accumulated 12 layers of tremble, meaning a quarter of his attacks would fail. However, the situation wasn't entirely unfavorable. With the vines attached, Oma became noticeably sluggish, his blocking slowed, and his bulky form made dodging appear quite comical. After 3 rounds, Oma's condition began to deteriorate. Despite Jiang Zhi's tremble layers reaching 16, his burning will effect had stacked up to an astonishing 80 layers. Each bullet was like a cannonball, and even with a 32 chance of attack failure, Oma was under immense pressure. Another round concluded, and even with life replenishment, Oma's health dropped to around 3,000. Jiang Zhi felt confident. With 2 rounds left, 56 health points remaining, and equipped with Desperate Plea and a resurrection armor, his safety seemed assured. As victory seemed within reach, Oma suddenly spoke. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over Floor, and I'll give you the card and let you leave. Jiang Zhi was momentarily stunned, then recalled the still unknown 6th skill. This unexpected proposal stirred doubt within him, but the situation had progressed to a point of no return. Moreover, with victory seemingly at hand, Oma's words felt more like the desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Oma stood silently, waiting for Jiang Zhi's final answer. However, what greeted him was a barrage of bullets, accompanied by a close-range shot from Floor. Jiang Zhi showed no sign of fear and coolly remarked, You should talk less. You weren't saying that when we were changing locations earlier. Oma sighed softly and did not immediately attack. He fumbled for a moment in his armor and pulled out a card. Floor, don't blame me for being deceitful. This is all for the Villian Empire. The image on the card made Jiang Zhi's hair stand on end. A boy kneeling and weeping in front of a fire-consumed ruin, surrounded by soldiers with cold, mocking gazes. This card was clearly tailored to target Floor's weakness, and Jiang Zhi felt a sense of foreboding. In the next moment, a virtual monument appeared out of thin air, identical to one in Ander Town. Countless chains extended from the monument, wrapping around Floor. The fighting spirit in Floor's eyes gradually faded as he allowed the chains to drag him toward the monument. Jiang Zhi watched as the cards in his hand darkened one by one, simultaneously ensnared by chains. His accumulated 80 layers of burning willpower were instantly nullified, and a deep sense of helplessness washed over him. Indeed, relying on skill in card games was ultimately no match for cards designed with precision targeting. In his moment of distraction, Oma's axe gun suddenly struck. Fortunately, Jiang Zhi managed to play Desperate Plea in time, forming a protective shield that blocked the fatal blow. Oma attempted to detonate the tremor mark on Jiang Zhi, but the shield completely absorbed the damage. This shield won't protect you for long, Oma taunted. but I can offer you a way out. Join the Villian Empire. Jiang Zhi ignored his words, focusing instead on the battle interface prompt before him. The Rain of Bullets deck has been nullified, card spirits and specialties locked. The system asks if he wants to switch decks, warning that this will cause all Rain of Bullets cards to be damaged, and the card spirit floor will vanish. Switching decks was out of the question. Floor had helped him through the most dangerous moments of his life, and Jiang Zhi would never abandon this partner. Moreover, a detail in the system prompt gave him hope. Not all cards were locked, but most had lost their combat power. With 11 combat cards remaining in the deck, Jiang Zhi realized that the key to turning the tide lay within them. In the discard pile, there were 3 shooting cards, and only 8 cards remained in the draw pile. Jiang Zhi had reached level 3, allowing him to draw 4 cards per turn, but the situation was still precarious. Most of his cards were locked. Even his last resort, the Resurrection Armor, was sealed. The next turn's outcome depended entirely on that one life-saving card. The system calculated a 50 chance of drawing it, but Jiang Zhi knew that for a true card player, the odds were always 1,000. He ignored the system's option to change his deck and decisively ended his turn. You didn't make the right choice, Omar remarked with a hint of regret as he sensed the turn's end. Jiang Zhi paid no attention, focusing instead on the 4 cards he had drawn: multi-handed quick draw, reload shot, annihilation shot, and spin of fate. A relieved smile appeared on his face. The spin of fate card glowed with a faint golden light only he could see, untouched by the lock. Printing cards can't beat cheating, he suddenly remarked. Although Omar didn't understand Jiang Zhi's words, he was growing impatient. He raised his axe gun, ready to end the battle. However, just as the weapon was about to strike Jiang Zhi, a brilliant circle of golden light deflected it. Immunity. In Omar's eyes, Jiang Zhi's health bar was reduced to just 180. Threads of red light emanated from Jiang Zhi's body, eventually enveloping him completely. At the moment spin of fate activated, a warm flow surrounded Jiang Zhi, and he felt as if he was submerged in a river of memories. Every moment in Andertown with Floor, all his experiences with the rebels, her every emotion flooded his consciousness. Tears fell, bringing Jiang Zhi back to reality. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transformed into Floor, wearing her battle-worn outfit and holding her dual pistols. The battle interface had completely changed, with his former cards now transformed into burning bullets. The timer began counting down: 119, 118. This was no longer a battle timer, but Jiang Zhi's life counter. Omar stared in shock at the transformation before him, and when he turned back, he found the chains hanging empty. Floor had vanished. The Empire's card willpower lock, crafted with all their might, was now like a dissipating illusion. Bang! A bullet pierced Omar's armor. Though the damage was minor, it snapped him back to reality. As he looked at Jiang Zhi, Floor's initial shock and bewilderment turned into unbridled fury as the bullets kept coming. This was the Empire's century-old wish. So many soldiers gave their lives for this. How dare you? How dare you trample it like this? A vengeful strike came down, carrying 500 points of damage, enough to kill a unit with less than 50 health. Yet Jiang Zhi didn't even attempt to dodge, simply responding with 2 words: immunity. The cold word, immune, doused Oma's fury like a bucket of ice water. Jiang Zhi began rapidly playing cards, utilizing the spin fate effect that reduced the cost of all shooting cards to 0. After each use, he could draw a new shooting card and gain a temporary shooting card. Initially, Jiang Zhi carefully examined the temporary shooting cards he received, selecting those with overload effects to stack Burning Will. After all, the temporary cards from Spin Fate included all cards with the word shooting from the general card pool, which could all be used at no cost. However, as the battle progressed, he stopped being selective and just played cards quickly. Burning Will applied to all shooting cards, even the common ones from the general card pool. While Jiang Zhi was enjoying the thrill of the game, Oma was taking continuous damage, his heart growing cold. He despairingly realized that not only were Jiang Zhi's bullets not diminishing, but they were becoming more lethal due to various bonuses. Although he could see that Jiang Zhi was in a reckless state, and there might be a chance to turn the tables if he could just survive this round, his remaining 3-digit health cruelly signaled the slimness of that hope. With over 60 seconds left on the clock, Oma felt no fear of death, only deep sorrow for the Villian Empire. This empire, which had weathered 1,000 years, was now on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty, I have failed your expectations, bringing shame upon the Empire's glory. The final bullet pierced Oma's forehead with precision. He slowly knelt, his body gradually decaying until it turned to dust and scattered with the wind. A system notification popped up. Killed Forbidden Glory, Oma. Gained 3,000 experience. Acquired Villian Empire, a grade card pack. Obtained item. Memory crystal contains hidden secrets of the Villian Empire, viewable at the stone tablet in the ruins of Ander. Received 5 grade blank cards. Acquired a grade card, Aura of Glory. Obtained grade relic. Oma's glory medal has a 5 chance to add tremor on dealing damage. Jiang Zhi smiled with satisfaction at the substantial rewards. However, he suddenly blacked out and nearly fell. He realized he had exited the floor state. His red combat suit vanished, and his height returned to normal. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he leaned against a sturdy tree, trying to contact Wang with his phone, only to drop it due to his weakened grip. Fortunately, the previous resonance with floors had strengthened his own resolve. Otherwise, he might have fainted. Soon, he saw the blurry figures of Bai Shuiying and other team members approaching. Bai Shuiying hurried to the battlefield, her eyes meeting a scene of ravaged grass, and a figure leaning against a trite was Jiang Zhi. She was shocked, recalling the school's recent announcement. A Lord-level monster was rampaging through the campus. Soon after, they had heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the woods. Bai Shuiying immediately sent out a distress signal, but could do nothing but wait. She knew how powerful the Lord monster was. Everyone there combined wouldn't be enough to take it down. Jiang Zhi's decision to confront it meant he was either highly skilled or had a death wish. Once the sounds of battle ceased, she cautiously approached to find Jiang Zhi leaning against the tree, looking utterly defeated. "Coach, are you okay?" "I'll live," Jiang Zhi replied weakly. "Were you just fighting the Lord here?" "No," Jiang Zhi evaded. "I was just charging a water faucet. Mine's special, needs manual power. See those marks? That's from my exercise bike." "Huh? But you mentioned battle marks just now." "All right, kids shouldn't ask too many questions about adult matters." Just as Bai Shuiying was about to suggest taking him to the infirmary, a swarm of reporters descended, thrusting microphones into Jiang Zhi's face. "Professor Jiang, are these battle marks from your fight with the Lord monster? Which Lord-level monster did you defeat?" "Professor Jiang, I'm a reporter from High City TV." Only then did Jiang Zhi remember it was competition day, and reporters were covering the event. He could already foresee tomorrow's headlines. Faced with the crowd, he sighed. "Can you stop filming? At least wait until I recover, okay?" Fortunately, Ouyang Feng and Han Dongqing arrived in time to quell the reporter's frenzy. Ouyang Feng eagerly asked, "Did you use that card? Let me see the battle record." Jiang Zhi ignored him, turning to the white-haired old man nearby. "You're the Academy's doctor, right?" "Hello, sir. I know my own condition. No need for a doctor," Han Dongqing remarked. "I've heard Ouyang Feng mention you before. I didn't expect that even the board of directors couldn't handle the Lord, yet Professor Jiang took care of it alone. I'm Han Dongqing, the principal of High City First Card Academy. Truly a young hero." Jiang Zhi weakly responded, "Hello, Principal Han. I'm out of gas credit, need to go home and top up." On the way back, Jiang Zhi lay on Bai Shuiying's back, while Ouyang Feng lamented, "Do you really have to be so guarded against me? What else? Let you dissect my card machine. All right, let's get serious. You were impressive today. Tomorrow, you'll probably be nationwide news. Shouldn't this be a scandal for the school? You and the principal still want to report it. What's there to fear? Other schools can't even manage their breaches, while we took down a Lord that slipped through. Isn't that a testament to our safety?" "Thanks a lot," Jiang Zhi replied wearily. The next day, news of Jiang Zhi single-handedly defeating a Lord-level monster dominated the headlines throughout the Yan Kingdom. Early in the morning, Old Gua, holding a newspaper, eagerly approached Jiang Lu in the courtyard. The photograph of Jiang Zhi leaning against a tree was particularly striking on the front page. "Old Jiang, that young man leaning against the tree is your son, isn't it?" Old Gua asked with a smile, pointing at the photo. Jiang Lu, beaming with pride, replied, "Of course. He called me yesterday and told me all about it." Meanwhile, a different scene unfolded in Chu Yun's office. Colleagues continuously stopped by to show concern, though it was more to introduce potential partners than to offer congratulations. As for Jiang Zhi, the newsworthy hero, he was currently struggling to stand with a crutch in front of the stone monument in the ruins of Ander, located within an interdimensional rift. Ouyang Feng followed him excitedly, while Wu Zheng and others remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings with caution. This visit was supposed to wait until the attention died down, but early in the morning, the system's notification disrupted Jiang Zhi's plans. Memory crystal usage time is less than a day. Please use the item before it expires. With no other choice, Jiang Zhi pressed on. Fortunately, with both lords defeated, the rift's strength had greatly diminished, making it manageable with a few bodyguards. Within an hour, Ouyang Feng had gathered Wu Zheng and the others, sticking to Jiang Zhi like glue as they arrived at the site. The memory crystal in Jiang Zhi's hand emitted a faint blue light, and as he neared the monument, the static within the crystal grew clearer. Suddenly, a dense blue light enveloped Jiang Zhi, forming a large cocoon of light. Inside the cocoon, a historical scene unfolded before Jiang Zhi's eyes. A hunched old man knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, the residents of Ander are all citizens of the Empire. We would never betray the Empire." The Emperor of the Villian Empire, clad in a golden robe and crown, did not look at the old man, but instead glanced at Oma and Lin, who were also kneeling nearby. "Generals, apart from Floor, Is everyone from the town here? Yes, your majesty. The emperor nodded slightly and turned to his 3 children behind him. Aaron, Farron, Diana. Which of you will take responsibility for this matter? The young man with golden curls, Aaron, stepped forward immediately. Father, I am willing to take responsibility for this incident. Very well done. Aaron, from this day forward, you are the first heir to the empire, the emperor said with satisfaction. This decision sparked excitement in Aaron's eyes, while Farron looked on in disbelief. The girl with a platinum mask, Diana, simply observed the proceedings calmly, her expression unreadable beneath the mask. Aaron, my child, remember that cards hold the power to change the rules. Oma's voice resonated in the darkness. And a card spirit is one who can completely control the cards. For the emergence of the card spirit, and for the legendary god card that can change the world, we must stop at nothing. No sooner had the words been spoken than a massacre began in the town of Ander. Soldiers raised their weapons, and the coerced rebel forces had no choice but to join in the brutal slaughter. By the early hours of the next day, a young man named Floor arrived at the town, only to be chilled to the bone by the sight before him. The blazing fires lit up the night sky as if it were daylight, and amidst the ruins, Oma was coldly directing the soldiers to execute the last few survivors. Floor rushed forward to intervene, but was kicked aside by Oma, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. While Floor lay unconscious, Oma ordered the soldiers to completely destroy the town and erected a stone monument amidst the ruins. He cut open Floor's arm and let the blood flow over the monument, which covered the remains of the villagers. The monument emitted an eerie red glow, and countless chains emerged, wrapping around and entering Floor's body. Forgive me, Castle Floor, Oma said, standing before the unconscious Floor, giving a formal military salute and bowing deeply. An imprisoning wool card slowly drifted out of Floor's body. This memory shattered like broken glass, and transparent figures of the slain town residents appeared in the air. They looked kindly at Jiang Zhi, who stood nearby, as Floor slowly emerged from behind him. Under Jiang Zhi's gaze, Floor embraced these ethereal figures, tears and smiles mingling, until they gradually faded away. When Jiang Zhi came back to his senses, he found himself standing in front of the shattered monument. Strands of blue light flowed from the monument into his card machine. A system notification appeared. Floor's emotional burden resolved 50. Gained card spirit specialty, warmth. Effect, recover 10 health points after every 5 instances of load damage. Note, you've borne enough, Floor. From now on, we'll face everything together. Jiang Zhi looked at this newly awakened specialty in amazement. This wasn't just warmth. It was like a nuclear-powered generator. With the mechanism that allows 1 point of load to be reset to 0 with happy memories, it was like having the electricity meter run backward. He could currently endure 10 load damage per turn, and as his level and energy increased, the more load cards he played, the more health he could recover. Just as he was reveling in the strength of his new specialty, a prominent red system message suddenly appeared. The current world has accessed partial information about the God card. Card season officially begins. Current season, Tarot. Tarot. Cards imbued with 22 different powers. They will appear in your deck in various ways. Earn their recognition, harness their power, and let the gods witness your resolve. Current season, S1. Theme, Tarot sequence. Jiang Zhi was stunned. The God card? Wasn't this what he had just heard about? And this message was globally broadcasted, received by everyone with a card machine. He was both amused and bewildered. Had he accidentally triggered a server-wide promotional cutscene? Looking around, everyone else seemed equally bewildered. Only Ouyang Feng gazed at him meaningfully, winking as if to ask, "Was this your doing?" Jiang Zhi quickly shook his head to indicate his innocence. At that moment, a dazzling red light shot straight down from the sky, heading directly for Jiang Zhi's card machine. A brilliant red light descended, casting the holographic projection of a red card onto Jiang Zhi's card machine. The card depicted an angel blowing the trumpet of the apocalypse, awakening the dead to new life. This was the Judgment card, ranked at number 20. Jiang Zhi examined the tarot card closely, frowning slightly. He realized that the card had somehow integrated itself into his Bullet Storm deck, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove it. The brief description on the card, activate after playing 100 red cards, reminded him of a 4-letter game he used to play. As he pondered over this, a restless hand suddenly reached out, attempting to touch the tarot card. Jiang Zhi quickly slapped it away. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Fengzi grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Can't I even take a look?" "It's just a card. What's so interesting?" "This is a brand new discovery. Let me see it." Jiang Zhi warned coldly. "Ouyang Fengzi, if you keep looking at my card like it's prey, we're going to have a problem." Before he finished speaking, another barrage of beams descended from the sky. Although they varied in color, they all seemed dim compared to the light Jiang Zhi had just received. In the second wave, a yellow beam targeted Jiang Zhi's Xuanwu deck, forming the Lover's card ranked at number 6. This card's effect was activate after stacking 50 layers of heavy water. noticeably weaker than the previous judgment card. At the same time, a blue High Priestess card, rank number 2, appeared in front of Ouyang Feng's card machine, but its specific effect was only visible to him. The third wave of beams then arrived, granting Wu Zheng and others their cards, although their projections were now very faint. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi understood. The strength of the tarot cards was clearly linked to the card spirit levels. The higher the level, the stronger the tarot card obtained. How did you get 2 tarot cards? Ouyang Feng asked, staring in surprise at the cards floating in front of Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi chuckled lightly. Maybe because I'm better looking. Can I see your card effect? Why should I? You show me yours first. To Jiang Zhi's surprise, Ouyang Feng showed the High Priestess effect without hesitation. Activate after playing 30 blue cards. Jiang Zhi then revealed his own card's effect. Why do you only need 30 cards to activate yours? Do you think everyone stuffs temporary cards into their decks like you do? Those 30 cards are enough for me to play several rounds. Think about it, Jiang Zhi countered. My judgment needs 100 cards. Want to try it? Ouyang Feng rolled his eyes. 100 cards? That would turn me into a sieve multiple times over. Don't you get it? This reminded Jiang Zhi that to trigger the judgment effect, he indeed needed some worthy opponents. His card machine then switched to black, and the judgment card transformed into the lover's card. Why not try my new deck? Jiang Zhi suggested. You want to see the effect anyway. How about a practice match? Ouyang Feng eyed Jiang Zhi suspiciously and slowly nodded. His card machine changed from white to blue. No problem, but I warn you, the old man's not in the best health, so don't go too hard. As if I would, Jiang Zhi replied, turning to the side. Brother Wu, keep an eye on the surroundings while I spar with Academician Ouyang. Wu Zheng and the others agreed, spreading out to keep watch. Ouyang Feng quickly summoned his card spirit. A blue robot, armed to the teeth, appeared in the arena. Jiang Zhi followed by calling forth Xuanwu, a black turtle snake card spirit that caught Ouyang Feng's attention. They set the battle mode to a friendly PvP match. As the battle began, Jiang Zhi took the initiative, playing a dark card to add a heavy water rock armor to himself, then remained still, observing. Seeing this, Ouyang Feng began his signature monkey play combo. As Ouyang Feng's hallmark move, the Riot controller's core mechanism revolves around card synergy and upgrades. Spiral Cannon A costs 0 energy, deals 20 damage, upgrades every 3 cards, resets after use. Mechanical Arm B costs 1 energy, upgrades a chosen card in hand, upgrades every 2 cards played. Wrench B costs 1 energy, draws 1 card, gains 10 armor, upgrades after 1 card use. After several seconds of precise maneuvering, Ouyang Feng smirked. Professor Jiang, you'd better dodge this one. It's going to hurt if it hits. Jiang Zhi remained calm. Just get on with it. Watching you is exhausting. You've been setting up forever, and all you've done is stack armor without any damage. Ouyang Feng's expression darkened as he unleashed the spiral cannon. The robot's cannon gathered blue energy, firing a 160 damage beam straight at Jiang Zhi. Surprisingly, Jiang Zhi didn't flinch, allowing the beam to hit, which revealed a dark blue shield. 160. Ouyang Feng exclaimed, shocked as he checked the battle log. At that moment, a yellow glow erupted from Jiang Zhi's deck, and the image of a lover appeared above Xuanwu, merging into it. Sequence 6, Lover activated. The next 2 cards will trigger effects twice. Jiang Zhi immediately played the weak water prison, and with the lover's effect, the heavy water layers surged to 648. He finished with a light card, again boosted by the lover, gaining 130 armor and 2 heavy water. The lover card then emerged from Xuanwu, returning to the deck's standby state. Realizing the lover's effect, Ouyang Feng was eager to test his priestess effect, but seeing Jiang Zhi's additional 130 armor and 650 heavy water effect, and his own remaining 200 health, he hesitated. Is this kid holding a grudge? 650 damage would be too much for these old bones, he pondered. As the turn ended, Jiang Zhi's turtle effect activated, instantly granting him 650 armor. Seeing this overwhelming armor value, Jiang Zhi decided to let Ouyang Feng proceed at his own pace. Seeing Jiang Zhi fall silent, Ouyang Feng immediately began his monkey show. The cards around him danced like butterflies, his armor value constantly increased, and mysterious glows occasionally flickered through his deck. Jiang Zhi could see everything clearly, yet he was completely baffled. When Ouyang Feng played the spiral cannon card, Jiang Zhi's eyes widened. Wait, how is it still 200? Didn't you play a card this turn? That's what you owed me from the last turn, Ouyang Feng said with a resigned shake of his head, silently choosing to end his turn. After some maneuvering in the 3rd round, Ouyang Feng finally activated the Priestess effect. Order 2, Priestess activated. The energy cost of the next 5 cards is reduced to 0. Before Jiang Zhi could trigger the heavy water damage effect, Ouyang Feng decisively chose to surrender. Hey old dang, what's the point of playing if you don't let me enjoy it? Jiang Zhi complained, clearly displeased. Ouyang Feng waved his hand sheepishly. Come on, you really want to pick on an old man like me? Jiang Zhi snorted, flipping Ouyang Feng the middle finger, then went off alone to find a lone elite monster to test the judgment effect. Order 20, Judgment activated, the system prompt announced. Choose a card, and apply its effect to the remaining cards in your deck. This effect was ridiculously powerful. Jiang Zhi excitedly realized that Judgment transferred card effects without transferring energy costs. Although the energy-draining effect of Desperate Plea would also be transferred, ruining his dream of an infinite icebox, the other effects were already impressive. Just imagining the swift shot with a 5-fold damage increase made his blood boil. Collecting 100 red cards was not difficult for Jiang Zhi. He could achieve it in 3 rounds. Now his only question was about the effects of the other tarot cards. His intuition told him these effects wouldn't be so simple. When everyone emerged from the rift and reached the upper level, the scene before them was breathtaking. A rain of dim light fell from the sky, starkly different from the brilliant glow within the rift. Thanks to the overcast sky, they could clearly appreciate the spectacular view. Jiang Zhi checked his phone and found that the news of him defeating the Lord had been pushed to the second headline. The top news was the global light rain event. In the comments section, players were showcasing the tarot card effects they had obtained, with cards ranging from 0 to 21. Jiang Zhi was relieved to see that these card effects were generally similar. Lovers boosted stats, Priestess reduced deck energy costs, with only slight variations in specific values and activation conditions. Their power was generally less than the versions he and Ouyang Feng had. Opening the official card website, the effects of the 22 tarot cards were neatly listed. Browsing through them, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but marvel. Each card's effect was absurdly powerful. No wonder they had such strict activation conditions. On Saturday morning, a bustling crowd gathered in front of the Heisher card building. A dense line of people waited patiently to have their tickets checked and enter the venue. "Dad, do we have to line up too?" Bai Shuiying asked, frowning at the crowd before her. Bai Yu sighed lightly. "We normally wouldn't, but this time too many newcomers have come to the exchange event, so we have to keep a low profile for now. By the way, Xiaoxua, did you ask Professor Jiang about the private card purchase?" "Coach Jiang said he can't break the rules," Bai Shuiying replied, shaking her head. "That's understandable." Bai Yu nodded in agreement. His card pack business is booming lately, especially with the addition of level cards, which greatly increases the chances of drawing powerful tarot card blessings like Judgment, Emperor, and Strength. He paused. "Xiaoxua, make sure to maintain a good relationship with Professor Jiang at school and avoid any conflicts. It would be great if he could make another card of Anna." "Dad," saying that would upset Uncle. "Why should he be upset? If his skills aren't up to par, he should accept it. I'd say it to his face." The Heisher card building, as the city's largest public structure, has always been the fixed venue for the card exchange conference. With the arrival of the S1 season, card decks blessed by tarot cards have spawned exclusive card spirits, and various strategies centered around tarot cards are emerging. The advancement of human abilities has accelerated the exploration of rifts, and the authorities are optimistic about this season, preparing to make detailed adjustments for the national competition. At this time, the tarot sequence is the global focal point, with the Heisher card exchange conference ranking second. The reason is simple. Jiang Zhi's level card deck, Rain of Bullets, has just debuted at number 30 in the official card catalog, the only level deck in the past 2 years. Even more exciting is that Jiang Zhi has made some cards available for sale in card packs. Some lucky individuals have already collected the public cards and summoned a low-tier version of the Flora card spirit. This has become the most accessible card spirit deck for ordinary people, given its impressive strength and Jiang Zhi's promise to release the complete set at the exchange conference. Mayor Li Mingyang specifically moved the venue here for this reason. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. The Bai family father and daughter looked in the direction of the noise to see reporters swarming around a military vehicle parked by the roadside. The day's main guest, Jiang Zhi, had arrived. Initially, he planned to arrive discreetly in a sedan with Wang Un, but due to his sensitive status, the authorities, concerned about security, arranged for military personnel to escort him. This arrangement disrupted his plan to slip in unnoticed. After all, who would attend an academic exchange in a military vehicle? Wu Zheng and his team quickly formed a line to block the approaching reporters. Jiang Zhi seized the moment, slipping into the building like a nimble eel, leaving a group of frustrated reporters stomping their feet outside. As Jiang Zhi stepped inside the building, he immediately spotted Ouyang Feng waiting for him. Ouyang Feng quickly approached, giving Jiang Zhi's shoulder a friendly pat, a smile on his face. "Come on, let's get you settled. The mayor has arranged for you to be the highlight of this conference." Jiang Zhi sighed upon hearing this, his gaze drifting into the distance. "If I had the time, I'd rather be leveling up in the rift." "That's not an option, Professor Jiang." Ouyang Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "There are only 3 rifts in the academy, and 2 of them went into reset mode as soon as you arrived. What about the other students? Isn't there still one left?" Jiang Zhi scratched his head, feigning confusion. "Easy for you to say. Why don't you go there?" Ouyang Feng glanced at him. "With your deck focused on recovery, what are you doing heading into those toxic areas?" You're not wrong. Jiang Zhi replied with an awkward smile. The two continued their banter as they reached the top floor of the building and took their seats. The conference had already begun, with young scholars from Haishur presenting their research. Jiang Zhi listened, struggling to stay awake, until a loud announcement snapped him back to attention. Everyone, the main event is about to begin. Please welcome the creator of the Bulletstorm deck, Professor Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi jolted awake, his card machine now glowing red as he stood up. Amidst thunderous applause, he confidently walked to the stage, gesturing for silence with one hand. Once the room quieted down, Jiang Zhi displayed the complete set of Bulletstorm cards on the projection screen. Most of the cards were familiar to the audience among the original 8 core cards. He had only publicly revealed Explosive Shot, later privately sharing Close Range Shot and Annihilation Shot, while the card Turning Fate remained a closely guarded secret. This presentation included 4 new cards, 3 upgrade cards, and an upgrade card called Desperate Plea. The appearance of Desperate Plea, which granted immunity to damage for 1 turn, caused a steer it was a top-tier effect in the current card arena. To accommodate this effect in upgrade card, Jiang Zhi had to include a consumption clause. It was well known that Jiang Zhi had a unique way of utilizing load effects, often amplifying negative effects to gain additional abilities. However, this card alone wasn't enough to justify the Bulletstorm deck's rank at 30. The true highlight was the subsequent reveal of 3 cards: Burning Will, Enchanted Gun, and Fond Memories. The descriptions of these cards left the audience stunned. They weren't typical attack or defense cards, but rather provided enhancements at a mechanical level, pushing the application of load effects to the extreme. Jiang Zhi didn't immediately explain, giving the audience time to ponder. Finally, an elder raised his hand to ask a question. Jiang Zhi recognized him instantly as Gu Qinyu, a special guest from a previous exhibition match. Professor Jiang, what does this ability card mean? Jiang Zhi smiled and patiently explained. As the name suggests, ability cards are cards that grant special abilities to card spirits. A scholar from the audience immediately questioned, if it's just special abilities, aren't the negative effects of these cards too overwhelming? What if I told you that the effect of this ability card lasts for the entire battle? Jiang Zhi's gaze swept over everyone present. Take a closer look at my card description. It doesn't say once per turn, or effective only during the turn. Since it's called an ability card, it naturally lasts throughout the entire battle. At this, there was a collective gasp from the audience. Indeed, if the effects of these 3 cards last the entire battle, they truly deserve the title of upgrade cards. The ability card is my latest research achievement in the field of card games, Jiang Zhi continued. I'm sure you've all heard about my feat of defeating the Lord Monster, and the ability card was key to that. Today, rather than showcasing the Bulletstorm deck, I'm here to introduce this new category of cards. A reporter suddenly raised a hand to ask, Professor Jiang, you mentioned that some cards from the Bulletstorm deck would enter the general card pool. Will the ability cards be included as well? Jiang Zhi shook his head in response. The ability cards from Bulletstorm will not enter the card pool, but I will release these cards in other ways. The implication was clear plan to release them through card pack sales, especially since a grade blank cards had already entered market circulation, and he now had a stable supply channel. Mr. Jiang, doesn't this seem a bit selfish? A young reporter suddenly questioned. Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with disdain. This is my intellectual property. Whether to make it public is my choice. The atmosphere in the room suddenly cooled. Ouyang Feng in the audience kept blinking, signaling him, but Jiang Zhi ignored it and continued. Of course, I won't let you leave empty-handed. Now, I'm going to reveal the method for creating ability cards. With that, he inserted a USB drive and uploaded his compiled insights on ability card creation to the Yen country's official website. This was his gift to the Yen country's government, and whether it would bring fortune or trouble depended on how they handled it. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my presentation. Thank you. Jiang Zhi gracefully left the podium, as the audience members quickly took out their phones to check the website. Ouyang Feng watched this scene with a slight twitch in his eye. Jiang Zhi was too clever. He had passed this hot potato directly to the government. This information was both a challenge and an opportunity. If used wisely, it could greatly enhance Yen country's overall strength, possibly even surpassing other nations. The revelation of ability cards caused a global sensation. However, when Jiang Zhi publicly disclosed the production method, all the attention that might have been directed at him shifted towards the authorities, forcing various covert schemes to surface. Back at his villa, Jiang Zhi felt at ease, having received the promised 1 million points from the authorities as thanks. Combined with previous rewards, his balance now stood at 1.2 million points, enough for another visit to the official store. On the familiar store floor, the staff appeared noticeably more reserved upon seeing Jiang Zhi. He first listed the upgrade card Glory Stomp, obtained from Lean, in the auction house. Though not particularly useful to him, he was sure it would find a buyer in need. Next, he checked the price of a grade blank cards, which had dropped to 500,000 points. With an internal discount, he acquired the last 2 for 250,000 points. He spent the remaining points on various items, 2 rare escape tools, smoke bombs, all available large health potions, and strength potions. As for the relics he had been eyeing, there was still no news. Such low-rate items were always in high demand. After storing the purchased items in his card machine, Jiang Zhi reserved 250,000 points for future purchases of a grade blank cards. As he descended the store's stairs, he keenly sensed something amidst the top floor of the bustling city's mall was eerily empty. Immediately on alert, he switched his card machine to combat mode and readied a mini smoke bomb just in case. At that moment, several shadowy figures emerged, including a strikingly tall female figure. Clad in a black bodysuit with only her dark red eyes visible, she was none other than Vera Darkblade, a level 5 Lord-class warrior with a health of 6,500 points. She displayed no hostility, instead handing Jiang Zhi a letter. "An honor to meet you, Mr. Jiang," she said in a slightly husky voice. "I am a guard of the second prince. Prince Farron will host a party at the Eastern Glory Fort in 3 days and cordially invites you to attend. You will be conferred the title of Imperial Baron at the event." Jiang Zhi took the letter, memories of Farron from the memory crystal flashing through his mind. He knew well that this second prince, aware of past secrets, had an agenda likely connected to Frohler. Much like the previous encounter with Omar, this was probably another precarious invitation. Before he could respond, Vera's figure twisted and vanished as if she had never been there. Silently, without a sound, Jiang Zhi stood at the threshold between the shop floor and reality, contemplating everything that had just transpired. A few uniformed security personnel occasionally cast suspicious glances his way. If it weren't for his special status, they might have already escorted him out. He looked down at the envelope in his hand, confirming that the conversation with Vera was not a figment of his imagination. Thinking about the attitude of the Villian Empire towards Floor, a slight smirk appeared on Jiang Zhi's lips. Why the mystery? If they wanted to act, they would have done so already. Why all the roundabout tactics? Opening the envelope, its contents were indeed similar to what Vera had mentioned earlier, albeit phrased more elegantly. To Jiang Zhi's surprise, the envelope also contained a blank grade card. Nice idea, but a bit stingy, he thought, casually tossing the envelope into the card machine space, feeling no interest in the so-called banquet. However, the letter did remind him of one thing. Some people within the Villian Empire were growing restless and eager to act. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vera removed her cloak and knelt before a masked woman. "Your Highness Diana, the message has been delivered." "Well done, little Vera," Diana replied lazily, reclining in her chair and playing with a golden card. "How are the Zhou family's arrangements?" "They've been taken care of properly. Nothing to worry about for the time being." "Very good, you may leave now." Vera hesitated for a moment, then looked directly at Diana. "Your Highness, aren't we being too deliberate? Jiang Zhi doesn't seem like a fool. He didn't give me any chance to act." Naturally, Diana's tone carried a hint of amusement. For Floor to make such a choice, he must be no ordinary person. "The fact that you found him using the Zhou family's card today shows that Omar is already dead." Her gaze dimmed. Poor General Omar, probably the last glory of the Empire. Engaged in the darkest deeds, yet always upholding the Empire's dignity. Vera's pupils shrank. "General Omar, killed by Jiang Zhi? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible," Diana said, now holding a red card, a rare smile on her lips. "The flow of fate has changed. Sequence 10, the Wheel of Fate. I've had enough. Let's consider it an investment in the future." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the Villian Empire, at Glory Fort, Felon glared at his subordinate kneeling on the ground, grabbing a teacup and hurling it. Scalding tea soaked the man's collar, and shards of the cup cut his forehead. "Useless. Not only did you let an outsider find Aaron, but you also let the Zhou family's people escape. Your Highness, spare me. I deserve death, but please give me another chance." Felon kicked him away. "Find Floor and Omar, bring them back. Otherwise, don't ever come back." "Yes, Your Highness." Elsewhere, in the capital of the Villian Empire, when Xu Yuan, the leader of the Haishur delegation, stood before the vast city, filled with awe. This might be the largest interdimensional rift humanity had ever seen, encompassing a kingdom nearly twice the size of Haishur. He resolved that once this mission was complete, he must request that Kyoto send experts to guard the exit of this rift. On Monday, as usual, after finishing his classes, Jiang Zhi arrived at the newly discovered interdimensional rift leading to the Villian Empire. The guards, still wary due to his status, stopped him outside the rift, while Wang An was negotiating on his behalf nearby. "Xiao Jiang, here you go." Wang An finally handed over a pass, his expression serious as he instructed. "This time, the rift's range is vast, exceeding the entire city of Hai. We'll establish an outpost 5 kilometers inside the rift. Everyone must stay within a 10-kilometer radius of the base, understood?" Jiang Zhi took the pass and nodded earnestly. "Brother Wang, are there any particularly dangerous areas near the base?" Wang An smiled approvingly at this cautious question. "There are 2 areas," he explained, pointing at a map. 9 kilometers south of the base, there's a large group of parasitic monsters, including dozens of elite ones. Although no Lord-level creatures have been found, it's best to avoid it. Additionally, there's a Lord-level parasitic monster roaming 5 to 10 kilometers east. Oh, Jiang Zhi responded with a sound of partial understanding. Where exactly is that monster group? Could you mark it? Wang sighed and drew a circle on the map Jiang Zhi handed him. Haven't you always had a good sense of direction? Why do you suddenly need such precise locations? Jiang Zhi gave an awkward smile. Did I? I don't remember. Before he finished speaking, he dashed into the rift, leaving Wang shaking his head with a wry smile. With Jiang Zhi's ability to take on Lord-level creatures, that area shouldn't pose any danger. This journey through the rift was particularly lengthy. Jiang Zhi walked for nearly a minute, feeling as if he was traversing a void of the universe. When he finally emerged from the void, his view opened up to a vast, boundless plain stretching to the horizon. In the distance, the top of a lighthouse-like structure glowed with an eerie blue light that was the outpost. The path had clearly been explored before, as there wasn't a single monster in sight. Jiang Zhi made his way to the base with ease and soon reached his destination. The base stood at the edge of the city, its barracks-like structures exuding a sense of solemnity. Typically, it was heavily guarded, offering refuge to rift explorers only in times of crisis. However, for Jiang Zhi, the gates were always open thanks to his frequent visits to craft cards. Many soldiers had come to recognize his face. At this moment, Jiang Zhi casually greeted the gate soldiers, but didn't enter. His gaze was fixed southward, and he resolutely headed in that direction. The intelligence Wang had shared earlier lingered in his mind. There was a large group of monsters in that area. The thought of a great leveling opportunity quickened his pace. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a chilling scene unfolded before his eyes. At the junction of the forest and the plains, countless parasitic creatures roamed. The outlines of humans, animals, and insects were faintly discernible, all entwined with eerie emerald green vines, reminiscent of the monsters on the Villian Empire's front lines. The system displayed their attributes. Ordinary parasite, LV4, 8080. Elite horror parasite, LV4, 12001200. The health of those horror parasites was particularly staggering, making them perfect targets for AoE skills. Jiang Zhi quietly activated combat mode, concealed himself, and waited for the round to end. As the first round concluded, all the parasites turned their hollow gazes towards him. In the next instant, like a floodgate opening, hundreds, if not thousands, of creatures surged towards him. Jiang Zhi then understood why the officials hadn't dealt with this group of monsters. They numbered in the thousands, at a conservative estimate. In this turn-based card game, failing to clear them in one round could lead to a slow, torturous demise. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhi deployed Desperate Plea, retreating tactically while directing Floor to commence shooting. This was a tactic he had developed during his time with the Kobold tribe. Maintain a suitable distance and stay within combat mode to maneuver within the game's rules. His goal was to attract as many parasitic creatures as possible within this round. Upon learning about the monster horde, Jiang Zhi had devised a plan to farm experience. Previously, this strategy might have seemed impractical, but with the support of tarot cards, it now seemed quite feasible. He quickly downed a swiftness potion and drew 2 cards from his deck. With 5 cards in hand, Jiang Zhi began his combo performance. Reload shot combined with overload state, emptying the deck and reshuffling the discard pile. 3 reload shots paired with the enchanted gun increased his hand to 8 cards. 2 dual shot cards triggered the swift shot effect, rocketing his hand count to 60 cards. Adding 12 stacks of burning will, he focused all firepower on the parasite with the highest health, reducing its 1300 HP to under 600 in an instant. During this maneuver, the monster horde had already closed in. Under the protection of a light shield, Jiang Zhi immediately activated multi-handed quick draw and downed an energy potion to restore 4 energy points. He repeated the previous combo, carefully controlling the number of swift shots, ultimately stacking judgment to 95 layers, leaving 1 low health and 1 half health monster as tactical reserves. Finally, he decisively abandoned the current round, discarding all remaining cards in hand. With precise card control, Jiang Zhi maintained his deck in perfect condition, with no excess or missing cards, and unaffected by swift shot. The stacks of burning will had accumulated to 18, more than enough for the upcoming actions. Seizing the mobility at the end of Floor's turn, Jiang Zhi distanced himself from the horde of monsters. After Floor casually fired a shot, the third round officially began. Jiang Zhi moved swiftly, instantly playing 3 reload shots and 2 dual shots, triggering the judgment effect before the monsters could get close. He opted for explosive shot, granting all cards this powerful effect. Holding over 50 swift shots with the explosive shot effect, Jiang Zhi's lips curled into a confident smile. He maneuvered Floor, pressing the barrel directly into the mouth of the nearest weakened elite monster, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet pierced through the monster's skull, and a surge of energy swiftly gathered within its body. With a resounding boom, flames spread like a tide, engulfing the entire area of monsters. Although Jiang Zhi was within the explosion range, he remained unharmed under the protection of the rules. The ordinary monsters were all reduced to charred remains in the explosion, and the double-triggered execution effect directly dealt damage equal to 50 of the target's maximum health. Only a few dozen elite monsters remained, either gravely injured or with their health halved. Their eyes gleamed with confusion and ferocity, clearly unable to process such a complex situation. Before they could react, Jiang Zhi fired another shot, and a new wave of explosive fire ended the lives of these elite monsters. The system immediately displayed loot notifications. Experience 20,360. Broken Bones 437. Villian Empire Grade Card Pack 159. Villian Empire Grade Card Pack 14. Degrade Relic. Parasitic Resentment restores 5 health points at the end of each turn. Although this restorative relic came a bit late, Jiang Zhi gladly accepted it. After all, his relic slot only held 3 items, and having one more was always beneficial. What pleased him even more was the over 20,000 experience points gained, which, combined with the experience from previously defeated monsters and lords, now totaled 26,000 points. While reaching LV5 before the national competition might be unrealistic, advancing to LV4 was a certainty. Gazing at the charred battlefield, Jiang Zhi savored the thrill of being engulfed by the fiery wave. Despite the blinding explosion, the tension of flames almost scorching his eyebrows set his blood racing. Indeed, the most awe-inspiring art is explosion. After collecting the loot, Jiang Zhi easily dispatched a few stray monsters that hadn't joined the previous battle. With the area cleared, he stood at the forest's edge and began planning his next route using the map. To the north lies the entrance to the rift. To the east stands the fortress city of Honor Hold. The west remains uncharted. And to the south is the capital city of the Villian Empire. Jiang Zhi stood at the entrance of the southern forest, his gaze sweeping over the path the delegation from Haishur had taken when they exchanged with the Villian Empire a few days prior. He weighed 2 choices in his mind: head east to deal with the Lord Monster or venture south into unexplored territory in search of opportunity. Wang Yan's advice echoed in his ears, but he dismissed it with a light laugh. What's youth without some daring? Deciding on the south, Jiang Zhi immediately began preparations. He switched his card deck to Xuanwu, his fingers lightly brushing over the card surfaces. Although the gunfire combo offered a faster combat pace, Xuanwu's unique defensive and alert capabilities were irreplaceable. He recalled the Lord-level assassin named Vera from a few days ago. Had he not always kept a smoke bomb handy, he might have perished. Moreover, the area was teeming with shadow assassins and other dangerous entities, and Xuanwu's preemptive effect could trigger combat readiness the moment an enemy harbored ill intent, providing the assurance he needed. As he stepped into the forest, parasitic creatures occasionally leaped from the dense foliage, only to be thwarted by Xuanwu's shell. Jiang Zhi remained unperturbed, using the opportunity to level up while stacking the heavy water buff. Once the creatures gathered, a few shadow cards would dispatch them all at once. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Xu Yuan found himself in a predicament, the delegation he led was surrounded by over 100 well-trained bandits. Their coordination was far superior to that of ordinary bandits, exuding the aura of an elite force. Despite Xu Yuan's level 7 strength, which should have allowed him to handle the situation with ease, the opposing force's quality was evidently that of a seasoned regular army. What puzzled Xu Yuan the most was that his talks with Emperor Aaron of the Villian Empire had been harmonious, with virtually no conflicts of interest. This group clearly wasn't sent by the Villian officials. So, who was trying to incite discord between Haishur and Villian? But there was no time to delve into that now, as the enemy ranks included a formidable Lord-level presence. Bandit leader Andre, a level 4 Lord-level powerhouse with health points at 43596,700. His hunt skill prevented enemies from easily disengaging from battle, and his melee chaos trait grew stronger with more participants, currently boasting a 32 increase. Even more daunting was his overwhelming advantage ability. When his side had numerical superiority, these bonuses would spread to all allies at a 50 rate. Facing this lord born for team battles and over 100 level 4 elites, Xu Yuan had no choice but to fight and retreat. He had to protect the non-combatants in his group and could only withdraw toward the base. As he deflected a fierce saber strike, Xu Yuan gazed gravely at the distant forest. Once they broke through this woodland, they would enter Haishi's official territory. Andre keenly sensed Xu Yuan's intention to retreat into the woods and immediately dispatched his men to block his escape route. Without Jiang Zhi's unique ability to act independently at the end of a round, Xu Yuan found himself trapped in a precarious situation. The woods were so close, yet a group of fierce bandits forced him back. A glint of determination flashed in Xu Yuan's eyes. If that was the case, it was time to change tactics. He decisively abandoned his plan targeting the leader, choosing instead to carve out a path of blood to protect others' retreat. At that moment, Kaling, who was behind him, raised her crossbow and aimed at a bandit closest to the woods. The bolt flew through the air, hitting its mark with precision. As the bandit fell, an explosion of energy erupted from within, instantly reducing the surrounding bandit's life points by a quarter. It was Jiang Zhi's explosive shot. Although now integrated into another deck, the original red card had turned green. When Xu Yuan began executing his plan, continuously stacking critical hit marks on bandits with lower health, hoping to trigger a mass damage effect. However, these bandits were unusually cunning. Upon noticing a mark, they would immediately hide behind their companions, denying Wen Shuyuan a chance for a solo kill. Facing such a tricky situation, Wen Shuyuan glanced at his deck and decided to use the tarot card, Arcana I, the Magician. This card required stacking 25 marks on one target or one mark each on 15 targets to activate, granting an rank escape card upon triggering. After a fierce skirmish, the crafty leader constantly rotated with his subordinates to bear the marks, resulting in a maximum of only 10 layers. However, the number of marked individuals was nearing 15. When Xu Yuan decided to wait patiently, he did not rush to trigger the magician's effect, as such cards often introduced unpredictability based on the current situation. At the end of the round, when Xu Yuan stored energy to prepare for the new card in the upcoming round. As the new round began, he added a mark to the last target. A green light shimmered, and the magician's effect finally activated, with a cyan card falling into his hand. However, after reading the card's description, when Xu Yuan's expression turned grim. Head down defense. Rank A. Type temporary card. Effect consumes maximum energy to add 999 armor to all allies. Special note: a curse influences this card, triggering a special effect upon use. When Xu Yuan was baffled, how could a purely defensive card help break through the current predicament? As he hesitated over whether to use the card, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the woods. The sudden sound startled both Wen Shuyuan and the bandits, prompting them to turn their heads towards the direction of the forest. A powerful jet of water burst through the trees, striking an elite parasitic monster wrapped in vines and sending it flying, crashing heavily onto the grass between Wen Shuyuan's envoy and the woods. Soon after, a young man in a white lab coat emerged slowly. He was seated steadily on the back of a massive black turtle, and astonishingly, a large black snake coiled around the turtle, occasionally spraying jets of water at the parasitic monsters that followed them. Jiang Zhi observed the chaotic battle involving Wen Shuyuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Officer Wen, you're here leveling up too? I thought so. The exploration area has too few monsters. Someone of your caliber would definitely come to a place like this to level up. As he spoke, he maneuvered the turtle to change direction, clearly not wanting to compete for the monsters. Wen Shuyuan seemed to see a savior and urgently shouted, Professor Jiang, help. This isn't leveling up, we're being robbed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhi immediately halted his mount. He carefully examined the disheveled scene, coming to a sudden realization. At that moment, Andre seemed to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Zhi's turtle, a strong sense of life and death crisis washing over him. He immediately shouted, attack now. Kill as many as you can. The bandits, following orders, abandoned Wen Shuyuan and charged towards the civilian members of the envoy. In this critical moment, Wen Shuyuan realized the purpose of the magician's gift card and unhesitatingly activated the head-down defense card. In an instant, all members of the envoy were enveloped in 999 points of armor and involuntarily crouched with their heads down. The bandits' attacks only triggered a series of damage numbers, but failed to penetrate the protective layer. Jiang Zhi looked at Wen Shuyuan, who had been impressive moments ago, but now needed a hiking stick to barely stand, and at the group of envoy members collectively crouching defensively, struggling to suppress his laughter. Andre, stationed at the perimeter, coldly observed Jiang Zhi and sternly warned, Kid, leave now, or I'll kill you too. Jiang Zhi turned to the middle-aged man clad in a fur cloak with a fierce demeanor. Why are there bandits on the border between the Empire and Haishi's official area? Mr. Andre, could it be that you are with the Empire? Andre did not reply, glaring at Jiang Zhi with murderous intent as if he were already dead. If not for the intimidating turtle, he would have already ordered an attack. Finally, he whispered to a sharp-eyed subordinate beside him, kill him. No one can know about today. The bandit, eyes sharp, lunged towards Jiang Zhi. At Andre's command, the bandits charged towards Jiang Zhi. These level 4 elite bandits had a remaining health of 346,574. Since Jiang Zhi had already given Wen Shuyuan face, he certainly wouldn't show mercy to these underlings. The yin-yang plates in his hands rotated, and the black snake's tail struck the ground heavily, sending an invisible wave of water rippling outward. This strike was a weakened heavy water attack. With only half the usual power during the forest battle, Jiang Zhi had silently stacked the heavy water layers to an astonishing 7,152. When this number appeared, everyone present held their breath. Since the damage only hit one bandit, the others didn't realize it was an area attack. When Xue Yuan's expression was the most dramatic, he had originally thought Jiang Zhi could single-handedly defeat a Lord-level monster by trickery. Only now did he realize that the one holding back was not the Lord, but Jiang Zhi himself. As Andre saw the damage number, a chill ran through his heart. With such damage, even he would be severely injured if hit. He quickly assessed Jiang Zhi. Only 80 health points, which seemed like an easy-to-kill assassin. But when he saw the 715 armor value, his face turned pale. Sorry to disturb you, Andre thought to himself. He pretended to shout loudly, his warhorse stomping the ground to create a circular pit before leaping high into the air, seemingly stepping on invisible air. This move indeed startled Jiang Zhi for a moment, but in the next second, the warhorse leapt backward at an incomprehensible, bizarre angle, and Andre fled the battlefield at a dazzling speed. The system timely displayed a prompt. Retreating to advance, Andre is attempting to escape the battle. Only then did Jiang Zhi realize that the grand display was just a cover for retreat. Such a presence had not even been shown by Oma. Watching the figure about to disappear from sight, Jiang Zhi sighed softly and murmured to himself, "Do you know why there are so many royal ghosts on Lake Urlinia? Because many shrimp pro reside there. Remember in your next life, never turn your back on an enemy capable of spouting water jets." A tawny shield enveloped Jiang Zhi entirely, activating turtle protection as the effect of Xuan Wu's life transferred from the snake plate to the turtle plate. Immediately following, the enhanced effect of snake offense triggered, the black snakehead rising and flicking its tongue, a fierce water jet shooting out. The water jet precisely hit Andre in midair, piercing through his chest. Andre's pupils dilated. Unable to rest in peace, could never understand why the damage was over 3,000 earlier, yet when it hit him, it became over 7,000, bypassing even his second phase. Andre, along with his warhorse, turned to ash midair, dispersing completely before hitting the ground. The system notification promptly sounded. You have slain bandit leader Andre. Experience gained, 1,000. Acquired special item, secret letter. Acquired crank item, strength potion 1. Jiang Zhi looked at the special item, the secret letter, frowning slightly. Could it be related to Floor again? Jiang Zhi wore a gentle smile as he glanced at the remaining bandits. Most of them had already used up their turns and now found themselves in a predicament, unable to fight or flee. Officer 1, let me join the team first, Jiang Zhi said to Wen Shuyuan. I'm about to unleash an AoE attack, and I don't want to accidentally hit you. When Shuyuan watched Jiang Zhi, who was occasionally bitten by parasitic creatures, his legs trembling slightly. He resisted the urge to crouch down, his hands shaking as he sent a team invitation to Jiang Zhi. Seeing the unfamiliar names suddenly appear in the battle interface, Jiang Zhi understood immediately and triggered the AoE effect of the Yin card. The black snake's tail whipped violently, sending a wave of water rippling outward from him. Everywhere the wave passed, parasitic creatures perished, and a large number of bandits fell like harvested wheat. As the last bandit fell, Jiang Zhi's experience points rose to 28,500, just 1,500 short of leveling up. With the end of the turn and no new monsters appearing, the heavy water effect dissipated. Officer 1, what's going on with you guys? Jiang Zhi asked. It feels like you're being targeted. Wen Shuyuan tried to stand straight, but ultimately couldn't resist the pressure of the card rules and fell to his knees in front of Jiang Zhi. Officer 1, I was just lending a hand. There's no need for such formality. Wen Shuyuan was visibly embarrassed, but he refrained from saying much, considering Jiang Zhi's significant help. It's the effect of the Tarot Magician card. If you hadn't come, things might have been very different. So the magician's choice was to make you beg for mercy. No, that's just a negative effect. Help me up, please. Seeing Wen Shuyuan's face turn red, Jiang Zhi stopped teasing and quickly helped him up. After the battle, the dozen or so people who had been crouching like mushrooms began to stand up. Because they had been crouching defensively, they were unaware of what had just happened, only able to see from the battle log that Jiang Zhi had used a card to instantly defeat all the enemies. When Shuyuan's legs finally stopped shaking, and he immediately ordered all the mission members to retreat. Thanks a lot, Professor Jiang. The initial phase of this mission went too smoothly, which made us complacent and allowed the enemy to target us. Smoothly. Jiang Zhi caught on to the key point. Officer 1, are you saying these enemies aren't from the Empire? They shouldn't be. The royal family has overwhelming power over the nobles, so it's unlikely to be the work of imperial nobles in secret. When Shuyuan paused. I can't say much more. It's classified information for now. Jiang Zhi understood, knowing that even though Wen Shuyuan was a high-ranking military officer, he had to comply with official orders. Besides, Jiang Zhi had a secret letter that might provide some clues. Suddenly, Wen Shuyuan raised an eyebrow, realizing something. By the way, Professor Jiang, weren't you not supposed to be able to cross the forest zone? How did you get here? Officer 1, you know me. I've been directionally challenged since I was a kid. After parting ways with Wen Shiyuan's envoy team, Jiang Zhi found a secluded spot and eagerly opened the card machine space to retrieve the mysterious secret letter. The contents of the letter made him frown slightly. It mentioned that the envoy from a foreign land was about to reach the border and ordered an ambush there. The letter was signed with a striking capital letter F. Fei Lun. Jiang Zhi muttered to himself, recalling the second prince Vera had mentioned. Not attending the prince's feast might have angered him. However, upon further thought, Jiang Zhi felt relieved. If Vera were truly Fei Lun's person, trouble would have already found him when he entered the rift, rather than now when everything seemed calm. It seemed Vera had someone else behind her, and this warning was more like an olive branch, alerting him that he had caught the attention of the Wayland Empire's Fei Lun. They should be the ones anxious, Jiang Zhi smirked. With Frohl at his side and the increasing influence of Haishi's officials, the Wayland Empire's control over the entrance would only weaken. Time was on his side, and there was no need to rush. As dusk approached, Jiang Zhi decided to deal with the roaming lord to the east before returning to Haishu. It wasn't long before he discovered the official warning line, cordoning off a rather large area. Jiang Zhi effortlessly crossed the line, as if entering his own backyard. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A colossal creature came into view, a massive vine entity composed of countless parasitic monsters. The system immediately displayed its information. Aggregate Parasite, LV5 Lord, HP 250-002-5000. Flesh Sacrifice. Generates a mutated parasite when not damaged during the current turn. Flesh Imprisonment. Consumes 10 of current HP to seal and strength card or below. Reanimate. Recovers 5 of maximum HP each turn. Damn it. Jiang Zhi was about to switch his card deck to use Xuanwu, but a surge of black energy erupted from within him. Xuanwu's passive ability had been triggered, making battle unavoidable. Seeing the eyes covering the Lord's surface, Jiang Zhi realized how he had been exposed. The enormous parasitic Lord began to move, rolling towards Jiang Zhi like a giant tumbleweed, carrying an aura of terror. The Lord's 2 crushing attacks each inflicted 50 points of damage, and Jiang Zhi's heavy water rock armor barely withstood the onslaught. Before he could check the heavy water layers, a strange green vine suddenly shot out from the shadows, tightly wrapping around his ankle. Bound state, unable to escape. Jiang Zhi frowned, realizing that today's battle would be exceptionally perilous. Seeing that the Lord had temporarily halted its actions, Jiang Zhi immediately began to deploy his card combination. The Lover card activated first, granting him 2 enhancement effects. However, when he attempted to cast the weak Water Prison of the Sun attribute, he mistakenly failed, causing the skill to fizzle out. Damn, this is lowering my blood pressure right from the start. Jiang Zhi quickly adjusted his strategy, sequentially casting Drowning, Sun card, utilizing the enhancement effects to stack water poison and heavy water states. He finished with the Moon card, amassing the heavy water layers to 143. Although the second Sun card failed to trigger the weak Water Prison, the heavy water damage accurately hit the Lord at the end of the turn, successfully thwarting its attempt to summon minions. The Lord's health abruptly dropped by 2,500 points, but bizarrely, Jiang Zhi's water poison card uncontrollably flew into the Lord's body. More frustratingly, the Lord then recovered 1,250 health points. These bosses that can heal themselves are the most annoying. Jiang Zhi muttered grimly, particularly worried about whether the Lord was deliberately sealing his main source of damage, the Snake card. If the Turtle card were sealed, he could still finish the fight before a complete seal, but sealing the Snake card would be much more troublesome. In the second round, Jiang Zhi held the weak Water Prison but refrained from using it. He sensed that since the monster had already targeted the Snake card, it would inevitably seal his fastest heavy water stacking card next round. Therefore, he decided to save the weak Water Prison for last, aiming to accumulate maximum damage in one round and crush the opponent. He sequentially played Sun, Moon, Heavy Water Rock Armor, Lover, Drowning, Water Prison, Moon, Sun, and Moon cards. This time, the Lord changed tactics, executing 3 consecutive crushes, causing the heavy water layers to soar to 285. To maximize the stacking effect, Jiang Zhi even withstood one of the Lord's attacks. Sure enough, his Drowning card was sealed immediately. Seeing the Lord's still substantial health, Jiang Zhi felt immense pressure. In the third round, without the Drowning card, his stacking speed sharply decreased. He deliberately reserved his offensive and weak Water Prison to avoid being targeted by the Lord. By casting Sun, Moon, Heavy Water Rock Armor, Lover, Moon, Protection, Moon, Water Prison, Sun cards, the heavy water layers climbed to 412, starting to threaten the Lord, but he had to forego the Snake cards and Doctrine damage effect. At this moment, the Lord's bloated body split off a level 4 elite parasitic monster with 599 health points. In the fourth round, to prevent premature damage from affecting the armor conversion effect, Jiang Zhi directly activated Protection and charged at the Lord. By the end of the turn, the heavy water layers reached 553, but the Lord's health still exceeded 20,000, not even a quarter depleted. Worse, only 4 snake cards remained, and the Lord had completed the split of a second elite monster. In the 5th round, the heavy water layers surged to 695, and Jiang Zhi decisively used a moon card to eliminate the elite monster, finally breaking through the Lord's 80 health threshold. Round 6, the heavy water had accumulated to 821 layers. In round 7, Jiang Zhi, having exhausted his cards, had to activate the normal state of his heavy water rock armor. After the lover card was triggered, he decisively played the weak water prison, causing the heavy water to surge instantly to 3,300 layers. By the end of the round, the overwhelming heavy water rushed at the Lord like a floodgate opening, dealing 3,300 points of damage and reducing the Lord's health to 15,000 points. However, the weak water prison was directly sealed by the Lord. Jiang Zhi frowned, calculating in his mind. The situation was clear couldn't kill the Lord, but fortunately, this seemingly not very clever Lord also seemed unable to deal with him. In round 8, Jiang Zhi seized the opportunity, combining the lover card, an offensive move, and the final snake card to unleash a combo that dealt 10,200 points of damage. Seeing the Lord's remaining health of just over 4,000 points, Jiang Zhi sighed helplessly. If he were given one more round, the outcome would surely be reversed. But he didn't dare take the risk, although the seemingly straightforward Lord hadn't targeted his heavy water rock armor. This very trait made Jiang Zhi wary of betting that he wouldn't seal his offensive card. Even if he avoided the seal this round, the Lord would inevitably target the heavy water rock armor, which would put him in an even more unfavorable position. After weighing his options, Jiang Zhi decided to deal the final blow while he still had the blocking effect from the enhanced protection. After that, he could only rely on playing the turtle card each round and wait for rescue. With over 3,000 armor each round, the Lord indeed couldn't do much to him in the short term. After 3 rounds passed, suddenly, Jiang Zhi's lover card automatically flew out, but in an unexpected inverted position. Position 6. The hidden effect of the inverted lover was triggered activated after playing only turtle or snake cards for 3 consecutive rounds. Once the inverted effect of a tarot card is triggered, it is consumed at the end of the round, simultaneously causing the heavy water to activate the effects of both the turtle and snake cards. At this moment, the Xuanwu beside Jiang Zhi suddenly emitted an unsettling aura. The black snake slowly lowered its head, merging into the turtle shell, forming a mysterious snake-shaped pattern. The turtle below, in contrast, became unusually aggressive, behaving like a completely different creature from its previously gentle demeanor. This scene left Jiang Zhi astonished. He finally grasped the dual nature of tarot cards, the interpretation of upright and inverted positions. The blessings of tarot cards included both effects, and although the inverted effect had more stringent activation conditions, its power was often more astonishing. Thinking about this trigger condition, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but be speechless. If it weren't for today's special playstyle of the Lord, he might never have discovered such a hidden mechanism. After all, in a normal game, who would play cards in such a blood pressure-raising manner? After triggering the inverted lover effect, Jiang Zhi became calm. Now, he only needed to wait quietly for each round to end, like an observer standing outside the situation, waiting for further developments. With each turn, the armor stacked to deal 3,300 damage. This sudden blow struck the Lord monster, leaving its relatively clever mind completely unable to comprehend what had happened. It continued to follow its preset strategy, sealing Jiang Zhi's cards, unaware that its health was insufficient to withstand the next turn's onslaught. As the next turn concluded, the final 3,300 damage hit its mark precisely. The Lord's body trembled violently, shedding countless parasitic vines from its surface, while the summoned parasites rapidly decayed and withered. Numerous beams of light shot out from the Lord's body. These were Jiang Zhi's sealed cards returning to him. As the cards were restored, the black snake in the Xuanwu Phantom also reverted from its emblematic state back to its original form. The system notification sounded. You have slain the aggregated parasite, gained 2,000 experience. Obtained great item, Parasite Seed. Your level has increased. Your adaptability to card rules has improved. Adaptability improved? Jiang Zhi murmured to himself, an understanding dawning in his mind. This was likely the ability to evade damage during card battles. He recalled the scene when Xuyin used the magician card. Everyone instinctively ducked and covered, except when Xuyin, who managed to stand shakily. That was a demonstration of card rule adaptability. Jiang Zhi had long coveted this ability. If he had possessed it during the battle against Oma, the fight wouldn't have been so difficult. With the level up complete, this exploration mission was a resounding success. Young people should venture into dangerous places. Relying solely on routine upgrades would take forever. Having succeeded this time, further adventures were inevitable. However, the greatest gain was the reversed tarot card interpretations. The effect of the reversed lovers was terrifying, and the power of the reversed judgment was unimaginable. The only issue was how to trigger the reversed judgment, which was evidently a hidden Easter egg. Every card has a unique trigger method, and as for how to trigger the hail of bullets, it's still a mystery. It can be determined that the lover's trigger mechanism was related to the original mechanism of the Xuanwu life card set, so the Judgment's trigger method should also have some intrinsic connection to Forel's gunfire. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhi's mind was nearly overloaded. He patted his forehead and decided to set aside the problem for now and rest. However, there was still one important matter. This information was worth sharing, as there would always be someone who could trigger these extraordinary conditions. But the method of disclosure posed a problem, as it meant exposing his Xuanwu life card set. He had taken great pains to guard against Ouyang Feng's prying, so revealing it easily would seem foolish. This was his cherished trump card, not to be shown lightly. He needed compensation. Dusting himself off, Jiang Zhi headed towards the rift's exit. He planned to first gauge Ouyang Feng's attitude to see how much he could profit. He also needed to carefully discuss how to avoid drawing attention. Upgrade card spirit set could be explained as a fortunate find, but another appearing in a short time wouldn't hold up. Upon stepping out of the crevice, Wang An immediately spotted Jiang Zhi, covered in dust. With a frown and a hint of reproach in his voice, he asked, "Did you sneak into the danger zone again?" Jiang Zhi awkwardly scratched his head, trying to brush it off. "No way, Brother Wang, don't wrongly accuse me. Officer Wen just told me," Wang An said, looking directly into Jiang Zhi's eyes. "Not only did you go into the danger zone, but you also confronted those parasitic monsters. I just don't get it. Why does a forbidden area seem like a paradise to you?" Jiang Zhi stood tall, defiantly pulling out his level card. "Brother Wang, you're wrong about this. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. I can handle those risks, and it's only right that I seize the opportunities. Look, I'm already at level 4. Wang An was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Jiang Zhi's face for a few seconds. Remembering how long he had known Jiang Zhi, he couldn't help but sigh. "All right, as long as you can always guarantee your safety, do as you please." Realizing Wang An genuinely cared for him, Jiang Zhi decided not to argue further and instead asked, "By the way, Brother Wang, where is Academician Ouyang now? I need to speak with him." "Academician Ouyang?" Wang An checked his tablet. "He should be in class right now. Do you have something important for him?" "Yes, something big." Upon hearing it was something important, Wang An quickly put away his tablet and headed towards the car parked by the roadside. "Let's go. I'll drive you over." The drive from the Zhou Rift to the school took nearly an hour. As they arrived, they coincidentally saw Ouyang Feng exiting the classroom, having just finished a lecture. Ouyang Feng's eyelid twitched involuntarily at the sight of Jiang Zhi. He knew that whenever Jiang Zhi sought him out, it was never for anything good. He tried to slip away unnoticed, but Jiang Zhi blocked his path. "Professor Jiang, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll catch up with you later." Ouyang Feng attempted to extricate himself. "Academician Ouyang, in a hurry?" Jiang Zhi, with a mischievous smile, grabbed Ouyang Feng's lab coat. "If so, put it aside for now and listen to me." Ouyang Feng struggled to free himself, but couldn't break Jiang Zhi's grip. "Let go." "No way. Let's find a quiet place to talk." "Is it urgent?" "Extremely urgent." Jiang Zhi was anxious, fearing someone else might release the news first. In this internet age, anything new spreads like wildfire. Under the curious gaze of nearby students, Ouyang Feng finally relented. "All right, you win. Where do you want to talk?" "The cafeteria, your treat." "Fine, just let go already." They headed to the cafeteria, choosing the spot where Ouyang Feng had previously treated Jiang Zhi to a meal. To avoid any awkwardness, Wang An sat at a distance, quietly eating his meal. Apart from the cook, they were the only ones there. The dimming sky added an eerie touch to the empty cafeteria. Ouyang Feng finally spoke up. "So, what do you need to tell me?" Jiang Zhi got straight to the point. "How is old Deng's research on tarot cards coming along? I've been working with the officials to gather all the effects of each tarot card corresponding to every stage of the spiritual cards. We're just missing the level ones now. Are you interested in sharing the effect of your judgment card with me?" In the cafeteria, just as Jiang Zhi finished speaking, Ouyang Feng, who was chewing his food, suddenly paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. No. Apart from these, haven't you discovered anything else?" Jiang Zhi nodded slightly, only to be smacked on the head by Ouyang Feng the next second, causing the rice in his mouth to spray out. "If you found something, spit it out. Stop beating around the bush," Ouyang Feng said impatiently. Rubbing his head, Jiang Zhi made a suggestive gesture with his fingers towards Ouyang Feng. "Sigh." Ouyang Feng sighed. "Why are you so worldly at such a young age? You're already a qualified professor. You should contribute more to human research rather than always thinking about money." "Cut the crap," Jiang Zhi shrugged. "I don't have any grand ambitions to save the world or benefit all of humanity. Just name your price." "You haven't even told me what it is. How am I supposed to give you a quote?" "I'm afraid you'll back out once I tell you." Ouyang Feng held up one finger. "Hey, B." Jiang Zhi immediately grabbed his lunchbox, ready to leave. "Hey, 2. Ouyang Feng quickly corrected himself. "There's only one card. Take it or leave it. If it weren't for the tarot card information, I wouldn't offer you such a high price. Jiang Zhi sat back down, cautiously asking. All right, but let me clarify first, this won't be leaked, right? Of course not. Ouyang Feng replied confidently. This is one of the most strictly regulated areas of the school. The cafeteria is strictly regulated? Who are you guarding against? College students skipping their 8 a.m. classes. Focus, Jiang Zhi said seriously. Each tarot card has more than one effect. From what I've discovered, each card can have at least 2 effects for a deck. Ouyang Feng immediately perked up, sitting upright. Are you sure? I need to see your battle records. Jiang Zhi was prepared, promptly displaying the combat information for the reversed lover's card. Scanning the brief lines, Ouyang Feng showed a hint of displeasure. Is this all? What were you doing in the previous rounds? What I did in the previous rounds isn't important. What's important is that you've seen this effect, right? Seeing that Jiang Zhi had no intention of showing earlier battle records, Ouyang Feng pondered. The reversed effect is indeed an important discovery, but it's worth more than this price. Hey, are you trying to cheat me? Ouyang Feng looked at Jiang Zhi seriously. Why did you suddenly come to me? Here's the deal. I'll still give you the card and keep your deck secret. But your deck needs to upload the hidden guide. Jiang Zhi scratched his head, not expecting his true intent to be uncovered so quickly. However, Ouyang Feng had indeed made a significant concession, and Jiang Zhi agreed. All right, I'll handle this. It'll be published as an academic paper, with me as the primary contributor and you as the secondary. Is that acceptable? It could earn you thousands of points. Jiang Zhi gladly accepted the proposal. He didn't care much for fame. In fact, he was quite wary of becoming more famous. With the deal settled, they began discussing ideas and thoughts about the reversed effects. Ouyang Feng, a master in the card research field, provided Jiang Zhi with new insights on the reversed judgment effect with just a few words. After finishing their meals, they parted ways. Jiang Zhi headed to the battle arena to attempt developing the reversed judgment effect for a barrage of gunfire, while Ouyang Feng began preparing the research work for the new tarot card discovery. When Jiang Zhi arrived at the training ground, the 7 members of the school team were in the middle of an intense training session. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere a month ago, there was a palpable tension in the air. The focus team members didn't notice his arrival, but Coach Hao, standing on the sidelines, was the first to spot him. Professor Jiang, you're finally here. Coach Hao quickly approached him. If you hadn't come, our school team would be in big trouble. Jiang Zhi frowned and asked, what's going on? Seeing Jiang Zhi's calm demeanor, Coach Hao couldn't help but remark, it's clear that I'm still a long way from your level of composure. I could never manage to be as unflustered as you. What exactly are you talking about? Jiang Zhi was puzzled. You don't know? Coach Hao was taken aback. Yesterday, in the national qualifiers, we ended up in the losers bracket. This news surprised Jiang Zhi. Losers bracket? Who did we lose to? We lost to the neighboring Ping City. Coach Hao explained. This year, due to the introduction of the tarot blessing, the rules have changed. The competition now revolves around tarot cards. The captain of the Ping City team has the temperance card blessing, which allows them to negate all negative effects in a single round. This completely countered by Shuiying, leading to our losses in both the individual and team matches. It's just a countermeasure. We can win next time, Jiang Zhi said nonchalantly. Coach Hao looked troubled. The problem is that this has seriously affected by Shuiying. Statistics show that temperance is the most common tarot card blessing. Moreover, the other team members are also feeling immense pressure during matches, which is why they're training so hard now. By the way, Jiang Zhi asked, what exactly are the rule changes you mentioned? It seems Professor Jiang is indeed very busy, Coach Hao explained. PvP health has been increased to 5 times the original amount, and there's a season settlement system. Season settlement? Yes, at the end of the season, rewards are given based on performance. The specific rules are all on the card machine. The season is almost a week in, and Professor Jiang, you didn't know about this? Jiang Zhi's expression darkened as he opened the card machine and spent 5 minutes carefully reading the tarot sequence rules. Can you explain it to me? I don't feel like reading it. Of course. Coach Hao cautiously asked, could you also take a look at the students' decks and give some advice? Seeing Coach Hao's cautious attitude, Jiang Zhi readily agreed. Sure, but let's go over the rules first. A few minutes later, after listening to Coach Hao's detailed explanation, Jiang Zhi finally understood the changes in this season. In the latest system update, the health points in PvP have been significantly increased. More noteworthy is the ranking system for the 22 sets of tarot card decks at the end of each season. The top-ranked deck in each category will receive a rare Scrade card as a reward, with each person limited to earning rewards from only one deck. Currently, 9 of the 22 decks have emerged in the rankings, with Jiang Zhi's Bullet Storm holding the top spot in the Judgment deck category. With the deck's outstanding performance, ranking, and card strength, Jiang Zhi is confident in maintaining the #1 position in the Judgment category. After all, very few people know the important secrets contained within, and currently, only 2 S-grade cards exist as a joint asset between the human faction and a powerful rift. The reduced difficulty in card creation has introduced new variables. Bai Shuiying's defeat was partly due to her card maker's modifications weakening the overall strength of her deck, and partly because the Ping City team introduced many unheard-of new cards, rendering all pre-match preparations futile. Jiang Zhi furrowed his brow, contemplating the gradual enhancement of the world's capabilities, which might allow him to break free from the long-standing Axe King battle mode. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his face as he resolved to showcase his skills in the upcoming matches. How much longer will they be training? Coach Hao. About half an hour or so. All right, can I use the single training room next door? I have some matters to attend to. Of course, Professor Jiang. The power switch is on the wall. Just press it when you go in, and it will be ready to use. If I haven't come out by the time training ends, please call me. With that, Jiang Zhi casually chose a training room and entered, gently closing the door behind him. He knew the real purpose of this session to investigate the conditions for triggering the reverse judgment. In the spacious training room, as the power connected, the equipment automatically linked to the card machine, and various parameters were immediately displayed on Jiang Zhi's card machine screen. He summoned a dummy with a health of 999,999 to begin his testing. Half an hour later, as a knock sounded at the door, Jiang Zhi wore a look of helplessness, while Floor remained expressionless. During this time, Jiang Zhi had tried every method he could think of, even resorting to pleading through judgment by burning all his cards, but the reverse judgment remained unresponsive. Even when he deliberately invoked the name of Xuanwu, it only triggered the decisive reverse lovers related to Xuanwu, perhaps due to the personality differences between the turtle and the black snake. Upon hearing the knock, Jiang Zhi ceased his attempts and opened the door, allowing the school team members to file in, with Coach Hao entering last and closing the door behind him. The team members hung their heads in shame, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Zhi. All right, lift your heads. It's just one lost match, no big deal. Jiang Zhi waved his hand casually, showing no intention of putting on airs, as these individuals were his peers in terms of age. Our goal remains to win the championship, without a doubt. It was my oversight before, but in the upcoming matches, I will help you secure the crown. Seeing Jiang Zhi's calm and composed demeanor, the team's worries gradually dissipated. Although Coach Hao had said similar things, hearing it from a master like Jiang Zhi was evidently more reassuring and convincing. After Jiang Zhi finished his formal speech, he glanced at everyone and said, "Show me your card decks." Bai Shuiying was the first to hand over her deck. Jiang Zhi took the stack of white cards, and with a casual glance, his expression darkened. Out of the 15 cards, almost all were replaced except for the Arctic Chill card he had previously given her. The most troubling part was the presence of 7 ability cards, each with an energy cost of more than 2 points. 7 ability cards. Jiang Zhi frowned. Have you caught the hot pot fever? Bringing so many ability cards. Are you trying to make your life too easy? Bai Shuiying's voice was gentle. What is hot pot fever? These cards were given to me by my second uncle, our family's card maker. Jiang Zhi pulled out a card and examined it closely. Frostbite, Clevel, 2 energy cost, ability card. Deals 3 points of frost damage at the start of each turn. He looked up at Bai Shuiying. Aren't you worried about getting stuck with these cards? Getting stuck? Bai Shuiying lowered her head. Then why keep them? To wait for defeat? While others are attacking, you're still in the starting phase. My second uncle said this card is powerful. Once fully stacked, the opponent can't move. Bai Shuiying's voice grew quieter. She recalled the night after the card exchange conference in Haishur, when she returned to the company and saw her second uncle in the research department, grinning at the computer and muttering to himself. I've done it. My card deck is complete. At that time, she was troubled by the huge gap between her and Jiang Zhi, and the sight gave her chills. The next day, this brand new deck was handed to her by her second uncle. My second uncle. He actually admires you a lot, Coach Jiang. He usually wouldn't design like this. Maybe he was just fixated for a few days. Jiang Zhi sighed and didn't press further. There was no point in blaming the person in front of him, but this incident did highlight that card makers in this world were beginning to explore different directions in card creation. As long as you haven't caught the hot pot fever, Jiang Zhi's tone softened. Ability cards are indeed powerful, but they're not the main focus of battle. While you're using ability cards, your opponent is also making moves. Remember when you had nothing, at your weakest, having a few combat cards allowed you to strategize. Now, even though health bars have increased, opponents also have the blessings of tarot cards, and rash actions will still lead to defeat. So, use ability cards in moderation, keeping only the crucial ones. Seeing Bai Shuiying nod thoughtfully, Jiang Zhi decided to temporarily set aside her deck adjustments and moved on to check the card decks of the other 6 people. There were minimal changes among them. 2 heirs from wealthy families had slightly enhanced their decks, but it didn't affect the overall balance. Military exchange student Zheng Bin maintained a stable win rate, proving to be the most reliable member of the team. Among the 3 civilian students, one had added a close-range shot, card clearly a stroke of luck. This card, combined with a favorable effect, could create a powerful combo. For these 6, Jiang Zhi's approach was straightforward. Each of them should create one more level card to enhance their overall strength. Jiang Zhi shifted his gaze away from the other 6 individuals, focusing solely on his true target, Bai Shuiying. The competition rules were straightforward: 3 individual matches and 1 3v3 team match. Securing a victory in both an individual match and the team match would guarantee overall success. Instead of spreading resources thin by training multiple average contenders, it's more efficient to fully support one main player, Jiang Zhi calculated, his eyes settling on Bai Shuiying, who was looking down. His plan required substantial resources, and among those present, only Bai Shuiying's family could provide such support. Coach How, Jiang Zhi asked, is there a restriction on how often we can change cards during the competition? Coach How shook his head. There's no specific rule about that. However, considering the students' situations, each deck can't have more than 1 level card and no more than 5 level cards. Some students can't afford too many high-level cards. Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. Even level cards could be a heavy burden for some students, let alone a level ones. Overusing high-tier cards would strip the competition of its original meaning. He turned to Bai Shuiying. How about a deal? Bai Shuiying finally looked up, a puzzled expression in her eyes. What kind of deal? What's your tarot blessing? Jiang Zhi inquired. Rank 18. The moon, Bai Shuiying replied. The condition is inflicting 30 frost damage. The effect is that during the turn, even if the attack is blocked or evaded, the enemy still accumulates frost layers equal to the damage value. Jiang Zhi thoughtfully opened the rankings. There was no first place listed under the moon, indicating that no moon deck had yet dominated the others. Here's the offer, he proposed. I'll help you modify your deck to claim the top spot for the moon and win the competition. In return, you give me this level card reward for the moon. What do you say? Bai Shuiying was momentarily confused. She understood each word Jiang Zhi said, but together they seemed hard to grasp. Coach, winning the championship on my own seems tough, doesn't it? Jiang Zhi waved dismissively. They're just students, well within my capabilities. It's not like we're facing elite soldiers like Wu Zhang. He recalled how Wu Zhang once withstood over 200 layers of burden without faltering, and the resolute spirit of Wen Shuyuan when it came to card rules. Honestly, if card machine speed was part of the competition, 5 Bai Shuiyings wouldn't match 1 Wu Zhang. These are minor issues. I'm not worried. So why should you be? Jiang Zhi continued. But I will need to make significant changes to your deck, and you'll have to provide the materials. Can you handle that? Bai Shuiying nodded repeatedly. In her view, Jiang Zhi's capabilities were far more reliable than her uncle's. Coach, please wait, she said. I need to check with the card spirits if they agree. After all, my uncle created them, and without their consent, it's nearly impossible to make major changes. Jiang Zhi understood. He had experienced this firsthand when creating Xuanwu. If not for the simplicity of the turtle's mind, the Xuanwu life deck might still just be a concept. Bai Shuiying quickly inserted her cards back into the card machine, summoning Anna, a card spirit, surrounded by snow. Anna had distinct female characteristics. Her entire form nearly transparent white, wrapped in white ribbons, and her round gemstone eyes emitted a faint chill. Soon, Bai Shuiying and Anna were engaged in a form of sign language communication. Bai Shuiying's fingers moved back and forth between the card machine and Jiang Zhi, her gestures implying a question. Nearby, Anna gently shook her head, causing the ribbons on her to flutter. Bai Shuiying, not giving up, pulled out a card Jiang Zhi had previously made and pointed at Jiang Zhi again. Confusion flashed in Anna's eyes as it first pointed to the card in its hand and then looked out the window. Seeing this, Bai Shuiying shook her head and insisted on pointing at Jiang Zhi. This time, Anna finally nodded in agreement and gracefully flew to Jiang Zhi's side, offering a respectful bow. Great. It agreed, coach. Bai Shuiying said excitedly. Is this how you usually communicate? Jiang Zhi couldn't help but ask. Yes, Bai Shuiying explained. Anna's level isn't high enough yet, so its independent consciousness isn't strong. It's said that only card spirits above level B can communicate normally with their holders. Is it okay for me to modify the card? Will your uncle be fine with it? Since Anna agrees, he has no right to object, Bai Shuiying said confidently. Besides, he really messed up Anna last time with his modifications. And there's still time to prepare the materials. He'll just mention it to my uncle when I get back. He really admires you and won't refuse. Bai Shuiying assured, thinking to herself. If he dares to refuse, I'll have Dad deal with him. All right then, let's wrap it up for today. Coach How, come over. The 3 of us need to sign the card contract. Coach How, who had been watching enviously from the side, was taken aback. Me? Why do I need to sign? Do you even need to ask? What if you let it slip and Academician Yang finds out? Are you going to single-handedly stop him this season? Meanwhile, in the card-making room on the other side of the campus, Yang Feng, who was crafting ability cards for the Riot Squad deck, suddenly sneezed. The blank card in his hand shattered into pieces due to the interruption of power. Looking at the broken level card, Yang Feng's expression twisted slightly as he wondered who was talking about him behind his back. After the contract was signed, Bai Shuiying hurried home, eager to have more time to familiarize herself with the new deck. On the fourth day, Jiang Zhi received an invitation from the Bai family. The Bai family residence was located in the suburbs of Haishur, quite a distance from the academy. Upon learning that Jiang Zhi was coming, Bai Yu arranged for a special car to pick him up. When the car door opened, Jiang Zhi was surprised to see a familiar face in the back seat. "Brother Wu, what are you doing here?" Wu Zheng, rarely showing a friendly smile, replied, "Mr. Bai Yu, an officer when we're college classmates. One joined the military, and the other inherited the family business. Officer when visits often, and when I heard you were coming, I decided to join." In the car, Wu Zheng raised the soundproof partition and lowered his voice to ask, "Professor Jiang, I heard you're helping Xiao Xue aim for the top spot in the moon competition?" "Yes, the moon is one of the few tarot cards without a dominant deck yet, and I want to compete for that reward." Wu Zheng rubbed his hands together. "Professor Jiang, the Strength, Wheel of Fortune, and Emperor cards also don't have corresponding decks. How about you help the military create a set?" Jiang Zhi smiled at the suggestion. "Of course, no problem. I'll take the reward, and you can have the deck. But there's one condition: each deck must include at least one strength blank card to ensure first place." This demand left Wu Zheng speechless. Ranked cards weren't particularly rare for the military, especially after the season began, with their strength significantly enhanced. However, strength cards were hard to come by, even for the military, as these cards often held a sort of destiny. Jiang Zhi wasn't trying to make things difficult. According to the official information, the tarot cards Wu Zheng mentioned were highly competitive, with the top 20 decks typically involving these branches to some degree. In comparison, the moon card was less competitive, but without a strength card as a foundation, Jiang Zhi estimated he wouldn't even have a chance to stand his ground. It was entirely a matter of deck-level suppression, unrelated to the cardmaker's skill. Seeing Jiang Zhi's firm attitude, Wu Zheng wisely changed the topic. "Professor Jiang, the military has always had a high usage rate of the nameless soldiers. With the new season and our abundant resources, could you find some time to update the nameless soldiers cards?" "Can't the military's own card makers update them?" Jiang Zhi asked, puzzled. Wu Zheng shook his head and explained, "The nameless soldiers refuse to let anyone else update their cards. It seems only you can do it." "I'll head over once I'm done with my current tasks," Jiang Zhi agreed. "Thank you, Professor Jiang. No need to thank me. The military has helped me more. This is nothing." After the secret conversation, Wu Zheng pulled up the soundproof panel again. An hour later, the vehicle stopped outside a manor in the suburbs of Haishur. Bai Yu, Wen Shiyuan, Bai Shuiying, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man were waiting there. As soon as Jiang Zhi got out of the car, the middle-aged man eagerly approached him. His eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled, and he was in a state of high spirits, exuding a strong masculine scent, resembling a younger version of Ouyang Feng. He excitedly shook Jiang Zhi's hand. "Professor Jiang, welcome to my humble abode. I'm sorry for not greeting you sooner." "And who might this be?" Bai Shuiying sighed helplessly. "Coach, this is my second uncle, Bai Yi, the chief card maker of the Bai family. He's not always in his right mind, so please don't mind him." Before she could finish speaking, Bai Yu tapped her on the head. "Professor Jiang, I'm Bai Yu, the current head of the Bai family and Shuiying's father. I've had the pleasure of reading your speeches at the exchange conference. I'm Jiang Zhi, and I assume everyone already knows, so I won't introduce myself further," Jiang Zhi said, nodding in acknowledgement to his old acquaintance Wen Shiyuan. Bai Yi eagerly interrupted the pleasantries. "Professor Jiang, the card-making room and materials are ready. Let's begin." Seeing his impatience, Jiang Zhi knew this man couldn't wait any longer. "All right, Mr. Bai, but before we start, let me confirm one last time. Can you accept my conditions?" Bai Yu nodded in agreement. He hadn't expected to get a strength card in the first place. Having Jiang Zhi willing to help modify the deck was already a great deal for the Bai family. Moreover, through Wen Shiyuan, Bai Yu had learned some of Jiang Zhi's background. A friendship with someone held in such high regard by the officials might be worth more than a strength card. "Then I'll go make the deck now, and we can discuss other matters later." The Bai family's card-making room is located underground, offering a spacious and expansive area that surpasses the scale of Ouyang Feng's card-making room. However, the mysterious force field that helps one focus and calm the mind is noticeably weaker. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but compare in his mind, and found himself preferring the atmosphere of Ouyang Feng's room. The thought of soon having a similar card-making room of his own brightened his mood. But then he frowned, remembering that the card-making room, which was supposed to be completed last month, still hadn't shown any progress. Could it be that old Deng, who doesn't understand the way of card makers, is causing trouble behind the scenes? At that moment, in the distance, Ouyang Feng suddenly sneezed, and the blank card he was holding shattered. Bai Yi led Jiang Zhi to the workbench at the center of the card-making room. On the table were neatly arranged decks of Anna's cards, numbering over 100. These were the results of Bai Ye's gradual adjustments and optimizations for Anna, with cards from each stage carefully preserved. Bai Yi was about to take out 2 level blank cards when Jiang Zhi raised his hand to stop him. "The competition only requires 1 level card, along with 4 level cards," Jiang Zhi said as he accepted 1 level card. Although Bai Yi was a bit disappointed, he still took out 4 level cards from a nearby box. Turning to Bai Yi, Jiang Zhi said seriously, "This time, I plan to specialize the deck for PvP battles, which might make it weaker against monsters. Do you think that's okay?" "No problem, Professor Jiang," Bai Yi nodded. "As long as Anna agrees." Jiang Zhi looked at Anna, who was exuding cold air on the side. She quietly floated in place, letting the cold air gently lift the cards towards Jiang Zhi as a sign of agreement. The 11 card floated lightly up and down in front of Jiang Zhi. He reached out to tap the card and began crafting a new deck. White Catastrophe 11, costs 2 energy, inherent ability card. Frost layers decrease by only 50 at the end of a turn instead of disappearing completely. For every 10 frost layers accumulated on enemy units, gain 1 layer of permafrost. Permafrost can randomly freeze 1 card in an enemy's hand, freezing a monster card every 5 layers and resetting after activation. Frost that triggers permafrost won't trigger again in the same turn. Effects refresh each turn and prioritize during frost calculations. Cold Wave level, costs 1 energy, ability card. Triggers 1 damage instance for each permafrost effect, equal to the enemy's frost layers. Frost Spread level, costs 2 energy, ability card. Each frost layer reduces the enemy's speed by 1, including attack, movement, and reaction speeds. Ice Storm level, costs 2 energy, deals 12 damage to all enemies and adds 8 frost layers. If an enemy triggers permafrost, it activates again, up to 3 times. Blizzard level, costs 1 energy, adds 12 frost layers to all enemies. Cold Wind level, costs 0 energy, adds 5 frost layers to all enemies. If all enemies already have frost, draw a card. For cards, Bone Chill level, retain, costs 15 energy, deals 30 damage. Each frost layer reduces energy cost by 1, resetting energy cost after use. 2 cards. Frost Armor level, costs 2 energy, gain 2 armor for each instance of damage received in the current turn and add 1 frost layer to the damage source. If an enemy triggers permafrost, regain 2 energy. 3 cards. Finally, with the addition of a Chilling Cold card, Anna's new deck was complete. Anna's face lit up with a genuine smile as she sensed the emergence of a new deck. The biting wind enveloped her, transforming into a cocoon of frost. As the cocoon dissipated, Anna emerged with a new appearance, her previously pure white form now adorned with intricate black patterns, a manifestation of her eternal frost power. Thank you, came her ethereal voice, halting and unsure, marking the first time Anna had spoken, her tone understandably awkward. "You're welcome," Jiang Zhi replied briefly. The card-making process had gone unexpectedly smoothly this time. After completing the entire deck, he felt only a slight fatigue, unlike the usual headaches he experienced. Bai Yi, standing nearby, eagerly picked up the Agrade card to examine it closely, his face filled with awe. As expected of Professor Zhang's handiwork, the strength is truly astonishing. The most remarkable part is that it perfectly solves the issue of not having frost at the start of each turn, he said with respect. "Professor Jiang, could you share how you managed to achieve this effect so precisely? I've tried to conceptualize these mechanics before, but always ended up confused and ultimately failed." Jiang Zhi understood the challenges card makers faced when creating mechanism cards. The desire was there, but the execution was elusive. However, he found it difficult to explain. When he made cards, each one revealed its potential to him, a unique method that worked only for him and offered no guidance to others. "It's something you have to experience for yourself," Jiang Zhi said with a helpless shake of his head. "There's a lot to it, and all I can suggest is practice. You'll understand it eventually." Bai Yi took this seemingly vague advice to heart, much to Jiang Zhi's slight embarrassment. However, the advice of practice makes perfect is universally applicable. With the deck completed, the most crucial step was testing it in a real battle. As Jiang Zhi and Bai Yi exited the card-making room, they found several people outside leisurely drinking tea and chatting, evidently not expecting them to finish so quickly. Bai Shuiying, the most concerned, immediately jumped up to ask, "Coach, how did it go?" "It's done," Jiang Zhi replied. "We're about to test the deck strength." "Master Bai, is there a suitable venue here?" Bai Yu quickly responded, "Yes, in the backyard. Please follow me." Upon reaching the so-called backyard, Jiang Zhi marveled at the grandeur of the Bai family. What lay before him was more like a private mountain, with an expansive lawn stretching out of sight. Just as Bai Yu was about to instruct the butler to set up a battle area, when Xian spoke up. "No need for the trouble. Professor Jiang, this deck is for competition, right? How about I serve as your opponent?" Jiang Zhi was intrigued. He remembered when Xu Yuan's level 7 prowess from their previous encounter, where he led a group of over 10 people through a rift, escaping unscathed from a tight encirclement. Such skill was impressive, and Jiang Zhi doubted he could replicate it unprepared. "Sure," Jiang Zhi agreed eagerly. "Officer 1, I've wanted to spar with you since we met in the rift, but the circumstances didn't allow it then." When Xu Yuan nodded with a smile, "How about we add a little wager? If I win, you make me an Agrade card. How does that sound? No problem, Jiang Zhi readily agreed. But you'll have to provide the materials yourself. Of course, Wen Shuyuan agreed happily. The two opponents positioned themselves on the battlefield, with Wu Zheng and Bai Yu standing at the front, vigilantly guarding Bai Shuiying and Bai Yi. Wen Shuyuan deftly drew his deck from his card pouch, skillfully rearranging the order of his cards. Professor Jiang, I'd like to take this opportunity to test my new ability card, Wen Shuyuan said with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Jiang Zhi smoothly inserted 15 cards, emitting a white chill into the card machine. Instantly, a thin layer of frost formed on the machine's surface, and an 18th rank moon card appeared. Despite the overall boost in deck strength, the moon card retained its original form. Please guide me, Officer 1. Jiang Zhi nodded slightly. Wen Shuyuan nodded and submitted the battle request. The system activated immediately, and Jiang Zhi was surprised to find his health points had dropped to 500, an effect that hadn't occurred even in his previous battle with Ouyang Feng. Across from him, Wen Shuyuan's health was a formidable 4,000 points, nearly reaching a lord-level status. Your health is quite robust, Officer 1. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but remark. Wen Shuyuan responded with a smile. Indeed, it's been years since I've fought such a well-resourced battle. With that, he displayed and activated his cards. Hunter's Stance Grade A, Energy Cost 2. At the start of the turn, one enemy gains a mark, with each mark increasing the chance of a critical hit by 10. Critical Overflow increases critical damage by 10. Hunter's Stride Grade A, Energy Cost 3. Gain 50 layers of speed enhancement, each layer increasing speed by 1. After a critical hit, the target gains an additional mark. As the cards took effect, a ranger-like apparition materialized beside Wen Shuyuan. Jiang Zhi was somewhat surprised by these effects. She had assumed his Frost Spread would be the first speed-targeting card, but it seemed the military had already made strides in this area. He then presented his own card. White Catastrophe, Frost Spread. It's a pity I didn't draw Cold Current, or I could show you that as well. Wen Shuyuan studied Jiang Zhi's card effects in disbelief, amazed that Jiang Zhi had created such results in less than half an hour. Clearly, the military's card makers still had a long way to go compared to Jiang Zhi. Officer 1. I'm going to start my attack now, Jiang Zhi warned. Getting the upper hand with this deck is crucial. Wen Shuyuan nodded in agreement, and one of the cards swirling around Jiang Zhi vanished instantly. Anna received the command, and her small mouth exhaled a flurry of snow. Wen Shuyuan chose not to dodge, taking the snowstorm Hedon, which immediately slowed his reactions with an encroaching chill. Worse yet, he noticed one of the cards flying around him was suddenly encased in frost. Although the card remained in motion, he had completely lost his connection to it. Wen Shuyuan reached out to grab the card, only to find it seemed to have lost its physical form, leaving him grasping at air. Interesting, he mused. It's no wonder this card was prepared for the championship. Its effects are truly formidable, rendering the opponent's cards unusable. Officer 1, the next attack is coming, Jiang Zhi announced, and before he finished speaking, he unleashed a cold wind. A white cyclone formed rapidly around Anna, howling as it swept towards Wen Shuyuan. Wen Shuyuan deftly sidestepped, and the vortex of energy grazed past him. This scene startled Jiang Zhi. Could negative debuffs actually be dodged? He clearly remembered that during his battle with Aoma, even though he managed to counteract the damage, he couldn't escape the trembling effect. Was it because he chose to counter while Wen Shuyuan opted to evade? Stay focused. Don't get distracted during a fight. Wen Shuyuan's timely reminder rang out. As Jiang Zhi snapped back to attention, a crossbow bolt had already split the cold air, aiming straight for his forehead. It was too late to dodge, but fortunately, Anna had been closely monitoring the battlefield. At the critical moment, a ribbon of cold air pushed Jiang Zhi out of harm's way. The bolt grazed his cheek, and the chill of its fletching sent a shiver down his spine. Not enough PvP experience, huh? Wen Shuyuan stood on the grass, a gentle smile on his face that appeared particularly menacing to Jiang Zhi. And you plan to compete in the national tournament like this? Consider today a valuable lesson. As the cold dissipated, the Eagle-Eye Ranger began to execute Mark Shot, a level skill costing 2 energy points, which applied 3 marks on the target, inflicting 25 damage with a 10 chance to trigger 50 critical damage. What surprised Jiang Zhi was that the Eagle-Eye Ranger separated from Wen Shuyuan, surrounding him from 2 directions. This was the first time he had seen a spirit card operate so far from its master, something he had only briefly witnessed when Aoma ambushed Frohl. Was this a special ability of spirit cards? Or was it unique to Wen Shuyuan? Or perhaps all archers possessed such mobility? As Jiang Zhi focused on observing the Eagle-Eye's movements, attempting to evade the crossbow bolt, the sound of a trigger being pulled came from behind him. Suddenly, the Eagle-Eye's mark appeared on his buff barrenly, then did he realize that the missing crossbow had somehow ended up in Wen Shuyuan's hands. Commander Wen, how did you do that? Wen Shuyuan gave a helpless smile. If any other combatant asked that question, I'd give them a good lesson. But for you, I understand. He explained. Ever since you started engaging in card battles, you've been under the protection of spirit cards and rarely sparred with professional fighters. Have you forgotten that before having a spirit card, you yourself were the vessel of card power? As he spoke, the crossbow returned to the eagle eye's hands, the two working in seamless coordination, clearly honed by extensive training. Using card power in combat is a mandatory skill for every fighter. The Academy focuses too much on spirit cards and neglects the importance of one's own abilities. Jiang Zhi had an epiphany. He realized that aside from Frohl's spinning fate, he had mostly relied on Frohl and Xuan Wu since coming to this world, seldom activating cards himself. He attempted to channel the power of the cold wind, and indeed felt the card dissipate as a thread of cold air gathered in his palm. He hurled the cold air at Wen Shuyuan, but it didn't even touch the grass beside him. Miss, Wen Shuyuan nodded in assessment. Such precision-requiring magical attacks are too difficult for you right now and need more practice. For today, let the spirit cards handle the fight. They truly are the perfect vessels for card power. Listening to Wen Shuyuan's lessons learned, Jiang Zhi wore a serious expression. Although this military leader from Haishur offered advice that seemed conventional, each point was distilled from real combat experience. As the second round began, Jiang Zhi promptly activated his cold current, his primary source of damage. He then unleashed a chilling wind card. This time, Wen Shuyuan didn't evade but instead launched a fierce counterattack into the cold wind. The rapid arrows struck like lightning. 3 arrows were aimed precisely at Jiang Zhi's head, throat, and heart, each hitting its mark. Jiang Zhi instinctively tried to dodge, but his speed couldn't match the arrows, and even Anna was powerless to help after all. She wasn't a card spirit of Floor's caliber. The 11 frost points he had painstakingly accumulated were instantly wiped clean. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Zhi's forehead. Those 3 arrows were all critical hits, and had he not summoned the frost armor in time, the damage would have been far worse. This made him realize a crucial point. Officer 1, can critical hits be controlled? And your card spirit can act independently. Is that an ability you can control? Wen Shuyuan nodded in confirmation while examining his hand. One of his cards was already frozen, and he had taken 11 immediate damage from Jiang Zhi, accumulating an additional 6 frost points, with 2 layers still lingering. This frost effect is truly tenacious, he mused, then explained. Critical hits are a feature of the card deck itself, thanks to Academician Ouyang's design. As for independent card spirit actions, at your current level, you can't support such operations. Jiang Zhi felt both excited and helpless. Although these abilities weren't exclusive to card spirits, meaning he could master them in the future, the current power gap was glaringly obvious. Composing himself, Jiang Zhi began calculating his chances. Wen Shuyuan had accumulated 29 frost points, just 1 point away from triggering the moon card's effect. Jiang Zhi decisively opted for a close-range assault, while Wen Shuyuan remained motionless. As Jiang Zhi approached, a massive ice fog exploded, transforming into a violent storm that enveloped them both. Sensing the threat, Wen Shuyuan prepared to counter, only to find his card was frozen. In that split second, Jiang Zhi's figure emerged in the storm, wielding a gleaming ice blade. Wen Shuyuan reacted swiftly, immediately playing his last intact card. The crossbow struck the ice blade heavily, and with a crack, the ice blade shattered. Immediately afterward, the crossbow hit Jiang Zhi with such force that he let out a muffled grunt. Wen Shuyuan frowned, sensing something unusual. This wasn't ordinary damage recoil. At that moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and an ice blade came straight at Wen Shuyuan, leaving a scar on him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhi executed 2 bone removals in quick succession, triggering the cold wave effect multiple times. Unfortunately, since cold wave is a sourceless damage, it couldn't be included in the moon card's effect bonus. Otherwise, the combo's explosiveness would have been even more remarkable. Jiang Zhi regretted his lack of energy, unable to use frostbite to incapacitate Wen Shuyuan in the next round. Just as he was about to unleash a cold wind, Wen Shuyuan had already nimbly leaped out of the cold zone. Though he appeared slightly disheveled, Wen Shuyuan maintained a poised stance. Not bad, Wen Shuyuan remarked with satisfaction. Having Anna make you fake ice blades, you've learned quickly. The round ended, and a new one began. Wen Shuyuan wore a faint smile as he initiated his counterattack with the only unfrozen card left in his hand. Professor Jiang, not having much luck, are you? This is a new card I recently acquired from the military warrant. As the card took effect, the marker in Jiang Zhi's status bar shot up to 30 points. Then, Wen Shuyuan's Tarot Magician activated, causing a card to fly out of his deck. Can you guess what this card is? Wen Shuyuan asked playfully, looking at Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi was taken aback. Could Wen Shuyuan know the content of that card? Wen Shuyuan slowly revealed the card in his hand close-range shot. Jiang Zhi's pupil shrank. Wasn't this an upgraded version of his own card? You might as well rename your magician to Silas. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but quip. Stealing my level 6 Malphite ultimate at level 11, huh? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Zhi suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The moment when Shuyuan's crossbow disappeared, Jiang Zhi felt a chill down his spine. Damn. He had been distracted by Wen Shuyuan's words and forgotten there was a card spirit behind him. His health bar hit 0 in an instant, and Jiang Zhi collapsed like a salted fish, curling up in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The battle ended with Jiang Zhi being one-shot. When Shuyuan approached and helped him up. Keep practicing, Professor Jiang. You have a lot of potential. Even Wu Zheng couldn't get close to me. Jiang Zhi gave Wen Shuyuan a wry smile. Too pained to speak. He knew it was just a polite remark. With Wen Shuyuan's prowess, he could leave whenever he wanted, and Jiang Zhi couldn't keep up. Even if damage was calculated by the rules, an attack guided by card rules would hardly hit Wen Shuyuan. Still, having an unknown session with a top-tier expert was incredibly beneficial. Wen Shuyuan took in a grade blank card from the card machine and handed it to Jiang Zhi. There's a card-making room nearby. Help me make this. Jiang Zhi rolled his eyes at him, passed the card to a nearby excited Bai Yi, and walked alone towards the card-making room, clutching his aching back. Jiang Zhi took a few steps and suddenly turned around, as if remembering something. Oh, Officer 1, I forgot to ask earlier. Do you have permission from your card spirit to change the card? Before he could finish speaking, the card spirit next to Wen Shuyuan responded. It elegantly tipped its hat and gave a formal gentleman's bow, silently agreeing to Jiang Zhi's request. All right, forget I said anything. Jiang Zhi waved his hand and was about to turn around when Wen Shuyuan hurriedly asked, Professor Jiang, do you need to see my other cards? No need. Jiang Zhi shook his head. I have a good idea of what you need. With that, he pushed open the door to the card-making room, deftly slipped inside, and shut the door behind him, leaving Bai Yi outside. Jiang Zhi found a chair and sat down, gazing at the card in his hand, his thoughts swirling. He thought about Lao Deng, who had always looked after him, and felt it was time to give something back. Ouyang Feng had also been very helpful, so strengthening his card deck seemed appropriate. However, the most pressing task was to deal with Wen Shuyuan's card, and Jiang Zhi already had an idea. The card glowed with a flowing light in his hand, and the difficulty of this creation exceeded his expectations. The speed of inscribing the effects was particularly slow. The first card was for Wen Shuyuan, another crossbow, and a great equipment card, usable by both card masters and card spirits, with an energy cost of 4 points and a durability of 3 uses. It could synchronize with crossbow-related actions, shooting additional bolts and triggering corresponding effects. The gift for Lao Deng was created surprisingly smoothly and much faster. It was a shoulder-mounted mini upgrade device, also in a great equipment card, with an energy cost of 10 points and a durability of 5 uses. It could trigger an extra upgrade on a random card when an upgrade was activated, reducing energy cost by 1 point each time and resetting after the battle. Next was the Heartbeat Pacemaker for the Nameless Soldier of the Heart of Stone, a great equipment card that consumed no energy and had a durability of 1 use. It activated when the load exceeded health, preventing 1 load calculation and clearing all load points. But the user would enter a forced weakened state after the battle, with the card being sealed for 3 turns. Finally, Jiang Zhi made a card for himself, a spare magazine, and a great equipment card with an energy cost of 7 points and a durability of 1 use. It triggered when energy was depleted, providing 3 random shooting cards with 0 energy cost, reducing energy cost by 1 point with each load effect, and resetting after use. Jiang Zhi considered making equipment for Xuanwu as well, but the stubborn turtle flatly refused. The black snake showed interest, but it was to no avail. Since Xuanwu wasn't willing, Jiang Zhi didn't push it. After all, making these 3 grade cards had already left him dizzy. He pushed the door open and stepped out to find the lively conversation outside still ongoing. Bai Yi was the first to rush over, eager to see the green card in Jiang Zhi's hand, but he skillfully dodged her. Jiang Zhi gave Wen Shuyuan a meaningful look and handed him the card, subtly hinting at secrecy. Wen Shuyuan understood, quietly inserting the card into the card machine, thinking to himself, this card's effects seem quite innovative. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Wen Shuyuan eagerly caressed the card in his hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As a cautious military personnel, he understood that this information could only be shared through official channels or with Jiang Zhi's permission, a mutual understanding they had long maintained. Old Bai, I've got some matters to attend to, so I'll be off. He turned to Jiang Zhi. Professor Jiang, would you like a ride? Jiang Zhi nodded, his gaze shifting to Bai Shuiying standing behind Bai Yu. Sure, I'm just heading to see Academician Ouyang. He smiled slightly. The rest of the competition is up to you. Remember to give me the A-level and S-level reward cards after you win. Bai Shuiying smiled helplessly at Jiang Zhi's card-loving demeanor. All right, coach. Inside the car, Wu Zheng focused on driving while Wen Shuyuan and Jiang Zhi sat side by side. Wen Shuyuan finally took out the long-awaited card, carefully examining the text on it. Did you come up with this while fighting me? Jiang Zhi nodded slightly. Of course. Rather than choosing, I prefer having it all. This card, combined with your tactics and deck characteristics, can significantly enhance both PvP and PvE. Wen Shuyuan toyed with the card, speaking earnestly. Have you considered joining the military? I think that's where you could truly maximize your potential. The academy is quite good, and Academician Ouyang treats me well. I'm not considering leaving for now. Jiang Zhi took out a yellow card from the card machine. This is for the heartbeat pacemaker for the nameless soldiers. Just need to change this one. If any other cards need upgrades, I can help next time I visit the military. Wen Shuyuan accepted the card, his eyes brightening. On behalf of the brothers on the front lines, thank you, Professor Jiang. Jiang Zhi waved it off. No need to thank me. You are the ones truly carrying the weight. By the way, his expression turned serious. Be cautious of the Villian Empire rift. There's a dangerous assassin-type lord there. When Shuyuan's face grew solemn. Tell me more. I only know she's called Vera Darkblade. LV5. Likely the lord version of a shadow assassin. You've encountered her? Was it at the last rift location? No. That person gave me the impression of nearing the normal state of an Oma, and being an assassin, I didn't dare act rashly. When Shuyuan nodded firmly. Thanks for the warning. I'll make sure the brothers stay vigilant. Upon reaching the academy, Wu Zheng dropped Jiang Zhi off at the entrance of Ouyang Feng's villa as requested. After seeing them off, Jiang Zhi approached and knocked on the door. It was opened by Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, where's Academician Ouyang? The academician is in the card-making room. Do you need to see him? I brought a gift for him. Can I go into the card-making room now? Li Changfeng nodded. Yes, I'm heading there too. Shouting was just called by the academician to help record data, so it should be fine. Jiang Zhi gladly agreed. The opportunity to witness a professional card-maker's daily work firsthand was too good to pass up. Following Li Changfeng into the card-making room, everything was as usual. Ouyang Feng was meticulously inscribing ability effects onto a blue card, his actions cautious and slow. Watching this scene, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but feel a bit impatient compared to his own card-making speed. This pace was indeed too slow. Jiang Zhi chose a nearby spot and watched Ouyang Feng make cards with unwavering attention. His focused demeanor made Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng, who stood nearby, a bit nervous. Interrupting a card maker at such a critical moment could put their friendship to the test. Ouyang Feng was completely absorbed in etching effects onto the card, fully immersed in the process. However, just like in previous attempts, as he was about to complete the final character, he seemed to hit an insurmountable barrier. He slowly opened his eyes and was about to call for Ouyang Ting when he noticed Jiang Zhi sitting across from him, watching the card in his hand with childlike curiosity. Jiang, what brings you here? As soon as he spoke, Ouyang Feng realized he had made a mistake. His concentration was broken. With a sharp crack, the card in his hand shattered. Jiang Zhi quickly leaned back, hastily explaining. That wasn't me. You broke it yourself. Ouyang Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration. It's not your fault. Weren't you supposed to be at the Bai family today? The Bai family matter is settled. I just got back. Jiang Zhi glanced at the fragments on the floor. What kind of card are you making? There are quite a few broken pieces here. Ouyang Feng nodded, admitting, I'm trying to create a level ability card, but I've hit several snags. These are the results of my failed attempts. He then asked, by the way, Jiang, how do you overcome the feeling of being stuck in the final stages of card making? Jiang Zhi shrugged helplessly. Ouyang, I honestly can't answer that. I've never experienced that blockage while making cards. To be honest, today is the first time I've watched another card maker at work. I thought making cards was just energy intensive, but I didn't expect it to be so slow. This statement led to a brief silence among the three present. Ouyang Feng scrutinized Jiang Zhi's expression, looking for signs of jest, but despite Jiang Zhi's relaxed demeanor, it was clear he was being truthful. So, you still haven't mentioned why you're here today? Jiang Zhi took a blue card from the card machine and handed it to Ouyang Feng. This is for you, as a thank you for your help recently. As a card maker, Ouyang Feng never refused a card. He examined the card in his hand closely. The upgrade effect is tailored for me. But what does this equipment card mean? His eyes, weary from repeated failures, suddenly lit up. Did you make this? Have you discovered something new? Jiang Zhi nodded. It's not exactly new. This type of card has been in my plans for a while. Just one? You must have made one for yourself too. Let me see it. Jiang Zhi looked exasperated. I gave you a gift, and now you want more? There's just this one. Take it or leave it, and remember not to leak any information. With that, he turned and left, leaving Ouyang Feng to study the mysterious card alone. Ouyang Feng immediately summoned his robot, the riot suppressor, through the card machine. He presented a weapon card to the riot suppressor, which accepted the card without hesitation. Watching this, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but feel impressed. The equipment card developed by Jiang Zhi was indeed a groundbreaking discovery. This new type of card, which lies between ordinary cards and ability cards, retains the continuous effect of ability cards while offering greater flexibility. Take this shoulder-mounted simple upgrade device, for example. It perfectly aligns with Ouyang Feng's core upgrade philosophy for his deck. With a certain startup time, it can achieve an astounding effect of 5 upgrades without any energy consumption. What kind of brain does this kid have? Ouyang Feng shook his head in silent admiration, deciding that he must extend the approval time for Jiang Zhi's card-making room in the villa. What frustrated him the most, however, was that Jiang Zhi didn't include him when tinkering with these novel inventions. After handling his affairs, Jiang Zhi returned to the villa to upgrade his card pack. Although the new season had significantly reduced the difficulty of acquiring level cards, his card pack remained expensive due to the inclusion of 3 special core shooting cards. The most useless of these was probably the close-range shot, which had limited power without the support of other enhancement cards. Jiang Zhi took stock of the level cards he had recently collected. After setting aside materials for future creations, he had 6 cards left for his pack, 3 enchanted guns, and 3 fond memories. As for the burning will, he decided to hold off on revealing it wasn't time for that card to be disclosed yet. He also added several desperate pleas to the pack, then summoned the noticeably plumper Wang Fuguei, instructing him to sell this batch of card packs. Observing Wang Fuguei's change, Jiang Zhi decided that if he could maintain this momentum, he would reward him with a complete card deck. Having finished his tasks, Jiang Zhi stretched and assured his parents and Ningxing of his well-being. Lying on the sofa, he sensed that this brief tranquility was about to be disrupted. The 3 scheming princes and princesses, the missing Zhou family, the attacked Wen Shiyuan, and the Floron himself all hinted at an impending storm. Meanwhile, a heavy silence hung over Glory Fort. The hall was filled with nobles who dared not utter a word, while Fei Luan sat on the throne, sullenly flipping through a book. "Ladies and gentlemen," Fei Luan said, placing the book down, a hint of madness appearing on his face. "My father is dead, killed by me. If Aaron hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that I killed my father, who was far away in the capital, in my sleep last night." His expression suddenly calmed. "Now, Aaron's army is about to surround us. I very much want to visit my filial elder brother in Kyoto and accompany my father. Who among you agrees? Who opposes?" The nobles remained silent, for they all heard the sound of soldiers cocking their guns outside the door. Diana sat intently at her vanity, her slender fingers deftly manipulating a delicate mechanical mouse. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by panicked shouts came from outside the door. "Your Highness! Your Highness! Something has happened." Vera, standing nearby, frowned slightly, her gaze cautiously directed towards the door. A maid burst into the room in a flurry, and before she could speak, Diana calmly said, "The Emperor is dead." The maid froze in place, clearly not expecting Diana to say such a thing. "Don't worry. Take your time." Diana's voice remained calm. The maid took a deep breath and said, "Prince Aaron has already issued a proclamation, accusing Prince Farron of assassinating the Emperor. Now, Prince Aaron is rallying the army to attack Glory Fort." Diana nodded gently. "Is there anything else? If it's nothing major, you don't need to be so anxious next time. You may leave." The maid was still taken aback by Diana's composed reaction. "Yes, yes, Your Highness." Once the maid had left, Vera couldn't hold back any longer. "Your Highness, if we allow the Crown Prince and the Second Prince to go to war, the entire Villian Empire will suffer great losses." Diana's expression remained inscrutable behind her mask as she continued to tinker with the mechanical mouse hopping around on the vanity. "Vera, go and kill Farron." "Your Highness, I can't do that," Vera said urgently. "Prince Farron is surrounded by skilled fighters. I'm afraid I can't complete the task." "Then that's settled. If you can't do it, just watch." "Your Highness, what about the common people? Are we just going to watch them die? Why don't you try killing Aaron instead? That would work too." "Your Highness, be good, listen, and go fetch me that mechanical rabbit." The next morning, Jiang Zhi was awakened by the enticing aroma of breakfast. He slowly got up from the sofa, rubbing his stiff shoulder. She had fallen asleep there without realizing it. Looking up, he saw Ouyang Feng, Wang En, and Jing enjoying breakfast. "Oh, everyone's here? Having breakfast?" Jiang Zhi asked, still groggy. Ouyang Feng smiled wryly. "I wish I could sleep as carefree as you." "Why? Do you have to collect rune power too?" "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? You must still be half asleep. Something big has happened, you know." Seeing the 3 of them eating breakfast so calmly, Jiang Zhi remained indifferent. "Oh, what is it? Tell me about it." "The Villian Empire has started a civil war. Last night, over 90% of the military was dispatched to the Rift." "Aren't they having a civil war? Why do we have to help fight?" "No, the military is there to take advantage of the situation. Now, there are thousands of elite knights and a dozen various lords within the Villian Empire." Hearing this number, Jiang Zhi stood up abruptly. "How many?" Ouyang Feng scoffed. "What? You want to take advantage too? Don't even think about it. The PvE Legion isn't something you can handle just by having more people. It's not like the parasitic monster hordes you dealt with before. A real Legion significantly reduces AoE damage, almost to the point of being ineffective. I suggest you don't get any ideas about those monsters. Your explosive shots are just fireworks there. Tell me more. Your level isn't high enough. Ask me again when you're stronger." Seeing that Ouyang Feng wasn't joking, Jiang Zhi didn't press further and instead changed the topic. "Since it's a military matter, why are you discussing it with me?" Ouyang Feng sat at the dining table, looking seriously at Jiang Zhi. "The anomaly in the rift is both a danger and an opportunity, a responsibility and an obligation. We are short on manpower in Haishur, and we need to deploy teachers and professors from the school to the rift. This statement made Wang An, who was drinking soy milk, choke suddenly. He hurriedly stood up, trying to stop Ouyang Feng from continuing. But Ouyang Feng had already begun speaking again. I owe you for this. I transferred you to be a professor at the school, so you do have an obligation and responsibility to guard the rift. But rest assured, considering your young age, the school won't force you to go. I'm just here to notify you routinely. You can just listen, and that's the end of it. Academician Ouyang, don't. Wang An urgently tried to intervene, soy milk still spilling from his nostrils. Being the person who knew Jiang Zhi best, he was well aware of Jiang Zhi's attitude towards danger. Sure enough, the previously listless Jiang Zhi suddenly had a spark in his eyes. Ouyang Feng noticed the change and chuckled to himself, still a child at heart. He said lightly, don't worry, Jiang. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you to the front lines. Ouyang Feng, can promise you that. Right now, you're just a fledgling eagle, and the older generation of Yin country can still shield you. Before he could finish, Jiang Zhi excitedly rushed to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I'll go. It's my duty to restore Yin country's glory. This sudden reaction left Ouyang Feng stunned, as the situation had developed beyond his expectations. Seeing Wang An's anxious expression, he quickly tried to dissuade him. Jiang, you're still a kid. The battlefield is harsh, you shouldn't go this time. Jiang Zhi clapped Ouyang Feng on the shoulder. Academician Ouyang, you're getting on in years, it's time to enjoy life. I'm different. I'm just in my early 20s, like the rising sun, ready to fight and strive. Jang quietly continued eating breakfast. She had just finished processing Jiang Zhi's registration form and was planning her day off, unaware that she'd soon be busy with Jiang Zhi's deployment paperwork for the rift. That afternoon, an excited Jiang Zhi arrived at the tightly sealed rift. A transparent protective membrane enveloped the area result of the resistance field, life card. The A-class field could filter the units passing through, with conditions set freely by the user. Wang An advised with a resigned expression, remember, everything inside the anomalous rift is uncontrollable. Don't wander into dangerous areas. Jiang Zhi nodded. Don't worry, Brother Wang. I've already coordinated with the military. They'll send someone to escort me into the rift. As expected, it wasn't long before a few figures appeared on the other side of the crack. Wu Zheng stood at the forefront, greeting Jiang Zhi with a smile, though his face was slightly pale and he seemed visibly fatigued. Behind him, several soldiers in military uniforms stumbled out of the crack, collapsing one after another. Well-trained medical personnel quickly moved into action, swiftly carrying the soldiers away on stretchers. Wu, what's going on with those soldiers? Jiang Zhi asked with concern. Nothing too serious. Wu Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Thanks to you, Professor Jiang. Your card helped block the final attack, and now they're just a bit weak from the card's negative effects. A little rest, and they'll recover. Jiang Zhi recalled the card he had given to Wen Shiyuan the previous day and was surprised. You managed to mass-produce it so quickly? Mass production is a bit of a stretch, Wu Zheng replied honestly. We just managed to whip up a few dozen last night. Professor Jiang, you're the only one who can make such cards on the fly. He knew well that compared to death, a bit of weakness was a minor issue for the soldiers. It was just unfortunate that the cards needed to be sealed for 3 days before they could be used again. Follow me, Professor Jiang. Your place is in the rear. You don't need to worry about the front lines. Seeing Jiang Zhi's lack of enthusiasm, Wu Zheng quickly added, even in the rear, you can't let your guard down. There's no truly safe place here. We're up against creatures as intelligent as humans, and underestimating them could be costly. Jiang Zhi nodded in understanding and followed Wu Zheng into the crack. As soon as they entered, the bright sunlight dimmed a bit, and the entire plain was shrouded in a sense of looming danger. Jiang Zhi uneasily scratched the back of his head, feeling as though something was watching him. Unbeknownst to him, thin red threads of blood were silently weaving their way into his card machine, infiltrating the floor card. Noticing Jiang Zhi's discomfort, Wu Zheng explained, this is a sign that the crack is entering an abnormal state. In such conditions, everything inside becomes extremely dangerous. The two arrived at a temporary camp less than a kilometer from the crack. Workers were busy at the site, but instead of modern equipment, they used cards that flew out continuously from card machines. With the help of these cards, the construction progressed rapidly. Professor Jiang, your task is to stay here, protect the workers who only know how to use life cards, and eliminate the parasitic monsters coming from the forest. What's the situation on the front lines? It's only been one night. Wu Zheng's expression turned serious. The battle has already begun, and it seems both sides are well prepared. The intensity of this battle for the throne could be much greater than we imagined. Wu Zheng's words caught Jiang Zhi by surprise. The majestic king he had seen in the memory crystal had passed away, leaving behind a power struggle between the first Prince Aaron and the second Prince Farhan. The first prince's forces occupied the capital, while the second prince held Fort Glory. There's not much else to say for now. I need to head to the front lines, Wu Zheng said briefly before leaving in haste. Jiang Zhi remained standing. knowing he had been placed in the safest rear position, ready to retreat through the rift at a moment's notice. His gaze fell on the workers nearby, watching them skillfully use various life cards in their tasks. It reminded him of his long-standing desire to try creating life cards himself, though he had been too busy to do so lately. Given the potential unknown negative impacts of the creation process, he decided to hold off on this endeavor for the time being. Meanwhile, in the opulent palace of the Villian Empire's capital, the new Emperor Aaron sat alone on the throne. He toyed with a crystal emitting an eerie red glow, absorbing a continuous flow of blood-colored threads. Suddenly, these threads paused midair before surging towards a distant point. Rather than showing any displeasure, Aaron excitedly crushed the crystal in his hand, allowing the stored blood threads to follow their course. His demeanor was less that of a stable monarch and more akin to a gambler taking a risky bet. Zais, his voice echoed through the palace. A knight clad in heavy armor entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty. Take this crystal and your legion. Aaron handed another crystal to Zais. Follow the blood threads, find their source, and bring it back. After Zais departed, Aaron murmured to himself, Welcome home, castle floor. Beside him, a tarot card representing the tower slowly took form. At the same time, at Diana's vanity table, a mechanical mouse suddenly stopped its movements. She rose abruptly, staring out the window at the horizon, where countless blood-red threads converged in one direction. Your Highness? Vera inquired with concern. Take the people from the prison and find Jiang Zhi. Diana's tone was urgent. Make sure he comes to see me. But it's not safe outside now if I leave you. Go quickly. Diana interrupted her. Destiny is being restored. My time is running out. She bit her lip, the exposed half of her face beneath the mask full of anxiety. After Vera left, Diana took out her Wheel of Fortune card, which remained intact, though its luster appeared slightly dimmed. As night gradually fell, the workers at the camp had already left. In this quiet area, the pristine starry sky visible through the cracks was particularly striking. Jiang Zhi sat idly on a chair, occasionally raising his hand to eliminate the stray parasitic creatures that leapt from the bushes. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a group of knights clad in black armor was speeding towards him from the capital of Waylon. A gentle breeze brushed his face, and just as Jiang Zhi was about to succumb to drowsiness, a wisp of black mist suddenly spread from beneath his feet. Instantly alert, his hair stood on end, and he leapt from the chair in a single bound. Xuanwu simultaneously assumed a combat stance. There was an assassin nearby. Scanning his surroundings, he finally caught a glimpse of a pair of blood-red eyes in the shadows of the dark forest. It was Vela Darkblade, the female assassin. Silently, Jiang Zhi drew a card, preparing for a fight. Her appearance at this hour clearly indicated she was targeting him. To his surprise, Vela did not adopt a combat stance. Instead, she dragged a figure from the shadows, a person with a haggard face, vacant eyes, and tattered clothes. Jiang Zhi found the person familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. I don't know them. I only know they're called Zhou Yi, Vela spoke. Jiang Zhi's eyes sharpened instantly. Why is he in your hands? This man was once a partner of Fei Lun, but betrayed him and had to seek refuge with my master. Your master? Diana. Vela visibly flinched at this. She pulled a small black dagger from her pocket and asked warily, How do you know Princess Diana's name? Does it matter if I know? What matters is why Diana sent you to find me. Seeing Vela's reaction, Jiang Zhi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had never met her, all indications suggested Diana bore him no ill will. After a moment's thought, Vela lowered the dagger. Lady Diana wishes to meet you. This man is a gesture of her sincerity. Jiang Zhi looked at the kneeling Zhou Yi, surprised that someone he thought dead was still alive. He asked, looking into Zhou Yi's eyes, which still held a glimmer of life. Did you initially target me just because of my ability cards? Zhou Yi lifted his desolate face. Isn't it irrelevant now, Professor Jiang? A bet is a bet, and I've completely lost. I've thought about it for a long time. You could have solved this with money, but you didn't. Is it because Fei Lun has something you want? Are you worried that if you told me the truth, I'd turn against you? Zhou Yi slowly raised his head. It's the most powerful relic I've ever seen. I wanted it. I also wanted your cards, but your cards are part of a system. Even if I wanted to buy them, you wouldn't sell them to me. After saying this, Zhou Yi fell silent. Jiang Zhi's gaze fell on the barely breathing Zhou Yi, a former adversary now on the brink of death. What did you do to him? Jiang Zhi asked with a frown. Bringing him here through shadow travel does cause some harm to ordinary people. He looked at Vera with a hint of resignation in his voice. Can you unlock his card jam? Seeing Vera shake her head, Jiang Zhi sighed. Then let's send him off. My grudges with the Zhou family end here. Vera acted swiftly, her dagger flashed, ending Zhou Yi's life. His body slowly sank into the shadow, vanishing without a trace. Can we see the princess now? Vera asked impatiently. In such a hurry? Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow. I was planning to take a day off tomorrow. I'm in a hurry, Vera said, gripping her dagger tightly, her eyes carrying a threatening glint. Jiang Zhi chuckled. Just kidding. He rummaged through the camp, finding a piece of white paper and posting it in a conspicuous spot. How do we get there? Vera produced 2 cards, giving each of them one. Walking Ostrich, class. Jiang Zhi looked at the life card in his hand, unable to resist commenting. An assassin and a professor, riding ostriches across a perilous plain, quite the unforgettable sight. It's not far, Vera said. If you don't want to ride, I can take you through shadow travel, but it will be slower. Let's ride the ostrich. Jiang Zhi used the card, and a tall ostrich appeared before him. At the moment of summoning, he felt his energy drained, as if he had just run 2 kilometers. They mounted the ostriches and sped across the plain. When Jiang Zhi's backside began to numb, 2 small hills appeared in the distance, concealing a hidden estate. They charged straight into the estate, stopping in front of a large building. The interior was elegantly decorated, exuding a European style. Following Vera to the 2nd floor, they stopped at a large door. A clear and pleasant voice came from inside. Please come in. Entering the room, Jiang Zhi saw a woman in a white, ornate gown, wearing a half mask. Seated at the head of the room it was Diana, whom he had seen in Omar's memory crystal. The system displayed, Immaculate Diana, Lord level, LV6, 11. She was the only Lord Jiang Zhi had ever seen with just 1 hit point, leaving him to wonder if she was a decoy. Please have a seat, Mr. Jiang, Diana spoke elegantly. But Jiang Zhi remained at the door, holding a smoke bomb discreetly, and asked warily, what does Princess Diana want with me? You need not be so cautious, Diana said calmly. Mr. Jiang, you've been helping Flora investigate the truth of the past, haven't you? Seeing Jiang Zhi nod, she continued. There are things I intended to tell you later, but some changes have occurred, and it can't be delayed any longer. Jiang Zhi listened to Diana's words and slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with caution. I can't trust you. The only reason I came here is because your previous warning made me certain you wouldn't kill me. Diana didn't argue. Instead, she reached out and opened the exquisite wooden box in front of her. Inside lay a translucent crystal, emitting a faint glow under the light. Mr. Jiang, take a look at this. I believe your card machine will tell you what it is. Jiang Zhi's gaze fell on the crystal, and the card machine immediately provided the information. Soul crystal, a special type of crystal capable of collecting grievances, allowing the bearer to see them for a short period. Since it was verified by the card machine, Jiang Zhi felt safe picking it up. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, his vision was filled with dense red bloodlines. And what was even more unnerving was that all these lines were surging towards his card machine. These grievances, why are there so many? And why are they all converging towards me? Jiang Zhi's voice trembled slightly. Diana's clear voice broke the silence. These are the grievances left by those who died in war. But didn't the war just start last night? The open conflict did start last night, but for my father, creating grievances has always been the key. Only by accumulating enough grievances can he support the next phase of his plan. Your father? Isn't he already dead? The one who died was my elder brother. The one alive is my father. If my father were still here, my second brother wouldn't have rebelled. The sudden revelation left Jiang Zhi stunned. So, you're saying the king, your father, faked his death to incite chaos? More or less, Diana replied calmly, as if recounting a mundane story. Meanwhile, Vera's face showed signs of fear. What's the point of doing this? How does it benefit him? I understand your world. Diana looked directly at Jiang Zhi. You call the Viran Empire an interdimensional rift. What happens when the most powerful lord in the rift dies? A new lord emerges, or the rift resets. Exactly, that's the fate of all rifts. Diana's voice carried a deep weariness. It's also the most despairing cycle I've experienced. Hundreds of times? Thousands? Tens of thousands? I've lost count. Jiang Zhi felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, are you saying you're unaffected by the reset? Yes. After countless failures, my father finally recognized the existence of the reset. He needed a recorder, someone who could preserve the information from each failure and inform him after the reset. Thus, I was created, Diana continued. With accumulated experience, my father's development advanced rapidly. At one point, the Viran Empire reached its peak, and we even glimpsed a fragment of the divine. Jiang Zhi felt like he was hearing a fantastical tale. One question, after so many resets, how have you survived? If you can't explain this clearly, I'll never believe you. Diana looked at Jiang Zhi, a perfect smile appearing on her face. She suddenly grabbed her dress at the chest and tore it open. Jiang Zhi quickly covered his eyes with his hands, enhancing his visual perception through the gaps between his fingers. What he should cover, he covered. What he should see, he saw. This was both a man's restraint and instinct. However, the sight before him was completely unexpected. Diana's chest was overlaid with a layer of crystalline metallic material, through which he could clearly see a stunning heart. Flesh and intricate gears perfectly fused, mechanically beating. Before he could gather his thoughts, Diana slowly removed her mask. Beneath it was not the unparalleled beauty he had imagined, but a human brain encased in metal gears. Flesh is weak. Diana said calmly. This is the only choice to traverse the river of time. During the peak of the Villian Empire, immortality was never an issue. With a thud, Vera fainted, unable to bear the harsh truth. Jiang Zhi, however, keenly noticed a contradiction. If that's the case, why is the Villian Empire's technology so backward now? Diana's voice carried a hint of bitterness. My father began to fear me. He was afraid that a being who had lived through countless eras and had independent thought might one day take his life, so he chose to erase my mind. And now? Jiang Zhi asked. I only remember that at some point, my consciousness suddenly revived. From then on, I chose to hide and no longer reveal any past to my father. Hearing this, Jiang Zhi took a few steps towards the door, muttering to himself. Oh, dear Angela, are you looking for a new librarian? Turning back, he asked, so you brought me here to help you eliminate your father? That's just a side benefit, Diana stated bluntly. I hope more for you to help me find release. Castle Froll's wish inevitably points to my father. Helping me is helping yourself. Jiang Zhi returned to his place, speaking solemnly. I can try, but I will only do my best. If it goes beyond my capabilities, I will choose to give up. Diana reached out and touched her chest, and the transparent shield slowly opened. She took out a card from the heart where mechanics and flesh intertwined a blank level card. Her remaining lips curled into a sweet smile. Please become my card master. Only by becoming a card spirit can I escape this place of despair. Jiang Zhi took the card, which seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of a young girl. Feeling the rules of power contained within it was the first level blank card he had seen. Though he hesitated, his professionalism prompted him to ask, what kind of card requirements are needed? Can I make a request? Diana asked, slightly surprised. Then please take Vera with you too. She's my best friend. Immediately, a pattern appeared on this level card. A princess in a lavish gown bathed in holy light, with scarlet eyes hidden in her shadow, watching all who dared to defy. The card was named the Immaculate. Jiang Zhi suddenly realized this was not a card-making room, and creating an level card could be life-threatening. However, Diana and the unconscious Vera had already begun to merge into light, integrating into the card. Before disappearing, Diana reassured him. Don't worry, I've modified the surrounding environment. The card-making won't drain you too much. A surge of immense energy flowed into Jiang Zhi's body, the effect here even surpassing that of a card-making room. He was briefly immersed in this power, then firmly grasped this level card. Although there was ample time, to avoid worrying the camp, he decided to begin the card-making process immediately. Jiang Zhi found himself in deep thought for a moment before he began inscribing the effects onto the cards. This was an level card, and as he worked, he felt an unprecedented sense of resistance. The first card, the Immaculate, gradually took shape. Level, energy cost of 0, ability card, with a first move effect. It could summon Apostle Vera into battle, granting one command Vera layer at the end of each turn. This effect was immune to damage, could not be purified, and started with an attack power of 10 points, sharing all positive command bonuses with the original body. During a turn, if damage was taken, a command could be used to let the Apostle take the damage instead. At the end of the turn, each command layer would trigger an attack by the Apostle. Just as Jiang Zhi was about to continue crafting other cards, 7 level cards suddenly floated into the air. These cards revealed their effects one by one. Go. Vera, a level, energy cost of 3, ability card, with a 50 chance to retain command. Protect me. Vera, a level, energy cost of 2, provides 1 point of defense, offsetting corresponding damage when injured, having at the end of each turn, minimum of 1 point. Stay calm. Vera, a level, energy cost of 5, retains effect, allows playing 2 Vera cards and drawing 2 cards, requiring discarding 1 card from hand. Each played Vera card reduces energy cost by 1. Slash him. Vera, a level, energy cost of 1, command 1, triggers 2 attacks. Stay cool. Vera, a level, energy cost of 1, command 1, swaps draw pile with discard pile. Destroy them all. Vera, a level, energy cost of 3, command 2, causes Vera to deal area damage. Well done. Vera, a level, energy cost of 0, consumption trait, gains 1 command when drawn and places 3 copies in the discard pile, increasing Vera's current stats by 2 points upon use. After completing these core cards, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but entertain an amusing thought. If my subordinate's subordinate isn't my subordinate, then is my baby's baby still my baby? Next came the creation of non-core cards. 2. Barrier cards. Level, energy cost of 0, consumption trait, grants 40 armor points. 2. Afternoon tea cards. Level, energy cost of 0, consumption trait, restores 20 of maximum health. 1 haste card. Level, energy cost of 0, consumption trait, grants 5 layers of speed boost to an ally. 2 trick cards. Level, energy cost of 0, consumption trait, draws 2 cards from the discard pile. Small dagger. Level, energy cost of 1, equipment card, durability 2, deals 3 damage, and triggers an attack when drawing a Vera card. When all the cards were finally completed, Jiang Zhi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Fortunately, Diana's prior arrangements helped him stay on his feet. A set of golden cards appeared before him, their unique gold and black color scheme particularly striking. The spirits of freedom, Diana and Vera, as card spirits, have the privilege to move freely within a 1,000 meter radius of the deck, but must be recalled during battle. At this moment, Diana is standing beside Jiang Zhi, while Vera has completely transformed into a pitch-black shadow. Except for her blood-red eyes and lips, Vera's figure, though retaining female characteristics, is enshrouded in deep darkness. Her blood-red eyes stare blankly at the ceiling, resembling a broken doll. Seems like you need to guard against friends as well, Jiang Zhi remarked, looking at Vera's state, and asked Diana uncertainly, "Is she okay like this? I feel like what we're doing is a bit unethical." Diana shook her head slightly and explained, "Resetting affects beings in the rift, and not all entities can withstand tens of thousands of resets. Without my protection, Vera would have dissipated long before reaching thousands of resets, becoming another entity called Laura or Ella. Becoming a card spirit is her best option now." At that moment, Jiang Zhi suddenly thought of an important question and excitedly said, "Diana, you mentioned you've achieved immortality. Come on, tell me what it takes." However, Diana seemed to freeze suddenly, staring blankly at the ceiling. Jiang Zhi grew a bit anxious. "What's wrong? Did you forget? You remember tens of thousands of reincarnations. How could you forget this?" "I did forget," Diana replied with a dejected expression. "Just while we were chatting, I realized the database is gradually being cleared. All information about the technology of the Violent Empire has become vague. I know it exists, but can't recall the specifics." Jiang Zhi looked at this steampunk version of a grand teacher in a gown and sighed inwardly, thinking she really had become a malfunctioning robot. He then asked, "Do you still remember your second brother Farron's powerful relic?" "I remember that," Diana nodded. "It's an 11 relic called Greed. Its effect is that after each battle, it can upgrade the level of a dropped item, but not exceeding a level." Jiang Zhi suddenly understood, which explained why the Zhou family didn't use money to bribe him. Such a treasure couldn't be measured in monetary terms, and with his special status, getting involved might cause the relic to fall into official hands. No wonder Zhou Yi chose to take the risk. After all, they've done enough to bring down the Zhou family, so they might as well tell him this news, letting him go to Farron and meet his demise. Once the card deck was completed, Diana chose not to integrate into it, but instead stood quietly beside Jiang Zhi in her card spirit form. At this moment, Vera had transformed into a pitch-black shadow, stealthily lurking within Diana's shadow. "I'm going to deal with your brother. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Zhi asked, looking directly at Diana. Diana casually swayed her arm, seemingly still entranced by the peculiar sensation of being in card spirit form. Her voice carried a hint of indifference. "In this world, I've witnessed too much life and death. To me, they're just fleeting passersby. It's Vera, who accompanies me to the end every time things reset, who truly matters." Jiang Zhi frowned slightly. "What you mentioned about resetting sounds terrifying. But haven't you only recently come into contact with our world? How have you experienced the fall of a lord?" Diana's artificial eye glimmered with meaningful light beneath her mask as her gaze settled on Jiang Zhi's card machine. "Father was ultimately just an ordinary person, unable to accept changes like mine, so he died. Besides, you haven't seen the other side of Floored Hat's a force capable of truly destroying the world. Most of Father's deaths were related to that state of floor. It's a power condensed from the resentment of the entire world, something no lord can withstand." These words reminded Jiang Zhi, prompting him to quickly check his soul crystal. Sure enough, a torrent of red bloodlines continued to pour into his card machine. "What should we do about Floor now?" "No need to rush," Diana replied calmly. "We just need to stop the war. Father is surely trying everything he can to slaughter this world's creatures, aiming to absorb Floor, who is possessed by billions of resentments, to break through the Lord level and escape the fate of endless resets. Everything he did to Floor was to attract all that resentment to Floor." Diana's lips curved into a teasing smile, but fate is cruel. Although he succeeded a few times, Floor's limit is only SS level, far from godhood. Even after struggling for hundreds of years, he ultimately couldn't escape death. Jiang Zhi fell into deep thought. The sequence of events was now clear. To complete the final task, only one step remained: killing Diana's father, the old king of the Villian Empire. At that point, Floor would undergo his final transformation. "What should we do now to stop the war?" "Kill Fei Luan," Diana said directly. "Without such a formidable adversary, Father cannot massacre wantonly. He's using Aaron's guise now, and if he goes on a rampage, the military and the citizens of the Empire will surely turn against him. Without the support of the people, the outcome is uncertain. Of course, that's assuming Father hasn't completely controlled the upper nobility and the military yet. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do." Jiang Zhi nodded. realizing that confronting Fei Luan was necessary. Yet, as he gazed at the chilling red bloodlines in the sky, he remained deeply concerned about Floor's condition. Don't worry, Diana said with conviction. Floor is the true chosen one of the Villian Empire. His will is far beyond your imagination and won't be easily shattered. Not until at least half of the world's population has perished. Diana's voice carried a hint of gravity. The war has only just begun, and my father hasn't even realized my presence. Luckily, Vera brought you back today, otherwise, time would have been even more pressing. Jiang Zhi nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. The density of the bloodlines far exceeded the casualties a single battlefield could cause, which meant the old king must be secretly conducting a large-scale massacre of the citizens of the Whalon Empire. One last question. Jiang Zhi looked directly at Diana. Why are you so sure that I can use Kalen's path to leave this world, and that you already have sufficient energy prepared? Diana elegantly placed two fingers together, a faint smile playing on her lips. I told you, Floor is the chosen one of this world. Without my father's external interference, his choices usually aren't too bad. Besides, for me, the worst outcome is just another restart, something I've already gotten used to. As Jiang Zhi inserted the card deck into the card machine, a dazzling golden light pierced the night sky, blossoming before him. Sequence 10, the Wheel of Fortune granting 10 command points in a single turn. Although the specific effects were yet unknown, such a grand entrance effect was close to Floor's judgment, suggesting formidable power. Meanwhile, at the other end of the camp, Wu Zheng was staring at the blank paper on the wall, his facial muscles tense. Jiang Zhi had been missing for nearly 4 hours. When the night patrol noticed something was amiss, they immediately informed him. Wu Zheng rushed back overnight. But with no surveillance network established, he had no leads for investigation and could only anxiously wait for the personnel responsible for retrieving life cards to return. Just as his patience was about to run out, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Wu Zheng instantly went into combat mode, his card machine activated, eyes locked on the source of the sound. A young man, covered in branches and leaves, emerged awkwardly from the bushes, riding an ostrich. It turned out that after leaving the manor, Jiang Zhi and Diana headed straight for the camp. The manor staff had been dismissed by Diana, leaving only 2 ostriches. Realizing that being away for too long might draw attention, Jiang Zhi hurriedly returned on the ostrich. Limited visibility in the dark night had led to numerous, friendly greetings from small branches along the way. As they neared the camp, Jiang Zhi retracted Diana, who had been floating beside him, constantly making strange noises. Since the card machine's data deletion incident, she seemed to have transitioned from artificial intelligence to a sort of artificial idiocy. The regal aura of a princess worn down by time was completely gone, replaced by a bizarre state of constant oscillation between human and humanoid. Along the way, she hung by Jiang Zhi's side due to card rules, looking around, while Vera remained hidden in her shadow, identifiable only by 2 scarlet points. Jiang Zhi had planned to put away the mount upon reaching the camp, only to run into Wu Zheng's resentful gaze at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Zhi return safely, Wu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, but his fists remained involuntarily clenched. Where have you been? Wu Zheng asked in a low voice. Jiang Zhi awkwardly put away the ostrich, now turned back into a card, and scratched his head. Just went to the bathroom, Brother Wu. The night patrol reported you missing 3 hours ago, Wu Zheng sneered. Come on, tell me, who takes that long to use the bathroom? Facing Wu Zheng's questioning, Jiang Zhi calmly replied, I've been having some stomach issues lately. As for the ostrich, I met it on the road, and it took a liking to me. He hadn't expected that during his brief absence, the people at the camp would call Wu Zheng back. However, it was timely. What the old king had done indeed needed to be reported to the military, or else they would suffer significant losses. Although Jiang Zhi's relationship with the military was merely cooperative on the surface, he knew that whenever he needed their help, Wu Zheng and his team would arrive promptly. As the first line of defense for humans against the otherworldly rift, the military deserved his support. Looking around, the camp was now under lockdown. Armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter, while only Wu Zheng was present in the central area. Jiang Zhi put away his smile, his expression turning serious. Do you remember the assassin I mentioned to Officer when in the car that day? A few minutes later, Wu Zheng stared intently at the ground ahead. According to what you said, the real purpose of this war is to massacre the civilians within the borders, thereby creating a monster far beyond the Lord level? Jiang Zhi nodded in confirmation. Professor Jiang, in that case, leave the follow-up to the military. You should take Florer and evacuate. Without Florer, the old king's plan should be thwarted, Wu Zheng suggested. This suggestion caught Jiang Zhi off guard indeed. If Diana had said these things, wouldn't taking Florer away solve the problem? If the main target was absent, who would the countless grievances turn to? However, at that moment, a clear voice shattered his fantasy. It's useless, Mr. Jiang. You can't leave now. Before Florer entered the rift, the countless grievances indeed couldn't find him. But now that Florer is here, it's too late. The source has been locked onto, and this process can't be stopped. If I'm not mistaken, The otherworldly rift has become a cage for you. Diana's figure slowly emerged from behind Jiang Zhi, prompting Wu Zheng to immediately go on alert. Diana elegantly bowed. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am Diana, the former third princess of the Viren Empire and now Mr. Zhang's card spirit. She pointed to the shadow on the ground. This is my friend and subordinate, Vera. A pure black hand extended from the shadow, signaling to Wu Zheng. Diana, are you sure I can't get out? Not entirely sure, but it's highly likely. You can try, but you probably won't be able to leave. Jiang Zhi exchanged a glance with Wu Zheng. Let's go. Let's verify it quickly. Moments later, Jiang Zhi stood at the massive exit of the otherworldly rift, watching Wu Zheng, who was already inside the rift, and sighed deeply. A thin red membrane blocked him from leaving, or more accurately, it prevented Flora from leaving. He tried to activate Flora's card set, but the card machine didn't respond. To leave this place, he would have to abandon Flora. But that was impossible, especially since the situation was far from resolved. Wu Zheng quickly approached Jiang Zhi, noticing his predicament of being stuck in place, his expression serious. Brother Wu, do you have any suggestions? Jiang Zhi asked urgently. We need to report this to Officer 1 and let him make the decision. Wu Zheng replied in a deep voice, then reassured him. Don't worry, Professor Jiang. Compared to other situations the army has faced, this isn't too difficult and is within our capabilities to handle. I'm not worried about getting out, Jiang Zhi interrupted, shaking his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. If you're planning to attack Glory Fort, I must be involved. The relics there are something I must have. It's like a board game. If you see a treasure chest and don't open it, what's the point of playing? Wu Zheng nodded thoughtfully. Since we can't move forward now, we should plan carefully. Please wait, Professor Jiang. I'll notify Officer 1 tonight. With that, he led Jiang Zhi towards the forward base. It was currently the safest human stronghold, and the military had just installed large-scale communication equipment there, which had yet to be fully tested and could only be used from within the base. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Villian Empire, a unit of black-armored cavalry silently maneuvered from the side of the battlefield, advancing swiftly towards Glory Fort. General, Gerald looked puzzled at Commander Zei's. This isn't the direction indicated by the bloodline, and it might go against His Majesty's orders. Zeiss reined in his horse and turned, his gaze sharp. Gerald, this is a battlefield. Besides Glory Fort, the foreigners are our true opponents. Marching so obviously in their direction, what would you think if you were their leader? I understand now, Gerald realized. All troops, listen up. Zeiss ordered sternly. We must complete the mission within 10 days, marching day and night. General, at this pace, the men might not hold up. His Majesty's orders are above all else. Zeiss's voice was cold. Gerald, don't forget the essence of this war. We serve His Majesty Alexander, not Aaron. Yes, General. In the palace hall, Aaron looked at the sky filled with bloodlines, a satisfied smile on his lips. The nobles and ministers in the hall were entwined with dense green vines, already under his parasitic control. How many living people remain in the surrounding villages? Aaron asked. A minister knelt and replied. Your Majesty, the distant villages have been completely cleared, and the parasitic creatures are encroaching on the capital's outskirts. Prince Farhan has gathered all the refugees. Farhan has indeed lived up to expectations. Without him, the slaughter plan would have been delayed. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Order the generals to spare no effort to capture Glory Fort. The ministers bowed and complied, slowly exiting. At the last moment, Aaron suddenly asked, Has Diana been found? Your Majesty, since her disappearance 5 years ago, there has been no trace of Princess Diana. A sudden irritation surged within Aaron, and the green vines instantly pierced the minister's body. He casually tossed the corpse aside. Go and get on with your tasks. Once the hall was empty, Aaron sat back on his throne, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to Diana. He suddenly realized that he had never truly understood his daughter, and even in his memories, she always wore an inscrutable mask. Wu Zheng sent out the message in the middle of the night, and when Xu Yuan arrived the next morning. In the canteen of the outpost base, Jiang Zhi was leisurely enjoying his breakfast when he suddenly noticed a travel-weary figure striding toward him. When Xu Yuan sat down without a word, pulling out the chair opposite and grabbing a piece of fried dough stick from Jiang Zhi's plate, taking a big bite. Professor Jiang, I heard from Wu Zheng that you're stuck here, but you don't seem worried at all, when Xu Yuan said, while chewing on the fried dough stick. Jiang Zhi calmly shook his head. Worrying won't help. Although Glory Fort sounds like a fortress, it's actually a vast city. The military from Haishur has plenty of manpower, but hot weapons are useless in the rift, so a frontal assault is impossible. Our only chance is a decapitation strike. Before he finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the tablio woman in a white dress, exuding an air of nobility, and another figure, shrouded in black, with an eerie presence. Diana greeted Wen Shuyuan gracefully. If you want to carry out a decapitation strike on Feiluan, I can offer some assistance. As soon as she finished speaking, both Jiang Zhi and Wen Shuyuan's card devices received a mission prompt. Special mission, end the war. Description: for the sake of world peace, execute a decapitation strike on Phaluin at the rear of Glory Fort. Objective: eliminate Phaluin, the master of Glory Fort. Maximum participants, 3. Mission reward: slows the erosion of Froller. When Shuyuan glanced at his card device, then at the suddenly appearing Diana and Vera, Professor Jiang, is this the spirit of your new card deck? Yes, Jiang Zhi replied. When Shuyuan quickly finished the fried dough stick, if it appears as a mission on the card device, it must be feasible. I've already discussed other matters with Wu Zhang. Princess Diana, when do we set off? 3 days later, a few figures quietly waited beneath the rear wall of Glory Fort. Following Diana's instructions, Jiang Zhi, Wen Shuyuan, and Wu Zhang had arrived at this spot without rushing in. Diana, are you sure Phaluin will leave the city today? Jiang Zhi inquired. Of course, Diana explained. Phaluin is actually the true leader of the resistance. He collaborates with the Zhou family, using your world's technology to support the resistance in exchange for supplies. He regularly appears before the resistance leaders and takes away some of the looted wealth. How ironic, when Shuyuan sneered. Our obsolete hot weapons are actually thriving here. Even if he comes out, won't he bring a large number of guards? Jiang Zhi asked with a frown. Diana smiled slightly. I know my brother. This involves the Zhou family, so he won't let the official forces of Villian know. Besides, for such shady dealings, he can't bring too many people. Jiang Zhi chuckled, realizing that Phaluin's collusion with the Zhou family had inadvertently given them an opportunity. Just as they were speaking, a group of figures quietly slipped out from the gap in the city gate. Phaluin was a powerful lord-level figure, and his companions were of the same rank. The others were at an elite level, but they were not invincible foes for Jiang Zhi and his team. Jiang Zhi and his group cautiously tailed the dozen figures ahead, sneaking out of the city. About half an hour later, Diana nodded slightly to indicate, we are now out of the castle's surveillance range. We can make our move. Jiang Zhi exchanged a glance with Wen Shuyuan and Wu Zhang, then took out the Xuanwu card deck from his card machine and handed it to Wu Zhang. Return it after use. Wu Zhang was initially surprised, but then delighted as he quickly inserted the high-level card deck into his own card machine. Wen Shuyuan remained silent, preferring his own card deck for its familiarity. The time has come. Activate all states and prepare for battle. Jiang Zhi announced as his card machine emitted a golden glow, the power of the immaculate card deck gradually enveloping him. He entered battle mode, a barely perceptible golden light shrouding his body. Diana's mount, Vera, also emerged from the shadows. Jiang Zhi and Wen Shuyuan began deploying ability cards, while Wu Zhang focused on familiarizing himself with the borrowed Xuanwu deck. As the turn ended, the group below suddenly sensed something. As if alerted, and all eyes turned towards Jiang Zhi and his team's hiding spot. Who's there? Phaluin Villian LV4 Lord, 8000-8000, Rebel Deputy Commander, Jeffrey LV5 Lord, 900-9000, and several elite health bars appeared instantly. At that moment, a shadow attacked Phaluin. Underarmored, damage reduced by 5. At the start of the second round, when Shuyuan stepped forward, maintaining an appropriate distance to suppress the two lords, Wu Zhang refrained from acting rashly, as the Xuanwu deck was defense-oriented. His role was to protect Wen Shuyuan and Jiang Zhi. Seeing the situation stabilize, Jiang Zhi decisively played all his expenditure cards, buying time for the immaculate deck to activate. Diana's leisurely tea sipping, though seemingly out of place, subtly indicated control over the battle. When the calm effect triggered, the immaculate deck was fully activated. When Shuyuan was already engaging the two lords. Fortunately, Phaluin was somewhat inexperienced in combat, and when Shuyuan's exceptional adaptability allowed him to perfectly evade Phaluin's attacks. Shoot, 40 damage. Command, ally strength 10. Curse, enemy gains 3 stacks of weakness. When Shuyuan and Hawkeye quickly marked Phaluin. However, Lord Jeffrey's offensive was formidable. Suppress, 50 damage, gain 5 strength. Rebel command, target locked. Deathmark, target takes 10 more damage. When Shuyuan and Wu Zhang worked seamlessly together, with one absorbing damage and locks, and the other handling debuffs, neutralizing the Lord's attacks. The attacks from the dozen elites all targeted Wu Zhang, but the activated lover's card effect granted him double armor, nullifying the damage. By the end of the turn, Vera launched a relentless assault on Phaluin. Amidst the barrage of 5 damage numbers, a 10 critical hit flashed, delighting Jiang Zhi as he realized he was benefiting from Wen Shuyuan's marking boost. In the third round, Jiang Zhi's 2 well done cards emitted a dazzling light, triggering the effects of drawing and discarding cards. Diana gently patted Vera's head, completing the card effect. At this moment, Vera's eyes were still blood red, but she appeared somewhat weary, her eyelids drooping slightly. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but notice that Diana's tender gesture contrasted sharply with the tense battlefield atmosphere. As the effects were triggered, Vera gained 2 layers of command, and her attack, defense, and speed stats all increased by 4 points. Jiang Zhi then played the well done and calm cards, directly swapping decks and triggering the Wheel of Fortune effect. As the 10th sequence, the Wheel of Fortune manifested as a giant roulette in front of Diana. She gracefully extended a finger and gently spun the wheel, the pointer whirling rapidly among the myriad options before finally landing in the buff area, granting all allies 1 point of strength. This seemingly minor boost was significant for Vera. Jiang Zhi knew that as long as there was a stat in Vera's status bar, it would interact with the well done effect, resulting in a corresponding strength boost. This overall stat enhancement made the small dagger in Vera's hand seem poised to transform into a battering ram. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhi played all the cards he could, triggering every possible effect, and concluded with a kill them all card. At this point, Vera's attribute panel was terrifying: 20 attack, 15 defense, 14 speed, 5 strength, and an additional 9 layers of command. Vera leapt into the battlefield like a bolt of black lightning, her dagger sweeping across the field like a whirlwind. The 225 points of area damage combined with Wu Zheng's area damage for the round instantly cleared all the small foes. While Jeffrey narrowly escaped harm, Furin wasn't so lucky. He had 20 layers of marks stacked by Wen Shuyuan on his forehead, and Vera's attack shaved off 540 health points. Jiang Zhi silently marveled. Simple addition or multiplication truly can't compare to the synergy of additive and multiplicative effects. This scene also caught Wen Shuyuan's attention during the battle's conclusion. While his damage barely broke 100, the opponent had already surpassed 500. If not for the battle rules, he would have wanted to review the battle log to study what exactly had happened. What made Wen Shuyuan even more wary was that this card spirit named Vera had battle experience far exceeding Anna's, and even he dared not provoke her lightly. Furin was terrified by the sudden high damage and shouted hysterically at Jeffrey beside him. "Jeffrey, I order you, get me out of here." Jeffrey, helpless, shielded Furin and escorted him away. Seeing Furin attempting to flee, Jiang Zhi was anxious. Just then, Wen Shuyuan retrieved a upgrade item, Shadow Spike, from the card machine. This spike, used to prevent enemies from escaping, was expertly thrown and pinned Furin's shadow, immobilizing him. Furin became even more frantic and yelled at Jeffrey. "Jeffrey, pull out this damn spike for me." Jeffrey reached out to grab the shadow nail, but his fingers passed through it as if trying to grasp a handful of air. The nail had fully merged with the shadow, rendering it untouchable. "It's no use, leader," Jeffrey reported quietly. Farron's gaze lingered on Jiang Zhi and his companions in the distance, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Who sent you? How much are they paying you? I can offer you double. No, 5 times. Jiang Zhi turned to Diana, his tone calm. "Care to have a word with your dear brother?" Diana shook her head expressionlessly. "No need. Now that I am Kalen, I must sever ties with my past self completely." Although Farron is indeed the most suitable to be emperor among the royal family in these 2 generations, his actions are unforgivable. Besides, he's never succeeded in that endless cycle. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi remained silent. Farron struggled for a moment before realizing he had no escape, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "It was Aaron who sent you, wasn't it? Damn it. That useless fool who always hid behind our father." Listening to Farron's dying words, Jiang Zhi shook his head inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't time for battle yet, he would have acted already. The 4th round began, and the cards in Jiang Zhi's hand glowed with golden light. Thanks to the card stacking and deck swapping in the previous round, his hand was full of well-done cards. Without hesitation, he played all of them. Vera, activate. After 5 cards, the effect of the Wheel of Fate triggered, adding 5 copies of a card from his hand. Watching the discard pile grow, Jiang Zhi felt a surge of joy. Vera's stats soared rapidly, leaving Wu Zheng puzzled. To him, Jiang Zhi's golden cards were played continuously, but he couldn't grasp their exact effects. Only Diana, sipping her afternoon tea, occasionally stroked Vera's head, silently confirming the activation of the card effects. Unfortunately, the swap deck from the previous round was still in the discard pile, forcing Jiang Zhi to stop after playing 14 well-done cards. At this point, Jeffrey realized that Vera's source was Jiang Zhi. Ignoring an arrow shot by Wen Shuyuan, he endured the hit, and then retrieved a heavy machine gun from his back, aiming at Jiang Zhi. Suppressive fire. Jeffrey growled. This attack could deal 50 instances of 10-point damage, though it had a 45% chance to miss. Wu Zheng was terrified. This lord had already stacked 10 strength points, meaning each hit would deal 20 points of damage. Even accounting for the miss probability, it was enough to put Jiang Zhi in grave danger. He quickly raised the Xuanwu shield and moved towards Jiang Zhi, hoping he would understand his intention to share the damage and prevent casualties. Jiang Zhi watched Wu Zheng rush towards him, feeling a pang in his heart. While touched by his selfless protection, it was completely unnecessary. He glanced at Vera's current attributes: 48 attack, 36 defense, 42 speed, 32 strength, and 19 layers of command. With such boosted stats, even charging at Jeffrey's gun with martial arts wouldn't harm him. Thanks to the early setup of speed attributes, Jiang Zhi easily widened the gap between himself and Wu Zhang. Brother Wu, stop chasing. I can take this damage. Your 4.4 speed can't catch up to my 4.6. Bullets rained down on Jiang Zhi, sparking as they hit him. He didn't even bother to dodge, allowing all of Jeffrey's attacks to land, yet every damage number displayed as 0. Sparks flew and bullets whizzed through the air, yet the sensation was bewilderingly surreal. Bullets that should have snuffed out life in an instant merely caused a mild itch when they struck, a testament to the powerful corrective force of the card rules. Wu Zhang stared in disbelief at Jiang Zhi, who remained unmoved amidst the hail of bullets. For a brief moment, he entertained the absurd notion that he could do the same. He quickly slapped himself hard to dispel this unrealistic thought. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint protective membrane enveloping Jiang Zhi, shielding him from all harm. Officer Wen, don't waste the marks on Fei Luan. Stack them all on Jeffrey. Wu Zhang shouted loudly. Wen Shiyuan felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. He pulled out the crossbow generated by the equipment card gifted by Jiang Zhi. He particularly favored this piece of equipment because it significantly increased the speed of mark stacking. With a flick of his fingers, 6 arrows shot out like meteors, precisely embedding themselves in the gaps of Jeffrey's armor. For Wen Shiyuan, each strike was a critical hit, and he only needed to use the marks to enhance the critical damage. This sudden assault put Jeffrey on high alert. He had already experienced the power of Wen Shiyuan's marks from Fei Luan. Hearing Jiang Zhi's earlier shout, it seemed the opponent had already deemed Fei Luan doomed. Compared to the flustered Fei Luan, Jeffrey displayed the true qualities of a warrior. Jiang Zhi's display reminded him of his former opponent, Lin, a man of remarkable physique. He quickly realized that among the annoying ranger and the warrior always guarding Jiang Zhi was the core of the team. He needed to eliminate Jiang Zhi, or he would not escape death today. To do this, he decided to employ the most extreme measures. A dangerous red glow suddenly erupted around Jeffrey as his 3 Lord specializations activated simultaneously. Overload mode increased damage by 50, but inflicted a backlash of 5 maximum health at each turn's end. Rage accumulation granted him 1 point of strength for every 2 maximum health lost. Revolver allowed all attacks to deal an additional 50 damage. These specializations showcased his terrifying prowess as a warrior-type lord, but they were ironically countered by Jiang Zhi. The initial damage couldn't land. Subsequent damage bonuses were rendered meaningless. Jeffrey drew a large-caliber revolver from his side and fired twice at Jiang Zhi. The second bullet, triggered by the revolver effect, was a shattering design, inflicting 40 points of damage and removing 20 of the target's armor. He was convinced that with the state bonuses, he would finally be able to heavily wound Jiang Zhi. At the moment the system notification appeared, Jiang Zhi decisively had Vera use a 3-layer command to block. By this time, Jeffrey's strength had reached 14 points, and with the damage increase, the shot's power was a formidable 8,141 points, leaving no room for carelessness. Vera emerged like a specter from Jiang Zhi's shadow, deftly deflecting the incoming bullet. This startling scene caused Jeffrey's eyes to widen in shock, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. In Jiang Zhi, he saw the shadows of 3 familiar figures: the strength of his subordinate Kadith, the intimidating presence of his rival Omar, and the uncanny defensive abilities akin to Lin. Who exactly are you? How do you possess the abilities of these 3? Jeffrey asked, trying to suppress the fear rising within him. What is your connection to Kadith, Lin, and Omar? As the round came to a brief pause, Jiang Zhi, though puzzled by the sudden questioning, replied, "We are bound by life and death ties. Their friendship has long since become the force that drives me forward." Jeffrey remained silent, clearly skeptical of this explanation. His armor began to emit bursts of steam, evidently building up power to deal double damage in the next round, even at the cost of losing 2 actions in the subsequent turn. On the sidelines, Farron had lost the will to fight, focusing solely on layering his armor in a desperate attempt to survive the onslaught of the 3 attackers. However, Vera offered him no respite, launching a fierce assault that cut his health to below half. Whether from pain or fear, Farron abruptly fainted. Watching her unconscious brother, Diana sighed softly. "Brother, this nightmare is about to end. When you wake up, I will no longer be in this world, and you can confront Father without hesitation, even though you've never defeated him." Jeffrey had lost hope for Farron's situation and now only wanted to ensure his own survival. As the new round began, he let out a thunderous roar, charging toward Jiang Zhi with his armor roaring. At that moment, Wu Zhang, finding an unexpected reserve of strength, hefted Xuan Wu like a shield to meet Jeffrey's charge. The collision resulted in a 163 green number appearing above Wu Zhang's head. Xuan Wu and the armor clashed with a heavy thud, its turtle head and black snake casting disdainful glances as if to say, "We are spirit beasts, not shields." Unyielding, Jeffrey delivered a crushing blow to Xuan Wu's shell, displaying another 205. Xuan Wu's tiny eyes were full of disdain, seemingly unfazed. As Jeffrey attempted to bypass Wu Zheng to attack Jiang Zhi, a crossbow bolt struck his knee with precision when Xu Yuan's support had arrived, and the slowing shot left Jeffrey unable to advance. The moment the explosive round ended, Jeffrey's energy instantly waned. He was gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his cheeks, clearly needing time to recover. But Jiang Zhi wasn't about to give him that chance. The effect of this round's Wheel of Fate was simple and deck draw 5 cards. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhi activated Vera's area damage skill, striking down Fei Luan in one blow and severely wounding Jeffrey. As the new round began, a weakened Jeffrey hastily applied a few layers of armor to himself, but still couldn't escape the fate of being targeted and killed by the 3 of them. When Xu Yuan mockingly wiped away non-existent sweat and softly remarked that this was the easiest Lord battle in years, Wu Zheng deactivated the effects of the Xuanwu deck, removed it from the card machine, and handed it back to Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi took the deck and began to tally the spoils. 8,000 experience points. And a level relic greed. After each battle, randomly upgrade 1 dropped item, up to a level. 3 Clevel Villian Empire card packs. Frowning at the reduced experience points, Jiang Zhi noted that this was the reward from 2 lords, although one of them was notably weak. Since he personally defeated Fei Luan, that relic naturally belonged to him. He kept this secret from Wu Zheng and Wen Shuyuan. When he took out the soul crystal, he noticed that the blood lines in the air noticeably slowed as they approached the card machine, yet they still stubbornly converged towards it. What should we do about Diana now? Wait, Diana replied while playing with her hair and gently stroking Vera's head. Spread the news of Fei Luan's death so that the war can end quickly. Wen Shuyuan stepped forward and said, leave the dissemination of information to our military. By tomorrow, this news will be all over the streets of Villian's capital. But, he paused briefly. Princess Diana, even if the news spreads, will your father stop? From what I know, the villages on the outskirts of Villian's capital have been slaughtered, and now even those near the capital are suffering from parasitic creatures. Diana's fingers continued to weave through Vera's fur. Father won't give up. After preparing for so long. To him, failure just means starting over. Though he loses his memory each time he resets, he always leaves clues for himself. He guards these clues closely, and I've never had a chance to destroy them. Then it seems we'll have to confront your father directly. Yes, Diana nodded. To fully explore the rift, it's unavoidable. Jiang Zhi suddenly remembered something. Diana, do you remember the old king's abilities? Diana slowly looked up at the sky, silent for a moment before lowering her head. I don't remember. I can't recall. Jiang Zhi sighed helplessly, realizing that even shortcuts are not permitted by the presence behind the card machine. Let's go for now, and let things simmer for a few days. On the 3rd day after returning to the outpost base, the place had noticeably quieted down. Most of the soldiers had been deployed to the front lines on a mission to persuade the enemy to surrender. The empty barracks and the silent training grounds silently spoke of the changing tides of the war. The situation on Farron's side was subtly shifting. Without Farron, the central figure in command, the morale of both the rebels and the noble army was gradually declining. Especially the private armies of the nobility, who, upon hearing the news of Prince Farron's death, were looking for a dignified way to retreat. This rumor, after nearly 3 days without any word from Farron, was becoming increasingly believable. More importantly, Aaron had signaled that he wouldn't completely purge the nobles of Glory Fortress, which undoubtedly offered these armies a graceful exit. The nobles on the side of Glory Fortress were already secretly planning their withdrawal. However, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. The capital's army showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they seemed intent on thoroughly settling scores with Glory Fortress. This unusual stance had alerted those at Glory Fortress. Jiang Zhi sat in the operations room of the outpost base, holding a cup of water that had long since turned lukewarm, while he scrutinized the battle map spread out before him. The map was densely marked with red, indicating the capital's army's encirclement of Glory Fortress. Ouyang Feng had also arrived here not long ago, despite Jiang Zhi having previously warned him not to come recklessly. I really didn't expect anyone here to be able to track me, Ouyang Feng said with some frustration. But right now, the priority is to get through this crisis. In Jiang Zhi's hand appeared a card wheel of fate. In stark contrast, the other cards in the Floreal deck were shrouded in a bloody resentment. Yet this card continued to emit a gentle glow, persistently dispelling the resentment trying to encroach upon it. As the two discussed the issue of resentment, Diana suddenly appeared beside Jiang Zhi. With a grave expression, she warned, "You'd better act quickly. My father is already plotting how to break through the gates of Glory Fortress and commence a massacre." Ouyang Feng was startled by Diana's sudden appearance, and the device in his hand instantly turned a wary shade of blue. After Jiang Zhi introduced them, the deputy director of the Card Research Institute perked up and began bombarding the card spirit with a series of professional questions. What is your highness's level? Can I see the core card? How does it feel to become a card spirit? What do you like to eat? Do you ever want to kill your creator? Ouyang Feng eagerly extended his hand, but it was abruptly halted when a sudden shadowy figure grasped it. Jiang Zhi clearly saw the goosebumps and the hairs standing on end on Lao Deng's arm. Vera shot Ouyang Feng a cold glare before silently merging into Diana's shadow. Ouyang Feng flung his arm as if electrified and turned to Jiang Zhi, demanding, "Are you secretly crafting cards behind my back again?" "I have no obligation to tell you," Jiang Zhi retorted bluntly. "And who's sneaking around? Last time I broke into your house, I did it openly." Excitement flashed in Ouyang Feng's eyes. A major discovery. This is the only card spirit without a speech restriction. I can finally continue my research on card spirits. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Jiang Zhi interrupted his daydream. "If we don't get out this time, there won't be a next time. Let me be clear, I won't give up on floor. If we retreat, this S-level card will be lost forever." Ouyang Feng's enthusiasm instantly waned. "The authorities don't have enough manpower to help you with a siege battle. Almost every city has a fissure that needs guarding." Diana slowly removed her mask, as if to take a breath. She mused, "Father left many measures to monitor the reset situation, but none surpass me. If he wants to monitor Floor's bloodline absorption speed now, he can only rely on soul crystals. For some reason, the Floor card in your possession has developed a strong resistance to the bloodline. This is our only advantage." A glint appeared in Jiang Zhi's eyes. "So, your father can see the bloodline's path, but not its precise direction?" Diana's masked eyes met Jiang Zhi's. "Yes, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Zhi took out the burning will and handed it to Vera in the shadows. "Please take this card far away." Vera's shadow quickly enveloped the card and moved towards the base's perimeter. Jiang Zhi held the soul crystal, clearly seeing a stream of the bloodline splitting off and extending in Vera's direction. "Diana, if your father suddenly sees 15 bloodlines, do you think he'll panic?" Diana looked skyward in thought. "From what I know, my father might lose his composure. He fears death. Besides, he doesn't know about Floor. When the Zhou family and Farron collaborated, Farron didn't inform my father and Aaron. Later, when the Zhou family approached me, I imprisoned them directly, so they had no chance to notify the Varan royal family. Oma, who was loyal to my father, was taken care of by you. So my father only knows that the plan to bring back Floor failed, not the specifics, only that Floor remains within the fissure." Jiang Zhi narrowed his eyes. "So when he sees the intended package fall apart, he'll definitely panic. When people panic, plans tend to crack." Ouyang Feng reminded from the side. "According to the intelligence when Xu Yuan brought back, Aaron is at least a level 6 existence and not lacking in combat power like Farron. Are you sure you can handle it?" Jiang Zhi shook his head, indicating uncertainty. His eyes flickered as he said, "If it doesn't work, let's bring Officer One on board. After all, his goal to eliminate the old king aligns with ours. The situation is unclear, and we aren't the ones in a hurry." Ouyang Feng nodded in agreement. "Let's do that. The fate card is too important, so I'll keep it at the forward base and guard it personally. You guys handle the other matters, and bring Wen Shu Yuan back. Have him bring a few trusted men to assist." Jiang Zhi glared at Ouyang Feng, secretly amused that the old man was always thinking about the card. "You can forget it, I'll talk to Officer Wen. He's much more reliable than you." The message reached Wen Shu Yuan, and by the next day, he returned to the camp with a dozen elite soldiers. After thorough discussions, the team was divided into 14 groups, spreading out in different directions to disperse the bloodlines as much as possible. The final location was set at the forward base, where not only was the fate card stored, but Jiang Zhi had also set a trap. The bloodlines were exceptionally dense here, while the other 14 locations had relatively sparse concentrations. He was confident the old king would be drawn to this spot. Through the soul crystal, Jiang Zhi observed that the bloodlines had formed a complete circle, surrounding the forward base and continuously expanding outward, creating a spectacular scene. However, the first to notice the anomaly wasn't the old king, but Zeiss, who arrived travel-worn. He had planned to pass through Glory Fort and launch a surprise attack on the bloodline convergence point. Unexpectedly, the army of Glory Fort began to retreat, exposing his carefully planned rear assault. When the retreating Glory Fort troops encountered Zeiss's forces from behind, the opposing commander immediately imagined a rear encirclement and annihilation scenario. A fierce battle was inevitable. Despite having the support of Deputy Gerald and the dual lord advantage, Zeiss could have used his cavalry to break through, but his troops were exhausted from days of marching. Ultimately, they barely escaped the pursuit at the cost of over 100 elite soldiers. Zeiss looked sorrowfully at the imperial elites who had accompanied him for years, now fallen in such a frustrating manner. With no time to rest, he habitually checked the bloodline positions, only to be stunned by the sight before him there were now 15 distinct streams. He washed the soul crystal in the river, but the result remained the same. This was different from what the Emperor had described. There had only been one bloodline yesterday. As he pondered, he heard the rhythmic sound of hooves in the distance, indicating the approach of another returning army, clearly not his scouts. With his soldiers and horses exhausted, Zeiss knew there was no time to mount an escape. It felt like missing out on a sale on eggs. only to find his bike stolen on the way back, utterly frustrating. In the distant capital, Alexander stood in his study as usual, gently caressing the soul crystal that emitted a faint glow, closely observing the progress of Floor's erosion. A slight smile unconsciously curved his lips, for just yesterday, he had made a significant discovery deep within the treasury, a mysterious item from a reset timeline. This uniquely designed device exuded an air of futuristic technology, its surface covered with intricate patterns, requiring a password to unlock. Although conventional methods couldn't open it, Alexander knew well any device that could be opened with a random sequence of numbers must have been left by his past self for his present self. What excited him even more was the enigmatic inscription on the device. Find Diana. She will help me. She has recorded all efforts from before the reset. Reading these words, Alexander finally understood why his memories of his youngest daughter, Diana, were so vague. For over a decade, she seemed to have never appeared before the family, and now it was clear that there must have been a reason behind this. He frowned, pondering on the fact that ever since Floor's plan was confirmed, Diana had vanished without a trace. However, at that moment, Alexander couldn't possibly imagine that his youngest daughter had already eloped with Jiang Zhi. To make matters even more exasperating, she had casually deleted all the valuable experience accumulated over thousands of resets, leaving behind an empty folder. If he were to learn of this fact, he might just die of anger. Just as he was basking in the joy of finding an important clue, a disturbing discovery abruptly shattered his good mood. Through the soul crystal, he saw that the originally unified bloodline had split into 15 strands. Although they still flowed in the same direction, it was evident that something had gone wrong. Alexander's gaze turned sinister. Could it be that the stone tablet card imprisoning Floor has been shattered? He muttered to himself, then shook his head in denial. Impossible. That card is imbued with the resentment of tens of thousands of people. Even an all-out strike from Oma couldn't leave a scratch on it. What unsettled him even more was Oma's prolonged absence, and it seemed that something had gone awry on Sith's side as well. According to the information left behind, although Oma would encounter Furin's obstruction when retrieving Floor's soul, with Sith's assistance, success should have been guaranteed. Now, while Oma's delay could be temporarily mitigated by receiving the resentment through the soul crystal, the situation of the bloodline splitting into 15 parts was not mentioned in the records. The rapid deterioration of the situation left Alexander restless. He urgently needed to inspect the front lines himself, but found that he had no troops available. The elite forces led by Sith had been dispatched to the front, and over the years, he had allowed Furin too much room to grow, resulting in most of his forces being tied down at Glory Fort. Recalling the terror brought by the reset from his past self, a strong desire to escape surged within him, refused to remain a prisoner eternally trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Earlier that morning, Sith had burst out of the forest on an exhausted warhorse, followed by dozens of bedraggled soldiers. He reined in the horse, staring back at the silent forest for a full 10 minutes, but no other personnel appeared. After engaging with a cavalry unit, they had encountered 2 well-equipped rebel forces in the woods. As a member of the Imperial City Guard, Sith had never faced the rebels before, only hearing from colleagues about the recent significant improvements in their equipment. He had assumed they would at most be on par with his guards' rifles, but was shocked to find they were armed with semi-automatic weapons. Barely managing to escape thanks to the support of the Legion, the surviving soldiers were now so few that they could no longer form an effective battle formation. Shishi surveyed his weary followers, knowing that his leadership abilities were wasted on this mere handful of men. He focused on the distribution map of the bloodlines. Compared to the previous day, the red lines were more scattered, but at least they had stabilized, all converging in the territory of the outsiders. His hand instinctively reached for the greatsword on his back as he turned to address his battle-worn troops. You should leave, Shishi said gravely. Leave your armor behind. With your skills, whether you join the resistance or head to Glory Fort, you'll survive. But General, what about you? The soldiers asked anxiously. Shishi sighed deeply. I have one last mission to complete. You're too weak now to be of any help. Find a safe place, hide your identities, and don't come out again. General, don't worry. I'm going to meet with General Oma. Shishi straightened up. General Oma is the Empire's highest honor. I know what I'm doing. As he watched his men fade into the distance, Shishi's expression softened. He mounted his horse and galloped alone towards the forward base, thinking to himself, if Oma is still around, there might still be hope. By noon, under the blazing sun, Shishi carefully avoided all the outsiders' outposts and reached the source of the bloodlines. He saw a young man standing there, alongside a foreign general and a young girl in a lavish dress. Jiang Zhi had long noticed the stealthy, black-clad figure sneaking towards them. On this open plain, Shishi's dark attire was conspicuously out of place. Initially, Jiang Zhi and Wen Shiyuan thought it was an enemy scout and immediately ordered all sentries to be on alert, fearing they might alert the enemy. However, after waiting for a long time without seeing any follow-up troops, they realized it was just one person sneaking in. Jiang Zhi nudged Diana with his elbow, the metal collision making a crisp sound. Is that your father? Diana stepped back to avoid Jiang Zhi's elbow. What do you think? I'm sure you've seen my family through some channels. Plus, it would take at least 2 days to get here from the battlefield without a vehicle. This person only has a horse, so he must be coming from the direction of Glory Fort. Then who is he? One of Fei Luan's men, coming to seek revenge on you. He's one of my father's subordinates, one of his 2 most trusted lieutenants, Legion Commander Shisi. Is he a good fighter? Not as good as General Oma, but he's much better at leading troops. So where are his soldiers? That, I don't know. Why do you suddenly know nothing when it comes to crucial questions? Someone who doesn't understand the situation wouldn't dare call themselves an immortal. I'm just a free spirit now, a free spirit. The conversation wasn't particularly quiet, and Shisi heard every word. He fixed his gaze on the girl, confirming that she was indeed Princess Diana. It seemed that despite some issues with Oma, they had successfully escorted Floor back. Just as he was about to step forward and greet them, he suddenly became alert and entered combat mode. A shadow loomed before him, accompanied by the silhouette of a ranger holding a crossbow. Slowly, he unsheathed the great sword from his back, realizing he might not escape this time. The system displayed, Dark Legion Commander Shisi, LV5, Lord level, 247999650. Jiang Zhi, seeing this health bar, roughly guessed the tragic story behind it. Shisi had come from the direction of Glory Fort, where both the noble legions of Glory Fort and the resistance forces were present. Why such an important figure would appear there was puzzling. To have fought his way out of enemy territory, he was indeed a brave man. Perhaps this had something to do with Jiang Zhi's killing of Fei Luan, as Fei Luan's death was a major reason for the withdrawal of Glory Fort's troops. The death of Shisi was almost inevitable. His strength had been nearly exhausted, and his skills as a lord were more suited for commanding legions rather than unknown combat. To make matters worse, the outpost was not just defended by the openly powerful Jiang Zhi and Wen Shiyuan, but also secretly guarded by 300 well-trained axemen. Even at his peak, Shisi would not have escaped death here. The battle was swift. Jiang Zhi and Wen Shiyuan worked seamlessly together, quickly cornering Shisi. This fight made Jiang Zhi truly appreciate Wen Shiyuan's strength as a damage-boosting support. Not only were his combat skills superb and survival capabilities outstanding, but he also provided Jiang Zhi with independent damage-enhancing zones, with various slowing skills that left Shisi unable to move. In critical moments, Wen Shiyuan could even fight toe-to-toe with a Lord-level opponent using a crossbow without losing ground. What a perfect teammate, Jiang Zhi mused to himself, shaking his head. Wen Shiyuan was, after all, a military district officer from Haishur, and if not for this special mission, they might never have had the chance to fight side by side. In the end, the heavily armored general fell to Vera's blade. Blood seeped through the gaps in his armor as he slowly knelt, looking at Diana with eyes full of confusion. Your Highness, why? Why did you betray the Empire and side with these outsiders? Diana stepped forward and closed his eyes. I have great respect for you, General Shisi, as well as Generals Oma and Lin. It is because of you that the Empire reached its glory. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong master to serve. The true betrayer of the Empire is your master. She sighed. If only we weren't trapped in this corner, with soldiers so brave and noble still upholding honor, things could have been different. Jiang Zhi delivered the final blow. Thanks to the bonus from his greed skill, he gained an upgrade card, Servant, costing 4 energy points. It could bestow his current buffs onto nearby allies. This greed effect was indeed powerful. Without it, the experience points from this battle, split among many, would not have yielded such rich rewards. Watching Shisi's body dissolve into light particles, Jiang Zhi questioned, Diana, could it be that this Shisi was sent by your father to gather intelligence? Diana shook her head and explained that this scenario played out with each reset, except in the past. The front line where Oma was stationed had not been divided by interdimensional rifts. Typically, Oma and Lin would return to the capital after completing the confinement of Floor, met by Shisi and his elite guard. These 3 generals, along with the guard, could have moved unchallenged during peacetime. However, this time, with Oma's delayed return and Jiang Zhi and his team's intervention, events had veered completely off course. Jiang Zhi realized that it all began when he created that upgrade card, Burning Will, which led to Awakening Floor. Diana smiled with relief. I believe the time is ripe. My father's resources are nearly depleted, and not even his closest general, Shisi, was controlled by the parasite seeds, let alone the frontline generals. Parasite seeds? Is this what you're referring to? Jiang Zhi asked, holding a small seed from his card machine. Yes, that's the tool my father used to control the Empire's high-ranking officials. So you're saying, the Empire's apparent crisis, including those parasitic creatures, was all orchestrated by your father? This is the work of an alchemist. Jiang Zhi listened to Diana's account, furrowing his brow. The alchemist, to escape his father's pursuit, had devised the plan of the parasitic seed, turning his own father into the source of the disaster. Moreover, Even the idea of absorbing floor was from this alchemist. Could that alchemist now be a court minister? Jiang Zhi inquired further. Diana shook her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. He was assassinated in his lab, stabbed dozens of times in the back. After all, why would the emperor harm his own ministers? Nowadays, the sunflowers on that land grow exceptionally well. Jiang Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The outcome, though unexpected, made sense. He mused. I see. You're saying all this because you believe the empire's generals are not completely controlled, merely deceived by the old king. You want to sway them? Diana nodded gracefully. No need to sway them. Just keep them observing. Glory Fort is a stronghold that Pharaon has fortified for years, and a direct assault would be costly. To those legion commanders, soldiers are their assets. Without the emperor's explicit command, no one is willing to fight to the death. She turned to Jiang Zhi, gesturing invitingly. Now, we need you, the imperial lady, to give those generals a reason to hold back. Please accompany me, dear Master Ka. Bring Floor as well. We need to make your father realize the gravity of the situation, grave enough for him to step in personally. She glanced at Wen Xiuyuan beside her. General 1, please ensure the soldiers relaying messages from the front to the capital are intercepted. We need to force father out from the roots. You really are your father's little darling. Jiang Zhi wiped his forehead again, his tone dripping with sarcasm. 7 days later, inside the capital's palace, Aaron stared at the bloodline map, his brow tightly knit. When the bloodline began moving 7 days ago, he thought Sis had completed the task. However, the bloodline had stalled after reaching Glory Fort 3 days ago, and more unsettlingly, it was gradually diminishing. Around the capital, outsiders under the guise of aiding allies were clearing out parasitic creatures. Although some villages suffered, the threat of the parasites had significantly waned. No new bloodlines were emerging from the direction of Glory Fort, indicating that the frontline battle had ceased. These legion commanders dared to cease fighting on their own. Aaron gritted his teeth, vowing to settle this account later. At this moment, he faced 2 choices: either accept reality and enjoy his final days as Aaron, or break this cycle at any cost. Thinking of those futuristic containers in the room, Aaron's decision was clear. He would either emerge as the ultimate victor or become another warning within the containers. The difference this time was that he held a trump card. A tarot card appeared in his hand, destruction power surging within it. Heaven had given him a new revelation. Either accept the blessing of the gods or be destroyed in the gods' revelation. Aaron gazed at the card in his hand, slowly and precisely removing the mask from the middle-aged man. As the mask was peeled away, a face emerged that bore some resemblance to the previous one, but was clearly older. Was once again Alexander Villian. News came from the front lines that the Legion had ceased fighting. The first messengers brought back reports. Pharaon had died inexplicably, which directly led to the retreat from Glory Fortress. Hearing this news, Alexander was stunned, knowing full well that at this critical moment, there were very few who could persuade the Legion to stop either himself or Diana. I never thought my Diana would join this war, he murmured, glancing down at the tarot card in his hand with determination. It's time to set out. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhi and Diana, along with their group, were stationed in front of Glory Fortress, backed by the nobles of the fortress and facing several Legion commanders. Diana's timely appearance gave both sides an opportunity to de-escalate, and the 2 armies, already reluctant to fight, quickly reached a consensus. With Pharaon dead, the nobles within the city were willing to surrender. Now they just needed to wait for the messengers to take the news of surrender back to the capital. The newly ascended Aaron, with his unstable foundation, needed the support of the Glory Fortress nobles to consolidate his position. The capital's Legion understood this well, and thus remained inactive. However, they were destined not to receive the capital's pardon. 3 days later, a dignified elder, crowned and holding a scepter, rode a majestic horse, leading all the empire's generals to the front lines of both armies. This scene immediately alarmed both Glory Fortress and High City. But while the nobles and generals on Villian's side were shocked, Jiang Zhi and Wen Xiuyuan on the High City side remained unusually calm. Alexander did not explain his resurrection, but focused intently on Diana standing with the Glory Fortress nobles. My dear Diana, can you tell your father how he handled things when he reached this point before? Rest assured, as long as you tell me, you will still be your father's most beloved daughter. Diana bowed deeply to Alexander. Insufficient data, no reference available. Suggest self-termination and directly initiate the reset process. Alexander laughed at himself. Self-termination? After this, I'll probably only have 2 sons left, right? I suggest trying it. Did I fail before because of your betrayal? No, it's because you can't succeed. Your limits can't escape this prison, Diana replied firmly. Father, go back, where the elder brothers attire, and you will still be the master of Villian. I can assure you that none of the Legion commanders present will mention today's events. Treat it as a nightmare, and when you wake, you will still be the king of the world. As she spoke, she suddenly embraced Jiang Zhi tightly, like a girl in love. I have found my home, and I hope father will give his blessing. Sister, ease up a bit. Your seam is digging into my flesh. Jiang Zhi said with a pained expression as he was hugged. Alexander stared at Jiang Zhi, his gaze growing sharp. Are you Floor? No, that's not right, you're not him. Why do you have Floor's aura? Jiang Zhi nodded slightly at Alexander. Greetings, your majesty. My name is Jiang Zhi, a cardmaster from Froler. Cardmaster. Alexander chuckled lightly. It doesn't matter. I'll have plenty of time to understand it once we succeed. This statement sent a chill down Jiang Zhi's spine. He turned to Diana and asked, Are you sure your father doesn't have any more tricks up his sleeve? Diana didn't respond, her eyes fixed intently on Alexander's every move. Jiang Zhi quickly reviewed the sequence of events in his mind. Oma, Lean, Farron, and Sis had all been dealt with, each Legion commander appeased, even forcing Alexander to reveal his true face in front of everyone. Logically, he should have no cards left to play. At that moment, Jiang Zhi noticed a card had appeared in Alexander's hand, card number 16, the Tower. The card depicted lightning striking a crown, fire engulfing a tower, and people falling, symbolizing sudden upheaval and destruction. Suddenly, Jiang Zhi felt enveloped by a mysterious force, isolating him from everything except Diana. When Xu Yuan, who was ready to attack, and Wu Zhong, who wanted to protect him, both became indistinct. What was more shocking was Alexander's transformation. Countless plant roots grew wildly from his body, eventually forming a massive vine head, reminiscent of the time he ordered the burial of into town. The system promptly displayed. Tower symbol Alexander Villian, LV6, Lord level, 18000018000. Omen of destruction, summons shadows of the past to fight instead of the body, begins action after 2 turns. The tower, at the start of the turn, copies temporary buff from the enemy to all allied units. Gift of punishment, maximum combatants 1, cannot escape. The battle was about to commence, and a blood-red figure took shape in front of the Vanessa doppelganger of Froler wielding dual guns, eyes filled with resentment, surrounded by a blood-red aura of malice. The system displayed. Wrath of All Beings World Destroyer Froler, LV6. Painful Memories. Takes 10 maximum health damage each turn. Boiling Resentment. Shooting causes true damage that can be blocked, cannot be mitigated. Demonized Gun. Damage dealt increased by 100. Jiang Zhi, taking advantage of the time before the turn started, nudged Diana. Can we win? I don't know, Diana replied, her expression serious. I've never seen my father in this state before. It must be the effect of the tarot card. I have one too, but its power is nowhere near my father's. Vera, what do you think? Vera, clad in pure black, looked bewildered. She drew a small dagger and compared it. Its size not even half of Froler's guns. Her blood-red eyes looked helplessly at Jiang Zhi, as if to say, You want me to take on Froler? Jiang Zhi understood that it was too much to ask of Vera, but if they couldn't find a way out, they might all face certain death. Despite the grim situation, Jiang Zhi knew there was no retreat from this battle. He swiftly retrieved a top-grade acceleration potion from his pocket and drank it in one go. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in Floor's actions, he began strategizing. With a light tap on his deck, 3 new cards jumped into his hand. Jiang Zhi carefully examined Alexander's skill description, copy enemy buffs, not absorb. This discovery brought him some relief. At least, there was still a chance to fight. As the turn began, Alexander emitted an eerie hum, a special effect that occurred at the start of each turn. Jiang Zhi was secretly relieved that there was no temporary buff for Alexander to copy, and Vera's impressive attack power was her innate attribute, beyond the scope of copying. Hang in there, you can do it, Jiang Zhi said to Vera, his eyes gleaming with encouragement. If we can last 8 rounds, victory is ours. The Lord loses health each turn, giving us an opportunity. Vera nonchalantly waved her dagger. Indifferent to the situation, it wasn't her taking the hits, after all. Jiang Zhi played his ability card without hesitation. Even knowing his defense might be copied, he couldn't afford to worry about it now. The defense would be halved at the end of the turn, while the opponent copied it at the beginning, meaning they could only gain the halved value. This loss was bearable. The acceleration effect was applied directly, with Vera's damage calculated at the end of the turn, and Floor would be restricted by the card, so there was no need to worry. A bottle of energy potion restored 4 energy points. Jiang Zhi knew he must activate the calm effect in the first turn, which was crucial for the intensity of the subsequent battle rounds. Stay Calm and Slash Him were played in succession, and the final energy point was used to cast Calm, completing the first turn setup. As the turn ended, Vera swiftly closed in, leaving a few cuts on the enemy with her dagger. As the second turn began, Jiang Zhi frowned. His newly applied 1 point of defense and 5 layers of acceleration were clearly displayed on Floor and Alexander's status bar. What a hassle, he muttered under his breath. In this turn, Jiang Zhi focused on enhancing Vera's attributes. Drawing, well done. He used it immediately, while other Vera-related cards required careful consideration. He knew this might be his last chance to think calmly. The wheel of fate suddenly turned, and a bolt of lightning struck, dealing 15 damage. Thanks to the defense and relic protection, Jiang Zhi wasn't hurt, but the surprise quickened his heartbeat. At the end of the turn, Vera's attribute panel showed attack 16, defense 7, speed 11, command 8. Her attack dealt 120 damage, which seemed insignificant compared to Floor's total health. In the new turn, Floor gained 4 defense, 11 speed, and 3 command. The command value made Jiang Zhi tense. Could the opponent act at the end of the turn too? If so, the situation could become dangerous. After the turn, he wouldn't be able to command the apostles to assist in defense, and the damage counteraction strategy would fail entirely. But there was no time to dwell, as Floor began to act. A barrage of shots came whistling in, first dealing 12 damage, followed by 20 instances of 8 damage each. Jiang Zhi watched in disbelief as this unfolded. This was a skill that was doubled by Floor's damage bonus, and he had only a meager 4 points of defense this turn. Even more incredulous was his realization. Isn't this my deck? It must be my deck, right? Jiang Zhi quickly maneuvered his cards, and just as the bullet was about to hit, a thin shield of light appeared in front of him. This shield only had 40 armor points, but benefited from his damage reduction bonus. He played 2 more cards to boost his defense to 8, and with the Relic's effect, it reached 16, barely enough to fend off Floor's relentless attacks. However, Jiang Zhi realized he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have accelerated Floor. Although he also gained the speed boost, Floor had a gun. He glanced at his armor value, which showed 32 points remaining. The situation on the field was troubling. Floor had triggered Grudge, gaining 4 strength, and would gain 2 more each turn. Worse still was the Demonic Pact effect. Every temporary status would double at the start of each turn. This meant the benefits copied from Alexander would double, essentially facing 2 of himself. Fortunately, any attribute Jiang Zhi possessed would prevent Floor from continuously doubling due to Alexander's copy. Sweating profusely, Jiang Zhi activated the Wheel of Fate, hoping for a beneficial buff. Fate, however, was cruel, granting him 5 layers of weakness, reducing damage dealt by 25 and decreasing by 1 layer each turn. Just as he considered smashing the wheel, he realized this effect might be copied to Floor. Although Vera was unaffected, it would impact him. As the turn ended, Vera charged forward with attributes of 26 attack, 14 defense, 21 speed, and 10 command. Floor attempted to counter, but couldn't attack as he wasn't an apostle, and his gun repeatedly jammed. The third round began, and faced with Floor's intimidating stats 14 defense, 42 speed, 8 command, 12 strength, Jiang Zhi remained vigilant and immediately bolstered his defenses. He bit open a bottle of hard armor potion, reducing each attack's damage by 3 points. As a high-frequency shooter, relying solely on stacking armor against Floor was a dead end. Floor's attacks came like a storm. First, a dual gun shot dealing 24 damage, followed by 20 hits of up to 20 damage each, and a final point-blank shot dealing 72 damage. The protective barrier shattered, and Jiang Zhi watched in despair as the Wheel of Fate spun again. He knew he might be riddled with holes in the next turn. The Wheel of Fate mercilessly granted 3 layers of vulnerability, increasing damage taken by 25, decreasing by 1 layer each turn. Damn it, Jiang Zhi cursed, realizing there was only one way left to suppress Floor's growing strength. He put away the hard armor potion, drank a strength potion, gaining 3 strength. This was using his lower buffs to counter Floor's high attributes, but it was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Worse, by the rules, he could use only 3 items, and he had used them all. The situation grew more dire. With no items available and his strength increasing slowly, the end of the turn would see Floor gaining and doubling these attributes, worsening the situation. Moreover, the next turn would bring Floor's attacks, and if Floor changed tactics, Jiang Zhi would need to use cards to stack attributes, leading to a vicious cycle. Jiang Zhi was filled with regret, wishing he had prepared a few poison potions. "This soup won't kill you," he muttered through gritted teeth. As the third round concluded, Vera's stats were clearly displayed. 38 attack, 19 defense, 33 speed, 12 command, plus 3 strength. She barely managed to deal over 300 points of damage this round, while Floor's defense continued to build up. As Jiang Zhi had anticipated, once Alexander's buff was applied to Floor, all his stats doubled. 19 defense, 66 speed, 12 command, 10 strength. Floor then launched a fierce offensive. First, the dual gun attack in a 32 state dealt 22 points of damage, followed by 20 close-range shots, each causing 18 points of damage, and finally, a strength boost added an extra 10 points of strength. Jiang Zhi decided to endure the onslaught. With 10 points of defense and an 8-point relic damage reduction, his 56 health points barely held up. He sipped his tea, weighing 2 options: to gamble on the Wheel of Fortune now, or wait until the next round. The former would allow him to enhance his own stats first. The latter would buy him 1 more round, but with only 5 points of defense, making it risky. After just 3 seconds of consideration, Jiang Zhi decisively chose the former since it was a gamble with fate. he might as well choose a dignified way. Let's do this, he murmured, as an inverted tarot card appeared. It was the reversed Wheel of Fortune, unlocking a set of enhanced cards while replacing his current deck. The trigger condition indicated, bad luck descends, fortune no longer favors him, and he must rely on himself. All the cards glowed with a golden light, but Jiang Zhi's gaze was fixed on the bloodstained card on the card machine. A myriad of card options unfolded before him, all decks he knew in this world. Amidst the rain of bullets, Floor had not been seen since entering here. The card in his hand shone with brilliant golden light, then turned into an eerie red glow. Outside, where Jiang Zhi and Alexander had vanished, a continuous distortion occurred, with Ouyang Feng focusing intently on recording everything. At that moment, 14 cards from the Bullet Rain deck transformed into red light and disappeared into the distorted space. Diana stepped back, making room for someone. Floor, clad in a red combat suit, appeared before Jiang Zhi. He was now a middle-aged man, with a touch of gray at his temples, but exuding even more powerful energy. This was Floor, having undergone a short-term advancement after the Wheel of Fortune's enhancement, with his deck upgraded to a fortified version. In front of Jiang Zhi, 3 crucial cards lit up one after another. Burning Will radiated with intense heat and Slevel card, 0 energy cost, with a preemptive trait. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that overload damage is settled directly, ignoring armor blocks, and each time overload damage is taken, it adds 2 points of damage to shooting cards. Next was Enchanted Gun Slevel, costing 1 energy, capable of tripling both the overload and shooting effects. Finally, there was a Fond Memories Slevel, 0 energy cost, with a preemptive trait, capable of having the overload effect. This combination of cards instantly gave Jiang Zhi the confidence to win. He knew very well that, unlike Diana, who needed special growth space and independent damage bonuses, Floor's power was already perfect. On the field, Diana gracefully greeted Floor. Long time no see, child of destiny. Floor slightly raised his head, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. You are the 3rd princess of the Empire, Princess Diana. Thank you for your card assistance, which allowed me to step out of the shadows of the past. Then he turned to Jiang Zhi. Thank you, my friend. I now know the truth from back then, so let me help you deal with him. The appearance of the real Floor seemed to make the fake Floor extremely uncomfortable. Even though he had no action points left, he still showed an intention to attack. The real Floor sighed. I never thought I looked like this in the past. This resentment is truly terrifying. As the round ended, Floor calmly raised his gun to shoot. Point-blank shooting, and a level card, unfolded in the air costing 3 energy, with an overload of 8, causing 20 points of base damage, with all damage amplifications gaining an 8-fold increase on this card. At the start of the 5th round, the fake Floor copied 13 points of strength from Jiang Zhi accumulated in the last round through Well Done. At this moment, his attributes reached 20 defense, 132 speed, and 30 strength. Desperate Plea was then activated a level, 0 energy cost, with a consumption trait, overload of 10, allowing immunity to damage for 1 round, and converting the damage taken this round into health recovery. The fake Floor's attack directly restored Jiang Zhi's health to full. Jiang Zhi deliberately waited for the fake Floor to finish his actions before launching a counterattack. Reload and dual gun shooting followed in succession. At this moment, he was most concerned about the phase transition when the Lord's health fell below 30 with Alexander's strength. Such a mechanism was inevitable. After a round of attacks, Burning Will had stacked up to 15 layers. Holding 78 swift shots, Jiang Zhi stared at the fake Floor. You really messed me up with that mechanism restraint just now. Despite some damage being offset by the fake Floor's defense, nearly 700 points of damage were still dealt. Considering the self-bleeding effect at the end of the round, the second phase would undoubtedly be triggered in the next round. As the round ended, Floor once again executed point-blank shooting. Scarlet bloodlines began to emerge on the fake Floor, eroding everything around. Even Alexander's vine-covered head was not spared. Alexander let out a painful howl. Diana calmly explained. Father was too greedy. He obtained some information about Floor during the reset process. This Floor was initially a level 7 existence, forcibly summoned by Father and thus restricted. Now the backlash has begun. Is the gap between level 7 and level 6 that big? Huge. If you had encountered a level 7 Floor from the start, you probably wouldn't have lasted past the 4th round. The real Floor walked over to Jiang Zhi. Use Turn of Fate in the next round. It still has over 5,000 health. What if it raises its limit and we can't kill it? Floor sighed deeply. Countless grievances have turned into a terrifying curse. I want to help my past self find release. Just help me this last time, brother. I have freed myself from endless resentment, and now I need to face myself, that once helpless and weak self. Jiang Zhi understood he was referring to the past when everyone was killed, and Floor turned to the demons. Jiang Zhi stared at Fu Luo'er, and after an internal struggle, finally nodded in agreement to her request. At that moment, the meaning of the tarot card, Judgment, became clear in his mind. Upright, it symbolizes rebirth and awakening, while reversed, it suggests inner obstacles and resistance to change. To trigger the reversed judgment, the key is to face one's heart and acknowledge the past. Only by breaking the shackles of the mind can one achieve true self. The seventh round commenced, and the transformation of the fake Fu Luoer had reached perfection. The data panel displayed. Resentment of all beings, World Annihilator Fu Luoer, LV6, Lord level, 9873-20000. 3 new abilities were prominently listed. Resentment of all beings adds random negative status effects during attacks. Malice doubles all negative status effects at the end of each turn. Dead Soul counterattacks enemies with random negative status effects when taking damage. These abilities coexisted perfectly with the original 3, unaffected. The battlefield was again shrouded in crisis, but this time, Jiang Zhi's gaze was exceptionally resolute. He finally realized that due to the negative effects of spinning the Wheel of Fortune, he had never tried whether this card could trigger the reverse tarot. Now, the answer was evident. As the Wheel of Fortune card was cast, the tarot card slowly flew out from Jiang Zhi's deck, elegantly reversing in the air. The effect of reversed judgment was triggered, liberating the current deck, with the liberated deck receiving an enhancement. Trigger condition: use the Wheel of Fortune to face one's heart, acknowledge the past, and be reborn. In the fake Fu Luoer's astonished eyes, a warm light enveloped Jiang Zhi completely. This familiar sensation was the sign of Fu Luoer's possession. Within the light, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Jiang Zhi. The townspeople gathered in front, behind them a multitude of people, all smiling and waving at him. Fu Luoer, our hero, we never resented you. Now you are free. This warmth felt exactly like when Fu Luoer unlocked the warmth ability. As the light faded, Jiang Zhi stood in his familiar battle attire, a single tear sliding down his cheek. His status interface had undergone a dramatic change. The fierce fire was gone, replaced by warm and gentle sunlight. 2 special cards spirit abilities awakened. Judgment Gun adds true damage equal to one of the enemy's maximum health with each hit. Judgment Bell adds a 1 execution threshold with each attack, instantly killing enemies with health below the threshold. Jiang Zhi mused to himself that using this card always seemed to turn him into an excess material, but there was no time to dwell on that now. The battle was intense. Bullets whistled out, tearing bloody wounds on the fake Fu Luoer. Jiang Zhi noticed a fine execution line appear on the opponent's health bar. Though the fake Fu Luoer's counterattacks still triggered negative statuses, Jiang Zhi's attacks showed immune, rendering these effects insignificant. Now, he only needed to focus on dealing true damage and triggering the execution mechanism, without worrying about hit rate. Firing bullets was the key to victory. After the 35th gunshot, the fake Fu Luoer fell heavily, dissolving into a mass of black sludge, gradually dissipating on the battlefield. Jiang Zhi successfully defeated the tower's symbol, Alexander Velen. The system notification sounded in his mind. Experience gained 30,000. Along with this came 3 valuable rewards. An A-level relic, Velen Family Crest, which allows drawing 2 extra cards when reshuffling. An A-level item, Bottle of Resentment, that prevents the enemy from attacking for 1 turn, and a highly valuable level blank card. However, before he could savor the victory, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. Jiang Zhi's legs gave out, and he fell forward uncontrollably. Diana quickly stepped in to support him, but Jiang Zhi's head accidentally collided heavily with her metal shoulder armor. With a sharp sound, Jiang Zhi clutched his head and fell to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. With Alexander's fall, the spatial blockade finally lifted. Those waiting anxiously outside finally witnessed the scene. Jiang Zhi lay on the ground, his body contorted in pain, while Diana stood by, soothing him gently. This bout of weakness was far more severe than before, and combined with the head injury, Jiang Zhi quickly lost consciousness. 2 days later, Jiang Zhi awoke in an unfamiliar room. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling and bed, and then a familiar face. Ouyang Feng. Thank you, Jiang Zhi said weakly. You're welcome, Ouyang Feng replied. Where am I now? Still within the rift. The Velen Empire's direct royal lineage originally had 4 members, and after this battle, they've gone their separate ways. Now Diana needs to choose a new emperor from the direct line. Isn't she unable to be more than a kilometer away from me? This is the palace, and you're lying on Alexander's bed. Diana and her people don't mind? The royal family had some complaints, but as long as Diana doesn't mind, it's not a big issue. At this moment, Jiang Zhi seemed to remember something and took out a glowing card from the card machine. I'll let you study this level card first, old dang. Return it to me when I need it. Ouyang Feng's tired face instantly lit up with excitement as he eagerly took the card, cautiously observing Jiang Zhi's expression. Wow, you've become enlightened. Aren't you afraid I won't return it? I'm not afraid. If it were a level card, I might not get it back, but this isn't level card. I trust your integrity. Why did you suddenly decide to give this to me? The Academy initially didn't agree to let you enter the rift, yet you still came. Regardless of the outcome, this is a favor I owe. If it's a favor, why not just give me the card? Don't push your luck, Jiang Zhi said weakly, his face growing paler. Besides, you guys can't make an level card right now. Ouyang Feng inserted the card into the card machine, accepting this token of gratitude, and then hurriedly left the bedroom, clearly eager to study the rare level blank card. Soon after, Diana entered the room. I saw Professor Ouyang rushing out of the palace with such excitement. What a delightful old gentleman. He's probably the first real friend I've made in this world. Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement. Your first friend? Wasn't it Floor? He calls me brother, so we're brothers. Let me tell you. All right, Diana decisively interrupted him. I won't meddle in your personal affairs. Now, let's talk about what to do next. What's next? What else is there to do? Though there weren't many things left to do, each one was of great importance. Diana gracefully took a seat at the side, her shadow gently shifting. Vera promptly brought her a steaming cup of tea. She first took out a deck of cards from her bag, the Xuanwu deck that had been previously left with Wu Zheng, and handed it to Jiang Zhi. My father has passed away, and the Villian Empire is in a state of reset, Diana said, sipping her tea, the porcelain cup clinking softly against the saucer. The empire is vast, and resetting it will take a considerable amount of time. During this period, we must eliminate all the contingencies my father left behind. He was always wary of me, and I never had the chance to destroy those things. She paused, a complex look flashing in her eyes. If my guess is correct, after the next story reset, neither Floor nor I will exist. If my father were to learn of my existence, he might become even more unhinged. But if he knows nothing, he truly is a wise ruler. This is why Oma and the others are so loyal, Diana said with a tinge of helplessness in her voice. My father's abilities are extraordinary, and it's impossible for the military to monitor him constantly. You wouldn't want him suddenly showing up at your door one day, would you? Jiang Zhi nodded thoughtfully. Where would your father hide those things? In the hidden layer of the treasury, Diana said, glancing meaningfully at Jiang Zhi's card machine. If you don't snap out of it, I'll have to ask Vera to carry you over. Jiang Zhi scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. Haha, maybe get Wu Zheng to carry me instead. An hour later, the treasury doors slowly opened, and the dazzling gold and jewels inside made Jiang Zhi squint. He sighed. These are all items exclusive to the rift, requiring special means to take them out. Looks like the officials will get them for cheap. They arrived at a small room at the bottom of the treasury. Diana's slender fingers tapped the lock, and it clicked open. You know how to pick locks? Jiang Zhi looked at her in surprise. As the pinnacle of Villian Empire's technology, isn't it normal? Diana replied calmly. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Zhi's face. Then it doesn't matter if the card-making room didn't come down. Far away, Ouyang Feng, rushing to the rift's exit, suddenly felt a chill and sensed something was amiss. Opening the door revealed a scene that sent shivers down their spines. The sparse room contained only a chair and a table, on which sat hundreds of containers with a futuristic design. At that moment, the containers were covered with irregular error codes, like a game glitch, constantly eroding the precious information inside. Jiang Zhi felt an instinctive fear, like a lower-dimensional being facing a higher-dimensional existence. You have entered an error. Please leave the current area immediately. Jiang Zhi wanted to escape, but found himself unable to move, only managing to call out. Brother Wu, don't look inside. Pull us out quickly. After a chilling sensation on the back of his neck, Wu Zheng dragged them out of the room. Diana was in a worse state. Her exquisite dress was completely torn, revealing the metallic body underneath. Through her transparent exterior, Jiang Zhi immediately noticed that the interconnected gears inside had stopped moving, and the mechanical heart was nearly at a standstill. The situation was critical, and he quickly shouted, Close the door. Brother Wu, whatever you do, don't look inside. Upon hearing this, Wu Zheng promptly shut the door. At that moment, the entire room twisted and distorted as if manipulated by some invisible force, and then it vanished without a trace right before their eyes. With the room gone, the strange sensations affecting Jiang Zhi and Diana began to subside. Jiang Zhi struggled to his feet, his face as pale as a ghost. What was in there, Diana? He asked, his voice trembling. Diana mechanically turned her neck, pausing as if rebooting a system, before stammering. It's God, error code, detected, contamination virus, information deleted, sorry, I don't remember. No, you at least told me the name of that folder. Jiang Zhi mused, recalling the description in the memory crystal god's card, the very thing Alexander would destroy the world to obtain. Wu Zheng stared blankly at the spot where the room had been, now just a smooth wall perfectly blending with its surroundings, as if the room had never existed. A system notification followed. Special task, truth, completed, reward receive card spirit advanced specialty, spear of resentment, which deals an additional 0.5 of the target's maximum health as extra damage. Floor's card deck also automatically upgraded, but Jiang Zhi was too preoccupied to notice. He pondered whether their encounter was a meticulously planned coincidence. Was it sheer luck that led him to witness that scene, or was someone deliberately orchestrating it to convey a message or warning? Ultimately, Jiang Zhi decided not to delve deeper. As a wise person once said, choosing not to care often reduces troubles by more than 80%. Let's go, Diana, he said. I don't think your father has a chance to turn things around anytime soon. Diana slowly stood up, and the lines on her body, which Jiang Zhi had thought were mold seams, suddenly lit up with blue light, projecting an elegant dress. As Jiang Zhi marveled at the sophistication of this technology, he felt a tug on his pant leg. Looking down, he saw two blood-red eyes emerge from the shadow, and a black hand extended, flipping him off. I have an energy core within me, and I no longer need to consume that energy, Diana said, removing the white mask from her face, which glowed faintly gold in her hand. We can leave now. From this moment on, I finally have true freedom. This endless nightmare is over. No more hiding from my father, no more worrying about the future of the Villian Empire. She turned to Jiang Zhi. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi looked at Diana's exposed brain, where gears were still slowly turning, a sight that made him uneasy. What bothered him more was Floor, deeply corrupted by resentment. For Diana and the others in Villian, this truly had been a terrifying nightmare. A little over a month later, the lights shone brilliantly at the competition venue in Kyoto's Central Battle District. Bai Shuiying's opponent looked dismayed as their last 4 cards were frozen, and they reluctantly conceded defeat. The host's excited voice echoed through the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 months, the University Championship of this tarot season is finally claimed by Heisher First Card Academy. Originally planned as a month-long event, the competition was extended to 2 months due to the start of the first season and changes to the PvP card rules. Although all events were postponed, it turned into a nationwide spectacle. Every night, people could witness thrilling clashes between top universities. The new rules lowered the entry barrier for card creation, allowing a variety of innovative cards to debut. Combined with the tarot card's comeback effects and the reverse tarot card's ability to take on multiple opponents, the battles were more captivating than ever. Heisher First Card Academy's comeback was legendary. They fought their way back from the first round of the losers bracket to narrowly defeat Kyoto Card University. Especially in tonight's team battle, Zhu Haitao drew the lucky number 98, triggering the Wheel of Fortune effect, and single-handedly defeated 2 opponents, securing the victory. As the 7 members of the school team lifted the trophy, the entire venue erupted in cheers. In the stands, Jiang Zhi glanced at his card machine, where his name was prominently displayed as the first-place holder of the Moon Seat. This meant another Scrade card was added to his collection, and with the cards being studied by Ouyang Feng, he would have 3 Scrade cards by the end of the season. With a slight smile, he quietly left the bustling arena before the reporters noticed him. The streets were almost deserted, with cheers faintly audible from the venue in the distance. As Jiang Zhi walked, his phone suddenly rang. The voice on the other end asked, Jiang, want to join a small tournament? It was an internal PvP exchange match being held in Kyoto by Heisher, Pingsher, and Yunsher, with a reward of an grade blank card. Of course I'm in. Jiang Zhi replied without hesitation. Return my cards. I want to build a deck for PvP. The person on the other end gasped. You're going to use Scrade cards for PvP? Isn't that a waste? Waste? They can use theirs if they can, Jiang Zhi replied, trailing off as both fell silent. The clock struck midnight, marking the start of a new day. S1 season ended. Calculating season rewards. Please choose the enhanced card deck you wish to keep. The system prompt appeared before Jiang Zhi. After a moment's thought, he decisively chose the decks of Floor and Diana, corresponding to the Judgment and Wheel of Fortune tarot cards. Just then, the Lover's card from the Xuanwu deck transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the night sky. Above the skies, a beam of light streaked across the heavens and landed precisely on Jiang Zhi's card machine, forming an steer blank card. This was his reward for ranking first in the Judgment and Wheel of Fortune leaderboards. Gazing at this precious card, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but ponder that if there wasn't a limit of 1 deck per person, he might have been able to collect all 22 steer cards. At the same moment, Bai Shuiying also received her reward notification as an steer card gracefully descended onto her card machine. She glanced at the card and, following the contract requirements, lightly tapped its surface. The card traced a beautiful arc through the air, flying off into the distance. Just as Jiang Zhi was contemplating when to retrieve the card from the Bai family, the card happened to fall into his line of sight. Diana, standing nearby, marveled at the 2 steer cards, remarking, the entire Violent Empire only has 2 steer cards, and yet you casually end up with both. Don't say that so lightly. These 2 cards weren't easy to come by, Jiang Zhi corrected her. With the current season settled, a new season promptly arrived. The system announced the new season's theme as Horsemen of the Apocalypse, with the 4 horsemen of plague, war, famine, and death having descended. Players could choose one of these 4 domains for their decks, each with its unique features. The plague domain doubles the damage from negative effects on enemies. The war domain, deals an extra 50 direct damage. The Famine domain doubles the impact of negative effects, and the Death domain causes enemies to lose 20 of their maximum health each turn, 10 for monsters, without being lethal. All domains have an initial radius of 5 meters and a strength of 1, with higher strength domains overriding lower ones when overlapping. Jiang Zhi analyzed. This season is quite aggressive, isn't it? It's like encouraging a true 1v1 showdown. As long as you gain the upper hand in the domain, it'll be tough for the opponent to turn the tables. He chose the death effect for Xuanwu, and upon selection, Xuanwu's card spirit name changed. This made Jiang Zhi feel a bit guilty towards his Xuanwu, as if he were insulting it. However, the description of Xuanwu's fate was updated to include, each time a fortification is triggered, gain 1 layer of domain enhancement. As S1 season closed and S2 began, Jiang Zhi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, with blood seeping from the sides of the card machine. The system notified him that the new season had successfully loaded, upgrading the card machine and re-recording information. Jiang Zhi's level showed as LV4, granting him an enhancement opportunity. Faced with the choice between Lucky Break health increased by 100 and Energy Surge gain 1 energy every 2 turns, Jiang Zhi chose the latter without hesitation. Instantly, a mysterious energy enveloped him and then vanished. Once everything calmed down, his status panel displayed the Energy Surge special talent. Observing these changes, Jiang Zhi had a vague sense that the world's energy level was continuously rising, hinting at the end of the primitive card era. At 2 a.m., Jiang Zhi stood in front of Ouyang Feng's door and gently knocked. Both attendees of the National Card Exchange Conference had arrived in Kyoto early and were accommodated in the city's safest area. The door opened to reveal Ouyang Feng, looking energetic and alert. His room, prepared in advance by the Kyoto organizers, was fully equipped with a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and even a dedicated card-making room. In contrast, Jiang Zhi's temporary accommodation was much simpler, lacking a card-making room altogether. Have you received the news about the new season, Jiang? Ouyang Feng asked directly. Yes, I have, old dang. Jiang Zhi replied with a nod. How do you feel about it? Aren't you going to work on your new card deck? Ouyang Feng paused. By the way, why do you keep calling me old dang? No need, I already have an idea, Jiang Zhi said with a slight smile. As for the nickname, your white hair reminds me of someone I once knew. Ouyang Feng's eyes showed a hint of surprise. You've already thought of an level card deck? Jiang Zhi nodded confidently. I had most of it figured out on the way back, just need to put it into action. He suddenly remembered something and raised his wrist. Oh, I just got stung by my card machine, did you? Ouyang Feng raised his arm to show the bloodstain on the edge of his card machine. I got stung too, and received a double enhancement effect. Double? Why did I only get 1? Jiang Zhi asked. Ouyang Feng looked at him with a knowing smile. You haven't had the chance to read the latest card rules, have you? This time, the rules haven't changed much, but upgrades beyond LV4 are now enhancements. Previously, each upgrade increased the energy cap by 1 point, but now after LV4, it won't automatically increase. My energy cap of 6 was forcibly changed back to 5. The enhancement effect is compensation for the energy cap adjustment. Jiang Zhi suddenly understood and pulled out an S-level blank card from his pocket. Is the energy in your card-making room enough? S-level cards consume a lot of energy. Ouyang Feng hesitated. I'm not sure, but I heard that Kyoto upgraded it last time. At that moment, Diana's figure appeared beside them, her eyes glowing with a bluish light. After my calculations, the energy strength is barely sufficient. However, you might experience brief dizziness after use, but it won't affect your health. With confirmation, Jiang Zhi decisively headed to the card-making room. Just as he was about to close the door, Ouyang Feng slipped inside with a grin. Share the spoils, share the spoils. Jiang Zhi sighed helplessly. Just don't blabber about it. I'm too lazy to make a contract with you, especially since I'm about to use this deck. He sat at the table, opened his card machine, and took out enough A-level and B-level cards. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Starting today, he was going to show the world what true PvP was all about. Jiang Zhi created an S-level ability card called Pain's Arrival. It's a zero-cost initiative card with a special effect that converts all inflicted damage into 1 point of true damage. Additionally, whenever an enemy takes true damage, a Pain card is shuffled into their discard pile. If the temporary card isn't played by the end of the turn, it automatically goes into the consumption pile, and when drawn, it randomly adds 3 layers of negative status. While crafting this card, Jiang Zhi felt his energy rapidly depleting, leaving his legs somewhat weak. Fortunately, the energy supply in the card-making room promptly caught up, allowing him some relief. At the moment the card was completed, a unique figure appeared across from the card, a gaunt, yet upright ascetic monk in tattered robes, exuding vitality and vigor. Before Jiang Zhi could continue crafting other cards, he selected Famine as the seasonal effect for this deck. Immediately afterward, 8 new cards flew towards him, surpassing the number in Diana's deck, making Jiang Zhi realize he might have created something extraordinary. These new cards included Faith in Pain, an 11 2-cost ability card where true damage can't be blocked, dodged, or countered. Fasting, an 11 1-cost card that causes all units to discard a card and take 1 point of true damage each time a card is played during the current turn. Meditation, an 11 2-cost card that restores 30 of lost health. Abstinence, an 11 0-cost retain card that deals X instances of damage when discarded. Asceticism, Kneeling, an 11 3-cost card that grants armor equal to the number of negative status layers on the field. Asceticism, Long-Standing, an 11 2-cost card that grants armor equal to 3 times the current lost health. Asceticism, Walking, an 11 1-cost ability card that deals 1 damage to all enemies for each card played. Perseverance, an 11 0-cost consumption card that deals X instances of damage, where X is the number of negative status effects on the field. To complete this torment-focused PvP deck, Jiang Zhi added a few finishing cards. Stir Trouble, a level 1-cost ability card that grants 3 create distance cards at the start of each turn. Lead, a level 0-cost card that shuffles both decks and draws 4 cards each. As the deck was completed, the figure of the ascetic monk gradually materialized, nodding slightly before disappearing. Jiang Zhi inserted the deck into the card machine, which immediately turned a soil-like yellow-brown, emanating a righteous aura. At this point, Ouyang Feng approached to take a closer look, intrigued by this deck that deviated from Jiang Zhi's usual style. He was particularly puzzled by the choice of Famine, a no-damage domain. When he suggested a live test, Jiang Zhi glanced at his phone, which read nearly 3 a.m., joking that this sleep-disturbing deck should debut during the competition. Upon learning that Jiang Zhi planned to use this deck in a small tournament 2 days later, Ouyang Feng proposed recording the deck information first, promising to provide 11 cards as rewards at most. 2 days later, in that familiar battleground, Jiang Zhi stood alongside 9 other competitors. As a special contestant who qualified through talent recommendations, he did not take up a slot from High City. These 10 individuals hailed from High City, Ping City, and Yun City, 3 neighboring cities with a long-standing close relationship. The atmosphere at the competition was relaxed, resembling more of a friendly match. After all, this pre-game warm-up not only allowed the contestants to get to know each other, but also ensured they would be mindful during the actual competition, avoiding any serious harm. Although card duels weren't life-threatening, the pain they inflicted was real and impactful on both body and mind. Standing next to Jiang Zhi were 3 competitors from High City, the closest being a familiar face Yu Xinrui, who often commissioned him for custom cards. Professor Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here, Yu Xinrui said with a smile. I heard you were participating, so I hope you'll go easy on us. Mr. Yu, you're too kind, Jiang Zhi replied modestly. I'm just a novice. It's me who should be asking for mercy. That's hard to say, Yu Xinrui replied with a knowing smile. From past experience, researchers like you who enter the competition are usually not to be underestimated. It's a pity I didn't meet you on the Villian Empire battlefield. The Legion commander mentioned that you accomplished something remarkable on your own. Oh, not at all. Jiang Zhi quickly waved his hand. I was just a bystander there, nothing to do with the commander. As they spoke, a referee appeared on the field and announced that the match was about to begin. All contestants were instructed to activate their card machines for the draw. Jiang Zhi drew number 9 and noticed that Yu Xinrui drew number 3. The referee drew 2 slips of paper from a nearby box and announced, first match, number 3 versus number 8. Yu Xinrui raised an eyebrow and smiled. Lucky me, I'm up first. As he spoke, he activated his card machine. Instantly, a black aura surged from behind him, forming into a black-armored swordsman. A circle of blood-red territory appeared beneath the swordsman's feet, exuding a strong aura of war. Opposite him was a competitor from Yun City, who summoned a barbarian wielding a double-handed battle axe, also standing on a red war zone. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but marvel. The speed at which card creators in this world develop is astonishing. The S2 season had just begun, and someone had already mastered the second season's card deck technology. He wondered if these contestants had abandoned the effects of the first season, or if they had created new card decks. He initially thought he would witness matches between fully developed first-season decks today. Yu Xinrui nodded to Jiang Zhi and then calmly stepped onto the stage. A transparent protective barrier rose, enveloping both contestants. I'm Zhang Yuanhang, level barbarian deck, pleased to meet you. The opponent introduced himself first. Yu Xinrui, level heavy sword Kevin deck, pleased to meet you. Both were level 6 contestants, with the normal health in PvP mode being 2,000. However, Jiang Zhi noticed that Zhang Yuanhang's health was a whopping 3,000, suggesting he had opted for a health-focused enhancement, gaining a 50 health bonus. Unlike the previous exhibition match, in this official competition, every card used by the contestants was displayed both inside and outside the arena, allowing the audience to clearly see every battle detail. The battle was about to begin. Yu Xinrui first played the Suffocation ability card, which increased the damage by 20 of the previous attack each time. He then followed up with the Desperation ability card, which allowed him to start recording the damage dealt, and if the record was broken, he would gain 1 point of domain strength. Kevin's heavy sword emitted a menacing black aura, sending chills down one's spine. On the opposing side, Zhang Yuanhang was not to be outdone and played the Fury ability card. The card's effect was immediate when his health exceeded 50. The excess was automatically consumed, and for every 2 of maximum health consumed, he gained 1 point of strength. Each trigger also granted him 1 point of domain strength. His health plummeted to 1,500 points, in exchange for an impressive 25 points of strength. This scene caught Jiang Zhi by surprise, as he didn't expect the people in this world to adopt a bloodletting strategy. The barbarian beside Zhang Yuanhang, boosted by the 25 strength points, charged at Yushin with his battle axe. The diving slash attack, carrying damage of 253 times strength, roared forward, also granting a 30 speed boost for 3 seconds. This strike was enough to deal 100 damage, and with the current domain strength, if Yushin took it Heiden, he would lose 150 health points. Facing the oncoming attack, Yushin remained calm. He used Heavy Sword Parry, a move that could have the damage of the next hit, or completely negate it with a precise block, increasing the next attack's damage by 40. Kevin lifted his heavy sword at a brilliant angle, perfectly deflecting the slash. The clash of sword and axe erupted into a dazzling blue spark. While Jiang Zhi marveled at the appearance of such a subjective skill, like precise blocking in a PvP fight, Zhang Yuanhang's red domain had already wrapped around Yushin ankles, ensuring he couldn't escape the domain. The barbarian then raised his axe for a downward strike, and under the influence of the domain, Yushin couldn't evade and took a hit from point-blank shot. As the round neared its end, Yushin not only showed no intention of leaving the domain but launched a fierce counterattack. The black aura on his heavy sword surged, and a heavy strike, with 40 base damage, amplified by momentum and defense boosts, reached 112 damage. In haste, Zhang Yuanhang executed a leap slash, dealing 50 damage while recovering 10 of his maximum health. The sword and axe clashed again, but this time the axe was knocked aside, and Zhang Yuanhang took 62 damage. The tide of battle turned, with Yushin domain strength rising to rival Zhang Yuanhang's. Seizing the advantage, he unleashed a heavy sword combo, which Zhang Yuanhang narrowly dodged, but this played right into Yushin hands. With a slight smile, Yushin caught his opponent off balance and activated Oppression, a guaranteed hit move. Zhang Yuanhang attempted to block, but Kevin's heavy sword was too fast and fierce, striking before he could react. Not only did he lose health, but his domain was completely suppressed by Yushin, reversing the offensive and defensive positions. Jiang Zhi stood off stage, intently watching the duel on the field. Yushin wielded his heavy sword as if it were an extension of his arm, each strike precisely forcing Zhang Yuanhang into a corner. Despite Zhang Yuanhang's deck being on par with his opponents, and even gaining an early advantage, once Yushin found a weakness, it became difficult for Zhang to turn the tide. Zhang Yuanhang's barbarian, with its impressive regenerative abilities, was kept perpetually below half health, unable to trigger the crucial threshold for domain strength enhancement. In contrast, Yushin domain strength steadily increased with each effective hit. Eventually, the blood-red domain almost materialized, confining Zhang Yuanhang within a 5-meter radius. Even though Zhang made several attempts to break through with diving slashes, Yushin tight defense thwarted them all. Confronted with a daunting 50 damage bonus, Zhang Yuanhang quickly realized the outcome. As this was an exhibition match, he decisively chose to concede, understanding that identifying his shortcomings was the true purpose of the battle. As Yushin stepped down, Jiang Zhi was about to greet him when a new match announcement echoed from the stage. Second match, number 1 versus number 9. Jiang Zhi immediately strode towards the platform, his card machine beginning to glow a yellow-brown hue. His opponent soon appeared contestant number 1, Lin Ping, a slightly disheveled middle-aged man. Their card spirits manifested. Behind Lin Ping was an assassin shrouded in black mist, standing on a red domain, symbolizing warfare bonuses. Behind Jiang Zhi was an ascetic monk, unfolding a black domain representing the power of famine. This unusual domain choice drew the attention of the entire audience on the new season. Most contestants favored domains that offered clear damage bonuses like war or death. Domains like famine and plague, despite their considerable effects, were rarely chosen, with famine being the least popular according to official statistics. I am Lin Ping. My deck is Invisible Stinger, card Spirit Shadow Assassin. Pleased to meet you. Jiang Zhi. My deck is Path of Suffering, card Spirit Ascetic Monk. Pleased to meet you. As the battle commenced, a yellow light flashed on Jiang Zhi, triggering the effect of his rank card, Arrival of Pain. This mysterious card, which had topped Jiang Zhi on last season's judgment board, was finally revealed, surprising the audience. It was a card that actively reduced his own damage. Immediately after, Jiang used cards like Faith in Pain, Stirring Trouble, Walking, and Guidance, maintaining his damage at a minimum while drawing 4 cards from his opponent. Such an unconventional strategy, if not executed by Jiang Zhi, might have been criticized as passive play. Jiang Zhi glanced at Lin Ping's pile of cards, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His opponent had 5 cards left in the draw pile, his hand was full, unable to draw more, and 2 cards of agony lay in the discard pile. Hurry up and make your move. Opportunities to act so freely will be rare in the coming rounds, Jiang Zhi taunted slightly. Lin Ping frowned, about to play his hand, but Jiang Zhi was quicker, playing a fasting card first. Unperturbed, Lin Ping then used the Shadow Strike ability card, gaining 3 layers of acceleration each time he dealt damage, and accumulating 10 layers would grant 1 layer of domain strength. However, one of his cards arced through the air and landed in the discard pile. It was the Accelerated Combat ability card, which could have increased all damage by 20 of the current acceleration layers. A vein throbbed on Lin Ping's forehead. His original combo was disrupted. He continued with Shadow Stab, a card meant to deal 15 points of damage and gain 5 layers of acceleration, but before it could take effect, he lost 2 more cards. A dagger flashed in the darkness towards Jiang Zhi, but was blocked by a thin shield. Jiang Zhi had used a barrier just in time, not only preserving his health, but forcing Lin Ping to discard yet another card. Fortunately, the abstinence card was still intact. This card, which stacked up to 3 layers, was a crucial part of his strategy, and losing it early would be detrimental. Lin Ping looked at his dwindling hand with frustration. Although the opponent's discard effects weren't highly damaging, they precisely disrupted his rhythm. He played the Speed Burst card, capable of dealing 20x damage, x being the acceleration layers gained that turn, but it was once again blocked by a shield. Lin Ping was surprised to find Jiang Zhi had prepared 2 single-use armor cards in his deck, leaving him puzzled about his opponent's winning strategy. With his energy spent, Lin Ping discarded his hand, ending his turn. As the second round began, Lin Ping commanded his card Spirit to charge, trying to close the distance with Jiang Zhi. With considerable domain strength, he was confident he could overwhelm his opponent if he played his cards right. However, Jiang Zhi immediately executed a retreat, boosting his speed by 300, easily escaping the domain's confines. Lin Ping was secretly amazed. How is it that his opponent was employing an assassin's tactics? Both players drew cards as the lead card was activated. A thin layer of frost suddenly appeared on Lin Ping. He had drawn a card of suffering, triggering an effect that gave him 3 layers of frost. He paid little attention to this minor debuff, considering it insignificant for a shadow assassin. As he advanced with his blade, a sense of foreboding crept in. The longer this dragged on, the worse his situation would become. Yet, as he closed in, he realized the situation had changed. Jiang Zhi's domain strength had increased, and both were now at 2 layers, nullifying his advantage. Jiang Zhi remained in no hurry to attack. This set of ascetic cards was less about harming the opponent and more about making them experience the hardship of battle and the struggles of life. The shadow assassin's dagger sliced through the air, but Jiang Zhi deftly evaded. Since his battle with Wen Shiyuan, he had gained a deeper understanding of speed, realizing that sometimes dodging was more effective than blocking. Jiang Zhi deftly dodged the attack, and his ability countered, leaving Lin Ping with 1 point of true damage on his face. Though minor, this damage was enough to make Lin Ping lose face. Lin Ping did not rashly pursue. He was well aware that Jiang Zhi's current speed advantage came from card effects, which had a limited duration. He knew the real opportunity to strike would come after forcing out Jiang Zhi's next acceleration. As he bolstered his status, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, tracked Jiang Zhi's every move, searching for weaknesses. Jiang Zhi rubbed his hands quickly. Since his opponent wasn't in a hurry to attack, he continued with his own rhythm. As he executed the card-drawing lead, a card suddenly froze in midair beside Lin Ping, mirroring a previous confrontation with Wen Shiyuan. Immediately afterward, Lin Ping was enveloped in an eerie green glow, a poisoning effect that would cause him to lose health at the end of each turn, equal to the poison stack, which would then decrease by 1. The domain's strength instantly surged to 4 points, and Jiang Zhi seized the opportunity to distance himself, charging forward. With his domain effect now more potent, it was time to counterattack. Lin Ping reacted swiftly but couldn't keep up with Jiang Zhi's accelerated pace, as his own speed boost was not yet complete. As the famine domain descended, Lin Ping felt as though his feet were stuck in a mire. Although he could still move, his speed was far below Jiang Zhi's normal pace. The situation was dire. He needed to quickly enhance his domain strength, or he would fall into Zhang Yuanhong's trap and ultimately be defeated by Yuxinrui's rhythm. Lin Ping executed an accelerated slash, gaining 10 layers of speed and dealing 15 damage, with an additional 10 layers of speed after inflicting damage. But then, his expression darkened. Jiang Zhi had somehow already cast restraint, forcing Lin Ping to discard more cards. This was likely the most cards Lin Ping had been forced to discard in years. Worse still, Jiang Zhi had slipped several pain cards into his deck. Lin Ping knew all too well the power of these cards. He now had 10 cards in hand, with 1 frozen and 3 unusable pain cards. Even when he managed to play one, he was forced to discard due to Jiang Zhi's ability. Without caution, such discards could happen unnoticed. Now he had only 4 usable cards, and with bad luck, maybe just 2, as Jiang Zhi's discard effect seemed to target these original decks specifically. Suddenly, one of Jiang Zhi's cards was discarded, yet it triggered an effect upon being discarded. A monk appeared out of nowhere, wielding a wooden staff and striking Lin Ping. This seemingly simple discard action concealed a lethal intent. Although it dealt only 7 damage, a total of 7 pain cards were directly added to Lin Ping's discard pile, turning his expression grim. Including the previous ones, his discard pile was nearing 10 pain cards. Lin Ping found himself in a dilemma. Drawing cards was no longer beneficial, as at this rate, the number of pain cards would soon exceed his regular cards. He had initially planned to bolster his domain strength while Jiang Zhi dragged him into his own domain with acceleration, but Jiang Zhi's tactics were truly vexing. Lin Ping stared at the 4 remaining cards in his hand, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Across from him, Jiang Zhi appeared calm, not in a hurry to attack, patiently waiting for his opponent's next move. There's still a chance, Lin Ping thought to himself. This accelerated strike must hit. As long as he can inflict damage, his domain will suppress Jiang Zhi, allowing him to take the initiative. 2 flashes of cold light zipped through the air as shurikens whistled towards Jiang Zhi. He attempted to dodge the swiftly approaching cross-shaped blades, but it was too late. His opponent's card spirit, enhanced with acceleration, moved with astonishing speed. To make matters worse, the unreliable monk showed no intention of helping his master evade the attack. Snap! The 2 shurikens hit their mark precisely, shattering the shield around Jiang Zhi instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ping discarded a regular card and a card of suffering, then launched the accelerated strike. The sharp dagger grazed Jiang Zhi's face, removing only 15 points from his 500-point health pool, a trivial amount, but this attack allowed Lin Ping to regain control of the battlefield. The intensity of the red domain increased, beginning to suppress the black domain. Lin Ping remained on high alert, closely monitoring Jiang Zhi's every move. However, Jiang Zhi remained unusually composed, opting to wait for the turn to end, clearly not wanting to reveal more of his strategy during this small exhibition match. As the 3rd round began, Lin Ping suddenly found himself afflicted with 3 negative statuses, and his domain was surpassed by Jiang Zhi's. Even worse, he was almost immobilized. This turn 3 of his 4 cards were suffering cards, leaving only a basic armor card. At this moment, Lin Ping finally understood the fearsome nature of Jiang Zhi's deck. On the surface, it didn't seem aggressively strong, but it gradually stripped opponents of their offensive capabilities. The negative effects were secondary. The real threat was the suffering cards that flooded the opponent's draw probability. Just like now, if Jiang Zhi didn't use the leading card, Lin Ping could do nothing but add armor. Shall we continue? Jiang Zhi asked with a smile. Lin Ping shook his head in surrender. No, I concede. Professor Jiang, your strategy is unique. This kind of deck isn't something just anyone can come up with, and even if they could, executing it is another story. Thank you for the compliment. If we meet in competition, please go easy on me, Jiang Zhi replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. No, I'd rather not face you in the arena. This deck is incredibly strong. You might just win the championship this year. Only now did Lin Ping fully grasp the significance of that constant 1 point of true damage. Jiang Zhi's goal from the start wasn't to directly attack his opponent's health, but to wear down their resolve bit by bit, like a mosquito. And so, the duel between the 2 came to an abrupt end. The other spectators, unable to see Lin Ping's final hand, were puzzled by what seemed like an anticlimactic conclusion. But only the 2 who faced off understood that the outcome of this battle had long been decided. By the time Jiang Zhi returned to his room, it was already evening. He was quite satisfied with the results of the day's exchange matches, especially with the grade blank card he had obtained. His mind was still occupied with thoughts of the remaining 3 matches, one being an internal battle of the 1st season, and the other 2 being confrontations between the 1st and 2nd seasons. He carefully analyzed the characteristics of the 2 seasons. The Apocalypse season's overall enhancement effect was like an invisible net covering the entire battlefield, while the Tarot season leaned towards unleashing extraordinary power on individual cards. Which was superior? Jiang Zhi felt that the suppression effect of the Apocalypse season was stronger, but the Tarot season held a higher potential for creating miracles. As he pushed open the door, Jiang Zhi was taken aback. Ouyang Feng was sitting in his seat. Old Deng, what brings you here so late? Rubbing his temples, Ouyang Feng looked exasperated. Jiang, you haven't forgotten about the exchange meeting, have you? Jiang Zhi suddenly remembered, clenching his right hand into a fist and tapping it against his left palm. Oh right, but to be honest, I'm not very interested in the exchange meeting. I just want to focus on the matches. That's not an option. Ouyang Feng tapped his knuckles on the table. Many professors want to meet the only person in the card research field who's made a breakthrough. If you don't go, people will say I'm envious and jealous. Jiang Zhi didn't expect Ouyang Feng to point out the stakes so directly, leaving him a bit conflicted. After all, Ouyang Feng had always taken good care of him. All right, before he could finish, Ouyang Feng reached over and covered his mouth. Watch what you say. Even though it's safe here, remember, you're a prominent figure now, young man. Lesson learned, sir. Jiang Zhi nodded earnestly. By the way, old dang, Jiang Zhi changed the topic. What's the research you're presenting at the conference? Ouyang Feng perked up, enthusiastically slapping the table. Curious, are you? After Jiang Zhi nodded, Ouyang Feng began to speak passionately. What do you think card spirits are? Are they spiritual entities or physical objects? Are they the deck itself or an extension of it? I'd say they're spiritual entities. If they're spiritual, where does their physical destructive power come from? And if they're physical, why can they only be harmed by card power? Excitement gleamed in Ouyang Feng's eyes. My research is about the essence of card spirits, and your card spirit Diana has greatly inspired me. So, you're studying the form of existence of card spirits? No, it's about the hypothesis of whether card spirits can integrate into the human body. Ouyang Feng forgot his previous caution and spoke enthusiastically. If this research succeeds, those with card spirit decks will undergo a qualitative leap. Listening to Ouyang Feng, Jiang Zhi showed a look of surprise, not because he was shocked by Ouyang Feng's words. Jiang Zhi finally realized that after using the Wheel of Fate, it wasn't that he became Floor, but rather Floor had merged into his body. This discovery made him marvel at Ouyang Feng's unique research insight. In a world where most people hadn't even grasped the basic card mechanisms, Ouyang Feng had found such a feasible research direction. As Jiang Zhi was lost in thought, Ouyang Feng noticed his daze and waved a hand in front of his eyes. Hey, snap out of it. Jiang, are you stunned by my research direction? Jiang Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. To be honest, I used to think card research was just a waste of funding. Now it seems I misjudged those old scholars. He then asked, Old dang, did you draw these conclusions from the Slevel card I gave you? More or less, Ouyang Feng explained. The Slevel cards contain a power we currently can't understand. This power can easily change the world, but it's tightly sealed within the cards, and we can't use it for now. So you're saying this unknown power is the key to merging card spirits with humans? Jiang Zhi pressed. In theory, yes. But since no one has ever truly completed a merger with a card spirit, Ouyang Feng's words trailed off as he noticed Jiang Zhi turning his head awkwardly. Wait a minute, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Zhi weighed his options and decided that telling Ouyang Feng might actually benefit him. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Old dang, you're right. I have completed a merger with Floor, and not just once. Ouyang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and it took him a moment to find his voice. Really? You can consistently enter a merged state? Jiang Zhi explained. Not exactly. Both mergers happened after using the Wheel of Fate, and only in situations of absolute necessity. Ouyang Feng immediately pulled out a tablet to take notes. What specific conditions are required? First, you must use the most unique card from the Rain of Bullets deck. Does it have to be that card? At least for my 2 mergers, it was necessary, Jiang Zhi continued. Additionally, both times were triggered in life or death emergency situations. Ouyang Feng mused. So you're saying the merger can only be triggered under extreme emotional stress? That's an interesting direction to explore. Can you demonstrate it for me? Jiang Zhi shook his head immediately. No way. You know the negative effects of that card. Each use leaves me exhausted for quite a while. Besides, with the tournament coming up, I can't risk missing it. True. Ouyang Feng agreed, furrowing his brows even tighter. Ouyang Feng's momentary distraction was fleeting. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. No, I need to verify the experimental results. Li Changfeng has also signed a confidentiality agreement. He's the perfect candidate for the experiment. Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow. You're quick on your feet. But didn't you leave without him? You didn't mention this to me at the time. Hold on a second. Ouyang Feng quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Changfeng. You're in Haishur? Having dinner with your dad? His tone became urgent. Forget dinner. Go to the lab and organize the equipment. Then head to Kyoto with shouting. Yes, the professor has decided to let you participate in this card exchange conference. Time is tight, and the task is urgent. Book the flight for tonight and have your dad cover it. If he has any objections, tell him to hold them. Hanging up the phone, Ouyang Feng turned to Jiang Zhi. All set. They can be here by tomorrow morning. Let's go prepare the lab. This is a major discovery. We can't waste a minute. Jiang Zhi shook his head helplessly. You're really putting your juniors through the ringer, huh? Are you kidding? Being part of this experiment is a blessing for him. Ouyang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the experiment succeeds, and we find a way to allow card spirits to stably inhabit humans, Li Mingyang would gladly send his son here. It's not like it will be life-threatening. With that, he rushed out of the room. Jiang Zhi had intended to invite him for dinner, but seeing the urgency, he realized they'd have to grab something on the go. In the early hours, Li Changfeng and Ouyang Ting arrived in Kyoto. The biting cold wind made Li Changfeng pull his coat tighter, a strange chill creeping into his heart. By the next morning, the lab was equipped with the highest level of security and confidentiality measures as per Ouyang Feng's instructions. Jiang Zhi, stifling yawns, struggled to stay awake despite 5 cups of coffee. Nearby, Diana elegantly sipped her morning tea, while Vera, with bloodshot eyes, dutifully poured her another cup. Having heard about the experiment, Diana had insisted on observing. Ouyang Feng was fully engrossed in recording parameters and fine-tuning the equipment. At that moment, the lab door swung open. "Professor, we're here, and we brought breakfast." Li Changfeng's words were cut short as a card contract was thrust into his hands. Regarding the experiment on human and card spirit fusion, Ouyang Feng spoke rapidly. Changfeng, shouting, "Read and sign within 3 minutes, and we'll start immediately." Li Changfeng stood frozen, thinking this wasn't how things were supposed to go. Was it too late to make a run for it? "Professor, wasn't I here for the exchange conference?" "Of course," Ouyang Feng chuckled. "But you know, I needed a reason to get you here. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Professor." Li Changfeng swallowed hard. "I think I'm not quite experienced enough for this task. Maybe someone else would be better suited?" Seeing Li Changfeng hesitating, Ouyang Feng stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. "Once you get past this hurdle and the research results are published, you'll be able to start your own experimental projects. Haven't you always wanted to make your father proud, my boy?" This affectionate tone gave Jiang Zhi, who was standing behind, goosebumps. He muttered to himself that if Ouyang Feng ever spoke to him in such a manner, he'd suspect something was amiss. Encouraged by Ouyang Feng, Li Changfeng stepped onto the testing platform. There, a set of Jiang Zhi's original Bulletstorm card deck was laid out. He inserted the deck into the card machine, and a virtual wooden stake appeared before him. Following Professor Zhang's previous demonstration, he began activating all the ability cards in the deck, preparing to use Spin of Fate at the end. As the card was played, Floor's figure materialized behind Li Changfeng. Sensing it wasn't a real battle, Floor's expression was indifferent. Jiang Zhi noticed that ever since fulfilling his wish, Floor remained powerful but exuded a laid-back demeanor. Just as Li Changfeng was about to play Spin of Fate, Floor suddenly reached out to stop him. Despite the warning, the lure of independent research was too great, promising abundant resources not typically available to a junior researcher. Gritting his teeth, Li Changfeng forced through with Spin of Fate. The spectators were astonished as Floor's spirit transformed into streams of light, gradually merging into Li Changfeng's body. While his appearance remained unchanged, his height increased, and his attire transformed into Floor's. Mesmerized, Jiang Zhi thought he must have looked just as impressive back then. Beside him, Ouyang Feng eagerly recorded the historic moment on his tablet. "Changfeng, you only have 120 seconds. Quickly tell us how you feel," Ouyang Feng urged. Li Changfeng was about to speak when his eyes rolled back, and Floor's attire vanished like smoke. The battle arena indicated he had lost his combat ability. Just as he was about to collapse, Vera, who had been sipping tea nearby, caught him and gently laid him down. "Don't worry, he's alive, just exhausted," Vera said calmly. The card deck seemed to have a life of its own as it ejected from Li Changfeng's card machine and flew back to Jiang Zhi's hand. Upon inspection, Jiang Zhi found that Spin of Fate had been sealed and was temporarily unusable. He summoned Floor again to inquire about what had just happened. Floor shrugged. "I told you, he couldn't handle the full power of the card. Lasting 3 seconds before fainting is already impressive. Then why could I last 120 seconds? Jiang Zhi asked. "Because you're the card's awakener, and your compatibility is exceptionally high. Your destiny has likely spun before," Floor explained. Ouyang Feng analyzed from the side. Indeed, Zhang's life has been full of ups and downs, probably shaped by that survival ordeal through the cracks. These words made Jiang Zhi break out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for Ouyang Feng's conjecture, he might have almost revealed the mystery of his own past. Looking at Li Changfeng, who had fainted on the ground, Ouyang Feng sighed deeply and signaled to shouting, "Take Changfeng to the infirmary for a checkup." Diana turned to Vera and softly said, "Vera, could you lend a hand?" Vera nodded slightly and seamlessly merged into Li Changfeng's shadow, silently dragging him away. Froller calmly remarked, "It's okay. Luckily, his will wasn't too strong, or he would have endured more unnecessary pain." Jiang Zhi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken by how close he came to revealing his identity. "I can't tell if you were criticizing him or praising him." After Vera and Ouyang Ting left with Li Changfeng, Ouyang Feng turned to Froller. "Mr. Froller, you mentioned compatibility earlier. Is it a necessary condition?" Froller shook his head and explained, "I'm not sure. I just vaguely sense that the cost for Jiang Zhi to use the power of fate is much lower than for others. Also, whenever fate is activated, I can voluntarily lend my power to Jiang Zhi. Can you do it without activation?" "Not yet, but I should be able to do something," Froller said as he placed a finger on Jiang Zhi's forehead. In the eyes of everyone present, a red ribbon suddenly appeared on Jiang Zhi, followed by Froller's inner lining and bullet pouch. But when the bullet pouch appeared, the process abruptly stopped. Jiang Zhi felt waves of exhaustion, and Froller quickly withdrew his hand. No, without relying on card power, this is as far as we can go. Continuing further might cause Jiang Zhi to pass out. Ouyang Feng watched with undisguised excitement. Diana suddenly asked, "Can non-human entities do it too? You want to try?" Jiang Zhi looked at her, puzzled. Diana tugged at her white dress. "You wouldn't mind, right?" Jiang Zhi's face darkened, sensing trouble. "No, I do mind. Don't come any closer." Under Ouyang Feng's coercion, Vera, who had just returned, pinned Jiang Zhi to the lab table. He looked on in horror as Diana's finger gradually approached his forehead. The moment her finger touched his forehead, a white male suit appeared on Jiang Zhi. His body became more slender, but that was all. Diana's power couldn't enhance further, and no gear structure like Diana's appeared on Jiang Zhi. This result was already satisfactory to Ouyang Feng, as it proved that this phenomenon wasn't exclusive to Froller and that other card spirits might achieve it. "Let's try Xuanwu last," Ouyang Feng suggested. Jiang Zhi looked pained. There's really no need for this. However, Xuanwu was already released. As the most standard non-human card spirit, it placed its claw on Jiang Zhi's foot under everyone's curious gaze. An unusual sensation surged through Jiang Zhi. "Why am I standing? Shouldn't I be lying down? It's so high, I can't take it. I must lie down." Jiang Zhi involuntarily dropped to all fours on the ground, mimicking Xuanwu's posture. The black snake added to the chaos by crawling down from the turtle's back and coiling around Jiang Zhi's waist as he lay on the ground. The black snake twisted elegantly in the air, seemingly excited about its new ride. Jiang Zhi quickly signaled the turtle to release its possession. The strange sensation of forgetting how to stand made him feel uneasy. He swiftly got up, pulled the black snake off his body, and casually tossed it onto the turtle's back. Ouyang Feng was eager to try as well, but the enforcer did not seem to understand his intention, merely placing its hand on Ouyang Feng with no reaction. Watching this, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but facepalm. Without mutual cooperation between the spirit and the card, such fusion was impossible. This experience with Xuanwu was likely to become an unforgettable, awkward memory for him. However, Ouyang Feng seemed enthusiastic, analyzing as he stroked his chin. "It seems that communication with the spirit will be a key research focus moving forward. The spirit's intelligence, the card's strength, and their compatibility must perfectly combine to achieve the ideal effect." He excitedly patted Jiang Zhi on the shoulder. "Who knew we'd make so many discoveries in one day? You've done quite well. I suspect the special energy in S-level cards might be the key medium for the human body to accept the spirit. I'll keep this card for further study." Jiang Zhi shrugged, agreeing to the arrangement. After all, he still had another S-level card, and this would both repay Ouyang Feng's help and advance the research on this special ability. Having experienced the fusion twice himself, he understood its power. Aside from elite warriors like Wen Shiyuan and Wu Zheng, ordinary people's physical capabilities couldn't compare to the spirit's, let alone compete with it in battle. Once fused, the spirit's power temporarily transfers to the human, allowing him to gain the spirit's strength and combat experience, such as Flor's advanced shooting skills acquired over years. Furthermore, this form prevents him from being a burden in battle, sparing Flora from having to carry him around like a chick, although they hadn't utilized this advantage during the last fusion. Old dang. Jiang Zhi suddenly thought of something. "You're not planning to showcase these preliminary findings, are you?" Ouyang Feng shot him a glance. "If you had told me earlier, this research might already be classified as a national top secret. But no matter, these developments are enough for next year's report." With that, he yawned. "Records are done. I need to rest. Getting old, I suppose. I never used to tire so easily." "You go rest first. I'll check on Li Changfeng." Jiang Zhi left the lab, concerned about Li Changfeng's condition, as his own previous blackouts might have been caused by similar circumstances. Led by Vera, he arrived at the infirmary to find Li Changfeng lying unconscious on the bed, while Ouyang Ting expressionlessly recorded the experimental data sent by Ouyang Feng. Jiang Zhi approached the bed and softly asked, "What did the doctor say?" "Nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. He just needs a few days of good rest and some nutritional supplements." After bidding farewell to Li Changfeng, Jiang Zhi returned to his room. It was late at night, and the sound of the television came from the living room, where Diana was still watching a program. Exhausted, he took a hot shower and then lay down on the bed, opening the card machine interface to check the reward rules for the S2 season. As expected, the rules and reward details for the Apocalypse season had been released. The most notable feature of this season was the increased probability of card spirits appearing and the emphasis on domain suppression. The reward list had been streamlined from multiple categories to 4, corresponding to the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. Although the number of spots had decreased, the rewards were more generous. Each of the top 3 on the lists would receive 2 S-level cards and a special item. Jiang Zhi noticed that the rules specifically prohibited the kind of indirect methods used in the tarot season to bypass rules for rewards, warning that violators would be considered cheaters and subject to strict control by the card machine. This was disappointing to him, as he had planned to emulate such tactics, but he had to abandon the idea. Provoking the forces behind the card machine was not a wise move. This season was clearly focused on combat, with rankings no longer based solely on card deck strength, but resembling a power ranking, where the speed of rank advancement depended on the strength of opponents. The card machine would closely monitor all battles, and any improper score manipulation would be met with the most severe punishment. The current leaderboard used a level system, with the top spot held by the official military commander, Lu Qingping, who had reached LV8 in the war domain. Competition in the war domain was particularly fierce, requiring at least LV7 to secure a place in the top 100. Jiang Zhi spotted an old acquaintance, Wen Shiyuan, ranked at 54th. At that moment, Wen Shiyuan was negotiating with nobles from the Varan Empire within a rift. The nobles believed that by joining forces after the war, they could intimidate outsiders, unaware that the rift was about to reset, weakening all living beings. Wen Shiyuan and other officials aimed to seize this opportunity, not only to clear obstacles, but also to gather information within the rift to prepare for rapid infiltration post-reset. Properly utilizing the resources of this large interdimensional rift might allow Haishur to become a major hub, second only to the capital. In contrast, competition on the other leaderboards was less intense. Leading the death leaderboard was a LV7 player from Eagle Nation. Jiang Zhi browsed through the leaderboard, his brow furrowed. The data on the epidemic and famine rankings was surprising, with the highest level only reaching LV6, and the famine list having fewer than 100 people. His gaze lingered on his own position no. 42 before glancing at a few familiar names. Number 13 by Yu, number 24 by Yi, number 68 by Shuiying. It seems the Bai family has started using the deck I designed, Jiang Zhi muttered to himself. They had traded in strength card for the deck design, and now 2 copies were already in use. However, this ranking was likely to change soon, as the famine list, being the easiest field to compete in, would undoubtedly attract more people to develop their own exclusive decks. The upcoming national competition was Jiang Zhi's biggest opportunity. It was a necessary move since he had temporarily lost his qualification to enter the interdimensional rifts, thanks to a penalty from Ouyang Feng. The reason was simple: he was too prone to causing trouble. The rift in the Villian Empire had existed for a year or two, consistently protected by the Zhou group. But in just 2 months after Jiang Zhi's arrival, both the rift and the Zhou group's influence were destroyed. Now, the rift was being gradually taken over by official forces, and the Zhou group's industrial building was awarded to Jiang Zhi as a reward, mainly for operating his deck and card pack customization business. While rewarding him, Ouyang Feng also wielded the rod of punishment, revoking all of Jiang Zhi's access to the rifts. In his words, "In all my years, I've never seen someone as prone to causing trouble as Jiang Zhi." Jiang Zhi had his grievances. With a resurrection armor and smoke bombs at his disposal, he did sometimes act rashly. But his experiences in the Villian Empire had taught him a vivid lesson twice, barely escaping. If not for the unexpected effects of the tarot cards, especially the timely activation of the Wheel of Fortune, he might not have made it out. To this day, he's unsure whether that day was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Over the past month, Jiang Zhi had calmed down considerably, attending classes at the academy and visiting his parents in his free time, occasionally handling card pack sales. His Floreal deck, except for the Turn of Fate card, could be obtained through card packs, though the limited release of a few rank cards made it nearly impossible for anyone to complete the full Floreal deck. After reviewing the season details, Jiang Zhi gradually succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. As sunlight filled the streets of Kyoto, a commotion was brewing inside the Kyoto card competition hall. A young man stormed in, slamming documents on the reception desk. "I want to see the chairman." The receptionist quietly led him to the core area's office. "Chairman, Qin Yahweh is here to see you." After a knock, a resonant voice responded from inside. Qin Yahweh entered, staring directly at the robust middle-aged man in the main seat. "Uncle, why was my qualification revoked?" Qin Su looked at his nephew, sighing inwardly. He had been too confident, promising the last spot reserved for potential newcomers to Qin Yahweh. But just as the registration was about to close, Jiang Zhi appeared, directly replacing Qin Yahweh as the last qualifier. Initially, Qin Su didn't recognize Jiang Zhi and was about to find a way to negotiate. But the moment he opened the Floreal card pack, he immediately remembered the weight of that name. Helplessly, he had to let his nephew endure this setback. In the office of the Qin Group headquarters, Qin Su looked at his anxious nephew in front of him and sighed helplessly. "Yahweh, there's nothing I can do about this. You have to know that Jiang Zhi, who's taking your spot, is quite formidable." Qin Yahweh frowned, leaning forward slightly. "More formidable than our family." Qin Su hesitated slightly. "Hard to say, at least in terms of influence, he's not as strong as our family. But do you remember your ability card?" Qin Yahui's eyes lit up, as if recalling something. Uncle, are you talking about the one that showed off at the Heisher card exchange? Smack. Qin Su raised his hand and flicked his nephew's forehead, looking serious. What do you mean by showing off? It's called impressive. If you had that kind of skill, you could give a speech standing on my shoulders. Rubbing his head, Qin Yahui said dejectedly. So what do we do now? After this, I'll have to wait another year. The season is starting, and who knows what the next season will be. Uncle, I still think I have a chance to do well in the competition. Looking at his nephew, whom he had watched grow up, Qin Su sighed again. It was indeed a pity to miss this event, but Jiang Zhi was a tough opponent, and he had his own reasons for needing him. Wait for next year. It's not possible this year. Jiang Zhi is not only a level 4 card master, but also a top card creator and professor in Heisher. You can't beat him yet. Qin Yahui slumped like a wilting plant. Uncle, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Filled with frustration, Qin Yahui left the office and headed straight for where Jiang Zhi was. So, this is why you've come to see me? Jiang Zhi looked at the young man in front of him, who was brimming with anger, with an expression of disbelief. That's right, you took my spot, so I'm here to challenge you. If you lose, give up the position to me. Jiang Zhi replied nonchalantly. Come on, don't make a fuss, just go home. The competition is an adult's world, very harsh. You're too young to handle such storms. These words completely infuriated Qin Yahui. I'm not here to joke around. This opportunity is very important to me, and I need to prove myself in this competition. Jiang Zhi studied Qin Yahui carefully. This competition is important to me as well. If it doesn't work out, you can find someone else. I have to prepare materials for the exchange meeting, and I'm very busy. No, I want to challenge you. Qin Yahui activated his card machine, and a fiery figure appeared behind him. This is my card spirit, a level fire feather. Jiang Zhi recalled that Professor Hao, who had challenged him previously, also had a firebird-type card spirit, but Qin Yahui's fire feather was different. It had a domain that represented plague in white. Originally planning to resolve it casually, Jiang Zhi silently activated his card machine upon seeing this. 10 minutes later, Jiang Zhi looked at the ashen-faced Qin Yahui. What are you going to do now that you've lost? You only mentioned the conditions if you won, but not if you lost. Qin Yahui held 10 cards, his voice trembling. I haven't lost. I haven't lost. If you haven't lost, then play a card. Jiang Zhi glanced at the countdown, speaking lightly. You have 1 minute left. What's wrong? Don't you like playing cards? You've gone 3 rounds without playing a card. Need me to help you draw some cards? Jiang Zhi looked at Qin Yahui across the table, a teasing tone in his voice. Wait, you already have 10 cards. Maybe you should play 1 or 2, so I can help you draw more. Qin Yahui's face turned extremely grim, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. You don't push it too far. I'm trying to help you, and yet you scold me. Jiang Zhi sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Truly, you don't appreciate kindness. Qin Yahui bit his lip hard, suppressing the urge to argue with Jiang Zhi, choosing instead to end his turn. Watching his 10 painful cards vanish like snowflakes, he felt a slight relief from his inner turmoil. He silently vowed to himself. Next turn, he would find a way to end this annoying opponent. A new round began, and the sound of drawing cards echoed. Pain, pain, pain. Yin Lang finally saw a usable card, about to express his delight, only to watch helplessly as the card was slowly covered by layers of frost, eventually becoming a block of ice. Jiang Zhi glanced at the young man's frozen card, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Oh, nice draw. Got a usable card, but too bad it's frozen. Want me to help you draw a few more? No thanks. Qin Yahui's emotions shifted from initial pride to anger, and now to complete resignation. This duel had drastically changed his mind. He no longer wanted to slap Jiang Zhi, but rather wanted to slap his arrogant self from just a few minutes ago. The situation had completely tilted. He was burdened with 7 or 8 significant negative effects. Although they didn't cause direct damage, each was suffocating. For 3 whole turns, he hadn't played a card, and the ones he did draw were frozen. The most despairing part was the disparity in domain strength. Jiang Zhi had reached 79 layers, whereas he had only 15. As someone whose deck excelled at burning, his domain stacking depended on accumulating 5 points of burn damage to add 1 layer. Now, his domain strength was built up by his own burn effects, a huge humiliation. Even more ironic was Jiang Zhi occasionally helping him draw cards, as if worried he wouldn't get the crucial ones. Another dreary turn passed, and just as Jiang Zhi was about to stuff more pain cards into Qin Yahui's deck, Qin Yahui finally spoke up. I'm done, bro, I concede. Don't be. Jiang Zhi's smile widened. I see your health's still pretty high. You should keep going. I actually liked your defiant attitude earlier. No, bro. Qin Yahui shook his head with a bitter smile. I can tell the difference between prolonged and short pain, especially the kind where you slowly get pricked to death. Seeing that Qin Yahui had truly backed down, Jiang Zhi put away his card machine. Now that you've lost, let's talk about what happens next. Oh well. Qin Yahui stammered. Can I just admit you're better? I'm not your roommate. That won't work on me. So what do you want, bro? Jiang Zhi stroked his chin, tentatively asking. How about inscribed blank card? Upon hearing this, Qin Yahweh dropped to his knees. Bro, just finish me off. Ah, so broke, Jiang Zhi sighed. How about this? Do you have any connections in the military or anyone skilled in your family? When Jiang Zhi mentioned combat skills, Qin Yahweh immediately pictured his uncle Qin Su in his mind. Qin Su, an important military figure sent to oversee the competition, was not only a key member of the military, but also a close family member. Recalling his uncle's memorable flick to the forehead, Qin Yahweh couldn't help but shrink his neck if his uncle found out that he not only went against his wishes to confront Jiang Zhi, but also lost miserably. He would certainly give him a good beating. He stood there, stammering, unable to speak. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi waved his hand helplessly. If you don't have any, then forget it. I don't have any other demands. It was a bit too much to ask. You can go back. Who do you think you're looking down on? Qin Yahweh suddenly raised his head. I have it. I can meet this demand. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhi had already extended his hand in front of him. Lead the way, help me meet him. Right now? Isn't that inappropriate? Why not? Jiang Zhi's tone was calm. What if you change your mind later? Meanwhile, in a secluded park within the city of Kyoto, an unexpected change occurred. All surrounding electronic devices suddenly malfunctioned, and a rift opened in the air, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. 5 figures dressed in medieval-style clothing fell out of it. The leader wore a bizarre, bird-beaked mask. He struggled to look up at the green grass beneath his feet, and a laugh of excitement came from under the mask. Ha ha ha. We did it. Ron, Covey, Slander, Wood. The laughter abruptly stopped. The strong scent of blood that was commonplace in their original world was now particularly pungent. He quickly turned around, and what he saw made his pupils dilate with shock. Off the 4 companions, 2 had completely lost their lower halves, the cuts clean as if made by a sharp blade, with blood gushing out. Even more terrifying was that their upper bodies were gradually disintegrating, like ashes consumed by fire. Roland reached out to grab his gravely injured teammate, but only caught a handful of flying ash. The eyes of Ron, who was disintegrating, showed a hint of relief. Roland, we've finally left that hell. Livewell. Suppressing his sorrow, Roland quickly checked the injuries of the other 2 companions. Fortunately, they had only suffered external injuries, fractures, and dislocated organs. He immediately tore strips of cloth to bandage them, and took out several vials of different colored reagents from his pocket. After mixing a green glowing potion, he poured it into the filter vents of their masks. The masks began to twist strangely, and soon, under the potion's effect, the 2 regained consciousness. Covey, wearing an owl mask, sat up and spat out a few mouthfuls of blackened blood from the filter. The other, Wood, wearing a jackal mask, rolled on the ground in pain, whimpering. It wasn't until he repeatedly pounded his chest and expelled a mouthful of smoke-emitting foul blood that he gradually calmed down, the foul blood even corroding the filter vent of his mask. Covey clutched his abdomen and weakly asked, We made it, Roland. Wood looked at Roland with hopeful eyes, and Roland nodded with difficulty. They had succeeded. In the final moments of the catastrophe, they had survived. What about the others? Wood asked anxiously, glancing around. Weren't there thousands of us before? They couldn't make it, Roland replied somberly. They were left behind. Covey didn't linger in the sad atmosphere. She eagerly removed the owl mask from her face, revealing a middle-aged face marked by wrinkles and burns. Taking a deep breath, she broke into a long-awaited smile. This is fantastic. This is where people are meant to be. In that cursed place, we had to wear these damned masks even to sleep. She tossed the mask that had accompanied her throughout her life to the ground. Seeing this, Wood also put aside his sorrow and hurriedly removed his mask. Beneath his sparse hair was a weathered middle-aged face. Like Covey, he greedily inhaled the air around him. Only Roland kept his mask on. He remained unusually calm, showing no excitement about reaching the new world. In the previous world, the mask had been a symbol of life, and he had experienced the despair of losing it. Although he longed to breathe fresh air, there was a more important mission at hand. Comrades, Roland said gravely, this is no time to rest. Now that we've found a new world, we must find a way to bring the others over. Are you out of your mind? Covey stared at Roland incredulously. We barely escaped. Do you know how many people died for this? Exactly, Roland, Wood quickly added. There's no need to go back for them. They probably think you're dead and are rifling through your stuff right now. Our comrades paved the way for us, hoping we would find a way out. I can't betray their hopes, Roland insisted. Then go do it yourself. Goodbye, Covey said coldly, choosing a direction and leaving without looking back. Wood glanced at Roland, his expression conflicted, before ultimately following Covey. Roland stood alone, his expression hidden beneath the bird-beak mask. Fresh air seeped through, slightly calming his restless heart. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the silence, followed by sounds of intense fighting from the direction Covey and Wood had taken. Roland considered going to help, but ultimately remained still. What good would it do? They were no longer on the same path. He had no right to ask them to risk their lives again. Just as he was about to leave, a stern voice called out behind him, "Don't move. Kyoto military. Raise your hands and identify yourself immediately." Roland slowly raised his hands. If he couldn't rely on Covey and Wood, he would have to seek help elsewhere. "Hello, friends," he said calmly. "My name is Roland, from the slums of the wasteland, and I come in peace." Meanwhile, in the tournament office, Jiang Zhi and Qin Su sat facing each other, with Qin Yahui standing nearby like a small attendant. Qin Su sipped his tea, spat out the leaves, and glanced at the clearly guilty-looking Qin Yahui. "Professor Jiang, I apologize. I tried to dissuade this kid, but he still came to bother you." Jiang Zhi waved it off. "It's all right, President Qin. Qin Yahui is strong. I barely won and only knocked off about 200 of his health points." Qin Yahui grimaced, thinking that the 200 referred more to his blood pressure than anything else. Qin Su was somewhat surprised after hearing this, furrowing his brow slightly. He had witnessed the power of Jiang Zhi's combination of rain of bullets, Xuan Wu, and the impeccable, and logically, Qin Yahui shouldn't be able to handle such a deck. But judging by Qin Yahui's expression at the moment, things might not be so simple. "Professor Jiang, are you looking for a combat instructor?" Qin Su asked directly. Jiang Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I initially planned to find someone from the military in Haishur, but they are too busy at the moment, so I came here to try my luck." Qin Su understood. Although Jiang Zhi was young, as a professor, he clearly lacked practical combat experience. After pondering for a moment, Qin Su said, "That's not really a problem. Although many experts from Kyoto have been sent to guard the city recently, however." He rubbed his fingers together meaningfully. Jiang Zhi immediately understood. "Name your price for the fee. My card-making skills are quite good." Seeing Jiang Zhi's sincere attitude, Qin Su's smile broadened. "How about this, Professor Jiang? Why don't you show me a bit of your skills first, so I can see what level of guidance is needed? Then we can discuss specific arrangements and fees." "No problem. Where should we try?" Qin Su stood up, his towering frame of over 2 meters nearly touching the ceiling, making Jiang Zhi and Qin Yahui seem particularly small in comparison. "Follow me." He led them to the battle center of the venue, a section already lit up, evidently a specially prepared area. Just as Qin Su was about to step into the ring himself, Qin Yahui suddenly stepped forward. "Uncle, let me give it a try. After all, you taught me yourself." After Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement, the two took their positions. Qin Yahui looked confident, clearly believing that as a military disciple, he was more than capable of handling a professor in combat. "Are we ready to start?" Jiang Zhi asked calmly, taking a defensive stance. "Let's begin." As soon as Qin Yahui finished speaking, Jiang Zhi quickly closed the distance with a few swift steps, delivering a fast punch aimed at Qin Yahui's side. Qin Yahui hastily blocked, but his arm was immediately pinned by Jiang Zhi, and before he knew it, he was spun around and slammed heavily to the ground. By the time he realized what had happened, Jiang Zhi's fist was already hovering just centimeters from his face, the cold breeze brushing against his skin. It turned out that although Jiang Zhi lacked combat experience, he had inherited Floor's memories. Even a brief 2-second memory transfer was enough for him to acquire a considerable amount of combat techniques, which is why he scoffed at attending ordinary combat courses. Watching from the sidelines, Qin Su applauded, saying, "Jiang Zhi's skills are quite impressive, even by military standards. Improving further won't be easy." Jiang Zhi pulled the still-stunned Qin Yahui to his feet and turned to Qin Su. "So, Chairman Qin, do you have a suitable instructor, either from the military or here?" "I do. I can teach you myself," Qin Su replied with a smile. "But the price won't be cheap." "Name your price, Chairman Qin." Jiang Zhi responded straightforwardly. Qin Su rubbed his chin, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I heard when Xu Yuan helped you get a card set for a Ling card group. I'd like to get a set to supply the entire army as well." Jiang Zhi frowned and asked, "Wasn't the previous set shared with the military in Haishur?" "Of course it was shared. If it hadn't been, when Xu Yuan would be in serious trouble," Qin Su explained. "What I want you to help me with is creating a set for the senior officers, ideally one that provides an overall boost, especially in terms of marching speed." As he spoke, he gave Jiang Zhi a fawning look, while casting a glance at Qin Yahui. "Go get the box from my office." "Overall boost," Jiang Zhi mused. Qin Su quickly added, "Professor Jiang, you might not know this, but in Legion warfare, only the highest buffs and debuffs for allies take effect. You might not have encountered this before, so a strong support or commander is needed in Legion battles." Jiang Zhi suddenly understood. "I see. You need a commander-specific card set, with an overall level boost." He recalled a servant card he had gotten from Zeiss, which seemed to be the type needed for team battles. Just then, Qin Yahui came running over with a familiar-looking box. Jiang Zhi quickly stepped forward, grabbing the box before Qin Su could, and casually swiped it open with a beep. He looked expressionlessly at the embarrassed Qin Su and the bewildered Qin Yahui. "So this box was prepared for me in advance, with my identity information already recorded?" Qin Su blushed and stammered, explaining that he had been planning to discuss it with Jiang Zhi. Inside the box were 3 grade cards, 10 grade cards, and 2 grade cards, neatly arranged. Jiang Zhi breathed a sigh of relief. With only 3 grade cards, the workload wouldn't be too heavy. Prepare a card-making room for me. If that's not available, a quiet, secure room will do. Soon, Qin Su found a card-making room for Jiang Zhi. Although its energy concentration wasn't as high as Ouyang Feng's, it was sufficient for Jiang Zhi. With the door closed, Jiang Zhi began contemplating the card set construction. The commander's card set focuses on support rather than damage or armor, mainly to provide assistance to other military card sets. Considering the current dire situation of humanity against the rifts, along with Qin Su's requirements, enhancing the military's mobility is crucial. This way, they can have more control when exploring the rifts. He thought of the cavalry corps of the Villian Empire, each with a 200 movement speed boost and 25-point damage reduction as a standard buff. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but marvel at how the military always seems to find more tasks for themselves. Jiang Zhi picked up an 11 blank card, and its surface immediately shimmered with colors. He began focusing on card crafting, with each card taking shape in his hands. First was Kung Su Guardian, an 11 ability card, costing 3 energy points. This card provides all allied units with a 15-layer acceleration effect at the start and end of each turn. When Jiang Zhi attempted to add strength-related attributes, the card resisted. It was clear that the system recognized it as a card meant for large-scale battles and did not allow direct combat power enhancements. Next was Swift Assault, an 11 ability card, costing 2 energy points. It allows allied units within range to deal damage with an additional 10 acceleration layer, offering another means to boost group combat damage. More cards were completed in succession. Patrol, a level, costing 5 energy, with a consumable trait, can double the current acceleration of allies within range. Sanctuary, level, costing 3 energy, with a retainable trait, forces up to 10 allies to disengage from combat, usable twice. Bind Foot, level, costing 2 energy, with a consumable trait, applies 99 layers of slow to enemies, usable 3 times. Battle Step, level, costing 2 energy, provides 20 layers of acceleration to allies within range, usable twice. Blockade, level, costing 3 energy, with a consumable trait, prevents enemies from escaping combat for 2 turns. Charge, level, costing 5 energy, with a consumable trait, doubles the acceleration of allies within range during the turn. Command, draw card, level, costing 2 energy, allows allies within range to draw 1 card each, usable twice. After completing the crafting, Jiang Zhi felt a brief dizziness. He then understood why Ouyang Feng was reluctant to disclose information about Legion cards when he was at LV, for it required almost as much effort as crafting a single-level card. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with the end result, he understood the strict limitations imposed by card rules on group use decks. When he inserted the 15 cards into the card machine, there was no usual color change, just an additional small flag in his hand, without any seasonal effects appearing. This special card spirit, named Alliance, surprised Jiang Zhi had an effective range limited to a 1,000-meter radius from the Yingzhou flag, with a Travel the Seas effect that granted allies within range a 100 movement speed boost, activatable without entering combat. It was Jiang Zhi's first encounter with a card spirit based on an item, and it bore no level markings. As he left the card crafting room, Jiang Zhi saw Qin Su and Qin Yahui waiting, with the latter looking sheepish, like a student caught in wrongdoing. Qin Su, upon seeing the card deck in Jiang Zhi's hand, immediately showed a crafty smile and reached out to take the deck. However, Jiang Zhi held on and said, "President Qin, before that, I have some questions for you." Qin Su's expression instantly became serious, as if he had guessed something. "Go ahead, ask. I'll tell you whatever I can." "President Qin, you have connections with the military, don't you?" "Yes, of course," Qin Su replied, puffing out his chest and pointing to himself with his thumb. "You know Lu Qingping, right? That guy reached LV8 as a lord thanks to us old friends helping him out. And I, Qin Su, am one of the deputy officers of the Kyoto military. You can also call me Officer Qin." Jiang Zhi nodded, having already deduced from Qin Su's commanding presence that he had a military background. "Why does the government need this deck? Is there a war brewing somewhere?" Jiang Zhi looked directly into Qin Su's eyes. Faced with this sensitive question, Qin Su remained silent, his expression grave. "Can't answer that question?" "No." "Is it important to the government?" "Extremely important." Jiang Zhi frowned, understanding dawning on him clearly. The government was planning something significant. He shifted his approach. "Does Ouyang Feng know about this?" "No." "How about Wen Xiuyuan, Officer 1? Qin Su fell into a prolonged silence at this question. This silence itself was an answer. Didn't want to lie, yet he couldn't disclose the truth. A knowing smile appeared on Jiang Zhi's face. "I thought so. The government clearly isn't weak, but they couldn't even spare personnel for Heisha. Turns out they have other plans." He released his grip, signaling Qin Su to take back the deck. Please teach me well, Officer Qin. Qin Su solemnly saluted Jiang Zhi. I will teach you everything I know. On behalf of the brothers in the army, I thank you, Professor Jiang. One last question, Jiang Zhi said seriously. Why is the government keeping us in the dark? Qin Su glanced at Qin Yahui, who looked confused. What's up, uncle? You drank so much water just now. Don't you need to use the bathroom? No, uncle, I. Before he could finish, a large hand clapped heavily on Qin Yahui's shoulder, exerting an undeniable pressure. I think you need to use the bathroom, Yahui. All right, uncle, I'm going now. Qin Yahui dashed out of the room as if blown by the wind. Once Qin Yahui was gone, Qin Su took out a soundproof barrier, sea-level card. A faint blue energy film enveloped them, isolating their conversation from the outside world. Is all this really necessary? It is. Actually, it wasn't this serious 3 months ago. 3 months ago, before the tarot season began? Yes. Qin Su's expression grew more serious. The tarot season was like opening Pandora's box. It brought vitality to the world, but also unprecedented danger. Jiang Zhi's heart skipped a beat. Qin Su continued. It's not just humans getting stronger. The creatures in the rifts are evolving too, some even gaining the ability to leave the rifts. A month ago, a small country outside our borders was completely overrun. Within our borders, the government maintains order, but outside, without restraint, it's a different story. The increased power of the cards has widened the gap between the strong and the weak, changing the survival rules drastically. The government is being watched by foreign entities. Some things can't be shared with you, not out of distrust, but for protection. Professor Jiang, you must understand that Academician Yang doesn't actually have the authority to completely ban you from entering the interdimensional rifts. It's not a threat, it's protection. The ban will be lifted after the competition, so please understand. With that, Qin Su bowed again, but Jiang Zhi stopped him. No need for that. Then Jiang Zhi turned and said, Diana, record that last sentence. If anyone tries to stop me from entering the rifts, use this to shut them up. Qin Su was taken aback, and suddenly a young woman in formal attire appeared behind Jiang Zhi. Hey, Jiang, are you setting me up? Jiang Zhi quickly stepped back to create distance. What do you mean setting up? Can you call it a setup when it's something a scholar does? I don't care about your excuses, just delete it. By the time Jiang Zhi left the venue, it was already evening. His face bore several bruises, courtesy of Qin Su. The deputy commander, known for his unorthodox tactics, fought like a street thug, employing moves like sand throwing, groin strikes, and eye pokes, all aimed at vulnerable spots. If it weren't for his serious expression, Jiang Zhi might have suspected he was being targeted on purpose. Walking home alone with his injuries, Wang En and Jing were not allowed to accompany him, and he had to handle all the recent affairs by himself. Just as he was nearing his home, a sleek black sedan pulled up beside him, and the window rolled down to reveal a standard Western Caucasian face. Hello, Professor Jiang. I'm John from the Eagle Country. I greatly admire your work and was wondering if I could invite you to dinner. Jiang Zhi's eyes showed a clear refusal, and he casually made up an excuse. No, I forgot to turn off the gas at home. Need to go handle that. Although John didn't fully understand the Chinese phrase, he clearly got the gist of the refusal. All right, I won't disturb you then. I'll be attending next week's National Card Exchange Conference as a foreign guest, and I hope to see your new research there. As the black sedan drove away, Jiang Zhi's expression grew more serious. The situation Qin Su mentioned seemed optimistic, but now it appeared that foreign forces were eager to meddle in Yin country's internal affairs. He wondered what the authorities were planning. Meanwhile, 5 floors underground in Kyoto, Roland, wearing a bird beak mask, sat quietly in a chair. Although he could understand the language of this world, he still couldn't grasp the written characters. Over the past 2 days, he had been enjoying a high-quality life he had never experienced before: delicious food, a comfortable environment, and no longer needing to worry that sleep might become eternal slumber. But because of this, he tightened his mask even more. He knew that once he breathed the air here without it, he might never want to return to the wasteland. On the other side of the solid stone wall, several scholars in white lab coats closely observed Roland. This is the first instance of a rift creature that can communicate normally with us and shows goodwill. Although he bears the characteristics of a rift monster, we have yet to locate the rift in the undercity of the wasteland he described. 2 days ago, Roland, along with 2 other humanoid beings with a strong desire for combat, appeared in a park in the Kyoto city center. With the assistance of foreign forces, 2 severely injured humanoid creatures managed to break through and evade official pursuit. Unlike them, a man who called himself Roland chose to surrender from the start and revealed his true intention: wanted to defect to the authorities with creatures from an interdimensional rift, on the condition that they help him open a rift leading back to his homeland. Though the proposal seemed absurd, it held immense potential benefits. If a rift willingly offered its resources for official exploitation, its strategic value would increase exponentially. Ouyang Feng, a member of the expert team, gazed at Roland seated comfortably in a chair, inevitably reminded of Diana by Jiang Zhi's side. The lab door suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform strode in. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a stern face marked by a scar and a few silver strands in his neatly cropped hair. Yet, none of these details could conceal the commanding aura he exuded. Was Lu Qingping, the supreme commander of the military in Kyoto and the overall military chief of Yen. After briefly acknowledging the experts and scholars present, Lu Qingping picked up a report and entered Roland's room alone. The matter was of such importance that others either lacked the credentials or the security clearance to enter. Lu Qingping's presence made the previously composed Roland look up sharply, overwhelmed by a suffocating pressure that once again made him feel the fear of death. "Hello, I'm Lu Qingping," he said directly. "You claim to be from the ruined city. Prove it to me." As he spoke, an abyss-like aura emanated from him, and a device at hand glowed with a blood-red light. Under this terrifying pressure, Roland found it hard to breathe, as if he were back in the dire straits of the ruined city. Meanwhile, John received a special call inside a car and quickly played a card for covert action. A commanding voice came from the other end. "John, you must have met Professor Jiang." What was their reaction? John replied with a wry smile. "What do you think?" Of course, it was a rejection. The vigilance here in Yen is extremely high. Just after contacting Jiang Zhi, my residence was inexplicably relocated to a remote area. Clearly, it's a warning. If it happens again, it probably won't be just a change of rooms. After a brief pause, the voice on the phone said, "In that case, leave Jiang Zhi aside for now. I need you to help with something. Get 2 people out of Yen secretly and make sure nothing goes wrong. Yen is likely making covert arrangements, so if possible, I need you to find out their movements. Also, Lu Qingping is back in Kyoto, so be extra careful not to get caught. Even with diplomatic immunity, we might not be able to protect you. Lastly, bring all your men over. We must ensure those 2 leave safely." "Putting everything on me. What am I supposed to do?" John said with agitation. "Because of your foolish defection proposal, I'm already being watched by Yen. And you? Instead of sending more support, you're taking my people away. Are you trying to get me killed?" The voice on the other end remained cold. "John, this isn't a request for your opinion. It's a notification." With that, the call ended, leaving behind a string of harsh, busy signals. "A bunch of cowardly incompetents," John muttered through clenched teeth. "It's easy for them to talk, but when it comes to action, it's always me on the front lines." As the car came to a stop, John walked dejectedly towards his newly assigned room, contemplating his next move. Over the following days, Jiang Zhi maintained a high level of discipline, strictly commuting between the venue and his residence each day. He was fully immersed in his combat training with Qin Su, displaying an astonishing eagerness to learn. Whenever Qin Su had any free time, he would find Jiang Zhi already waiting at the training ground, his enthusiasm almost overwhelming Qin Su. What shocked Qin Su the most was Jiang Zhi's incredible rate of progress. In just a few days, Jiang Zhi's combat skills had transformed entirely, making it hard to believe he was the same novice Qin Su had easily subdued before. Every move he made seemed to be honed through rigorous practice, exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior. Of course, the secret behind this is continuous integration and consolidation of Floor's combat experience remained undisclosed to anyone by Jiang Zhi. During this period, Jiang Zhi intended to discuss the topic of card spirits and humans with Ouyang Feng, only to find the elder had mysteriously disappeared. His office was occasionally occupied by Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng, who were busy organizing documents. It wasn't until the rehearsal before the conference that Jiang Zhi encountered Ouyang Feng at the venue. Ouyang Feng appeared weary, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having not rested well for days. "What's up? You haven't been off finding a new lease on life, have you?" Jiang Zhi joked. Ouyang Feng shot him a disdainful look. "My granddaughter is older than you, and you're asking me that? So what have you been up to?" "Conducting research, and it's confidential," Ouyang Feng replied seriously. "If you want to know, you'll have to give up the upcoming matches and join me in the research." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhi immediately covered his ears and took 2 steps back. "No need to say more. You just keep busy with your stuff. What about the new cards? How's your preparation going?" "What can I say, just like last time?" Ouyang Feng looked surprised. "When did you become so generous, Jiang?" Jiang Zhi shook his head. "Of course, it's not for free. The last time, the bonuses were all absorbed by the officials. If I offer it for free again, it might seem like the officials are taking advantage. What do you want? After this season ends, I want to see the effects and description of the special item held by Commander Liu. Just to look, no other intentions. Additionally, I need the officials to publicly release all subsequent research materials on cards." Ouyang Feng nodded. "That's not a problem. We were planning to upgrade your access after the conference anyway. But I feel these permissions won't be much use to you since most of the highest level card information comes from you." Jiang Zhi didn't respond. To him, while these permissions might not be immediately useful, they could be significant in the future. As an individual, he ultimately couldn't match the vast resources of the official organization. During the rehearsal for the conference, when Jiang Zhi presented the information he planned to release, he was immediately placed in the finale position. This arrangement was natural. Not only was Jiang Zhi already a focal point for many, but he also brought new cards this time. Moreover, since Ouyang Feng didn't intend to reveal the actual progress on the integration of card spirits and humans, having Jiang Zhi close the event seemed all the more appropriate. On Saturday morning, 2 days later, the National Card Conference in Yin Country officially commenced. The Card Exchange Conference is destined to leave a significant mark in history. With the introduction of the new concept of seasons, card enthusiasts from around the world have gathered in Kyoto to witness the opening of this grand event. The venue is a massive circular building that Jiang Zhi frequently visits. At this moment, tens of thousands of people have already entered, filling the circular stands to capacity, except for a few VIP seats in the front reserved specifically for Jiang Zhi and Ouyang Feng. The stage stands empty, awaiting the important moment to come. A military-provided vehicle smoothly navigates the controlled zone. Inside, Qin Yahui and Qin Su accompany Jiang Zhi to the venue. A large part of Kyoto is under strict military control to ensure everything goes smoothly, especially considering that Jiang Zhi, who made waves in the card world 3 months ago, has drawn numerous international guests, some with different intentions. Jiang Zhi stands out among a group of academicians in white research coats, his black hair contrasting sharply with his surroundings. Faced with these experienced experts from research institutes nationwide, he appears somewhat reserved, greeting each with a handshake and introducing himself. As everyone takes their seats, the conference officially begins. The first segment delves into an in-depth discussion of the tarot season, including detailed research reports and predictions about the current apocalypse season. Although the first season lasted only 3 months, the data collected from across the country is already quite comprehensive. Particularly noteworthy is the discussion about the reversed effects of tarot cards. Despite each person's tarot card effects being unique, there are commonalities. The most daunting among them are the reversed Fool and reversed World. The reversed Fool allows the choice of any reversed effect from the other 21 tarot cards, while the reversed World can completely immobilize an opponent in the next round. After other speakers finish their presentations, all eyes naturally turn to Jiang Zhi. He takes a deep breath and slowly walks onto the stage. On the large screen behind him, the cards he previously revealed appear in sequence: Level Floor, Level Apprentice Xuanwu, and the not fully disclosed Diana. Under the gaze of the audience, Jiang Zhi stands at the center of the stage as the projections disappear one by one. He clears his throat and begins. I might disappoint some of you, as I'm not here to announce research on ability cards. This statement stirs unrest among the audience, except for the few who attended the rehearsal and remain calm. Jiang Zhi quickly shifts the focus. What I bring to you today is a brand new type of card, equipment cards. Jiang Zhi's words caused a momentary pause in the atmosphere. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, his card device suddenly emitted a golden glow, and the virtual image of Diana solidified behind him. A small black dagger appeared in his hand, showcasing the effect of a new equipment card. It doesn't occupy the card spirit's actions, but exists as an independent weapon. Facing the wooden stake prepared by the officials, Jiang Zhi made a swift throwing motion. The dagger pierced the stake accurately, while Vera, under Diana, also completed her attack. The independence of these two attacks clearly demonstrated the practical value of the equipment card. During the demonstration, Jiang Zhi deliberately showed only the 3 prominent characters on the card's surface, equipment card. This simple display was enough to shock the entire audience. As always, he left the detailed explanations to the officials. In front of tens of thousands of spectators, he uploaded the equipment card's documentation to the official website. The officials were well prepared and immediately set the highest permissions for the document. Some quick responders logged into the website only to find it temporarily blocked to prevent foreign hackers from intruding. After completing the upload, Jiang Zhi left quietly. Unlike ability cards, the appearance of equipment cards did not disrupt existing card decks. This is because equipment cards are not suitable for all decks. For some low-tier decks, ordinary cards are more effective. Although equipment cards can boost a deck's explosive power, they also introduce new vulnerability periods. Since card spirits already possess weapons, equipment cards test the card master's personal combat skills even more. However, in high-level matches, the power of equipment cards is formidable. Especially when equipment cards fall into the hands of combat-oriented players like Wen Shuyuan, their power far exceeds conventional stacking. Jiang Zhi still vividly remembers the scene where Wen Shuyuan, after separating from his spirit, shot him into a sieve with a crossbow. If one had held dual crossbows at the time, the situation would have been even more challenging. After this public release, Jiang Zhi once again stood in the world spotlight. However, all the noise no longer concerned him. He now quietly remained within the Kyoto defense perimeter, a secure area where not even a fly could get through, focusing on learning combat techniques from Qin Su. Meanwhile, in the military-controlled area on the outskirts of Kyoto, Qin Mu was observing the 5 sets of Ing Zhao's flag card decks copied by the military, frowning slightly. This is all we've managed to replicate these days? He asked a nearby officer. Yes, sir, the officer replied. The production of this all-encompassing enhancement deck is extremely challenging, and this is the best we can do for now. 5 sets are far from enough, Qin Mu said sternly. Tell the logistics team to step up their efforts. Commander Liu has already left, and we can't lag behind. Yes, sir, the officer responded, standing at attention. Delivering these card sets to the departing exploration team is an urgent matter. Qin Mu watched the officer's retreating figure, massaging his throbbing temples, silently praying that this exploration would proceed without too many unexpected incidents. At the center of the restricted area, a large crowd gathered before a massive fissure. Soldiers moved in and out, all bearing varying degrees of burnt's temporary effect caused by the card rules, which would heal on their own once they left the area. Zhang Lei was leading his unit in a final readiness check in front of the fissure. As a member of the former Haisher military, they had been secretly reassigned to Kyoto months ago. The mission seemed straightforward, yet was fraught with challenges, to investigate the full extent of this interdimensional fissure. Over 4 months, they had conducted 3 explorations. Unlike regular explorations, this time, officials could not establish a forward base within the fissure. The extremely harsh environment of the abandoned land made base construction a luxury. Typically, in such cases, officials would seal off the fissure and abandon the exploration. But this time was different, as certain special magic seemed to emanate from within, prompting officials to mobilize all available military forces of the Yin Kingdom. This was also the main reason why neighboring cities were unable to offer support during the Whalon Empire fissure crisis in Haisher. As for what exactly the officials were seeking, Zhang Lei, as a soldier, was not privy to that information. He only needed to focus on carrying out his superior's orders. Just as Zhang Lei was about to enter the fissure, an urgent shout came from behind. A logistics member hurried over, holding a set of cards. Captain Zhang, this is an auxiliary card set that just arrived from above. While it doesn't have combat capabilities, it's very useful for exploration. Zhang Lei took the card set and inserted it into his card machine, immediately manifesting a small flag in his hand. He tried waving it, and instantly felt an unprecedented lightness in his steps. This is great stuff. Our exploration range will definitely expand significantly this time, Zhang Lei praised. Why wasn't it issued earlier? There are only 6 sets in the entire Kyoto military right now. Since you're departing today, I made a special request, the logistics personnel explained. I'll take good care of it. Expect good news from me, Zhang Lei said briefly, then led his team into the fissure. The ground at the fissure's entrance was damp and covered with corrosive marks, clearly having just endured an acid rain. In the thick haze, a massive city stood alone on the distant plain, looming in and out of sight. The faint glow from the small flag enveloped a kilometer-wide area, boosting the entire team's pace to a brisk jog. Zhang Lei internally marveled at the strategic value of this card set. The ability to increase speed alone could be crucial in battle. Everyone, stay prepared, Zhang Lei reminded. With this equipment, our exploration range will be much larger than usual, so remain extra vigilant. With just 4 days remaining until the card tournament, Jiang Zhi's door was gently knocked on. He paused, slightly puzzled, as he was about to leave for training with Qin Su. Outside stood a stranger in a blue uniform, who respectfully handed him an ID, bowing slightly. Professor Jiang, hello. I'm from the official Card Research Institute. Commander Liu urgently needs your assistance. Jiang Zhi examined the card carefully. Although it did bear the official insignia of the Card Research Institute, he remained cautious. What proof do you have of your identity? This isn't enough to make me leave with you. The staff member was evidently unprepared for such a cautious inquiry and was momentarily speechless. Just then, a familiar voice called from nearby. No need to overthink it, he's one of us. Jiang, if you're not convinced, ride with me. Jiang Zhi turned to see a car parked quietly in front of the house, with Ouyang Feng poking his head out of the rear window. Recognizing his old acquaintance, Jiang Zhi relaxed and quickly approached the car. What's the urgency? Jiang Zhi asked as he settled into the car, watching Ouyang Feng munching on a fried dough stick. The latter had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well for days. Not the right time. I'll explain when we get there, Ouyang Feng replied curtly, before leaning back to nap. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a building. Ouyang Feng awoke, led Jiang Zhi straight to the elevator, and pressed the button for the 5th basement level before beginning to explain. A few days ago, 3 humanoid creatures emerged from a rift in Kyoto. Aren't there no humanoid creatures in Kyoto's rifts? Jiang Zhi's interest was piqued. Exactly. That's the issue. Ouyang Feng's tone grew serious. These creatures don't belong to any known rift in Kyoto, which means a whole new rift is about to open where they appeared. How can you be so sure? It's not just sure, it's inevitable, Ouyang Feng explained as the elevator descended. There are always signs before a rift appears. Monsters first, then the rift opens. It's a rule. While not all rifts come with creatures, wherever creatures appear, a new rift is bound to open. Seeing Jiang Zhi deep in thought, Ouyang Feng added, Don't think I'm asking you to explore the rift. You've already made enough of a commotion in the Whalon Empire. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have revoked your rift privileges. I'm seeking your help for another matter. Jiang Zhi followed out of the elevator, and the sight before him made him hold his breath. The fifth underground level was a vast, awe-inspiring space, resembling an underground city. Researchers in white lab coats hurried back and forth, the scene no different from the Kyoto terminal. Wow, you guys have hidden such a large base underground. Jiang Zhi couldn't help but marvel. In the card era, constructing such large underground facilities is no longer difficult. It's just a matter of time and resources. Ouyang Feng said as he led the way. Where we're going is even deeper. Oh, and about the issue of monsters and rifts. Since it's confirmed that monsters inevitably cause rifts, we have a certain amount of control. We've brought you here to further expand that control. They eventually arrived at a massive alloy door. The access system quickly completed identity verification, and with a hissing sound of gas, the heavy metal door slowly opened. What lay before them was a fully equipped large laboratory. The most striking feature was behind a wall resembling a one-way mirror. A chilling scene of a humanoid creature wearing a bird beak mask feeding. The mask seemed alive, clinging to its face, replacing a human mouth to chew. Each swallow exaggerated and urgent, as if racing against time. Where are the other two? Jiang Zhi asked, his eyes still fixated on the bizarre feeding scene. Those two with bad attitudes. Ouyang Feng sneered. After we injured them, a group of hidden spies rescued them. Jiang Zhi recalled Qin Su's warning the foreign wolves had set their sights on Yin country. Letting two go, won't that be a problem? Quite the opposite. Ouyang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. They're bait. Even if they know the success rate is low, they will certainly bite. But more importantly now, I hope you can try to convert this guy into a card spirit. Are you sure this guy, who looks like he escaped from the Foundation, will agree? He will agree. Ouyang Feng explained. Card spirits cannot betray their master. That's the rule. Although this one named Roland seems friendly, we need to completely eliminate his potential threat. As long as we ensure he has no ill intentions, the entrance to the alien rift can become our advantage. Jiang Zhi nodded, agreeing with this cautious approach. Can I talk to him? Of course, Commander Lu will accompany you for protection. Commander Lu? Lu Qingping. It's me, Professor Jiang. A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jiang Zhi turned around to see a stern man in military uniform standing there. If you want to see Roland, I'll ensure your safety. Lu Qingping, recognized as the highest official combat power, is part of an elite group of military personnel alongside Qin Su and Wen Shuyuan. Within the official LV7 powerhouse community, he is the only one who has reached LV8, having undergone 4 more enhancements than Jiang Zhi. This significant power gap leaves Jiang Zhi unable to fathom just how strong Lu Qingping truly is. Professor Jiang, let me know anytime you need to check on Roland, Lu Qingping said, his tone so neutral that it betrayed no emotion as he looked at Jiang Zhi. Jiang Zhi nodded hesitantly. Is this Roland? Very dangerous? He's a level 6 lord. Ouyang Feng replied directly. His maximum health is currently locked at 47 and is increasing at a rate of 2 per day. One of the reasons we called you here is because of this. We're concerned he won't last much longer. His condition is deteriorating daily. Just then, Diana appeared beside Jiang Zhi. He's being recalled by the rift. Although he has temporarily escaped, he's far from free of its influence. Once his health is completely locked, the rift will pull him back. This memory wasn't erased. Jiang Zhi asked in surprise. Diana shook her head. It's not a secret. You'll encounter it sooner or later. My father once briefly escaped, but eventually, everyone is reset back to the origin by the rift. Roland probably doesn't know this, or he wouldn't be so calm waiting for his health to lock. Are you saying this situation can be mitigated? Jiang Zhi asked, increasingly curious. Yes, as long as he continuously hunts creatures outside the rift. Although the recall will gradually strengthen, it can at least buy some time. Couldn't this important information be shared with me earlier? Jiang Zhi asked Diana, exasperated. Please categorize the importance of the information, and I can retrieve what you need, Diana responded. Would you like to know about my current information categorization? Today's afternoon tea, tomorrow's afternoon tea. Put the rift information at the forefront. Is there anything else you want to say? No, please first specify the query range. I was wrong, stop talking. Jiang Zhi turned to Lu Qingping. Commander Lu, I'd like to see Roland now. Lu Qingping nodded slightly, shifting his neutral gaze away from Diana, and led the way to the containment room. He opened the door to find Roland had finished his meal, having not only licked the plate clean, but also neatly tucked it into the bird beak muzzle. The chilling sound of chewing was distinctly audible. As the three entered the room, Roland immediately halted his actions. He looked up, and although the fearsome Lu Qingping was present, it seemed the focus today was on the man and woman behind him. Lu Qingping took a seat to the side, leaving the position directly opposite Roland for Jiang Zhi. When Jiang Zhi's eyes met Roland's, a notification flickered at the corner of his vision. Roland's attribute panel quietly appeared. Certified Alchemist Roland, LV6 Lord. The 477047709000 Survivor's Mask was particularly striking, with its remarkable feature of reducing negative effects by 80, but also decreasing positive effects and recovery by 50. His abilities in potion brewing and lethal potency were truly unique, with each potion crafted to perfection, albeit always accompanied by unpredictable side effects. Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow as he observed the peculiar lord wearing a birdbeak mask. Although this combination of skills seemed unconventional, it exuded an eerie sense of versatility. Roland adjusted his posture, his gaze piercing through the mask as he addressed Jiang Zhi. "Hello, my name is Roland. Are you aware of your current situation?" Jiang Zhi asked directly. "Yes." Roland's voice emerged from the mask, slightly hoarse. "I can feel the pull of my homeland and an uncontrollable urge for violence. My rationality is gradually being consumed. Aren't you afraid?" Roland gently touched the bird-beak mask, his tone calm. "It will preserve my last bit of sanity. I will not succumb to primal desires. What do you want us to help you with?" "On behalf of my compatriots, I wish to pledge allegiance to the Yen nation's government," Roland stated bluntly. "We just need a place to breathe. We are willing to become your vassals." Jiang Zhi's tone was indifferent. "You admit your rationality is fading. Even if you can control yourself, how can you ensure your compatriots won't lose control? We are willing to accept your supervision. That's not enough. What does the Yen nation need to trust us?" Diana suddenly interjected. "Have you considered becoming a card spirit? Completely changing your form of existence and letting card rules govern everything. Submission to it is the only way to survive." Card spirit. Roland looked at Diana in confusion. Jiang Zhi understood that the officials had not yet informed Roland about the existence of card spirits. It made sense, as currently, only he seemed capable of converting rift creatures into card spirits. If it weren't for Ouyang Feng's involvement in this experiment, this solution might never have been proposed. "Allow me a moment to think." Roland slowly unzipped his jacket, taking out a row of colorful small potions. He skillfully mixed them, and soon, a potion shimmering with rainbow hues appeared in his hand. A system prompt appeared. Great Wisdom Potion. Item effect. Temporarily become foolish for 10 minutes, followed by a 20-second mental boost. To everyone's astonishment, Roland poured the potion into the mask's filter without hesitation, allowing the excess liquid to trickle down, soaking his upper body. The empty bottle fell and shattered as he started making bizarre noises, with rainbow bubbles continuously emerging from the mask's filter. This absurd scene lasted for a full 2 minutes. Then, the empty gaze Roland directed at the ceiling gradually regained focus. A sharp gleam flickered before returning to calm. "You are right," he slowly said. "In my world, card power is indeed irresistible. I agree to transform into a card spirit, but on one condition. Please provide a safe area for my compatriots, and I will restrain their behavior." Looking at this unique alchemist, Jiang Zhi hesitated. Card spirits could influence the direction of cards, and he couldn't even fathom the thought of gulping down a great wisdom potion. In battle, becoming foolish for 10 minutes in exchange for a 20-second boost of wisdom was a terrifying side effect. Rather than a trade-off for the positive effect, it seemed like the positive effect was a compensation for this dreadful state. Perhaps only an anomaly like Roland, born with resistance, would dare to attempt such a defiant formula. Seeing Jiang Zhi's constipated expression, Roland asked in confusion, "Is there still a problem?" Jiang Zhi looked at the pharmacist before him, who exuded an eerie aura, and sighed inwardly. "There's a big problem," he admitted bluntly. "Brother, how did you even escape the rift? Is your potion always this unique? Its side effects are quite significant. Is this medicine really legitimate?" Roland paused for a moment upon hearing this, then explained earnestly. "These are just the normal reactions of the drug. To gain enhancement, one must naturally endure the negative effects. Besides," he straightened his back, "I am the chief pharmacist of the wasteland. Everyone in the wasteland knows there's no potion I can't concoct. It's absolutely legitimate." Jiang Zhi scrutinized Roland's bizarre attire and couldn't help but quip. "Honestly, with your outfit, I wouldn't be surprised if you pulled out a saw from your clothes and said you're going to bleed a patient." "In the wasteland, blood is also an important resource and cannot be wasted," Roland responded earnestly. Jiang Zhi rubbed his aching temples and took out an engraved blank card from his pocket, placing it in front of Roland. "I'll use this card as your core and establish a deck for you. Can you accept that?" Roland nodded in agreement, knowing that survival and his compatriots were paramount. As soon as he agreed, the card emitted a bright light. Jiang Zhi hadn't expected the process to start so quickly and watched as Roland's figure gradually became transparent, transforming into specks of light that merged into the card. Nearby, Lu Qingping stood up cautiously, ready to respond to any potential incidents. Outside the room, staff members put down their tasks and focused on documenting this unique moment of a monster being converted into a card spirit. However, things didn't go as planned. Roland's integration process suddenly halted. The engraved card in front of Jiang Zhi flickered continuously before finally disintegrating into fragments, signaling the conversion's failure. What happened, Diana? Jiang Zhi asked his partner, perplexed. Diana's eyes glowed blue. The card's strength wasn't enough to support his power, so it shattered. You mean we need to use inscribed blank card? Seeing Diana nod, Jiang Zhi asked in confusion. But Floor never had this issue? Floor is the chosen one. Even capturing his soul after death required an engraved card. You had to complete tasks to unleash his power, even needing the help of tarot cards. It's not the same. As Jiang Zhi hesitated about whether to use inscribed card, Lu Qingping spoke up. I'll provide the card. Consider it payment for the flag you gave me. With that, he placed inscribed blank card on the table. Jiang Zhi didn't hold back, knowing that he and the military had always maintained a mutually beneficial relationship. He understood that Lu Qingping's gesture was to ensure smoother cooperation with the military. When Roland attempted to integrate into the new card again, the process went exceptionally smoothly, without any issues. However, just as Jiang Zhi thought everything was going well, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His stamina and energy were rapidly depleting, yet the card was still not forming. This was clearly not the normal process of creating a combat card, as his physical and mental strength seemed to be draining away like a flood. Ouyang Feng noticed Jiang Zhi's face turning pale and immediately shouted to the lab staff. Quick, activate the energy input for the experimental field. Professor Zhang can't hold on much longer. As the energy flowed in, Jiang Zhi's color gradually returned to normal. At that moment, a card slowly took shape in front of Jiang Zhi. The card depicted Roland adjusting a potion, labeled Harmonizing Potion, S-Class, sealed. Before Jiang Zhi could fully inscribe its effects, some of the card's information automatically appeared. This was a perfect card that required alignment with Roland's will to complete. Jiang Zhi noted the preliminary effect. Harmonizing Potion, S-Class, Seal 1. Harmonize 1 bottle of powerful potion, regarded as an item. Looking at the simplistic description, he felt a bit embarrassed. As he pondered how to build a deck around this card, the floating card suddenly flew to him, ending the process. Soon after, another card, Potent Harmonizing, appeared, indicating that the harmonized potion would be more powerful but with additional negative effects. This was a card spirit without a level, puzzling Jiang Zhi. He turned to Diana for an explanation, but she shrugged, indicating no records of it. Jiang Zhi then looked at Roland, now a card spirit. A normal card spirit should have 15 cards, right? Roland shook his head. I was never a combatant, and nearly all of our team members have perished. Upon closer inspection of the cards, Jiang Zhi realized, no energy consumption, so these are lifestyle cards. At this point, Ouyang Feng led the researchers into the room, quickly approaching Jiang Zhi to examine the cards closely. This is a major discovery, he exclaimed excitedly. Who would have thought lifestyle cards could also produce card spirits? We need to focus more research in this area. Professor Jiang, why not test its effects? Jiang Zhi nodded in agreement, as this was a rare S-Class lifestyle card. He inserted the card into the card machine and opted for direct use. Lifestyle cards had much simpler usage rules compared to combat cards. Roland gave an inquisitive look. What effect do you need? Give me a pure power boost, Jiang Zhi replied. Roland nodded and began concocting. With practiced ease, he quickly produced a potion glowing red. The potion's attributes red, gain 50 power points upon use, but lose 50 power points each turn. Seeing this attribute, Jiang Zhi initially breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the side effects were mild. But on second thought, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This is only suitable for door-die situations. It's either a one-hit kill or wait for death. He looked at Roland helplessly. Are you sure you're a legitimate potion seller? This formula is ruthless. Isn't there a potion with milder effects? Roland looked puzzled. What use is a mild potion? It neither solves problems nor deals with problem makers. In a place like the ruined city, mild potions only get people killed faster. Such potions have no place here. Although Jiang Zhi was somewhat dissatisfied with the medicine made by Luo Lan, the main goal of this trip had been achieved. Once Luo Lan was transformed into a card spirit, the possibility of betrayal was completely eliminated. The group hurriedly left the research institute and headed straight to the park where Luo Lan and the others had first appeared. On the surface, the park seemed unchanged, except for the noticeably sparse number of people. As they approached, Jiang Zhi noticed a thin, membrane-like a type cognitive filter device enveloping the area. This disposable device caused nearby creatures to actively ignore the region, though some could be immune to its effects. Indeed, the life cards of this world had a touch of high-tech mystery. Upon entering the park, the scene was astonishing. All the buildings had been dismantled, and the entire area was now under military control. A massive pit, several meters deep, had been dug into the ground, hollowing out the park's interior. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but recall the interdimensional rift at the Weilon frontline years ago, assuming that a similar underground deployment strategy had been used. Indeed, the underground was more suitable for defense and control compared to the surface. The military had set up numerous temporary camps in the area, and the station's soldiers were on high alert, their card machines fully activated and ready to respond to any potential conflict. Clearly, the authorities in Kyoto placed extraordinary importance on this event. Jiang Zhi quietly asked Ouyang Feng beside him, "How do you plan to open the corresponding interdimensional rift?" Ouyang Feng cast a wary glance at Jiang Zhi. "Why are you so interested? You're not planning to dive in again, are you?" Jiang Zhi gave an awkward smile. "Of course not. I'm not one to court death." "You're being modest," Ouyang Feng replied with a disdainful look, then explained, "It sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. As long as a creature that emerged from the rift has the thought of returning, the rift will reappear. Once it reappears, it becomes permanent, with the exit located where the creature wishes to go. He's a card spirit now. Are you sure the card rules will still recognize him as an interdimensional creature?" Jiang Zhi questioned. Ouyang Feng's expression turned serious. Luo Lan is different from Diana and the others. As a card spirit of a life card, he can exist in this world long term. Although we can't be completely sure, it's better than blindly trusting him. Remember, those not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. We call them monsters, not humans, for a reason. At this moment, Luo Lan, walking at the front of the group, had already reached the spot where he initially fell out of the rift, alongside Lu Qingping. Following Lu Qingping's instructions, Luo Lan began to visualize his homeland in his mind. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift appeared above the ground and rapidly expanded, eventually covering nearly half of the excavated park area. Jiang Zhi noticed that surrounding electronic devices began to spark and then lost functionality. Once the rift reached a certain size, it stopped expanding, gradually merging with the space of this world, eventually taking on the form of other rifts Jiang Zhi had seen before. However, unlike other stable rifts, the dark center of this one continued to twist and rotate. Ouyang Feng stood at the edge of the crack experiment area, lightly patting Jiang Zhi on the shoulder with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "It's done. This time, it's a great success. In the next few days, the crack will gradually stabilize, eventually connecting the two worlds." Jiang Zhi nodded slightly. "In that case, I'll go back and prepare for the competition." He was about to turn and leave when Ouyang Feng called out urgently, "Wait, leave Roland's card behind. I need to study it. Commander Lu gave it to me in front of everyone." Jiang Zhi said helplessly. Ouyang Feng quickly explained, "I know. That's why I'm asking to borrow it. Roland's Great Wisdom Potion is very effective, and I want him to make a few more bottles. Does anyone really need that stuff?" Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow. Trading 10 minutes of dullness for 20 seconds of sharp thinking is a treasure for researchers like us. Ouyang Feng's eyes gleamed with desire. Jiang Zhi shook his head decisively. "No way. I need that potion for the competition. You, with such a great research talent, yet you spend all day obsessed with card battles," Ouyang Feng said with a hint of discontent. "Is it the same?" Jiang Zhi retorted. "I research for battle, while you battle for research." Ouyang Feng's face darkened. "Name your price then." "You should have said that earlier." Jiang Zhi's eyes lit up. "Academician Ouyang, I want to ask you a few questions." "Go ahead." Jiang Zhi's expression turned serious. "A small country overseas was destroyed, and I can't find the cause. Did a monster escape the crack?" Ouyang Feng's expression became instantly serious. "Where did you hear that?" "That's not important. I just want to confirm if my guess is correct." Ouyang Feng slowly nodded, and then shook his head. "Yes and no. The situation in the West is chaotic now, giving monsters an opportunity. The monster you're talking about hasn't escaped the crack yet. That small country was affected during its attempt to escape. Did the monster succeed? No, but we're unsure of the exact progress. It might be just a step away, or it could be far off," Ouyang Feng said gravely. "The good news is, it's still constrained by the crack. The bad news is, even so, it can still cause devastating damage." Since his last conversation with Qin Su, Jiang Zhi increasingly felt an approaching crisis. Although the authorities protected the people well, it also led to ignorance of the terrifying threats outside. After weighing his options, Jiang Zhi handed Roland's card to Ouyang Feng and left the crack area alone. The matter here was temporarily settled, and they would have to wait for the crack to stabilize before proceeding. 4 days later was the competition. Initially, Jiang Zhi planned to use only one deck, but now it seemed he needed to change his strategy. The rules of the Apocalypse season only restricted the same person from appearing on the same leaderboard, but not on different ones, leaving room for maneuver. For other contestants, the competition meant battling opponents of similar strength. But for Jiang Zhi, challenging opponents averaging at levels 5 or 6 with his level 4 strength meant every victory could significantly boost his ranking. If he could secure a top 3 position on both leaderboards, it would be a qualitative leap for him. Upon returning home, Jiang Zhi went straight to Ouyang Feng's door. He knocked, but received no response. After confirming that Ouyang Ting and Li Changfeng were not around, he immediately summoned Diana. Facing the camera by the door, which was flashing with a red light, he playfully flashed a peace sign. Ouyang Feng had clearly prepared for this. To counter Diana's electronic hacking abilities, he had replaced the door lock with an old-fashioned mechanical one. However, this didn't stop Diana. She simply punched a hole in the alloy door and easily unlocked it from the inside. Watching Diana effortlessly break through the alloy door, Jiang Zhi couldn't help but marvel at her strength, thinking that if he had such physical prowess, he could dominate the competition with ease. Meanwhile, at the scene of a fissure in the city, Ouyang Feng was urgently approached by a staff member. Academician Ouyang, Professor Jiang just had Kaling punch through your door on camera. Should we take action to stop him? Ouyang Feng looked at the staff member helplessly. I switched to a mechanical lock, and he just tore the door down, huh? Should we try to stop Professor Jiang? Don't bother him. Just replace the door for me. Understood. We'll install a sturdier alloy door for you. Ouyang Feng's mouth twitched. Just replace it with a wooden door. It'll save some money. If the new door is tougher than the walls, he'll just tear down the walls next time. As for the card-making room, let him be. It's better for him to do it openly than sneak around. By this time, Jiang Zhi had already entered the card-making room, patiently waiting for the charging to complete. He took out his last level blank card, contemplating his current position of 49th on the famine leaderboard. Despite defeating Lin Ping and Qin Yahui, his ranking had dropped. However, he believed it would improve once the official matches started. He chose the Plague as his second leaderboard, perfectly timed for the second of the 4 sacred beasts to make its appearance. Once the card-making room was fully charged, Jiang Zhi raised the card. Among the 4 sacred beasts, he had decided that the second to appear would be the Vermilion Bird, representing fire. This level card began to glow as he envisioned its effects. Plague primarily derives its damage from negative statuses, and the negative effect of fire burning fits this characteristic. Whenever an opponent plays a card, they would receive damage equivalent to the burn level, which resets at the end of each turn. Soon, an level card named Life of the Vermilion Bird was created. It costs 0 energy, is an ability card, and activates first, allowing all units to gain 1 layer of burn when drawing a card. The burn damage taken by allies would convert to 20 health recovery, and every 5 burn effects triggered would increase the field strength by 1. As the card was completed, a fiery vermilion bird began to take shape in front of Jiang Zhi, noticeably increasing the room's temperature. Like with the black tortoise, the vermilion bird did not generate any additional cards beyond this core card. Seeing this, Jiang Zhi immediately began creating more cards associated with the vermilion bird. After Jiang Zhi completed the final card, a surge of powerful energy instantly flowed into the vermilion bird. The once ethereal figure of the vermilion bird gradually solidified. With a clear and melodious cry, a fiery divine bird appeared in the card-making room. Its body seemed to be wrapped in flickering flames, with 2 long tail feathers trailing behind. Its majestic eyes were fixed on Jiang Zhi. The massive figure nearly filled the entire room. Sensing Jiang Zhi's discomfort, the vermilion bird transformed into a miniature version of itself with a flash of fire, maintaining its dignified and graceful demeanor but significantly smaller in size. This tiny vermilion bird, with its flame-like tail feathers, flew lightly toward Jiang Zhi and perched playfully on his head, mischievously ruffling his hair with its claws. Jiang Zhi attempted to shoo away this uninvited head resident, but the vermilion bird deftly dodged. Are all 4 celestial beasts like this? He muttered helplessly. At that moment, a choice prompt from the season appeared. Jiang Zhi unhesitatingly chose Plague, and the White Horse Knight representing Plague endowed the deck with the power of the Plague domain. A radiant white light cascaded down from above Jiang Zhi, enveloping him in a sacred glow. As the light dissipated, Jiang Zhi received a special task prompt from the Vermilion Bird. Special task, requirements of the 4 celestial beasts. Complete the card sets of Eastwood Azure Dragon, South Fire Vermilion Bird, West Metal White Tiger, North Water Black Tortoise. Infuse each card set with different blessings. Description: you have awakened the true spirit of the Vermilion Bird, which has sensed the presence of its companions and hopes you can awaken them all. Reward? Jiang Zhi raised an eyebrow, clearly realizing that the Vermilion Bird had sensed the presence of the Black Tortoise. However, the apprentice Black Tortoise was still far from the legendary North Water Black Tortoise. More challenging was the task's requirement for different blessings, meaning that even if he completed 2 card sets this season, he would still need to wait for another season to fulfill the task. Although he still had an level card with Ouyang Feng, Jiang Zhi didn't plan to use it to upgrade the Black Tortoise. The current season's effects weren't ideal for it. As for the Mist Tarot season, although it offered good effects, Diana and Floor needed the blessings of that season more. In the end, Jiang Zhi sighed, deciding that since the task had no time limit, he might as well take his time. Despite his curiosity about the ultimate reward from the 4 celestial beasts, he understood that this task would not be accomplished overnight. As Jiang Zhi inserted the card into the card reader, a layer of flowing fire instantly coated its surface, revealing a vivid depiction of a vermilion bird amidst the bright red flames. The stunning visual effect caught Jiang Zhi off guard, and before he could fully process it, the vermilion bird mark on his forehead started to stir. Beside Jiang Zhi, a dark shadow materialized, and to form it was the black tortoise. Composed of a turtle and a black snake, The black tortoise watched the fiery bird above Jiang Zhi with caution, while the vermilion bird turned its gaze towards the tortoise, a hint of curiosity flickering in its small eyes, as if evaluating its slightly weaker colleague. Intertwined beams of black and red light appeared before Jiang Zhi, displaying a prompt. Both card spirits had awakened their special abilities. The vermilion bird had awakened Southern Fire, with a 50 chance of triggering burn damage twice. The black tortoise had awakened Northern Water, with a 25 chance to trigger 2 effects, although this ability was currently locked. Feeling the changes within itself, the black tortoise looked at Jiang Zhi in shock, its expression clearly conveying dissatisfaction. I was the one who occupied that position first, and by seniority, I am the elder. Now I've been reduced to a subordinate? Jiang Zhi understood the tortoise's thoughts, but chose not to reveal the harsh truth that its upgrade would have to be delayed. This minor incident quickly settled down. As former guardians of the Four Directions, the vermilion bird and the black tortoise were colleagues with no need to fight to the death. However, the tortoise harbored some resentment. It wanted to perch atop Jiang Zhi's head, but wasn't allowed, while the vermilion bird could act freely, occasionally ruffling Jiang Zhi's hair into a bird's nest with its claws. With no other choice, Jiang Zhi shut down the card reader and returned the vermilion bird to the card deck. As soon as he stepped out of the card-making room, the sound of clanging construction reached his ears. Jiang Zhi saw a few workers replacing the door, and to his surprise, they opted for a wooden door instead of a metal one. Considering he might need to enter in the future, Jiang Zhi approached to request a key. The lead worker recognized Jiang Zhi and greeted him promptly. "Hello, Professor Jiang. We're replacing the door. Hope we're not disturbing you." "No, carry on. Could I have a key made? It was an emergency that forced us to break the lock, and having a key would prevent this from happening again, saving you the trouble." The worker gave an awkward smile. "Here's the thing, Professor Jiang. Academician Yang specifically instructed that this room is his personal domain. He said you can enter, but as for a key, that's not going to happen." Those were his exact words, and he made sure I conveyed this message to you personally. Jiang Zhi's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to old Deng's words, becoming increasingly convinced that the delay in setting up his card-making room was no coincidence. Shaking his head, he softly said, "You all carry on, I won't disturb you." 3 days later, the highly anticipated Yin Nation card tournament finally commenced. Jiang Zhi arrived at the venue early and took his seat in the VIP section arranged by the officials. This seat offered an excellent view, allowing him to see the entire arena. Beside him, the usually exhausted Ouyang Feng made a rare appearance at the opening ceremony, looking even more tired than usual, which made Jiang Zhi worry about the old man's health. What comforted Jiang Zhi more was that his parents were also seated nearby. In recent days, the officials not only brought them to the capital, but also thoughtfully arranged job transfers for them. When they sought Jiang Zhi's opinion on the matter, he agreed without hesitation. After all, the capital, guarded by the only LV8 human, Lu Qingping, was undoubtedly the safest place. "Ah Zhi, do you feel confident about this competition?" asked Jiang Lu, watching the various attendees entering the venue with excitement. Jiang Zhi remained composed. "I'm unbeatable against LV7 and below, and I can go 1-for-1 with LV7 and above." This wasn't blind confidence. Military LV7 experts wouldn't be competing, and having witnessed the terrifying strength of those soldiers, Jiang Zhi was confident that he could hold his own even against veterans like Yu Xinrui, who had long battled in interdimensional rifts. As a transmigrator, if he couldn't handle these opponents, it would truly be a disgrace to his kind. "Mom, Dad, don't worry about work for the next 2 months, Jiang Zhi said with a smile as he stood up. "We don't lack money now, so just enjoy watching your son's performance." With that, he turned and headed towards the contestants' preparation area. As the last batch of spectators took their seats, a dazzling holographic screen slowly enveloped the entire venue. The host, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped into the center of the field and asked loudly, "Fellow citizens of Yin Nation, have you been enjoying this season?" "Yes." The thunderous response echoed throughout the stadium. "Did you enjoy last season's college league?" "Yes." "Had enough of it?" "No." "Great." As the host's voice fell, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers once more. Next, from 86 cities across the nation, a total of 270 contestants will bring us a 2-month-long national card tournament. The champion will not only receive an engraved relic from an interdimensional rift, but also an engraved blank card. With a dramatic gesture, the host pointed towards the entrance of the venue. "Let's welcome our contestants." The 270 contestants filed in, with the young Jiang Zhi, chosen as the flag bearer due to his outstanding contributions, leading the way. Dressed in the tournament's standard combat uniform and holding the Yin Nation flag, he walked proudly at the forefront. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of live spectators and hundreds of millions of viewers online, Jiang Zhi felt as if he were in a dream. Just 3 months ago, he was merely a survivor struggling in the rifts, but now he stood at the forefront of the era. However, he knew very well that this was only the beginning and far from the end. The tournament adopts a double elimination format, with 270 participants competing in both the winners and losers brackets. Although the entire event spans 2 months, the intensity far exceeds that of campus competitions. Once in the losers bracket, participants face a grueling schedule with back-to-back matches. After careful consideration, Jiang Zhi decides to focus on staying in the winners bracket. While there are more matches in the losers bracket, theoretically offering a better chance to break into the top 3, the overall skill level is not as high as in the winners bracket. Even though some strong competitors might end up there due to bad luck, this does not alter the overall dynamics. Jiang Zhi's ranking improves slightly after defeating Lin Ping, a competitor of the same level, but remains unchanged after he beats the higher-ranked Qin Yahui. This reinforces Jiang Zhi's belief that to truly climb the rankings, he must defeat opponents who are ranked higher and possess greater strength. In the opening match of the tournament, Jiang Zhi stands under the spotlight. Amidst the cheers of the audience and the introduction by the host, he walks to the center of the arena. Opposite him is Zhang Ziyang, a man from Dingshi, Yin country, about 40 years old. Professor Jiang, pleased to meet you. Mr. Zhang, pleased to meet you. After a polite exchange, a gray-white light appears in Zhang Ziyang's hand, and a warrior holding a giant shield materializes as a phantom behind him. The Black Death domain expands, surprising Jiang Zhi encountering this unique domain right at the start. The Death domain, as the only one among the 4 domains that does not enhance the card spirit's own abilities, focuses its tactics on continuously strengthening the domain and enhancing the survival capabilities of the deck, rather than relying on the deck's inherent output. Jiang Zhi's card machine glows red, and the audience outside the arena starts excitedly chanting the name Froll. This is not without reason. Thanks to Jiang Zhi's efforts in promotion, Froll's card pack has become widely circulated among the public. Despite the somewhat convoluted acquisition process, it is a rare opportunity compared to other rare card spirits. However, today Jiang Zhi is set to surprise everyone. The red glow reveals not a humanoid phantom, but a giant firebird. Its piercing call echoes through the venue, and the fiery red phantom transforms into a sky full of flames, eventually condensing into a half-meter-high vermilion bird. This unusually large vermilion bird attempts to perch on Jiang Zhi's head, but is deftly avoided by him, ultimately settling on his shoulder, its claws anxiously scratching the air. This unexpected card spirit clearly exceeds Zhang Ziyang's expectations. As a rising star, Jiang Zhi's information is well known to Zhang Ziyang. The pollution-based deck using humanoid card spirits was widely recognized just days ago. Yet this bird-shaped card spirit, combined with the white domain, clearly forms a new combination focused on dealing damage through negative status effects. I didn't expect that in the opening match of the tournament, I'd encounter Professor Zhang's new deck right away. What a stroke of luck, Zhang Ziyang remarks sincerely. Could Professor Jiang tell me the name of this card spirit? With a gentle smile, Jiang Zhi replied. His name is Zhuke, which in my design represents the mythical bird of fire and good fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyang introduced, Grade card spirit, shield warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, a screen of light appeared before them, displaying a plethora of card battle information. Jiang Zhi's health remained at 500 points, whereas his opponents showed an impressive 3,000 points. A level 6 expert who had enhanced their health limit. The moment the battle began, Jiang Zhi was surrounded by a red glow. Beside him, Zhuke burst into flames. Meanwhile, 2 massive card projections, Zhuqiue's Fate and Endless Flames, unfolded slowly above the battlefield. In the VIP seats, Ouyang Feng, already intrigued, leaned closer to the glass. I didn't expect Jiang Zhi to use a second Scrade card, he marveled quietly. As expected of an Scrade card, it can convert damage from negative effects into health recovery. As for Endless Flames, that's no surprise. It has appeared in his previous White Disaster deck. Perhaps because burning inherently causes significant damage, it doesn't carry additional negative states like Frost does. Next, Jiang Zhi played the card Fire of the Bones. Though its description was simple, its effect was aggressive. Ouyang Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, without Zhuqiue's Fate converting damage to healing, Fire of the Bones would undoubtedly be a suicidal card. But now, this combination is exceedingly formidable. It not only accelerates the stacking of burning effects, but also forces the opponent to trigger burn damage faster. Zhang Ziyang watched intently as a wisp of flame appeared on him. He realized Jiang Zhi's card effects perfectly countered his strategy. As an enhancer who draws an extra card every 2 turns, his deck focused on stacking armor, using damage effects from armor and death triggers to gradually wear down opponents. His core strategy included cards like reactive armor, shield repair, agility, and multi-block. However, each time he played a card, the flames would burn his health. Despite having armor, Zhang Ziyang was worried. He knew that at the current rate of armor stacking, he might not withstand the continuous burning. Especially with the draw mechanism that triggers after 3 burn effects, it seemed to encourage playing cards, but in reality, it accelerated the burn damage he endured. What concerned him more was the meaning of the white domain surrounding Zhuque. Once enveloped, the burn damage would double. Still, Jiang Zhi hadn't lost all hope. He quickly realized a key weakness in the burn mechanism. If he refrained from playing cards, the burn itself wouldn't cause damage. He decided to minimize the use of non-essential cards to reduce the damage from burning as much as possible. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.